On the first day of my reincarnation as a dragon, I wanted to eat the dragon mother. I didn't even plan on sparing my 2 dragon egg sisters because I possess a skill called feast, which allows me to strengthen myself by constantly eating. The stronger the creature, the better the enhancement. However, as a newly born dragon, I could only watch the enormous dragon mother before me, as tempting as she may be, and suppress the thought. After all, I didn't want to be slapped to death by my own mother right after being reborn. The dragon mother seemed to realize something and used her claws to pull out a decaying animal from a nearby mud pit, crawling with maggots. It seemed to be the first meal prepared by the dragon mother for her children, but as I had just been reborn, it was a bit too extreme for my taste. I decided to eat my own eggshell instead, which tasted quite good. After eating all the eggshells, I still felt very hungry. The hunger drove me to unconsciously look at the dragon mother, but when I saw her massive body and claws, I sensibly suppressed my desire to eat. No, I can't eat my mother and unborn sister. Helplessly, I shifted my focus to the decaying animal nearby. I took a bite and surprisingly, it tasted quite good. The mouthful of maggots burst with juice. It was really delicious. The dragon mother, seeing that I was eating, no longer paid attention to me and turned to enter her cave. When I had eaten enough, I suddenly felt a tremor throughout my body. Then, it seemed like I entered a pitch-black space. I watched as my body became stronger. After a while, I opened my eyes and looked at my body. My original 2-meter-long body had grown to over 3 meters, and my wings had become more sturdy and powerful. I looked at the information in front of me. Life value, 70, feast level, 1, feast cooldown, 3 days, activated talent, carnivore. I can restore life and energy by killing enemies. After reading it, I breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing that the feast has a cooldown time. Otherwise, the continuous feeling of hunger it brings is really terrifying. After all, it made me consider eating the dragon mother. Although there is no family affection between dragons, once she finds out that her newborn son wants to eat her, I'm definitely done for. Then, I began to study the talent feast. It seems that I can prepare food in advance, wait for the cooldown of the feast, and then eat to my heart's content, directly reaching 100% feast. Thinking of this, I looked at the decaying animal I had just finished eating. This is my food for growth. I need to keep it well. Suddenly, I smelled a stronger fragrance coming from deep inside the cave. I tiptoed in and saw a mountain of treasures. The dragon mother was lying on top with her eyes closed. I could sense that this fragrance was completely different from the dragon mother's, and even more enticing. At that moment, the dragon mother opened her eyes and stared at me coldly. I was startled and slowly backed out. This was her warning to me, not to have any thoughts of taking her treasures. For an evil dragon, treasures are like a second life, and she wouldn't spare even a few children. The next day, I discovered that 2 more dragon eggs were slowly hatching, and the 2 little black dragons immediately shouted out their true dragon names. I looked at the 2 little female dragons, about 2 meters long, with small pointed horns, soft wings, and the sticky residue of eggshells on their bodies. But I didn't find it disgusting. Instead, it smelled even better. When the dragon mother saw that they had all shouted out their true dragon names, her mood seemed to improve, and she walked into the depths of the cave with a snort. After she left, I approached the 2 dragon sisters, who were still eating their own eggshells. Without hesitation, I reached out my claw and snatched their eggshell fragments. Preparing for the second feast, Eli looked at the older brother in front of her, feeling a strong resistance in her heart. This guy actually stole her things. Without thinking, I pressed Eli's head to the ground and made her eat dirt. I casually picked up the biggest bullet shell and said, "Listen, let big brother have a taste." I comforted Eli in dragon language, but she wanted to resist. Unfortunately, the difference in size made it impossible for her to move. What a despicable guy, daring to treat the future Black Dragon Queen like this. On the other side, Hannah's sister saw the situation and quickly gathered her own eggshells together, starting to devour them frantically. Seeing this, I knew it wouldn't do, so I released my grip on Ellie's dragon claw, grabbed Hannah by the neck, and set her aside, also picking up the largest eggshell. Fairness is important between sisters. Having learned from the previous experience, Hannah didn't put up any futile resistance and let me take the eggshell and go. I placed the eggshell together with the previously half-rotten animal, then I lay down next to it, waiting for the feast to begin. Actually, I didn't mean to bully the 2 younger sisters just now. I just had to ensure my position as the eldest brother so that I could take the lead when the dragon mother feeds us. And just now, I left some room and didn't take away all the eggshells. Otherwise the dragon mother would have a hard time passing through. The eggshells contain special substances that can quickly harden the scales and bones of the young dragons. Without them, it would take at least 10 days. Soon, the two younger sisters finished eating the eggshells and then stared at the decaying animal next to me. Drooling, Ollie couldn't resist and pounced on it, ready to tear into it, but I picked her up. This was prepared by our mother. You can't devour it all by yourself. Ollie roared at me, while Hannah looked at me pitifully, hoping to get some. Mother wouldn't care about this. I didn't pay any attention to her threat. Upon hearing this, Ollie fell silent. The bond between dragons is already weak, so they probably wouldn't really care about this. I thought about it and felt like I might have gone a bit too far, so I tore off 2 pieces of meat and threw them to them. Consider it in exchange for the eggshells. Then I continued to close my eyes and rest. Although the two dragon sisters were still a bit resentful, they could only accept their fate for now. 1 day later, the feast finally began. I quickly pounced on the decaying animals and started devouring them. By the time I finished eating all the meat, the progress bar of the feast was still stuck at 90%, unable to reach 100%. My feeling of hunger grew even stronger. At that moment, I turned around and looked at the two dragon sisters behind me. The scent emanating from their bodies seemed to be teasing me. Seeing my greedy eyes, Ellie and Hannah instinctively shrank their necks and let out threatening growls. In their eyes, it seemed like I could devour them at any moment. I had to resist the temptation of their scent and instead started picking up the discarded animal bones to devour them. Crunching on the bones, I finally reached 100% progress in the feast. Afterward, I found a place in the cave to hide from the gaze of the dragon mother and sister. In the familiar pitch-black space, I watched my body slowly grow and become larger. The scales became harder and harder, the claws and teeth became sharper, and the limbs became incredibly strong, filled with a sense of power. After a while, the upgrade was completed. I opened my eyes and looked at my current body. This time, the size didn't increase significantly, but the length was close to 4 meters. I could feel that the density of my bones and muscles had multiplied. My current weight was estimated to be heavier than the combined weight of the two little dragon sisters. Health points, 95, feast level, 2, feast cooldown, 4 days. As a carnivore, the cooldown time for this feast unexpectedly increased instead of decreasing, and no new talents were generated. However, my health points increased by 95. After a while, I became familiar with the changes in my body and slowly walked out. Ellie and Hannah were holding a bone that I had just finished eating, gnawing on it. I looked at the two sisters in this silly state, shook my head, and wondered who to blame for their silliness. How long did I sleep? I asked the two little dragon sisters. Ellie ignored me and snorted, turning her head away. You've been sleeping for a whole day, Hannah answered honestly. Hearing this, I nodded. It seems that the transformation time for this feast is longer than the first time. I lowered my head and bit onto the bone that Hannah was holding. Hannah instinctively let go of her mouth. Damn it, you're not even leaving us any bones? There are still so many. Ellie got angry immediately. I ignored her and bit the bone into several pieces, revealing the bone marrow inside. I handed it to Hannah and said, "This is your reward." Then I walked towards the remaining bones in the distance. Although the feast was cooling down, I am after all a true dragon, capable of growing normally. It's just that compared to the speed of the feast, I am far behind. Moreover, the growth of a true dragon has its limits. Even the ancient dragons cannot escape the limits of their lifespan. But the feast is different. It can be infinitely stacked, and lifespan is included in its life value. I wondered if I could become invincible by stacking thousands of layers. Hannah was still staring at my back in a daze. Then she looked down at the bones I had bitten open and suddenly felt that her big brother was not bad either. So she began to lower her head and suck on the bone marrow. Ellie watched Hannah eat with relish, while I was already gnawing on the leftover bones. She glanced at the bone in her hand and immediately became furious. It was truly despicable that someone would dare treat the future Black Dragon Queen like this, not even sparing the bones. It made the dragon furious. Meanwhile, I continued to deal with the remaining bones, and as I ate, my gaze turned towards the depths of the cave. Why hasn't the dragon mom come out yet? It looked like this meal was about to be finished, and as the dragon mom, it was time for her to go out hunting, right? But even after I finished eating, she still hadn't come out. I suddenly felt a bit uneasy. But I didn't dare go look for the dragon mom myself. After thinking for a moment, I looked at the two dragon sisters and asked, "Do you think the mother brought back a ferocious breed or a warcraft this time?" "It should be a warcraft," Hannah said thoughtfully. "After all, our mother is an adult black dragon." Just as we were discussing this, Ellie approached. However, it seemed like our mother had no intention of going out hunting. Hannah weakly said, "She might have forgotten." I remembered seeing her lying on her treasure mountain before, so I calmly said, "She might have treasure mountain." Upon hearing these words, the eyes of Ellie and Hannah seemed to be emitting golden light. As true dragons, not having treasure is simply torture. It would be nice to be able to see someone else's treasure. I shook my head as I watched the two of them take the bait. It seems that true dragons really have no resistance to treasure. Ellie and Hannah swayed and walked towards the depths of the cave, while I stayed in place and carefully observed the movements inside. After just a few minutes, accompanied by an angry dragon roar, Ellie flew out directly and crashed heavily onto the ground. Some scales on her body were shattered. Then, a panicked Hannah also ran out. Seeing this, I felt a bit strange. Wasn't it just asking for a meal? How did it turn out like this? Ellie stood up with a huff and found a corner to lie down pitifully. "We can't wake up our mother." Ellie thought she was asleep and wanted to secretly take a gold coin. Hannah stuttered on the side and said. Hearing this, I looked at Ellie a bit speechless. "Isn't this just looking for trouble? Who gave you the courage to steal something from an adult true dragon, even if it's just a gold coin?" Seeing this scene, I sighed deeply and it seemed like I had to catch food myself. Because the cave is located in a huge swamp, I have to go underwater to get out. However, black dragons are natural swimming experts and can breathe underwater. In no time, I easily left the cave. However, looking around, there is miasma everywhere. Ordinary people cannot stay here, and there is dragon power around the nest. Ordinary wild beasts and fire monsters dare not approach, so I can only go to the nearby forest by the shore to hunt. I slowly swam to the shore, then quickly concealed my own dragon's might, quietly sensing everything around me. With the black scales covered in mud on my body, I seamlessly blended in with the surrounding land. Generally, true dragons have an exceptionally keen perception, but because my life force is very high, my perception is far superior to that of dragons of the same age. Soon, I sensed a sound coming from a distance, accompanied by a faint smell of blood. I slowly walked towards the depths of the jungle, where I saw 5 fearsome wolves feasting on the carcass of a large stag. I hid behind the bushes, observing this scene. The dire wolves belong to a ferocious species. Although they do not possess magic, the dire wolves in front of me should not be underestimated. Their sharp teeth continuously tear into the corpses. After weighing the combat abilities of both sides, I feel that there shouldn't be a problem. With this in mind, I slowly approach. I fix my gaze on the largest dire wolf, presumably the leader. Just as the alpha dire wolf stuffs its head into the belly of a large stag, I launch an attack against the dire wolf closest to me. I bite its neck, severing it in one gulp. The remaining dire wolves, including the leader, are immediately stunned by my surprise attack. The leader did not attack immediately. He kept roaring at me while weighing the strength of both sides. As the leader, he recognized at first glance that I was a young black dragon. As soon as he determined the difference between the two sides, he ordered the other 3 fearsome wolves to surround me together. At this moment, I still had a dead fearsome wolf in my mouth, and the warm blood flowed into my stomach. I could feel the excitement of this killing, as if something in my body had awakened. Looking at the fearsome wolves surrounding me, I felt no fear at all. I let go of the corpse in my mouth and confronted them head-on. Except for the leader, the other 3 were knocked down by claws as soon as they came face to face. At this moment, the leader tried to take advantage of the opportunity to attack me and pounced directly at my throat. I coldly lifted my head and a stream of acid sprayed out of my mouth, covering the leader's entire cheek. It was instantly corroded, emitting smoke, and even the eyes couldn't open due to the corrosion. I took the opportunity to kill it with a swipe of my claw. Looking at the results of the battle in front of me, I felt excited in my heart. Although they were just lower-level fear wolves, it was impressive that I, as a young dragon, could deal with them. If it were my 2 sisters, they would have been torn apart. After that, I started devouring the fear wolf's corpse directly. Unfortunately, the cooldown of the feast had not yet arrived, but I estimated that the food in front of me would not be enough to complete the 3rd level of the feast. After all, compared to the meat of Warcraft, the energy of these fear wolf meat was far inferior. Just as I was enjoying my meal, I heard a low growl from behind. It turned out to be a foolish leopard trying to get a share. I got so angry that I slapped it and it ran away in fear. I didn't bother chasing after it and turned back to continue my feast of wolf meat. However, I didn't finish all the fearsome wolves, but saved the leftovers for the feast on the 3rd level. Then, I wandered around nearby to familiarize myself with the surroundings. When I returned to the dragon's lair, my 2 sisters, Hannah and Ellie, looked lethargic and didn't even acknowledge my presence. They kept glancing towards the depths of the cave, indicating that the dragon mother hadn't gone out hunting. I had hoped to come back and feast on some high-level monster meat, considering the dragon mother's strength in capturing prey of higher rank, which would provide more energy. Fortunately, I can hunt for food myself now, so I won't go hungry. As for the two dragon sisters, what does it have to do with whether they eat or not? At this moment, Hannah walked towards me and asked, "Did you go out hunting?" Excitement could be seen in her eyes. Looking at Hannah's appearance, I immediately knew what she was scheming. "So what?" I lazily replied to her. Hannah wanted to ask for food, but I forcefully stopped her. "Actually, I also went out quietly yesterday." Then Hannah hesitated and said, "I also found a good place. There are many prey there. I want to open a temporary nest there with you," Hannah explained. She also knew that staying here had no future. After all, there was no family affection between the evil dragons. It's just that they are still young and need the protection of their dragon mother. "I'm not interested in prey." I glanced at Hannah with little interest and asked, "Don't you want to eat demon beast meat either?" Hannah said in astonishment, "What demon beast?" Hearing this, I suddenly became interested. After all, the dragon mother should have lived here for a long time, so there should be no demon beasts approaching. Even if there were, most of them should have been eaten by her. "I was originally following you, but I accidentally lost track of you. Then I unexpectedly found a demon beast, the earth-splitting bear," Hannah stammered and said. "Wow, it actually dared to follow me." Hannah saw that my expression was off and quickly explained, "I lost track of you as soon as you left the cave." Hearing this, I didn't want to argue with him. However, adult earth-splitting bears are level 5 demon beasts, which we young dragons cannot handle. But that earth-splitting bear was injured. I saw it bleeding a lot, and it didn't seem to be at level 5 yet. Hannah shrunk her neck and said, "After listening, I thought for a moment. After all, the 3rd level upgrade of the feast is about to take place, which means we must be prepared in advance. So this fierce bear is obviously a good opportunity. Let's go." I stood up and flapped my wings, and Hannah happily followed behind. Ellie, who was lying next to us, looked at me with droopy eyelids. Two young dragons still fantasizing about hunting Warcraft. It's lucky if they don't get eaten by Warcraft. In a forest on the outskirts of the dragon's lair, Hannah and I walked silently. We walked for half a day, and all we saw were trees. Occasionally, we encountered some small wild animals. "Are you sure this is the place?" Hannah asked anxiously. After thinking for a moment, I looked at a distant stag. I launched a surprise attack, and before the stag could react, I bit its neck. Hannah looked at me with a clean and neat appearance and swallowed her saliva. "Is this for us to eat?" she asked. "Dream on. This is for the fierce bear," I replied. I looked at her and then kicked open the stag's belly, instantly releasing a strong smell of blood. The sense of smell of the fierce bear is quite sensitive. As long as it smells the scent, it will definitely come over. "Alright, you can eat here," I said to Hannah, hiding myself in the nearby bushes. Hannah immediately understood what I meant. "Are you using me as bait?" she asked. "If not, then I'll be the bait and you can kill the hunting bear," I said without looking back. Upon hearing this, Hannah shook her head like a tambourine. "No, let me do it." Then, Hannah began to eat heartily, keeping a vigilant eye on her surroundings. Watching her focused appearance, I thought that in the future, I could bring this dragon sister along more often. After a while, I noticed a black bear approaching from a distance. However, it seemed to be in a bad condition, with scattered knife wounds all over its body and half a black arrow stuck in its neck. Upon careful observation, it appeared that this fierce earth bear was indeed injured. It must have encountered a human mercenary team, and now it was staring fiercely at Hannah. Its animal instinct told it that devouring that little dragon would not only heal its wounds but also greatly increase its strength. Finally, unable to resist any longer, it lowered its body and charged forward like a tank. Hannah, who had just taken a few bites, was suddenly startled. She didn't even have time to swallow the meat in her mouth before she ran away in an instant. It was only then that she realized she hadn't prepared an escape route just to eat. As a result, she ran until she was forced to a stone wall. The fierce bear stood up straight, towering over 5 meters tall, exuding a sense of oppression. "Big brother, please save me." At this moment, Hannah felt so weak and helpless, while the fierce bear looked excited. It had been attacked by humans all the way, and it had been holding back its anger. Now it was finally venting. Just then, while its attention was focused on Hannah, I used my wings to jump directly onto the back of the fierce bear. I bit one of its eyes. The intense pain made the fierce bear howl loudly. It tried to use its huge paws to pull me off, but my sharp claws were already deeply embedded in its body, and it couldn't pull me off no matter what. Seeing this, Hannah quickly moved away from the battlefield. If she accidentally got hit, she would probably be done for. Unable to shake me off, the fierce bear directly charged towards the stone wall with me. I took the opportunity to jump off, and the fierce bear's strong blood flowed. Its face twisted in a grimace. Meanwhile, I still had one of its eyeballs in my mouth. I chewed on it and swallowed it. The meat of the Warcraft is different. I don't know if it's influenced by the dragon's nature, but I feel that my personality is becoming more and more brutal. This scene almost drove the furious bear insane. With a loud roar, some earthy yellow magic energy appeared around him. I saw the earthy yellow spikes quickly piercing through the ground beneath me. I couldn't dodge in time and got hit. A yellow halo flashed across the surface of the furious bear's body, and I suddenly felt my body becoming heavy, followed by a slowing down of my movements. I suddenly understood that this bear actually knows the Earth Slow spell, but I wasn't alarmed. I just didn't expect his talent to be so high that he could even cast this kind of magic. Seeing that I was restrained, the Earth Bear cast a stone skin spell on himself and charged straight at me. Seeing this, I used almost all of my magic power to unleash a bright beam, which was the first prestigious magic I used since coming to this world. The sudden brightness caused him to briefly lose his vision. The fierce Earth Bear opened its mouth wide and roared in anger, but I directly spat a mouthful of venom into its mouth, instantly corroding its throat. It couldn't even scream and fell straight to the ground. Don't blame me. Survival of the fittest. I sighed and ended its suffering. After the Earth Bear died, its carnivorous ability was activated, and the wounds on its body healed at a visible speed. Hannah came running over, not knowing where from, and said excitedly, "Big brother, you're amazing. You killed the Earth Bear." Hannah looked at the corpse of the Earth Bear happily. I didn't reply, but instead reached into the Earth Bear's forehead with my front paw and pulled out a crystal. Sure enough, such a powerful monster must have a magic crystal inside. Hannah slowly shook my brain. I glanced at him and said, "Once I finish eating, the rest is all yours." What if the feast isn't enough? "Alright," I said, looking at the massive cracked Earth Bear in front of me. Hannah felt a wave of joy in his heart. Even if my big brother can eat a lot, he probably won't be able to finish half of this huge cracked Earth Bear, so the rest will be mine. As I looked at the panel in front of me, the feast finally finished cooling down and began. The familiar feeling of hunger swept over my body, and I started eating the corpse of the fierce Earth Bear. As I began eating, the percentage of the feast's layers started to change. It wasn't until I had eaten half of it that the third layer of the feast reached 50%. At this moment, I looked at the magic crystal in my hand. It had a more intense aroma. Without hesitation, I swallowed it. Later, the third layer of the feast finally reached 100%. I left the remaining monster meat to Hannah and quickly walked towards the bone-eating swamp. Instead of returning to the dragon's lair, I casually opened a small cave in the bone-eating swamp and lay down inside. In the familiar dark space, I quietly watched my body grow stronger step by step, constantly evolving. This time seemed different. I focused on the earthy yellow spots appearing in my body. Just as I was undergoing transformation, a pair of mercenaries quietly arrived in a forest on the outskirts of the Stone Valley swamp. They cautiously observed everything around them. Before long, I finally completed my transformation. Health points, 120 AD feast stacks, 3 AD feast cooldown, 5 days, talent 1, carnivore. The host can restore health and energy by killing enemies. The amount restored depends on the enemy's life energy. Talent 2, Earth Magic Element Affinity. The host has gained powerful Earth Magic talents. This evolution also added an affinity for Earth Magic compared to the previous one, which is not bad. I just don't know how strong this Earth Element affinity is. At this moment, I can indeed sense countless earthy yellow light elemental dots seemingly in the air. I want to know that this is the corrosive bone swamp. I can actually sense so many earth elements, but in my inherited memory, there is not much inheritance about Earth magic. After all, black dragons generally don't intentionally learn any magic. Who would go through the trouble of practicing when they can become stronger just by lying down? I came to the water to see my own body. At this time, it should be over 4 meters long, and my figure is even more robust. The 2 dragon horns on my head seem to be fierce enough to break through the sky. I have no doubt about their sharpness. Also, I look even more handsome. I took a look at myself with satisfaction, not knowing how Hannah was doing. Little did I know that Hannah had already been targeted by mercenaries. They didn't expect to come here just following the trail of the fierce Earth Bear, only to discover a black dragon hatchling. However, Hannah was still eating the corpse of the fierce Earth Bear without any alertness. The meat of this monster didn't rot and didn't taste very good. It should be marinated with some acid leaves before eating. As Hannah chewed, she thought that she couldn't finish so much. Should she bring some for Ellie? She had been taught a lesson by the Dragon Mother last time and her injuries hadn't fully healed yet. Just at that moment, an arrow shot out from the grass instantly. Hana couldn't help but scream in despair. Instead of looking at the direction of the attack, she quickly ran towards the direction I had left earlier. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and 4 or 5 stone pillars shot up from the ground, trapping Hana inside. The mercenaries knew that the young dragon couldn't fly, so they just needed to immobilize it. Hurry, hurry, hurry! The group quickly rushed out and took out a huge net, covering Hana. Hana struggled a few times, but the net tightened, leaving her completely hopeless. Big brother, come save me. Hana was well aware of her situation and shouted urgently to those around her, urging them to leave. With that, the mercenary team lifted Hana and ran off. When I returned to the corpse of the fierce earth bear, Hana was already gone. I sniffed and felt that something was off. Dragon's sense of smell is exceptionally keen, and besides the scent of Hana and the fierce earth bear, there were many other strong smells, as well as human footprints on the ground. It seemed that something had happened to Hana. A dangerous glint flashed in my eyes. Although Hana was a bit foolish, she was a true dragon after all, and would become powerful once she grew up. I had planned to make her a part of my team. The Dragon Mother's cave was a few kilometers away, and Hana wouldn't know where to go back and forth. But these people dared to intrude into the territory of a fully grown black dragon. I wondered about their strength. What's that? I looked cautiously at a spot nearby. Big brother, it's me, Ellie. The small figure of Ellie emerged from behind the bushes, looking surprised as she stared at me. She muttered to herself, this guy has grown again. He's almost 3 or 4 times my size now. We're all young dragons, so why do you grow so fast? Ellie, Hana has been captured by humans. Quickly go and inform the Dragon Mother. I'll go find Hana first. I saw Ellie like this, obviously just arrived. So I immediately said, what? Hana was captured by humans? Ellie exclaimed. I looked at her coldly and said, if we don't hurry, Hana may never come back. Then I flapped my wings and quickly followed the previous scent. Although I couldn't fly yet, my wings could glide and accelerate my speed. Ellie looked in the direction I left, then looked at the monster meat on the ground, gritted her teeth, and ran towards Dragon Mom's cave. The mercenaries were still fleeing frantically. They didn't expect to steal her offspring in the territory of an adult black dragon. Several people dared not rest for a moment. They all knew the seriousness of the situation. After being blocked by the adult black dragon, their fate could be imagined. And Hana had just been heavily drugged with a large amount of magic sedatives by them, completely falling into a deep sleep. Once this job is done, we will truly become superior beings. The determination in the hearts of several people was strong. After chasing for a while, I finally saw them. At this moment, I was about 500 meters away from them, hidden by the dense jungle, and they had not noticed me. According to the identification technique inherited from memory, I obtained the power levels of several individuals. There is a level 4 Earth Mage, a level 5 Warrior, 2 level 4 Warriors, and an Elf Archer. How dare they come near the lair of an adult dragon and even dare to steal dragon hatchlings with this level of ability? After carefully assessing the difference in strength between the two sides, I feel like I can give it a try. Although it would be safer to wait for the Black Dragon Mother, I know that if she intervenes, the loot on the individuals won't be mine. Do not underestimate the importance of treasure to dragons. No matter how much I contribute, the Dragon Mother won't give me a single silver coin. Thinking about this, I noticed that the footsteps of the group slightly slowed down, and I knew that the opportunity had come. In the next second, I flew directly towards the mercenary group and appeared above the mage's head in an instant. I bit his neck and blood sprayed onto the faces of the others before they could react. They didn't expect that the mage would be killed by a sudden appearance of a young dragon. Humans, you have great courage, I said in the common language of the continent. The mercenary captain snapped out of it and, thinking of the mage's miserable state, felt immense grief in his heart. He charged towards me with a huge shield. Seeing this, I shook my head and said, then go die. I didn't dodge and went straight to meet him head-on. My sharp teeth shattered his shield with one bite. The mercenary captain was shocked. He forcefully suppressed his grief and realized that the monster in front of him, though it looked like a young dragon, was definitely not something he and his men could handle. He then said to the others behind him, you go first, I'll hold them off. If I can run, at least one of us will survive. But when the mercenary captain looked to the side, he found that his teammates had already fled with the baby dragon. He was instantly filled with despair and anger. He didn't expect that his teammates would abandon him in the most dangerous moment. I mocked as I watched all of this. The mercenary captain glared at me in anger and charged at me again. raising his sword high to strike me. I thrust my palm forward, and my sharp dragon claws pierced through his body. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth as he intermittently said, "We shouldn't have been greedy." Then the color in his eyes gradually faded. I looked at the fallen mercenary captain without a trace of pity. If I hadn't had the strength just now, it would have been me lying on the ground. I then let go of the body in my claws and walked towards the mage's corpse because it seemed to be wealthier. After a while, I found a jade pendant and a ring on him. When I used my spiritual power to investigate, I discovered that the ring was actually a storage magic device, and it seemed to contain quite a lot, but now was not the time to sort through it. Just then, an angry roar of a dragon echoed throughout the Stone Valley swamp and the surrounding forest. I knew it was the dragon mother getting angry, so I quickly hid the magic device in my mouth and waited silently in place. Soon, a black giant figure descended from the sky, and the massive figure of the dragon mother appeared in front of me. Her size of over 10 meters and the unrestrained release of her dragon might fill the air with pressure. "Where's Hannah?" the dragon mother asked, looking at the bodies on the ground. "She was taken away by a few mercenaries. I killed 2 of them with all my strength, but I couldn't stop them. It was a struggle," I replied. The dragon mother was extremely angry and swept me away with her tail, completely ignoring how I killed the level 5 mercenaries. Then she used her tracking magic and quickly flew in one direction. I stood up after she left. Luckily, the dragon mother was just venting her anger and didn't go all out. Otherwise, I would have been half dead from that attack. At this moment, with Hannah's mercenaries still fleeing frantically, they could see that they were almost at the city of Kalini, and safety was just within reach. However, as a dragon's roar resounded, their minds went blank in an instant, completely overwhelmed by the immense power of the dragon. By the time they regained their senses, it was already too late. The enormous wings seemed to cover the entire sky, and the alarm bells on the distant city walls began to ring incessantly. They looked up at the adult black dragon in the sky, completely terrified. Before they could react, it opened its bloodthirsty mouth and bit them in one swift motion. They didn't even have a chance to scream before being torn into 2 pieces. Ignoring Hannah, who was still bewildered at her feet, the dragon turned its gaze towards the distant city walls. At this moment, the soldiers on the walls of King's Landing were already in a panic. Daenerys sneered as she watched it all, then flew into the sky above the city and looked down at the ground, revealing a cruel smile. Conical acid leaves sprayed out from Daenerys' mouth and quickly spread out, causing half of King's Landing to be covered in acid rain, instantly causing widespread devastation. At that moment, a white light flashed, and a middle-aged man wearing a white robe and holding a staff flew to a spot not far from Daenerys. He was the Lord of King's Landing, a level 8 light magic mage named Leo. At this moment, he looked at the scene with an unpleasant expression on his face. "Great Black Dragon Queen, have you forgotten our agreement? You humans are truly two-faced, saying one thing to our faces and doing another behind our backs. How dare the Kingdom of Del send someone to steal my child?" The dragon mother angrily pointed at Hannah on the ground and questioned. Leo's face turned ugly as he looked at the professional binding technique used by the hired mercenaries on Hannah. "It seems that this time, a heavy price will have to be paid. This guy's appetite is not easily satisfied." Meanwhile, I quietly retreated, and it doesn't concern me what will happen next. So I arrived at the place where Hannah said the nest was built. I don't know how many monsters are around, but I quite like this place. Then I opened the magician's magic ring and carefully examined its contents. There were roughly over 300 gold coins, dozens of silver coins, and some gems. Most importantly, there were some magic scrolls and some earth magic spellbooks. This magic is truly abundant. With so many earth-based skill books, I feel like I could become an earth dragon myself. Moreover, I have an affinity for earth elements, so learning shouldn't be too difficult. Thinking about this, I took out these magic books and started reading them. It's never wrong to learn more skills. A few hours later, when I was still immersed in studying the magic book, a monster suddenly burst in. At the same time, I also sensed something unusual. I swung my tail forcefully and directly sent a creature over 3 meters long flying. I turned around and saw that the creature lying on the ground was a subterranean spider. It is a type of underground dwelling monster, with all the hair on its body being poisonous and not much meat, so I didn't want to eat it. "Have you been hunting again?" Suddenly, Hannah ran over. I looked at her and said, "Here you go," pointing to the subterranean spider next to me. Hannah immediately perked up when she heard the words, pounced on it and started gnawing on it directly. While eating, she looked at me and said, "Can you please not leave yet?" There was a pleading look in Hannah's eyes, as she remembered the last time she was ambushed while eating alone. "Don't worry, I won't leave." At that moment, My eyes lit up because I had just practiced the earth magic spell Earth Pulse, and I could clearly feel that there were creatures approaching Hannah from underground. Sure enough, just as Hannah was gnawing on the spider's head, 2 4 to 5 meter long tentacles instantly broke through the ground and attacked her. Big brother. Hannah was so scared that she jumped 3 meters high and crawled towards me. Move aside. I went forward and bit off one of the tentacles. With an angry roar, a huge creature broke through the layer of soil and appeared in front of everyone. Surprisingly, it's a benthic demon fish. I didn't expect such a big fish to come. Big brother, do you think we can't defeat it? Hannah, who was standing beside me, weakly said, "It's me, not us, just stay aside." Hearing this, Hannah hung her head and walked away dejectedly. I directly swallowed the broken tentacle of the benthic demon fish. It tasted good. I wonder if it has any magic crystal. I looked at the benthic demon fish. Now it doesn't seem fierce at all. Then, I directly activated the feast talent after the cooldown, and immediately, a strong feeling of hunger came over me. I pounced on the bottom-dwelling demon fish like a hungry tiger, and it retaliated with its remaining 3 tentacles. Driven by hunger, I grabbed one of the demon fish's tentacles and started eating it, and the progress of the feast slowly began to rise from 0%. The benthic demon fish was in pain and wanted to retract its tentacles, but I didn't give it the chance. I devoured its tentacles greedily, causing the benthic demon fish to let out an angry cry. The remaining 2 tentacles ruthlessly slapped my back, but I ignored them and continued to gnaw on the fish. At this point, the benthic demon fish realized the situation was not in its favor and tried to return underground. I immediately lay on its back and started eating. Big brother is so fierce. Hannah, I never thought I would actually eat this benthic demon fish alive. As I ate more and more, the resistance of the benthic demon fish became weaker and weaker. After a while, I stopped eating and the progress of the feast was stuck at 80%. I realized that if I continued eating, the progress of the feast would be slower. "I left the rest for you," I said to Hannah, who was drooling beside me. After hearing this, Hannah couldn't wait and pounced on it. I then endured my hunger and entered the cave I had opened. I opened the magic device of the earth mage from before and grabbed a handful of coins, throwing them directly into my mouth. Crunch, crunch. The progress of the feast increased by about 1 point. Then I ate a staff with a stronger fragrance and tasted some silver coins. Unconsciously, I had eaten almost all the gold coins, and my feast progress finally reached 100%. I quietly waited for the transformation in the cave. As evolution completed, I opened my eyes and stood up. This time, there were no new talents added. It seems that new talents are acquired through the characteristics of the objects I devour. Unfortunately, although the strength of the benthic demon fish is higher than that of the ground-splitting bear, it doesn't have any magic crystals. It looks like I'll have to diversify my food sources in the future. Also, it seems that I've been using gold and silver coins to enhance my dragon scale defense, which is not bad. I examined my body, which is now almost 6 meters long, with a wingspan of about 9 meters. I tried flapping my wings and it seems like I can fly now. I slowly walked out, and to my surprise, Hannah and Ellie were together at the entrance of my cave. "Big brother, I'm sorry, I couldn't finish eating the benthic demon fish's body, so I gave some to Ellie." Hannah cautiously said that last time Ellie helped her, and she couldn't bear to see Ellie struggling to make a living. Ellie didn't say anything at this moment because she was shocked by my size. "How did you grow again?" Ellie blurted out. I ignored the 2 dragon sisters. It was just some leftovers. I took a running start and quickly flapped my huge wings, and I flew directly with the help of the wind. As I watched Hannah and Ellie getting smaller on the ground, I also became excited. Whether it was in my past life or this life, this was the first time I flew with my own power. I felt the wind blowing past my ears and saw things on the ground getting smaller and smaller. A sense of pride surged in my heart. I must set a small goal, a feast on the 1000th floor. With this in mind, I continued to fly. Hannah and Ellie watched me fly, their mouths getting bigger and their heads lifting higher with my flight, until they couldn't see anymore. "Is this still a baby dragon?" Ollie muttered to herself. "Big brother is different. Just look at this benthic demon fish. Big brother can easily kill it, but it can easily kill both of us. That's the difference. Big brother is probably blessed by the dragon god." Hannah shook her head and said, "I'm used to waking up to find you completely changed." Ollie didn't say anything anymore, but instead focused on gnawing on the decaying flesh of the benthic demon fish, and then started chewing on the bones. "Big brother just likes to eat bones, right? She also eats them." But at this moment, the city of Kalini is somewhat different. Leo, the lord of the city, actually humbly bows with a bent waist to a young man in golden clothes above. The young man takes out 2 scrolls from the magic device and says, "This time, that black dragon will die." Seeing this, Lord Leo's face is full of shock. It turns out to be forbidden spell magic scrolls. Meanwhile, in the decaying bone swamp, Dragon Mom is guarding her pile of treasure while I am studying magic in my own cave. Outside, there is Hannah, the tag-along, and Ellie. However, the continuous roar from the mountains disrupts my thoughts, and I irritably step out of the cave. Big brother, there are many human armies outside. They are shouting slogans about slaying dragons and have already entered the forest. Hannah looks extremely nervous. Slaying dragons? I am a bit confused. If these people dare to shout such slogans, it means they must have some confidence in defeating Dragon Mom. This is not good for me because once I lose Dragon Mom's protection, my safety becomes a problem. Just as the human soldiers were still shouting slogans, the enraged Dragon Mother flew out of the cave. Damn humans! How dare you disturb the great mother of the Black Dragon again? With that, endless acid sprayed out of the Dragon Mother's mouth and dripped down from the sky. In an instant, a large number of human soldiers fell, their armor unable to withstand the breath of the adult Black Dragon. The Dragon Mother looked down at the soldiers below, cruelly opened her huge mouth, and released a cloud of mist. Under the effect of the mist, the swamp's poisonous miasma spread towards all the soldiers, instantly enveloping them. Many goblins, as well as kobolds and direwolves, emerged from the poisonous miasma. These were the Dragon Mother's kin, accustomed to the corrosive swamp's poisonous miasma, so they thrived in it, mercilessly slaughtering lives. Meanwhile, the Dragon Mother flew above Lord Rio. Humans, you will pay the price. In her eyes, the outcome was already determined. The endless might of the dragon pressed down on Rio and the others. This was a suppression based on bloodline. Despite the 2 warriors by Rio's side wanting to escape, they still protected the young man with golden hair. It was their duty. And the young man with golden hair was already terrified. Prince Lavelle, use the forbidden spell quickly, the woman named Laura hurriedly reminded him. Yes, forbidden curse. The blonde young man quickly took out a tan-colored scroll and activated it with his own magic power. As the magic power was infused, the surrounding earth elements were mobilized. However, the Dragon Mother sensed something amiss and began to breathe fire towards the group, but the acid was blocked by a semi-transparent wall in front of them. This was the expensive enchanted weapon on Ravel's body taking effect. At the same time, I suddenly looked up at the sky. Hannah and Ellie also looked up, but they didn't see anything. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Hannah asked in confusion. The earth element around us is not right. It seems to be some kind of magic. Before I could finish speaking, countless meteorites with flames fell from the sky, engulfing the entire Bone-Eater swamp, including the nearby forest. This is a forbidden spell. Meteor shower. Run! Seeing the danger, I immediately started to dodge towards a distance. Wait for us. Hannah and Ellie hurriedly followed. In the forest, both the human soldiers and the Dragon Mother's kin who were still fighting all showed expressions of despair. They didn't have time to dodge at all. After Daenerys shattered a piece of meteorite with one swipe, she stared fiercely at Leo and his companions in the distance. Damn humans, they actually have forbidden magic. Prince, your forbidden magic is a widespread meteor shower. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lord Leo looked at the soldiers who were smashed into pulp by the meteorites with grief. If he had known about this forbidden magic, he wouldn't have brought any soldiers here. It was clearly a death sentence. Leo, how dare you question my decision? Ravel looked at the irritable Leo with a displeased expression. He was just a small lord. Sacrificing a few soldiers was nothing compared to what we would gain after killing the dragon and taking its treasure. We can recruit as many soldiers as we want. Ravel looked at the black dragon resisting the meteor shower in the distance and said. Leo was furious, but he had no way to retaliate. The meteor shower was a widespread magic and seemed unable to kill the black dragon, only causing her some damage. On the side, Laura hurriedly tried to ease the tension. Don't forget, I still have another forbidden magic scroll, Ravel said, releasing the remaining forbidden magic scroll, summoning a high-level fire elemental. As Ravel released the scroll, everyone felt an endless amount of light and heat. The Dragon Mother had just rushed towards them when she was instantly knocked back by a large fireball, crashing heavily into the stone wall. Then, a huge humanoid creature made entirely of flames appeared in the air. Well done! Kill her for me! Ravel exclaimed excitedly. The Dragon Mother angrily swung her tail at the fire elemental, but the fire elemental was almost immune to all physical attacks, and her attacks had no effect. Furthermore, Leo and the other level 28 warriors were watching closely. If things continued like this, it was highly likely that she would lose. However, She was unwilling to give up her treasure so easily. Leo and the others also noticed the fatigue of the Black Dragon and warned each other not to let her escape. Black Dragon, as long as you submit to me and sign a contract, you will have a brighter future, Laville proudly said, and Daenerys looked at him as if he were a fool. In the eyes of the dragons, humans are like ants on the ground. How could they consider humans as their masters? Daenerys looked at the increasing number of wounds on her body and finally made a decision. She began to fly towards the bone marsh, where the water element was abundant, and this fire elemental would be greatly restricted. The fire elemental followed closely behind. Don't let him escape. Chase after him, Laville exclaimed. The group quickly chased after them into the distance. This was a spot on the ground next to the Stone Valley Marsh, and suddenly it burst open. Hannah, Ellie, and I crawled out from inside. At the first moment the meteor shower landed. I knew I couldn't escape its range, so I decisively used earth magic to quickly dig a deep hole, and Hannah and Ellie stubbornly squeezed in. I knew that this time, Daenerys was likely to be more dangerous than lucky. Just as we had just emerged, the Dragon Mother, covered in wounds, soared into the sky from the distant decaying bone swamp, followed by the Fire Elemental Lord, who had shrunk in size. Seeing the diminished Fire Elemental Lord, the Dragon Mother revealed a cunning smile. She had just used water magic to severely damage the Fire Elemental in the swamp. Now, this guy was seriously injured, thanks in part to that foolish human who insisted on ordering it to venture into the marshland. Humans, the kingdom of Del awaits my wrath. After uttering these harsh words, the Dragon Mother left without looking back. I sighed as I watched her departure from afar. Clearly, she didn't consider us a threat. Damn, she's so irresponsible. At that moment, the shrunken fire elemental suddenly turned its gaze towards me. Ravel and the fire elemental were mentally connected, and he was aware of the fire elemental's discovery. Black dragon hatchling, go get them for me, Ravel said in ecstasy. True dragon hatchlings, ah, the value was incalculable and could even be the foundation of a kingdom. Split up and run, Saron said as he looked at the fire elementals that were inexplicably charging this way. Saron, Hannah still wanted to say something. Don't talk nonsense, split up and go together, Saron said as he flew up first himself. He could fly. The chances of escape were definitely much greater than these two flightless dragon sisters. Hannah and Emily had no choice but to flee towards the back of the bone-eroding swamp. Catch the bigger one, Ravel shouted as he looked at Saron among the three small dragons. He felt that Saron looked the most handsome so that it would be worthy of him. Nima, Saron looked at the fire elemental flying towards him. Crackle. Several fireballs blasted towards Saron. Saron's flying skills weren't that mature yet, and although he dodged a few, one still hit him. Saron's eyes lit up as he looked at his scales. There were only some black marks on them from the burning. This damage wasn't as high as he thought it would be. It broke the defense, but it was still manageable. This injury could be recovered on its own with a true dragon's physique without the carnivore talent. He looked at the fire elemental. This thing had shrunk too much and its strength seemed to have dropped quite a bit. The fire elemental once again threw out two flame chains and collided with Saron. Rumble. Saron's body was directly jerked to the ground, smashing a large pit. You can't escape. Be a good boy and be my mount, Ravel ecstatically said. It was still more cost-effective to run away the big one and catch the little one. The little one was easier to tame. Who gave you the illusion of catching me? Saron rose from the ground. His yellow vertical pupils stared deathly at Ravel and Lola. Although he wasn't as big as the black dragoness, his huge wings spread out made him look huge. It was then that Ravel remembered that he didn't seem to have any other guards beside him besides Lola. Hurry up and seriously injure him for me. Ravel sensed that time seemed to be running out for the Fire Elemental Lord's presence. The Fire Elemental Lord continued to start attacking towards Saron. Saron returned a mouthful of acid, but it did very little damage to it. Saron knew that this thing would do very limited damage to it with physical attacks, so he didn't go up there and foolishly tear at it with his sharp teeth and claws. Instead, he turned his gaze to Ravel and Lola on the side. Seemingly seeing what Salon was thinking, the two hurriedly hid behind the Fire Elemental. Ravel, you and the Fire Elemental should deal with this black dragon together. He's not simple, Lola suddenly said at this moment. I'm a prince, how can I do this kind of fighting and killing? Ravel shook his head in a hurry. Rora cursed Ravel for being a waste. If it wasn't for the fact that the king only had such a son and the rest were daughters, he wouldn't have made him the heir. Salon turned back and began to concentrate on facing the Fire Elemental in front of him. He said silently, the feast begins. A strong sense of hunger swept through his body, and Salon realized that as the layers of the feast stacked up, that hunger became stronger and stronger. It gave him an urge to devour everything, and the body of the Fire Elemental in front of him was emitting an incomparably rich fragrance, making Salon drool straight away. He couldn't help himself and flew directly towards the fire elemental lord. The fire elemental's body once again extended 4 fiery red chains towards Salon to bind him, but Sarong directly ignored the 4 chains and devoured them towards the fire elemental lord. This black dragon is stupid. Does he want to bite the fire elemental to death? Ravel said doubtfully. It shouldn't be that simple. Lola looked at this ferocious look of Saron's heart was a bit bottomless. She looked aside at Ravel, slowly took a step backward. Just then Saron directly bit into one of the fire elemental's small arm and tore it off with force, then swallowed it. How is that possible? Ravel was dumbfounded. The fire elemental was simply a flame. How could it be possible to bite off an arm and eat it? Salon's hunger intensified inside as he felt the progress of the feast. This application of feast was very large. Normally Saron would be useless even if he bit into the fire. But under the feast enchantment he could directly deal real damage to the fire elemental, and his immunity to physical attacks failed. The fire elemental roared. The flames on its body quickly surged to the location of the broken arm to restore its arm. But its size shrunk some more. Seeing this, Salon directly went up and tore it apart. The fire elemental hurriedly rose into the air and wanted to avoid it, but Salon also followed and flew up. Roar! In a hissing sound Saron ate the fire elemental one bite at a time, and the fire elemental's size was getting smaller and smaller. His feast progress was also increasing, 80%, 82%, 83%. Ravel, we can't go on like this. We won't be able to run away at all if the fire elemental loses. Lola was a bit helpless as she watched the fire elemental go from having the upper hand in the beginning to being weak and powerless now. If it wasn't for this idiot blindly directing the fire elemental in the beginning, it wouldn't be like this. Lola, just don't worry. I have a spatial teleportation magic scroll. This is what my father gave me to save my life. Ravel continued to look at the battle between the black dragon and the fire elemental in the distance. Teleportation magic scroll. Lola exclaimed with a start. Originally, spatial magic was rarer than other types of magic, let alone made into scrolls. A ducal family like theirs didn't even have a copy. Can you show it to me? Lola said gently. Of course. Ravel noticed the admiration and envy in Lola's eyes. By this time the fire elemental had shrunk to its limits. Salon looked at the fire elemental that was almost a third of his size and went straight up and grabbed the guy. Then he directly stuffed it into his mouth like a cotton candy. The fire elemental's whole body surged countless flames to try to burn Salon's huge mouth. But in the end, it was still eaten by Salon little by little. After finishing, he burped, then turned his gaze to the 2 people present. Ravel was outright stunned. Lola, let's hurry. When he turned around he suddenly realized that Lola had long since arrived more than 10 meters behind him. Moreover, she had already activated the spatial teleportation scroll. Lola, what are you doing? Let's go together. Ravel frantically rushed over. But Lola's eyes were filled with indifference. Ravel, this spatial teleportation scroll isn't of high quality. It can only teleport one person. More than one could lead to an unexpected situation. I'm sorry Ravel, I know you love me. Didn't you say you would do anything for me? Damn it, you bitch, stop it. Ravel's eyes were red. As for Salon, the feast was about to end after eating the fire elemental. He rushed towards Lola at the first opportunity. His speed was not much faster than Ravel's. But it was still a step too late. Along with the ripples in space, Lola's figure became more and more blurred. But Saron rushed to Lola's face at the last moment, and he swung his sharp claws violently. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, Lola's body disappeared, leaving a white arm in its place. Salon's nose spat out 2 white gases, still giving this woman an escape. And on the side, Ravel had been dumbfounded. He stood frozen in place, all thoughts were lost. He didn't react until Saron's shadow enveloped him. Lord Black Dragon, I was wrong. Please give me a chance for revenge. A frantic look showed in Ravel's eyes. Oh, what can I get if I give you a chance to live? Salon looked at the other party's stance. It seemed that the licking dog had really awakened, but the awakening seemed a bit late. I'm the only prince of the Del Kingdom and the only successor. I can find a way to take out the king, and then when I become the king I can pour out the entire kingdom's resources to serve you. Ravel slowly calmed down. A cold light flashed in Salon's eyes. You said it very well. Saron lifted his head. A hint of joy just flashed in Ravel's eyes. But then Salon's words sent him into despair. But why would I trust someone who wants to kill his own father? Saron said coldly. No, why? Aren't you an evil dragon? Isn't that your favorite thing about evil dragons? Ravel cried out in desperation. Saron didn't answer his words anymore and directly sprayed a mouthful of acid. Ah! Ravel was corroded into powder in despair. Saron lowered his head and took away Ravel's magic guide, then quickly flew off into the distance. After flying for several minutes Saron found a cave. After killing the original owner of the cave, a ferocious black bear, with a single breath, he blocked the entrance of the cave and closed his eyes. Then there was the familiar dark space. He had just forcibly suppressed his desire to transform after the feast. This feast was basically all about the ingredients provided by that fire elemental lord. So Sarong was also looking forward to what kind of changes he would have. Sarong once again witnessed his own growth from the perspective of a bystander. First of all, his size slowly grew a bit bigger. Then some fiery red points of light gathered around his body, and there were very many fiery red points of light gathered around his body. They slowly merged with Salon's body. At the same time, Salon realized that there seemed to be some dark red lines above the root of his dragon horn. Sarong then opened his own eyes in the darkness to survey the changes in his body. This time, the pupils of Salon's eyes turned directly into scarlet red. His body size also reached 7 meters, and the scales on his body grew darker and deeper. With that, he looked at the panel. Sarong, life value, 175. Feast tier, 5. Feast cooldown, 4 days. Talent 1, Carnivore, you can restore life value and energy by killing enemies. The recovery value is determined by how much life energy the enemy has. Talent 2, Earth and Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful Earth Magic talent. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful Fire Magic talent. The life value added this time seemed to be less than last time, and the feast cooldown had become 4 days. He wasn't too surprised by his newly added Talent 3, after all, that's where the Earth Magic talent came from last time. Unfortunately, there were no other talents generated. Salon knew very well that his fundamental was still Feast. As for magic and the like as a support, it was fine. For the life value and cooldown time, Salon had some guesses, but was not sure, still had to continue to experiment. Thinking of this, Salon spat again. It was still the same kind of acid that was unique to black dragons, only the corrosiveness seemed to be even more powerful. He was a little disappointed that there was no flame spitting. In fact, he had always wanted to be a fire-breathing dragon. Among the 5-colored dragons, the red dragon's spit is dragon flame. This kind of dragon flame is quite overbearing, and will become more and more powerful as it grows older. Some ancient red dragon's flame spit could not even resist the fire elementals of some fire elemental realms. This shows the dominance of that kind of spit. And flame spitting and flame magic are not the same. The former is instinctive, the latter has to cast a spell. A few days later, the Del Kingdom had blown up. Because the king's only son, Ravel, had been killed by an evil dragon while slaying dragons, and it was rumored that the body was unusually gruesome when it was found. The king at first didn't believe at all that those corroded and unrecognizable bones were his own son Ravel. But after repeated examination and confirmation by the court magicians, it was proved that it was Prince Ravel, who had been hit by the black dragon's acid spit and died in agonizing pain in front of him. The king was infuriated on the spot, and after waking up the king was so angry that he directly executed the 2 rank 8 warriors who went with Prince Ravel that day. When he was about to kill Leo, the lord of Kareni City, Leo's master, a half-saint domain light magician, stepped in, which saved Leo's life. Then things became clear after Duke Ola's daughter Lola was retrieved. According to Lola, there was actually a young black dragon there, not just the mother of the black dragon. When all the warriors went to deal with the mother of the black dragon, the cunning young black dragon took the opportunity to sneak attack Lola, causing her to lose an arm. And Prince Ravel gave Lola the teleportation heat of the space teleportation scroll in order to save his beloved Lola. He faced the black dragon alone. After telling these, Lola even more sad fainted, and even in his sleep still shouting Ravel's name. This makes people can't help but marvel at the sincere love between the two. Your Highness, Prince Ravel is really dead. In a luxurious manner, a blonde woman in a maid's outfit said to a beautiful woman with red hair. Are you sure? The red-haired woman stood up, she raised her eyebrows, and at the corner of each of her eyes was a beauty mole. Moreover, she had a good figure, she was very tall, and with that special aura, she looked down on the maid, giving it a lot of pressure. Yes. Really, just now the court magicians confirmed many times that Prince Ravel only had a few corroded and unrecognizable bones left in order to save Lady Lola. The maid said warily. You believe Ravel is the kind of person who sacrifices himself for others? Sophia snorted. Sophia looked in the direction of the royal palace. Father, I wonder what you would do. The red-haired woman was none other than the third princess of the Del Kingdom, Sophia, who was highly talented and had even reached the realm of a level 7 spellcaster this year. But she is a woman, is unable to inherit the throne, and now the king's only son died. The entire kingdom is calm on the surface, but in reality, there has been a dark current. Salon carefully watched the movement next to the bone erosion swamp in the forest. Hundreds of well-equipped soldiers guarded the side, and the masks they wore seemed to have the effect of isolating the surrounding miasma. Salon watched as carts of gold coins and treasures were escorted onto a carriage by these soldiers. After all, not everyone had space magic guides. He took a closer look and realized that there didn't seem to be any powerful enchanted weapons like the ones he had seen inside the dragon's lair before. It seemed that the black dragon lady had taken away some treasures. It was actually not easy for these soldiers to transport the treasure out. The Black Dragon Lady's lair was under the swamp, and the strength of the soldiers who went in couldn't be too weak, because there was still remnants of the Black Dragon Lady's dragon might in the lair, and the ordinary soldiers were scared to pee their pants when they went in. That's why it took several days before they were able to transport the treasure out. Sarong's scarlet eyes stared at the carriage at the very back, on top of which there was a huge black package, inside of which the outline of an axe could be vaguely seen. Sarong waited patiently like an experienced hunter. There were 2 powerful level 9 casters guarding the caravan, and Sarong noticed that these 2 guys were secretly hiding some treasure while the soldiers next to them turned a blind eye. There were also some stronger warriors, equipped with huge crossbows and such, who were obviously defending themselves against the Black Dragon Lady's counterattack. This kind of formation had no way of charging hard with Salon's strength right now, so he decided to outsmart them. After all, in the continent people's perception of the Black Dragon is the most despicable and insidious true dragon. They in order to hunt or get the treasure do anything. Soon the night slowly descended. They still hadn't gotten out of the bone erosion swamp. The carriage was too heavy, and this side of the road was not good at all. Even though the horse pulling the carriage possessed some earth dragon's bloodline, and its strength was many times greater than that of an ordinary horse, it was still very strenuous. Take a rest, this damn place is so annoying. Would Magician Rod, one of the 2 9th level spellcasters, said as he wiped the sweat from his head. But this bone eroding swamp is too dangerous, especially at night. Let's just get out of this dense forest first. Water Magician Bran shook his head. Look at the warriors now, do they have any strength left? Rod said with a bitter smile and pointed at the caravan. Bran looked from afar only to see that all the warriors were already panting, and some warriors were desperately trying to pull out the wagons after some of them had gotten stuck in the silt. The heavy armor and weapons on the warriors became a drag at this point. All right, Bran sighed. Everyone camp on the ground and rest. Rod shouted loudly. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They just couldn't hold on any longer. This was much more tiring than fighting a few battles. Just as the crowd was gathering firewood to cook, they didn't notice a pair of scarlet eyes in the jungle that had long been staring at them. Looking at the exhausted look of these guys, Salon knew the opportunity had come. Just as a soldier had just removed his heavy armor and was about to rest, a sharp claw suddenly reached out from the darkness and crushed his head. Saron did the same to the rest of the soldiers and approached the last wagon. He spat out the ring-like magic guide of Rabbles from his mouth. There was nothing special in Rabbles' magic guide, but there was a dozen square meters of space. The items on top of this wagon under the drive of spiritual power were directly collected into the magic guide. But Salon sighed. Just after the successful collection came an angry shout from the distance. Who? Salon knew that he should have triggered the alert magic on top of the carriage. But the purpose had been achieved. The rest of the treasure didn't matter. Before everyone came, Salon enveloped 7 or 8 carriages with a mouthful of acid spit, then left the place in the night. Only the ground was left in shambles when the 2 casters came with their warriors. Saron took his loot away from the bone-eroding swamp and continued towards the north, where there was a lot of jungle and the land was sparsely populated. It was suitable for him to develop. Salon also searched for the 2 little dragon sisters, Emily and Hannah, but found nothing and didn't know where they had fled to. Wished them good luck. Thinking of this, Salon randomly found a cave on the cliff and walked in. There was no creature inside, only some stray feathers. It seemed that some kind of flying birds had inhabited this place before. Salon found a clean place to sit down and began to check today's harvest. After opening the magic guide, a bunch of things appeared in front of him. First of all, there were some gold coins and silver coins, among which the one that Salon valued the most was that huge battle axe. Previously in the Dragon Mother's cave, Saron was tempted to use it as an ingredient for the feast, but due to the Black Dragon Mother's intimidation he temporarily dismissed that idea, but now it was still his own. These gold and silver coins plus the other weapons and this powerful battle axe should be enough for his next feast. But still, more is better. Saron decided to go out and fill the ingredient gap with some magical beasts. As soon as he thought of it, he did it. Saron flew out with a shock of his wings and began to look for magical beasts around him. Some magical beasts would give off some kind of shocking aura to show their territory, and for Salon this was the most obvious target. It didn't take much effort for Salon to catch a blizzard wolf and a scorpion-tailed lion. These 2 magical beasts were kings in their territory, but Salon had almost no natural enemies in this area. He was the top of the food chain. Looking at the corpses of the magical beasts in front of him, gold coins and weapons, Salon's scarlet eyes revealed anticipation. Then the feast begins. Salon first gnawed the 2 magical beasts with their skin and bones, followed by the giant axe. The quality of the giant axe should be very high, but under the feast enchantment Sarong's teeth were beyond reasonably sharp, and the giant axe was eaten by him bit by bit. In the process of eating, Salon would also swallow some gold coins and silver coins as a small dish. Gold coins and silver coins, this kind of ingredients in Salon's perception is more suitable for the feast than the magical beast meat. Salon ate the weapons while eating the gold coins and silver coins, not to mention that it really felt like eating a big meal. Without realizing it, when he finished all the ingredients, the feast was finally over. In that dark space, Salon once again saw his own growth. This time the feast transformation seemed to focus on remodeling the teeth and claws in addition to the body size. Saron watched as his dragon claws grew thicker and thicker, and the metallic coloring on his claws became more and more pronounced. The bite muscles on his face and his arms were getting bigger and bigger throughout his body. After all, muscle was power. It finally stopped when its size swelled to 9 meters. Saron, life value, 210. Feast layer, 6. Feast cooldown, 7 days. Talent 1, Carnivore, you can recover life value and energy by killing enemies. The recovery value is determined by how much life energy the enemy has. Talent 2, Earth and Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful Earth Magic talent. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful Fire Magic talent. Talent 4, Armor Breaking, your claws and teeth will deal more damage to your enemies. Salon looked at his panel as he expected. The trait of that unknown weapon should be Armor Breaking. Feast added that trait on top of his body. Saron swung his claws and the stone wall next to him was sliced through like tofu. I could have done that before this feast started to cut through the stone wall so easily, but it's even easier now. He raised his wings and slowly made his way out of the makeshift cave. Looking down at the tiny bushes below and some of the smaller beasts in them, Saron felt a surge of bravado in his heart. It was only now in this world that he had some power to defend himself. This world, I'm coming. Elves, goblins, just wait. Salon left the place with a spread of his wings and flew high into the air. Salon stood on the earth using earth magic and earth pulsation to sense the situation under the ground. It was already a few days later and Saron himself didn't know where he had come to. It was surrounded by nothing but trees or damn trees, and he hadn't flown out of the forest for 3 days. This made him feel a burst of annoyance. This damned inheritance memory didn't know to inherit a map for him. After casually killing a few unknown birds of prey, Salon landed on the ground and drank a few mouthfuls of the bird's blood to quench his thirst. For safety reasons, Salon would cast Earth Pulse to check the situation under the ground to prevent unknown creatures from sneaking up on him. For example, the benthic magic fish creature. But this time it seemed that he had found something good. He even used the scrying technique just to be sure. Scrying was a dragon-type inherited magic that was able to identify most substances. It's actually topaz. Sarong was inwardly surprised. Topaz looked like yellow jade. This mineral had a bluish-yellow appearance, high transparency, and an extremely hard texture, which was favored by the dragons. There was a whole vein of topaz under the ground here, and a rough estimate was that several hundred tons could be mined, which belonged to a large vein in the topaz vein. For any true dragon, this was a huge fortune. Sarong wanted to shout to the heavens for a moment. This kind of ore should be good as an ingredient. Martyr every time he feasted, Sarong wanted to be impatient to put it to use. It was like watching his blood level rubbing up while his enemy's scraping look when he played the game in his previous life. That feeling was too pleasurable. Although Sarong was a true dragon and had a high regard for treasure, he wouldn't pile it up in a cave like other giants to gain great psychological satisfaction. To him, only treasure that was eaten in his stomach was good treasure. Just then Sarong sensed some magic fluctuations. He sighed, not realizing that he hadn't paid too much attention to the movements around him while he was concentrating on exploring the treasure under the ground. He actually let other creatures use him as prey. Ha! Humble reptiles, come out. Sarong looked around with a burning gaze. The air around them slowly changed as Sarong watched. One by one, creatures over 2 meters tall appeared in front of him to surround him, a hodgepodge of weapons, from bone clubs to wood. Some had some rudimentary armor on their bodies. Forest trolls. Sarong recognized the beings. The tall size, the tiny fluffy hairs on its body, the blue-green epidermis, and those 2 huge fangs, these were the most obvious signs of a forest troll. It really is a dragon. A troll carrying a huge bone stick said excitedly. It was still a dragon that didn't look like it had reached adulthood. This was the hope for the rise of their evil tooth tribe. If they received the baptism of the dragon's blood, then their evil tooth tribe's strength would usher in a huge change. Salon sized up this tribe of forest trolls that numbered about 80 people. Forest trolls looked similar to green-skinned orcs, but they were completely different. The forest troll epidermis was blue, and the main reason for the green color was that they would grow some green moss on their body surface. Salon turned his gaze to the 3 female trolls in the distance who were obviously shorter in stature than the other trolls. The casters of the green-skinned orc tribe were shamans, but the casters of the forest trolls were the more gifted female trolls, and the male trolls were usually warriors. Sarong didn't try to take off because these female trolls had just cast some kind of forbidden air magic. It would take a lot of effort for him to take off, and that time would be enough for the other trolls to attack him. And Sarong didn't want to just leave. After all, this huge vein under his feet needed miners. He didn't have the heart to mine it himself. Foolish trolls, are you really ready to strike out at the true dragon? Sarong's thick voice rang out again, his voice completely different from the childish voice of the other young dragons. He spread his wings, which were even larger than those of ordinary dragons, to make himself appear even more intimidating, and then even raised his head to recklessly release his dragon's might. Some of the troll warriors next to him were so depressed inside that some of them couldn't even hold the weapons in their hands anymore. A thought bubbled up inside the troll leader Shadar as he looked at this huge dragon in front of him. Was this kind of existence really something that his tribe could deal with? Shadar, this might be the only chance for our evil tooth tribe to grow. An elderly one-eyed troll on the side as he watched Shadar retreat. I won't give up. Shadar's yellow eyes were instantly filled with determination as he sniffed. Trolls were treasures all over their bodies, their scales could be made into the hardest armor, their teeth and horns could be made into all kinds of powerful weapons. Dragon meat could strengthen the body, and dragon blood was even able to turn ordinary warriors into powerful dragon vein warriors. Warriors! For the sake of our tribe, let's all kill this dragon and take the dragon's blood so we can become true dragon vein warriors and never go hungry again. With Shadar's encouragement, some of the trolls gathered their courage. Shahraman, you guys hurry up and cast a spell. At Shadar's command the female trolls started casting magic. Weakness spell. Voodoo spell. All sorts of negative magic began to be applied to Saron's body, while for the other troll warriors a portion of the increased spell was applied to their bodies. This made these guys even more exuberant. Crunching, the dozen or so troll warriors in the front cast the bone spears they were holding. These spears were all made from the sharpest bones on the bodies of magical beasts. It was sharper than iron products and had magic attached to it. They seemed to have seen this black dragon being pierced through its scales and armor by the spears and oozing out fresh blood so that they could go up and drink the dragon's blood bitterly. But Salon didn't dodge the slightest bit in the face of these spears, and to be on the safe side he secretly added a stone skin spell to himself. He was going to conquer these trolls with his most powerful stance. Bang bang bang. In the expectant gazes of the trolls Salon didn't even dodge, the countless spears bounced on the ground without even piercing his scales. Any more? Saron looked at these trolls with contempt. These negative magic had an effect, but it was just that for him. Ah! Shadar took out his own spear, which he had crafted from a metal he was carrying after killing a human adventurer last time. Whoosh! The spear stabbed towards Saron's head, and Saron opened his mouth and casually bit down on the incoming spear. Scarlet eyes stared at Sardar in death. Ka-cha-cha-cha. The spear was directly bitten and swallowed by Saron. Any more? Reptiles, I'll give you one more chance to show some real strength. Sardar and the trolls were stunned, under the influence of various negative magic, plus the troll spear opponents were actually unharmed. If all the giant dragons were really this powerful, then how on earth did their own ancestors slay dragons hundreds of years ago? Shadar now seriously doubt that those guys in the tribe and the legend of the troll ancestor dragon-slaying saying is to give their own face sticker. Chapter 20 Conquest. Looks like you guys don't have what it takes to keep me entertained any longer, so go to hell, Salon said in an impatient tone when he saw these guys stay where they were. I'll fight you. Finally, under this high pressure there were a few troll warriors who couldn't hold back. Yelling, they rushed up with their bone clubs, and Saron ignored their attacks and grabbed one in his hand with a claw. No! Sardar looked at this scene inside filled with pain. Saron looked at Shadar then crushed the upper half of the troll warrior's body. It was as simple as crushing a tomato. What did you just say not to? Saron asked after dropping the body. He's not a black dragon. Black dragons don't look like this. A troll warrior exclaimed. Honorable Black Dragon, this time it's our evil tooth tribe that has offended your majesty. We'll offer all of the tribe's treasures to pray for your forgiveness. Shadar lowered his weapon and said humbly. As the leader of the tribe he wasn't just more powerful in terms of force value than the other trolls. His intelligence was also higher than the other trolls. The black dragon in front of him didn't directly come up to kill everyone, but only killed the few trolls that had offended him. This meant that there was still room for détente, and all the creatures knew that the true dragon loved treasure the most, so he would give him all the treasure he had accumulated over the years. Even though they didn't really have much treasure left, it would just be better to grab some from somewhere else in the future. Treasure? I can kill all of you, then your treasures will still be mine as usual, so you want to offset the price of offending the true dragon? Saron taunted. Sardar was feeling a little hard done by. The black dragon was known amongst the five-colored dragons for being devious and cunning and despicable. The red dragon could still be fooled, but there was no way for the black dragon to communicate. So what do you want, Black Dragon Lord? Shadar said stiffly. It's not what I want, it's what you want. Do you want to live or do you want to die? Saron stretched his wings and spoke chilling words. Lord Black Dragon, we want to live. Sardar clenched his palms. There was no creature in this world that didn't want to live. He knew the black dragon in front of him was about to bare his fangs. It seems you are a clever troll. I want you to be my favorites. Saron looked at the alpha troll in front of him. Become your favorites, my lord, we would love to. Sardar said as he patted his chest. The hell agreed so painfully. Is there a trick? Salon looked at these guys with a bit of drumming in his heart. In his opinion, they should rather die than give in a little. He would kill the leader troll and then support a new group of trolls. But this guy agreed too quickly. He himself had just killed their clan. This guy wouldn't be thinking of lying down. So tell me why you want to become my dependent? Saron said teasingly. Sardar had long heard that colored dragons were capricious. But only today did he himself appreciate that capriciousness. Wasn't it he himself who had just asked them, the evil-toothed tribe, to become his dependents? My lord, your magnificent stature, majestic appearance, and this great power have conquered our evil-toothed tribe. Shadar praised Salan with his barren vocabulary. They forest trolls were originally from the evil camp, and defecting to a more powerful creature was supposed to be the right thing to do. After all, in this piece of land they, the evil-toothed tribe, were not the most powerful in the first place. All this time, they had been fighting other tribes, causing the number of their warriors to plummet. Now that such a powerful black dragon had come here, there was nothing wrong with recognizing him as their master. At least it can protect their people from other creatures. However, the black dragon was brutal by nature, so they could not let their clan members offend him in the future to prevent them from being harmed. My lord, I make amends to you for our offense just now. Shadar made up his mind. He directly reached out his fingers and gouged out one of his eyeballs alive and placed it in his palm, then kneeled down and raised his eyeball above his head with both hands. Then I accept your allegiance, troll. Tell me your name. Saron said as he looked at Shadar, admiring the other man's will. After all, this pain was extraordinary. Shadar sighed in relief as he signaled the rest of his clan. Those female casters lifted the forbidden air spells, while the male trolls dropped their weapons and knelt together. Forest Troll Evil Tooth Tribe Chief Shadar leads all of his clansmen to pledge allegiance to your excellency. Shadar exclaimed as he knelt on the ground. Foolish doll? Saron was a bit surprised that they were still called by that name. Yes, my lord, my name is Shadar. Shadar said. Fine. A silly dal is a silly dal, nothing wrong with that. Now take me to your clanlands. Saron spoke. Yes, my lord. Shadar's posture was placed very low. Salan followed a group of trolls to a valley, which was the clanland of the Evil Tooth Tribe. Shadar had previously sent his men to explain everything to the clansmen who stayed here. That's why there were a lot of old and weak forest trolls gathered next to each other. A small blueskin troll looked at Salan curiously. This black dragon seems to be different from the black dragon that the clansmen usually talk about. A female troll next to him heard this and patted the little troll on the head, pulling him down to his knees with her. They knew that all of them had to be loyal to this black dragon in front of them, and they must not make him angry. Salan surveyed this tribe. The adult warriors added up to a total of about 100. The rest of the old, weak, women and children had more than 300. Of course, the trolls can all be soldiers. When the tribe suffered a devastating blow, these old and weak women and children would all become warriors. After all, a young troll could easily kill several adult humans. My lord, I'll have my men prepare your shelter as soon as possible, and I'll send over the food as well. Shadar watched as Salan's gaze was fixed on those young trolls, hastily changing the topic, fearing that Salan would use the small trolls to beat his teeth in. There's no hurry for this. Shadar, how come your evil tooth tribe has so few warriors? Salan realized on his way here that Shadar wasn't a silly bigot, but a forest troll tribe of more than 300 old and weak women and children only had 100 adult trolls, which was a very abnormal ratio. Lord Salan, we forest trolls had a lot of warriors before, but recently an orc tribe next to us had a serious conflict with us and lost a lot of their clansmen. Shadar sighed. It was only after his explanation that Salan realized that this place called the Sunset Forest was their forest troll territory. Their development in this area was very good, and their prey was also very abundant, occasionally robbing some caravans and so on, and their days were actually quite enjoyable. Next to the Sunset Forest, there is an orc tribe. Their strength is almost the same compared to the Evil Tooth tribe. But the two tribes have never had any major conflicts, and they are quite peaceful. But recently, that orc tribe has been violating their territory without knowing what's going on. They have had many big conflicts, and both sides have their own damage. Salan was still thinking that there didn't seem to be enough miners, but he didn't expect this to be a discovery. Chapter 21 Mining. Saron stayed in a huge cave in the deepest part of the valley under Shadar's arrangement. This was originally a refuge cave for the troll clan, and the inside had long been cleaned very well by Shadar's men. Salan was quite satisfied. Shadar also brought the treasures and such that the forest troll clan had collected over the years. Salan looked at it, about 100 or so gold coins. Most of them were some gems, armor, weapons and the like, with bloodstains on them. It should be left behind after being robbed by merchants or adventurers. This is all the treasure of the troll clan? Saron was a bit disappointed. It was poor compared to the black dragon ladies. What is this? Salan picked up a blue necklace. The magic element on this necklace was very strong. It consisted of 7 sapphire-like objects that made up the main body, and at the bottom was a white conch, which looked very beautiful. Lord Salan, this is something we found when we robbed a merchant caravan earlier. According to the person in charge of that merchant caravan, this thing is called the Siren's Tear. It's a magical weapon, but we couldn't find a way to use it. Shadar replied, blaming those cubs for killing them too quickly. Siren's Tear. Saron looked at the necklace, feeling that this thing should be important to him. Sardar, send someone to the underground where we were before. There are some veins there. I hope you can mine a batch of them out as soon as possible. Salon put away the Siren's Tear. He had to prepare for the upcoming feast. Lord Salon, we forest trolls aren't good at mining. Sardar was a bit embarrassed. It was fine to let them fight and kill. It was a bit difficult to go mining. What? The first mission after becoming my favorites, and you're telling me you can't complete it? There was a dangerous flavor in Saron's eyes. Don't worry, Lord Salon. We promise to mine it as soon as possible. Sardar said hurriedly as his heart tightened. Then hurry up and do it. As you wish. Shadar walked out of the cave and encountered the elderly troll from before. This was the tribe's oldest troll, Shulman. Shadar, how's it going? Shulman hurriedly asked when he saw Shadar's worried look. After Shadar said Saron's command, Shulman also fell into deep thought. Shadar, ready the warriors, prepare the weapons and set out. I have an idea. Shulman's cloudy yellow eyes lit up. What do you mean? Shadar said in surprise. You forgot our 2 reserve food stores. Sharman laughed. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Goblins and dogheads are the best at doing these things. Shadar slapped his head. There were 2 other small tribes in the Sunset Forest. A goblin tribe and a small dog-headed man tribe. These 2 tribes were actually kept as granaries by the Evil Tooth tribe. Every season when hunting was difficult, the Evil Tooth tribe would send out warriors to catch some goblins and small dog-headed men to eat. The Evil Tooth tribe would not eat young goblins and dog-headed men. They also know the importance of sustainability. Salon didn't care as he watched Shadar's haste. He didn't care what Shadar did. The ore had to be mined for him by then anyway. He was never sloppy when it had to do with the feast. When he thought of this, he looked at the Siren's Tear on the side. The feeling this thing gave him was even stronger than the giant axe before. Unsurprisingly, the Siren's Tears would be the main ingredient this time. Combined with some ores and gold coins, the feast should barely be enough. Hurry up, you disgusting guys. The forest troll warriors drove some short green-skinned goblins with long ears to the location of the topaz vein that Saron had discovered earlier. There was also a group of warriors escorting some dogheads following behind. The dog-headed men had scaly skin that ranged in color from dark brown to black. There were 2 small, light-colored horns with glowing eyes and straight, rat-like tails. Honorable Lord Shadar, what is this about? A gnome who was obviously the leader looked at Shadar warily, wearing some tattered leather armor. Could it be that these guys were going to eat them all this time? Shadar ignored him and instead stood directly on the high ground. Listen guys, no matter if it's a doghead or a goblin, we, the Evil Tooth tribe, from now on we won't eat you anymore. The instant Shadar uttered these words, there was an uproar. The forest trolls weren't eating them anymore? Seriously? Now at your feet there is a huge vein of ore. I need you to mine a batch of it for me in the shortest time possible. This is the time to prove your worth if you can't do it, said Shadal for a moment. Please don't worry my lord, mining is our talent. We will do it in the shortest time possible. The goblins were excited. So these guys really weren't eating them. Here are your tools, Shadar said as he pointed to a pile of white bones on the ground. These were the bones of the ferocious species that their tribe had hunted. One more thing, you guys can trade the ore you dug up for meat, 1 serving of meat for 10 times the amount of ore, Shadar said heartily. This was what Sharman had told him to say. In his opinion, how did these lowly fellows deserve to eat the fruits of their hunting? But it couldn't be helped. We can't let these guys work hungry. If there was a delay in the time Lord Saron had requested, then Shadar didn't dare to imagine the consequences. The goblins and dogheads hissed and rushed in the direction of the vein. Some just got there and came back to grab the white bone tools as the goblins and dogheads fought. They could eat meat, or meat from the forest trolls. The forest trolls had to maintain order as they watched the chaos. What made the forest trolls excited was that the goblins and the dog-headed men were worthy of being experts in mining. In a short while, a pit appeared on the ground. Goblins are able to accurately explore where it is easiest to mine, how to mine will not collapse and so on. Not long after, the goblin chief on the back of a few pieces of yellow transparent topaz ore walked to the front of Shadar. Shadar looked at this transparent glowing ore is also very excited. This beautiful ore must be very precious. No wonder Lord Saron valued it so much. My lord, I also picked the ore. A dog-headed man panting and carrying a large chunk of ore came to Shadar's side. Very good. You guys bring the ore and follow me, Shadar said happily with a wave of his hand. As you wish. Chapter 22 Iron Ore Veins and Orcs. Saron was in the middle of organizing his ingredients when he saw Shadar arrive in his cave with 2 short guys. His full attention was on the ore on his back. Sardar, I didn't expect you to mine it so quickly. Saron nodded affirmatively. My lord, the goblins and dogheads we got came together to mine it. Sardar bowed and saluted. On the other hand, the goblin chief Vixen and Dogman Doug on the side had been stunned. They didn't expect that they would actually follow a forest troll and meet a giant dragon. Dog-headed Doug was even worse. He directly fell to the ground and threw himself on the ground to show his respect to Saron. Great true dragon, Doug pledges his allegiance to you. It's actually dragon language. Saron realized that this dog-headed man was actually speaking dragon language. Great true dragon majesty, your stature is more magnificent than any creature, and your majesty is unrivaled. Please accept my humble loyalty. Doug said humbly. Good, I accept your allegiance. Saron was delighted. There was said to be a little bit of true dragon's bloodline in the dogheads, so some of them could speak a little bit of dragon language. Salon didn't think that these guys had a true dragon's bloodline in them. Moreover, when the dog-headed people ran into any true dragon they would not hesitate to give their allegiance, very fanatical. They were born to be a dragon's favorites. And the dogheads were different from the trolls kind that only fought and killed and robbed. They were born miners. Your great true dragon majesty, Vex pledges his allegiance to you, and I have a great news. At this time, the goblin Vixen on the side hurriedly said. He saw that the district's dog-headed man could pledge allegiance to the true dragon, so he also got up his mind. What news? Sarong's scarlet eyes gazed at Vex. Vex wasn't as big as one of Sarong's paws and it put him under a lot of pressure. Our tribe previously discovered a vein of magic iron ore next to the Sunset Forest, but it was next to the Orc tribe so it wasn't mined. Vex said quickly. Magic iron ore vein? Are you sure? Salon came into the spirit. Could it be that he was really possessed by the European emperor? Great true dragon majesty, I once worked as a slave in human society to help them mine ores, and I learned how to mine and recognize various ores, so that must be a vein of magical iron ore with a rather rich reserve. Vex calmed himself. Shadar's face turned a bit ugly. This guy actually had the audacity to not tell himself. The magic iron ore vein that was one of the most attractive veins on the continent. Unlike normal iron ore, magic iron ore can be directly enchanted, and its original hardness is several times harder than normal iron ore. Weapons, armor and all sorts of things couldn't be separated from magic iron ore. Very good gnome. Tell me your name. Salon was even happier when he saw that this was still a knowledgeable gnome. These were high-end talents. Great true dragon majesty, my name is Vex. The gnome lowered his head in fear. But his heart was ecstatic. He felt like he had finally changed his fate. We'll leave in 2 days to see the iron ore veins. Saron said excitedly. He planned to go after the feast. He selectively ignored what orc tribe was in that place. Not letting him mine or means not giving him ingredients. Without ingredients the feast won't go on. Without the ingredients, the feast won't go on. If the feast doesn't go on, you'll die of old age. So what do you care about him so much? Engage in the end. It's magic iron. Vex defended internally. Over 5,000 pounds of ore had finally been mined thanks to the persistent efforts of the goblins and dogheads. Shadar took the troll warriors to hunt 3 magical beasts at Saron's request. Hunting the beasts is a very dangerous thing. Sardar and his men deployed almost half of the warriors and female spellcasters to successfully hunt them. In the cave Salon used earth magic to close the entire cave entrance and gave the order for Shadar and the others not to disturb him before opening the feast. First up was the main course Siren's Tears, and sure enough after the feast was opened the stuff was full of aroma and tasted salty with the flavor of the sea. Salon stood to judge the good and bad of things are based on the aroma of the feast to judge, the more fragrant the higher the quality. Subsequently is the topaz ore, Salon enough to devour more than 3,000 pounds. There are also 3 magical beast corpses, also skin and bones to gnaw down. After eating a little more gold coins as seasoning in Salon's expectant case the feast reached 100%. In Saron's perception this time the main thing that feast had remodeled was the position of his throat. Could it be a spitting organ? But it doesn't seem quite like it. Salon shook his head and silently watched his body change. Finally, along with Saron opening his eyes, the feast transformation was declared over. Saron, life value, 235. Feast layer, 7. Feast cooldown, 5 days. Talent 1, carnivore, you can restore life value and energy by killing enemies. The recovery value is determined by how much life energy the enemy has. Talent 2, earth and magic elemental affinity, you have a powerful earth magic talent. Talent 3, fire magic elemental affinity, you have a powerful fire magic talent. Talent 4, armor breaker, your claws and teeth will deal more damage to your enemies. Talent 5, wild scream, your roar will deal more damage to your enemies and interrupt their spellcasting state. Your voice is the scourge of the world, Korgas. Sure enough, a new talent has been added, and it's still one of the main skills of the big bug. This thing is a god skill in this world, able to interrupt spell casting status. For example, the forest troll's forbidden air spell required the caster to keep casting spells, so with a roar of his own, he could interrupt their spell casting and thus break the forbidden air spell. He is the natural enemy of the mage. The warrior with fighting chi storage power should also be able to interrupt it. Thinking of this, Salon wanted to roar twice, but he still held back. broke through the dirt and rocks that covered the cave. Salon walked out of the cave. This time his size had increased not much, closer to about 10 meters. Salon snapped his claws on top of the scale armor on his chest, a burst of sparks came out, and the thickness of the scale armor seemed to have increased quite a bit more. Now his entire body was pitch black, with only 2 scarlet eyes and a little bit of red ripples at the root of the dragon horn on his head. Completely different from the normal black dragon's scale armor, a black dragon's scale armor would slowly turn grayish black as it grew older, which would be beneficial for them to survive in the swamp. Just like how a white dragon cub's scale armor could be used as a mirror when it was just born, but as it grew older the scale armor would turn grayish white. Salon's scale armor, on the other hand, has always been a deep black color. Chapter 23, The Rosebud Tribe and the Ironhoof Tribe. Shadar, go find me some spellcasters from your tribe. I want to do an experiment, Saron said as he looked at Shadar's dazed appearance. Master, your magnificent figure is simply unrivaled. I can no longer express my admiration for you in words, Sardar said as he bowed. Salon was happy. This guy was actually so good at talking, and his words were so nice. Not bad, not bad. Go find the caster. Saron gave a rare amiable look. This dragon's fart was indeed comfortable. Yes, my master. Shadar bumbled off to find the female troll. He really couldn't figure out how Lord Saron could change so much in half a day. Could this be the true dragon? He didn't think about it if he couldn't figure it out. Anyway, he would just serve honestly in the future. With the cooperation of several female trolls from the forest troll clan, Saron also had a further understanding of the wild scream. When he unleashed the wild scream, the sound waves would spread to the side and interrupt all spellcasting, but the exact range was based on his own tolerance. Now he could use the wild scream to directly interrupt the spellcasting of an enemy within a range of 150 meters. But the price was that his throat had to take a break and either recover with the flesh-eater talent. But if the range was just fixed at about 50 meters, then it could be used multiple times. The range would also slowly increase later on when his feast tier was more advanced. Salon nodded in satisfaction. This wasn't bad. You guys go down and rest. Looking at the tired look of the 3 female trolls on the side, Salon said. Yes, master. The 3 female trolls wiped their sweat and quickly left the place. Sardar, take that goblin chief Vex to check out our iron ore veins, Saron said. This feeling of watching himself getting stronger one at a time was too good. Yes, my master, Sardar said excitedly. It's not good, Shadar chief. That group of orcs is killing us. At this moment a troll warrior ran over in panic. He glanced at Salon in awe and saluted. What? That group of damned orcs actually dared to take the initiative to mess with us. Shadar was furious at his words. It had always been their trolls who had taken the initiative to pick a fight, and this time the orcs took the initiative to pick a fight as well. They even fucking hit the doorstep. Lord Salon, I'll go dispose of those guys first. Shadar saluted Salon. Go ahead, our iron ore vein is right next to the orc tribe. Sooner or later we'll have to deal with them. Salon granted Shadar's request, and he was quite curious about the orcs. Outside the forest troll tribe, hundreds of humanoid creatures were standing by. Cook, thank you Ironhoof tribe for being able to step in and help us this time, a cat-eared girl said crisply. You're welcome, Winnie. We orcs are supposed to stick together, otherwise we'll be bullied to death by these guys sooner or later, Cook said brashly. Cook was a minotaur. On his head was a pair of huge bull horns, under his feet were 2 strong bull hooves, and behind him there was a bull's tail waving around. They're coming. Winnie looked at the smoke rolling in the distance. Damn orcs, so you've gotten help, Shadar said as he stared at Cook with one eye. This guy wasn't your average orc pack. This was a bit of a problem. Shadar, we don't want to go to war with you guys, we just want a temporary habitat, Winnie, the cat-eared girl, said. Humph. All of this sunset forest belongs to our forest troll clan, don't even think about occupying it, Shadar said as he didn't budge an inch. Shadar, you actually turned one-eyed after not seeing you for a while. Ha ha ha, Minotaur Cook said. For troll scars or glory, I lost an eye, but what I got in return is the future of the clan. You guys won't understand, Shadar said, proudly thinking of Saron's magnificent figure. He now had the courage to speak hard. If he had joined forces with the Iron Shoe tribe and the Rosebud tribe at the time before, he might have compromised. Shadar, it seems like you've already made your preparations. Cook waved his hand around. The Iron Shoe tribe warriors set up their stance ready to attack. Cook was also more than 2 meters tall, no worse than Shadar. His large nostrils exhaled 2 thick white gases. Cook, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Shadar took out the huge bone rod behind himself. Oh, one eye and you dare to be so arrogant. Without the slightest fear, Cook removed his double-bladed axe from behind him. Shadar's one-eyed eyes revealed gravity. He didn't seem to care about Cook, but in reality, only he himself knew how difficult this guy in front of him was. His strength was no weaker than his own, and his cowhide defense was equally strong. Moreover, the Minotaur clan had a very powerful talent, which was iron hoof trampling. It could cause massive damage, especially destroying cities and fortresses was very powerful. This kind of talent in the large-scale war is very terrible. Before the human and orc war, when the human city encountered the Minotaur warriors basically like a void. Not to mention that there are dozens of elite Minotaur warriors here. If they together cast iron hoof trampling, then their side of the troll warriors okay, but the old and weak women and children must lose a lot. That was why he spoke out to provoke them to go one-on-one. Shadar, you only have one eye, I'll let you strike first, Cook said confidently. You asked for it. Shadar was not polite. Made a strong effort to smash at Cook with his bone club. Cook backhanded Shadar's bone club with his giant axe. Rumble. Cook was directly smashed back 4 or 5 steps by Shadar this time. Sardar, your strength has gotten bigger again. The two men's fighting styles were very close, so they were both facing each other in a hard-fought battle that was unusually intense. There was nothing fancy about it, it was just the most primitive clash of forces. After splitting Shadel with another axe, Cook moved his ankle. Looks like it's time to get real. Shadar showed no weakness and said, come on. In fact, inside he no longer thought he could win. Luckily, he had been adapting to fighting with his one eye over the past few days, or else he would have lost a long time ago just now. Iron hoof trample. Only Cook's right hoof foot was seen stomping hard and heavily towards the ground. Rumble. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared on the ground attacking towards Shadar. Shadar knew the Minotaur clan's stance, so he jumped in advance. But Cook didn't care. Double iron hoof trample. His left hoof foot also stepped down heavily, and immediately a force stronger than before was transmitted along the ground to Shadar, who had just landed on the ground. Plop. Shadar was viciously knocked off his feet and fell to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Shadar, you lost, Cook said indifferently. I did lose. Shadar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Winnie and Cook looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that the purpose could be accomplished. But you still can't get the right to live in the Sunset Forest. Shadar continued. You want to return? Cook's eyes got dangerous. Just as the atmosphere froze, a muffled voice came out. Because he doesn't have the right to dispose of it. Chapter 24. Winnie the Orc. A huge shadow loomed over everyone's heads. Winnie looked up and saw an unusually hideous-looking black dragon standing behind them with its wings spread out. Master, you've come. Shadar laboriously stood up. He felt like his bones were about to break. The Minotaur's iron hoof trampling was really not to be underestimated. Dragon, Shadar, you're actually offering a giant dragon. Winnie exclaimed. Cook and all the Minotaurs on the other hand looked at Salon as if they were enemies. This black dragon's aura was too powerful, and his look seemed to be different from what people often said about the appearance of black dragons. And at this moment, Saron was staring at Winnie in the distance. It was actually a beast-eared woman. Or a cat girl. Saron felt his dead geek heart come back. That perfect figure, blue-violet eyes, long purple hair that reached her waist like silk, delicate features, and 2 black cat ears on her head. There was also a tail swishing around behind her. And to Salon's amazement, she was actually wearing a black stocking-like costume, which made Salon's insides giggle. Cook watched this black dragon staring at Winnie from the beginning until now couldn't help but use his tall figure to protect Winnie behind him. Legend has it that colored dragons like to eat beautiful maidens. This black dragon wouldn't want to eat Winnie. Salon withdrew his gaze to look at the other orcs again. He is not such a colorful dragon, but dragon nature is lustful. It must be the instincts of the evil dragon influencing him. What do you want, black dragon? Cook looked at Saron as if he were an enemy. According to its size, this black dragon in front of him was already a young dragon, not weak. You intruded into my territory and injured my dependents and still ask me what I want? Saron lowered his head and looked down at Cook. Lord Black Dragon, we really didn't think of randomly invading other people's territories. This is forced. To do so, Winnie said as she stood out from behind Cook. I don't care what reasons you have, the fact is that you have offended me. Saron opened his mouth wide, revealing his mouth full of fangs. Unbridled, he unleashed his dragon's might. At once, all the surrounding beings felt a very powerful oppressive feeling. This feeling was as unpleasant as having a large stone pressed on your heart. Black Dragon, do you really have to be our enemy? We have so many warriors here, and you're not even an adult yet. If we really fight, you'll definitely die. Cook said. No one would idly choose to engage in a fight with a black dragon when there was no benefit. Salon looked at the well-equipped Minotaur warriors behind him. The strength was indeed all good. If it was an ordinary young black dragon, if he fought these guys to the death, he might really die. But Saron was not an ordinary black dragon. His strength at this moment was more powerful than any youth red dragon. It seems like we have to teach you guys a lesson. Saron didn't care about Cook's threat. Joking aside, if he was intimidated just like that, then he had only grown so big. If he didn't go wanting more favorites, he would have gotten these guys killed long ago, grabbing the beast-eared lady and leaving. Watch out everyone, prepare to attack. Cook was decisive. Winnie's figure on the other hand slowly became transparent and then disappeared into the air. Lord Salon, beware of sneak attacks. that female orc can hide her body in the surrounding space. Shadar reminded Salon in a loud voice. Many of their tribe's warriors had been killed this way earlier. Salon curiously glanced at the place where the orc-eared lady had disappeared. It was hidden thoroughly enough. Without bothering about the situation over there, Saron began to concentrate on the Minotaur warriors in front of him. Sardar, don't get on, let me do it myself. Saron stopped the foolish Shadar. The miners were not easy to come by, he didn't want to lose them here. Kill! Cook raised his double-bladed giant axe and jumped high, and Saron couldn't afford not to hit such a big target when he looked at it. So directly with a tail, he swiped Cook. Cook screamed miserably and smashed hard on the ground. Luckily, a few Minotaur warriors on the ground caught him before he suffered more serious injuries. But even so, Cook's bones were broken. But he forced himself to stand up. Is this the power of a giant dragon? Everyone together. Without hesitation, Cook directly had all the elite warriors of the Iron Hoof tribe use Iron Hoof Trample. Rumble. A shockwave swept towards Saron under the trampling of countless Minotaurs. The most crucial thing was that a black silhouette suddenly appeared on Saron's neck. It was the cat lady Winnie, who wanted to hold Salon back to prevent him from rising into the air. Straight away two claw-shaped weapons appeared in the catgirl's hands, chopping towards Salon's eye area. Is that all there is? Saron said with disappointment. In fact, he could just quickly lift up in the air to dodge the Minotaur warrior's attack, and he didn't care about Winnie's attack. Just try the hardness of the modified scale armor, right? Salon's eyes flashed with red light and casually through his head. Winnie was directly knocked away. In fact, the defense of his eye area was not at all worse than the scale armor. The double eyelids were enough protection, and the eye crystals, although soft, were no worse than scale armor in terms of hardness. Winnie immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly hid her figure again. Born assassin. Salon stopped paying attention to this kitten. After all, any more cats are still cats and harmless to him. Winnie. Cook glanced at Winnie. Everyone keep attacking. Just as they adjusted their formation the moment they rushed up, Saron spoke slowly. Rupture. All of a sudden countless spikes appeared on the ground in a 30-meter radius, and the ground also became very soft. There was also a force that made it impossible for the Minotaur warriors to leave quickly. They could only be hardened by the spikes. Plop plop plop. Several Minotaur warriors were directly stabbed into hedgehogs by the spikes and lost their signs of life. The scene was exceptionally bloody. No! Cook's eyes were red. This was the entire elite of the Iron Hoof tribe. Just this one time, 7 or 8 of them were lost. Double Iron Hoof Trample. Cook made his strongest move with his current attack. The entire person then picked up the giant axe and charged up again. Split air. Sarong had a bottom in his heart. Iron Hoof Trample was suitable for attacking a city or clearing out stragglers. It didn't seem to work well for himself. Roar. Sarong opened his mouth and unleashed a wild scream. At that moment, no matter it was the surrounding Minotaur warriors or troll warriors, they all felt a surge of magic power in their bodies, which was not under their control at all. Winnie, on the other hand, was directly forced to emerge from her hidden state, and while she was still confused, Saron directly grabbed her in his claws. Kitty, I've got you. Saron brought Winnie to her eyes and carefully examined her. How is that possible? Winnie couldn't believe it. She was a member of the Shadow Cat clan, and through the magic in her body she could perfectly hide herself in the space around her. Her heartbeat, odor, and body temperature would all be hidden unless she struck out to attack. But just now this black dragon in front of her with a roar made the magic power in her body completely uncontrollable, forcing her to exit the sneaking state. This was simply one's own natural enemy. Chapter 25, Wild. Saron took this opportunity to make another mass rupture skill to include all the Minotaur warriors. It consumed a lot of his magic power. Rumble. The Minotaur warriors had just experienced the wild scream and had not yet calmed down the magic power in their bodies before they were hit hard again and were instantly killed or injured. Cook, on the other hand, was held down on the ground by Saron's claw and could no longer move. Evil dragon, you let Winnie go. Cook spat blood from his mouth and looked at Winnie and Saron's claws and said, "This is my trophy." Saron ignored his anger. "I'm sorry, Cook, I'm the one who dragged your tribe down with me." At this moment, Winnie was dusty in Saron's grip and her face was tear-stained. "Shadar, lock up all these guys," Salon said as he looked at the dazed Shadar next to him. "Obey my master, your divine might has deeply shaken me," Sardar said with wild eyes. All right, hurry up," Salon said as he turned around. He couldn't wait to study the beast-ear nymph in his hands. Salon spread his wings and flew to the mouth of his cave in no time. He grabbed the lifeless Winnie and walked into the cave, then set her down. "Sir Black Dragon, please let Cook and the others go, it's all my fault." Just after putting down, Winnie stood up. She felt like she was falling apart all over after just being held in Saron's palm. But since Saron didn't eat her or kill her the first time, then everything had a chance. Looking at Winnie with a pitiful look, Saron nonchalantly said, "I won't let them go." "Then what do you want?" Winnie asked in a small voice. I want you to be my dependents and serve me. Sarong did not hide his thoughts. Sir Black Dragon, I can let the Rosebud tribe join your men, but Cook and the others are of the Minotaur clan, and they are stubborn, Winnie stammered. This world the strong is honored, Salon has already proved his strength, then than death she is more willing to submit. But Cook, how can you decide the future of your tribe when you are so weak? Sarong looked at the beast-eared woman. Actually I'm not weak, Winnie said in a depressed voice. Her talent was one of the best in the tribe, that assassination talent made her the most terrifying assassin. That's why she was the temporary leader after the unexpected death of the previous leader. But I didn't expect Salon to just restrain her, sneak attack couldn't hit her, and she even got her talent skill broken by a voice. Salon did not expect her to have so much in her heart. He was actually quite optimistic about those minotaurs. These guys turned out to be a bunch of stubborn bulls. Hee, I used to love eating beef with sauce. Salon laughed. The beef and sauce did taste good. Lord Black Dragon, please don't eat them. I'll go and do my best to convince Cook. Winnie was instantly scared out of her wits as soon as she heard Salon's words and directly knelt on the ground. The thought of Cook and the others being eaten one by one terrified her. The 5-colored dragons really are the most terrifying. Salon saw her like this but felt quite interesting. For this kind of human creature he actually does not have any appetite, after all, in his previous life as a human being. Just like in his previous life, some people wanted to regurgitate when they saw eating monkeys and the like. Unless it comes to the time when they have to eat. He plopped down and just looked at Winnie. Call me Lord Sarone, I can give you that. Thank you Lord Sarone. Winnie couldn't even lift her head as she felt the hot air blowing over her. Then take me to your tribe tomorrow. Sarone wanted to see the other orcs. Lord Salon, the situation of our tribe right now is actually not good. Under Winnie's explanation Salon also sort of understood why the orc tribe that had always been in the well with the forest troll tribe would think of invading the Sunset Forest. According to Winnie said that the place where their orc tribe was located was originally a beautiful mountain, and the prey was also very sufficient. But half a year ago when suddenly some meteors fell from the sky and landed in the mountains. This kind of situation orc tribe also understand, in their tribal records this is the meteorite landing situation. And there may be some rare materials. So they sent some warriors to check it out. But those warriors have not gone to the meteorite landing place have been like a disease like vomiting more than. And the skin also appeared serious ulcerated situation. When they came back, they died in agonizing wails. The tribal physicians could not find out the cause of the disease, and only knew that their body tissues were necrotic due to some kind of toxin. Winnie saw the situation did not send people to explore, originally thought things may stop. But I did not expect a period of time after the tribe around the beasts of the ferocious species and so on some disappeared and some fled. This makes the orc tribe into a food shortage. Winnie's sea need is not much, let the tribe of people to pick plants to feed the hungry. She thought that after a while will be good, but did not expect a month after the surrounding plants have withered. And some of the tribal people actually began to get sick, skin ulcers, accompanied by symptoms like hair loss, exactly the same as those warriors before. At this rate, their orc tribe might not even be able to figure things out before they perished. So they had to come to the Sunset Forest to seek a new place to survive. Salon felt a bit like a viral infection after hearing her out. After all, the meteorite or something may carry some kind of material fell to the ground and produced some strange viruses. But to make plants die is a bit strange. I don't want to think about it if I can't understand it, but there's still a vein of magical iron ore there. This thing is not easy to deal with. Forget it, it's better to go and take a look for yourself. With your own physique it shouldn't be so bad that you'll be killed by the virus. Why do you have to come to the Sunset Forest? Sarone asked curiously. Because to the south is the territory of the Orc Empire, to the east is a powerful human city-state, and the area of influence of that meteorite is too large, we can only come here. Winnie said honestly. Orc Empire? Why don't you guys go to the Orc Empire? Winnie hesitated for a moment, because we are all descendants of sinful people, going back is death. It turned out that there was a coup in the Orc Empire a few decades ago, and it failed. Some powerful key members were all exterminated, and Winnie and the others were the descendants of those members. Originally they were going to be exterminated as well. But some people within the Orc Empire purposely spared them, the weak ones, for unknown reasons. So they escaped and set up a tribe, because they are all old and weak women and children, so they named Rosebud Tribe, but the outside world still called them Orc Tribe. Chapter 26, The Black Membrane. Sounds like another power struggle or something. Sarone felt a little stupid getting into power and all that. This was a transcendent world where personal power was important. For him, attachments were tools to make himself stronger, otherwise he would have nothing to do but collect attachments. Of course for some true dragons dependents had many uses, they could be used to hold up the stage, or used in wars, and could also be used as food when necessary. Then let's visit your tribe tomorrow, Sarone said. By the way, this black stockings on you, that is, black silk clothing, did you make it yourself? Saron suddenly asked. This is black film silk, made from a magical plant. It can assist in the transmission of magic power on the surface of the body, and can make my natural skill last longer. Winnie explained. Black film silk? Let's call it black silk from now on. Salon stretched out a claw and hooked the black film silk on Winnie's arm, but his claw was too big compared to Winnie's body, resulting in it tearing at once. Salon looked at the strand of black silk on the ground a little speechless. This is also too fragile. The atmosphere was slightly quiet for a while. Winnie subconsciously touched the scratched place, but it was originally called black membrane silk. Winnie whispered in defense. She kind of didn't quite understand why the name was changed. Listen to me. Saron shot straight. Oh. Winnie nodded her little head. Salon looked at Winnie this way a little helpless. He now wanted to do something love to do cannot do. According to his age he should still be a fledgling dragon now, but from the size he should be a teenage dragon. Generally speaking, teenage dragons can perform shapeshifting magic, turning themselves into humanoid forms. Like a human or an elf half-dragon or something like that. Most dragons didn't like to turn into humanoid form except when necessary. This is because a true dragon can only utilize its full strength if it is in its original form. If they turn into humanoid form, their strength will be greatly limited. In history, there is no lack of cases in which some dragons turned into humanoid forms and were attacked by their opponents. But there are also some true dragons that like to turn into humans and other humanoid creatures. For example, the silver dragon among the metal dragons. Some silver dragons can keep their human form and live in human cities for as long as 10 years. They would also mate with their favorite human in the process and leave when their mate died. Winnie, from now on you will be my maid. Saron suddenly said. The beast-eared maiden couldn't be wasted. Ah, maid? Winnie's eyes widened. What? Not willing. Salon looked at Winnie with slightly dangerous eyes. I'm willing. Winnie breathed a long sigh of relief. She had long heard that the five-colored dragon was temperamental and had a repetitive personality. Now she really appreciated it. Alright, you prepare some clothes to make a maid outfit. Now come over here and help me wipe my scales. Saron continued to lie down on the ground. Winnie froze for a moment. Then reacting, she carried out a large stone jar from a corner and poured some mountain spring water from the cave into it. Then moved the stone jar to Salon's side and began to clean it. Salon felt something was wrong. Use your little cat claws. Wasn't it quite strong when you scratched it before? Obey. Winnie's small face reddened as three sharp cat claw-like things popped out from the back of each of her hands. It began to slowly scratch up. Well, not bad. Saron nodded with satisfaction, having a feeling of scratching now. The beast-eared lady was still comfortable. Just as Saron was enjoying himself, Shadar stormed in. Lord Saron, that cook has been clamoring to see you. What are you doing, my lord? Shadar was a bit puzzled. What was that orc doing on Lord Saron's back with her claws outstretched? Pay no attention, she's cleaning my scales. Saron opened his eyes. Lord Salon, do you want me to arrange for the females of our troll clan to help you? Their strength and also their speed must be much faster than her. Shadar said. Salon's mind thought of those female trolls' tiger-like appearance, and that mouthful of yellow teeth felt bad all of a sudden. Better let them help you. Saron said faintly. Okay. Sardar rubbed his head. Those female trolls in the clan were so flavorful, why didn't Lord Salon like them? Didn't they say that true dragons could find beauty in every race? Bring that kook up here. Saron remembered what Sardar had just said. As you command. Not long after the Minotaur cook was brought up under the escort of 4 troll warriors. Click click click. His hands and feet carried thick chains that isolated the magic conduction in his body. It was quite a struggle to walk. Sir Black Dragon, we have offended you this time, but Winnie is a good girl, I hope you won't hurt her. Cook immediately said as soon as he saw Saron. She's already mine, I won't hurt her. Saron said with interest. What have you done with her? Cook suddenly saw a strand of black fabric on the ground. He recognized it as the very clothing Winnie was wearing. Brother Cook, I'm fine. At this moment, Winnie poked her little head out from behind Salon. She wiped the sweat from her face happily and walked to Cook. It's good that you're okay. Cook was relieved to see Winnie like this. Brother Cook, I have decided to make our Rosebud tribe Lord Salon's dependents. Winnie said seriously. What? He's an evil dragon. Cook was anxious. How could a pure girl like Winnie work under an evil dragon? As soon as Cook finished his sentence, Shadar directly gave him a big mouth to whip him down to the ground. Master is merciful, how dare you do this? Shadar said with an expressionless face. Bright red blood flowed from the corner of Cook's mouth. Brother Cook. Winnie wanted to go forward to help Cook up, but Saron directly blocked her with his claws. A stubborn bull indeed. Sardar, go and get all the Minotaur warriors including this Cook to all go digging. Their daily workload is 10 times that of the goblins and dogheads. No food if they don't finish, and the food is worse than the goblins. Tell them this is the price of Cook's arrogance. Salon said with cold eyes. Yes, sir. Sardar lifted both of Cook's horns and just led him away from the place. Master, please. Winnie knelt down just as Sardar left. She even changed her address to Master. This is the price they should pay. You prepare for tomorrow when we go to your tribe. Saron looked at her and closed his eyes. Winnie's sobs slowly came from the sidelines, but Saron paid no more attention to her. Chapter 27 Rescue. Saron clawed his way through the sky with Winnie in his claws. Winnie, how long until we reach your tribe? Saron asked out loud. Already almost there. Winnie curiously looked at the scenery around her. This was the first time she had flown so high in the sky. Even though she was being grabbed like this, she could understand that true dragons normally wouldn't let anyone sit on their backs. The back was a no-go area for any creature, as it would be easy for someone to hurt them if they wanted to. Saron suddenly stopped as he flew to a stop on top of a high cliff. What's wrong, Lord Saron? Winnie asked suspiciously. There are humans up ahead. Saron explained. True dragons had the best perception and eyesight of all creatures. What Winnie had no way of spotting Saron had already seen. After a few minutes a human caravan came into view. The situation doesn't seem right. Saron looked at the human caravan. It was filled with cages made of metal, holding many humanoid creatures with animal ears and tails. Nisa and Layla Olsen. Lord Saron, they are all from our tribe. Winnie said in a panic. Winnie, don't be nervous. Saron looked down at the heavily guarded caravans below. This seems to be a human slave catching group. Winnie calmed down. Lord Salon, please help me, save them. In the past when they were strong the humans would come and harass them occasionally though sometimes, but never succeeded. And this time, many of the orc tribe's warriors died and Winnie also happened to be out. This is what gave the humans the opportunity to take advantage of. Orcs in the human city is a hot commodity, rabbit women and cat women are all hot commodities. Nima. Salon, who had long regarded orcs as his personal property, was furious. Damn, these guys actually captured so many beautiful beast deer nymphs. Winnie, these humans aren't weak. We need a suitable time. Saron's scarlet eyes gazed down. Lados, we must be able to make a lot of money this time after capturing so many orcs. A black-haired silver-armored knight carrying a huge sword said with a grin towards a warrior with a battle axe next to him. Who says it isn't? And there are several superb ones this time. The battle axe warrior said as he looked at the several female orcs shivering inside the iron cage behind him. Normally this kind of goods can only be seen in the Orc King's capital. I didn't expect that there would be so many gathered in this kind of shitty place. Indeed, but we've also lost quite a few men. These guys are pretty tough. The two of them spoke casually as you spoke. Sister Misa, I'm so scared. I don't want to be sold. An orc girl with brown raccoon ears said fearfully as she hugged the arm of a rabbit-eared girl. They wore thick chains above their arms and legs. Bella, don't be afraid. Sister Winnie will come and save us. The rabbit-eared maiden had a pair of ruby-like eyes that looked unusually spiritual. She was relaxed on the surface, but in reality, there was worry hidden deep within her eyes. Later, I'll attack from the front, and you use your natural skill to go around to the back to finish off those caravan guards while you're at it. Can you do it? Salon looked at Winnie at his feet. He had wanted to wait until nighttime before sneaking in, but looking at the progress of these guys it was estimated that they would be out of the forest by nightfall. No problem. Winnie poked out 3 sharp claws in each hand. Her eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Saron didn't say anything else, but directly flew up and attacked towards the caravan. Relying on the cover of the dense forest, Salon reached the highest level of the tree canopy. This primitive forest are all big trees more than 100 meters high, very well hidden. Looking at the two warriors at the front of the convoy, Salon knew that these two should be the main force of the escort. Rupture. While those two warriors were chatting with each other with a relaxed face, Salon directly unleashed the rupture skill. What people? The ground instantly lifted up countless sharp spikes, and the two reacted quickly, jumping towards the air. But this was just what Saron wanted. Only to see him spray down a mouthful of acid, seeing that the people were about to cover their bodies with do chi to resist when a dragon roar came. The two felt a disturbance in their body fighting chi, and for a moment they were out of control. But it was already too late. The acid instantly scorched the giant sword warrior's body. Half of his body was almost corroded beyond recognition. His body, which was more powerful than that of an ordinary warrior, became a tool to prolong his pain. The giant axe warrior on the side used the broad face of his axe to resist the acid. It's the black dragon. Lados, help me. The giant sword warrior knew he wouldn't survive, but he didn't want to die, and in desperation he reached out to the giant axe warrior. But Saron wouldn't give them a chance. He bit right down with his mouth. Put. The warrior holding the giant sword watched as his body was bitten in two by Saron. Saron's teeth easily bit through his valuable armor and his hard body with the armor-breaking enchantment. His world instantly became dark, and he didn't suffer much pain at the last minute. The giant axe warrior Lados looked at Salon in shock and anger. Why was there a black dragon here, or such an odd black dragon? The level 8 warrior was actually killed in seconds like this. Quickly lean over and give me an attack. caster control his movement. The other warriors in the caravan immediately surrounded them as well, attacking Saron under the orders of the giant axe warrior. Salon didn't care about these people, their armor-breaking jades couldn't penetrate his own scale armor, and the attack went even smoother than he expected. One of the two rank 8 warriors died instantly, and the remaining one was scared out of his wits. It only dared to let these ordinary warriors come to die. Crackling. Several thick vines lashed towards Saron. It was the wood magicians and the slave-catching group attacking now. Saron followed the direction of the magic fluctuations and locked his gaze on a tall, thin man. Just as he wanted to rush over and finish the sky, the air around that wood magician fluctuated. A cracking sound rang out and 3 fatal claw marks appeared on the wood system magician's neck. No, damn it. Lados didn't expect that there was actually a sneak attacker who had killed the most crucial person. It was the cat girl Winnie who struck. Don't be afraid everyone, he's just a teenage black dragon, so many of us warriors can definitely defeat him. Today is the day we become legends, think about it, in the future we'll be dragon slayers. Latos said loudly. The other warriors snapped back from the commotion. Yeah, this black dragon isn't that big, we can kill him. We'll all be dragon slayers. The very moment all the warriors rushed up, Latos threw his giant axe towards Saron, then ran off without looking back. Just kidding, this is clearly a mutated black dragon, the strong body, scarlet eyes. And he just killed another level 8 warrior in seconds. How could he possibly defeat it with this amount of strength? I hope those fighters can delay it for a little longer. Salon looked at the guy who ran away a bit speechless. This guy was impassioned. He thought that he had encountered that kind of mercenary captain level character again before. The vice captain ran away. He abandoned us. Salon landed directly on the ground from the air. Looking at these warriors, he unleashed another rupture. Countless earth spikes on the ground rushed out once again. These warriors didn't have the kind of reflexes and strength that Latos had. They were pierced through their bodies amidst a chorus of screams. Salon didn't have any sympathy for them. This kind of slave-catching group was practically no different from robbers. The slaves they were catching weren't just humanoid races, other humans were also their targets. Sometimes they would even slaughter a village to kill and seize wealth. Saron charged out once again, his sharp claws and fangs were the most terrifying weapons. The dragon's might was unleashed with impunity. These warriors who had long been scared out of their wits inside any power of resistance. Not a moment later the scene was devoid of any living creatures except for the orc in the cage and Winnie. Saron looked in the direction that Latos had fled, and with another glance at Winnie he gave chase. He wasn't going to let that guy get away or it was sure to be a disaster. He wouldn't be able to escape. Click click click. Winnie opened the iron cages one by one with the key found on the corpse. A white-haired girl with a pair of snow-white rabbit ears ran over with slender thighs. Winnie-san. Tears flowed from her red eyes as she hugged Winnie. Misa. You guys have suffered. Winnie stroked her partner's long ears. Sister Winnie, let's leave, that black dragon. The escaped orcs gathered around Winnie in shock. Bang! Only a mangled body was thrown on the ground. It was none other than the warrior Latos who had just escaped. Saron flapped his wings and landed on the ground. He took a few steps forward. There's a lot of pretty beast-eared ladies in here. Especially that rabbit girl, she was simply superb, with those snow-white ears and hair. And the red pupils looked incredibly tantalizing. Salon felt that these could be properly cultivated, just looking so comfortable, if they were properly cultivated to let them dance the dances inside those live streaming software in their previous life, wouldn't they be unbeatable? It's a dragon. Black dragon. He's back. There was a tumultuous sound, and the nerves of the orcs instantly tightened. The look of the black dragon's great kill just now was deeply engraved in their hearts. Lord Salon, please don't be offended. Winnie first saluted Salon. Saron casually waved his dragon claw. He still held a great deal of tolerance for the beast-ear maiden. Winnie stood on a big tree and said loudly, "Everyone listen to me." She calmed the crowd. "This is Lord Saron, a very powerful true dragon. I have now decided to become Lord Salon's henchman. If there is anyone who is not willing to join me, then I can send him some belongings to leave the Rosebud tribe," Winnie said in a loud voice. The crowd at the bottom looked at each other for a moment. The situation of our Rosebud tribe should be clear to everyone by now. Without the shelter of a strong man in this forest, there is always the danger of annihilation, Winnie said seriously. Salon looked at her like this, feeling that she did have so many qualities of a leader. Sister Winnie is right, we have no choice now, defecting to the strong is the best way. At this time a female orc with black hair and gray ears stood out and said. Salon carefully recognized it, and it turned out to be a little wolf girl. "I am also willing to follow Sister Winnie forever." Nisa curiously looked at Salon and also stood out. "We are also willing." Salon secretly nodded. It seemed that Winnie had a high prestige here. "Winnie, in a while Shadar will send someone here. You can take your clan to the Sunset Forest there to live temporarily. Now you tell me the direction where that meteor was before," Saron said, ignoring the other orcs for the time being. Lord Salon, the location of that place is more complicated, it's better for me to take you there, Winnie said after hesitating. Before Saron could reply, the rabbit girl on the side stepped forward. Sister Winnie, it's better for me to take Lord Salon there, everyone needs you now. Misa, it's dangerous there. Don't forget I'm the most powerful healer in our tribe, I'll protect myself. Misa smiled sweetly. Only she knew best how spooky it was there. Winnie was a bit embarrassed. Don't worry Sister Winnie, with Lord Salon with me nothing will happen. Misa smiled sweetly at Saron, her two bunny ears branching and froze. Winnie, you go to your tribe first. Chapter 28 Plutonium Dragon Eggs. Eventually Saron took Misa, the rabbit girl, with him. The further they flew inside the more desolate it became. There were dead plants and some animal corpses everywhere. So this place is beautiful. Misa was a little sad looking at the scene from high in the air. She clung to Saron's paw. Salon suddenly stopped. He acutely sensed that something didn't seem right around him, a feeling like some kind of radiation. It descended straight down to land on the ground. Just as soon as he reached the ground, Saron felt something was wrong. Everything around him seemed to have lost its vitality, and Salon used his claws to grab a handful of earth on the ground. He possessed a very powerful earth magic talent, but at this moment in his perception the earth element in the surrounding land was unusually scarce, close to nothing. The basic structure of this earth had been completely destroyed. What on earth had done this? Misa, just wait for me here, or you can go back first yourself. Saron felt as if it wasn't quite safe inside anymore. Lord Saron. Misa was about to say something else. Hurry back and be safe on the way, Salon said and took off leaving Misa. Misa looked at Salon's back a little out of her mind. It's true that legends can't be trusted. The black dragon is actually still quite good. After putting down Misa, Salon flew towards the deeper depths alone. The deeper inside, the more animal corpses there were. It looked like they all died on the way forward. And Saron felt more and more depressed inside. Finally Salon flew next to a huge crater. His scarlet eyes instantly widened when he saw what was inside. How can this be? Winnie led the crowd to a black bush and then took out something like a whistle and blew it in a certain pattern. Before long some rustling sounds rang out. Some half-goatmen, deermen and other half-orcs ran out. Sister Winnie! Lyra! After hearing Winnie's words some orcs sighed. Winnie, that's the black dragon, the most sinister and cunning of the 5-colored dragons, An orc was just about to say something when Winnie, the cat girl, interrupted. Since you all know that the dragons are all careful creatures, you all pay attention and don't offend him. Since you all decided that we will be the black dragon's dependents in the future, then we will carry it out completely. If there is one who is not willing to follow, then I will send him food and gold coins to get him out of here. Seeing Winnie's serious look, the others also stopped talking. After all, this world the strongest is honored. This side Salon finally found something wrong when he reached the very center of the crater. This side of the magical beast corpses more, without exception, are dead dry corpse. In the center of the corpses was an egg, a dragon's egg to be exact. The black egg shell had golden lines on it, and it was more than twice as big as a normal dragon egg. Salon felt while this dragon egg was the source of radiation. He realized at this moment that some of his scales and armor had been radiated and were about to fall off. Saron walked further forward. He was more interested. Just what kind of dragon's egg could cause such consequences? After gathering a bit of inherited memories, Saron finally realized what kind of dragon egg it was. Plutonium dragon egg. Yes, this dragon egg in front of him was none other than a plutonium dragon egg. Plutonium dragons, that was a famous creature in the entire multiverse. In the multiverse, there was the illusion dragon among the color dragons, the plutonium dragon among the metal dragons, as well as the blue diamond dragon among the gem dragons, and the star dragon among the essence charm dragons, among others. There were also time dragons and force energy dragons. These were all exceptionally powerful dragons. Simply put, they were wall-hanging dragons, and they possessed talents and sizes that were far from comparable to other ordinary dragons, and they were existences that made even the ancient gods fearful. And there were less than 10 plutonium dragons in the entire multiverse. Plutonium dragons belonged to the fire subspecies, and adult plutonium dragons were immune to fire and heat damage. Unlike other metal dragons, plutonium dragons were also metal dragons, but they clearly belonged to the evil camp. Plutonium dragons have solid metallic scale armor so black it is impervious to light, and vertical almond-shaped pupils that are also ghostly black. In addition, the edges of the scales and irises are rimmed with gold, thus making the plutonium dragon's every move and any movement of its gaze shimmer with golden light. As a member of the metallic dragons, the plutonium dragon's scale armor is composed of more than 80% plutonium. Therefore, the plutonium dragon's entire body is intentionally or unintentionally emitting deadly nuclear radiation, equivalent to a giant walking nuclear reactor. That's why Plutonium Dragon has another title, Nuclear Bomb Dragon. He has a super miniature nuclear fusion going on in his body all the time. The land where Plutonium Dragon walks will not grow an inch in 3 years due to the intense nuclear radiation. Humans or some other creatures who see them will not live for a while due to cancer. And when the adult plutonium dragon attacks in a frenzy, his scales will no longer be black, but will be covered in a golden glow, as white and blazing as the sun, so that no one will be able to look at them squarely. Of course, no creature could survive the sight. The body fluids of the plutonium dragon also contain a highly toxic poison. Just one drop could kill the population of a medium to large city and render the land within a few kilometers lifeless for tens of hundreds of years without being able to recover. No wonder it is in the evil camp. With this kind of ability, even if you want to be righteous, you can't be righteous. Plutonium dragons' eyes are as penetrating as X-rays, and they can see a lot of things. Plutonium dragons are evil dragons just like colored dragons, and their hearts are even deeper than black dragons. Like most evil dragons, plutonium dragons were vicious and brutal, sinister and cunning, possessive and extremely selfish. Salon took a closer look at the plutonium dragon egg in front of him. Unfortunately, it was a dead egg, but even if it wasn't, a stillborn, Salon was a bit wary. Such things were just naturally strong. On the surface of the shell there was a hole the size of a human's small thumb running through the dragon egg, and through the small hole the stillborn inside could be felt. For the entire dragon egg this wound was small, but it was deadly. It shouldn't be. Saron was a bit puzzled. Generally speaking, this kind of dragon would choose to be born in a metal dragon clan and spend their infancy. And it was hard to distinguish a plutonium dragon's dragon egg from other dragon types. After all, when they were young, plutonium dragons were the same as normal metal dragons in all other aspects except for the color of their scales. Only as they grew over time did they become distinguishable from other metal dragons when the nuclear radiation in their bodies could no longer be concealed. Saron wondered how this unborn plutonium dragon had been discovered. Such a precise strike. And the reason why this place had become like this was because the body fluids of the stillborn plutonium dragon had flowed out a little bit down the small hole after its fall. The reason why so many magical beasts scrambled to rush this way was also because of the biological instincts that drove them. After all, dragons represented power, and the blood of a true dragon or something like that could make most magical beasts' bloodline evolve. Not to mention the remnants of a plutonium dragon. But no magical beast could make it to the dragon egg alive. It was also fortunate that it was an unborn plutonium dragon that produced the radiation. If a drop of blood from an adult plutonium dragon had landed here, then not to mention such a small area, the sunset forest would be enveloped in radiation and no grass would grow. Chapter 29, the most special ingredient ever created. Although this plutonium dragon egg was necrotic, its value was still very high. If placed in the hands of some alchemists, it could be refined into an incomparably powerful magic weapon. After thinking about it, Salon decided to try it as an ingredient after opening the feast later. Directly swallowing the plutonium dragon egg is the most stupid decision. Even with Salon's current physical quality, if swallowed, this dragon egg will die. It's just that the method of death is different, either killed by radiation or directly exploded. Thinking of this, Salon directly began to cast earth magic. Under his control, the surrounding earth and stone slowly wrapped up the dragon egg. These earth and rocks were carrying some substances inside the plutonium dragon egg. When the time came, Salon decided to eat these earth and rocks together. Salon had a premonition that if he succeeded this time he would see a huge metamorphosis. After doing this, Salon unfolded his wings and temporarily left the place. He realized that his body functions seemed to have some problems after staying here for a long time. The master will actually save you guys? Sardar and the Rose tribe looked at these orcs in front of him doubtfully. Originally thought how powerful it was, but it turned out to be these old and weak. Shadar, don't forget what your mission is? Winnie ignored Shadar's mockery. The Rose tribe wasn't even afraid of these forest trolls when they were at their peak, okay? Now instead, they were getting complacent. Ha ha ha. Of course I know what my mission is. It's not just to find the iron or vein. Vixen found it a long time ago, Shadar said as he pointed at the goblin chief next to him. The goblin chief could only smile at the few people. Just at this time, the sky seemed to darken, and Saron's huge figure descended from the sky. There was still some smell of blood on his body. Just now Salon had casually killed a few ferocious species of magical beasts or something like that on his way here to recover the wounds on top of his scale armor. What's going on? Saron looked at the few people present and casually placed Misa on the ground. Lord Salon, we've found a vein of magic iron ore. Sardar hurriedly greeted him. What is the approximate amount of reserves? Salon looked at Vex. Back to the great true dragon majesty, the reserves are very impressive, at least richer than the reserves of the topaz or vein. Vickers said humbly. Very good. This should be enough to eat for quite a while. Lord Salon. Winnie bowed to Saron. Winnie, I found out about the reason for the changes around your clanlands. Sardar, have the iron ore here mined as soon as possible. Salon simply commanded. As you wish. Sardar said with a beat of his chest. Winnie, as soon as possible, take your people to the sunset forest to look for a place to live. You can have Shadar help you. Saron said. From now on I need to go find a place to slumber, you guys do your own thing. Sardar, what about the things I asked you to bring? Saron asked. Lord Saron, here it is. Sardar took out a magic guide. It was the very same trophy that Salon had gotten when he killed that prince of whatever earlier. Salon saw that it was full of topaz ore after his spirit sank into it. Very good. Saron nodded in satisfaction and then took off in a single flight. He was going to the dragon's egg to start the feast. After flying for some time, Saron finally arrived at the place where he had found the plutonium dragon egg before. On the spot, he created a cave in the crater that could accommodate his body. The dragon egg was then brought inside. In the pitch-black cavern, Salon's scarlet eyes looked at the main course in front of him. The feast begins. A familiar hunger came over him and the dragon egg in front of him was suddenly filled with fragrance. This fragrance was stronger than ever. Salon didn't hesitate to start devouring it. Click click click. The eggshell along with the surrounding dirt was eaten by Sarong one bite at a time. I don't know if it was Sarong's illusion, but he felt even more hungry this time. After finishing the plutonium dragon egg, Sarong ate some more, or then this feast only ended. In that pitch-black space, Salon watched as his body slowly changed. He saw a golden energy substance slowly pouring into his heart. The golden energy then exited the heart and slowly built a new organ next to it. A heart-like organ gradually formed under the construction of the golden energy. Golden lines began to radiate towards the entire body through this new substance that had just been created. It was just like a newborn blood vessel. This transformation was quite slow. Salon felt that the previous several feast transformations combined did not last as long as this one. Finally, the most core part of the transformation was completed, ushering in a new change. The size of the body slowly grows. The body is also getting thicker and thicker. At the same time, in the kingdom of Salania, Voltan City, Voltan family. A strong blonde old man looked at the map in front of him. He was none other than the contemporary head of the Voltan family, Victor Voltan. That slave-catching group of our family has been missing for several days now, and still not a single bit of news has come in? But we can't go searching with too much fanfare yet. Another middle-aged man rubbed his temples. Their family had several slave-catching groups, but this one was the strongest, and had managed to catch some good merchandise every time. It was normal to buy and sell things like slaves, but their Voltan family slave-catching corps didn't just catch foreign slaves. Sometimes they would capture others as well, such as warriors of civilian origin, and those huge merchants or pretty girls that were famous among the folk. These can be valuable commodities, and are in great demand in some places. But none of these could be done in the name of the Voltan family. And the slave trappers were all powerful in battle, and could do a lot of things, helping out with people who shouldn't be there and such. It doesn't matter if they die, we've already made enough money off of them anyway. But that guy Latos said earlier that he found massive veins of magical iron ore, and if what he said is true, then this means a lot to our entire family. But the intelligence they sent back last time was also clearly labeled low profile. Latos wouldn't dare to lie to us. Victor had a wolf-like glint in his eyes. If there are so many magic iron ores, then our family's army can expand and bury that rotten royal family. Talum, you personally lead people there to conduct an inspection. This is vital for our family. Victor said in a cold voice. Yes. Talum made a bow. Chapter 30 Atomic Oven. 10 days later. Rumble. A hideous black dragon burrowed out of a flat area. This was none other than Sarong after the transformation was completed. At this time, he was 12 meters long, his body was even thicker and incomparable, and his entire body was as shiny as metal. Carefully look at this time on the body of Salon. Each piece of scale armor above there are some tiny golden hair-like threads. These golden filaments showed a radial shape on the surface of the scale armor. And there were many spikes growing out of the back with the same tiny golden filaments on them. Salon got a little excited because these features were characteristics that only plutonium dragons possessed. When an adult plutonium dragon attacked, the energy in their body would follow these golden filaments to the surface of their body. Their body would be brighter than the sun. Saron looked at his panel. Saron, life value, 280. Feast layer, 8. Feast cooldown, 30 days. Talent 1, Carnivore, you can recover life value and energy by killing enemies. The recovery value is determined by how much life energy the enemy has. Talent 2, Earth Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful Earth Magic talent. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful Fire Magic talent. Talent 4, Armor Breaker, your claws and teeth will deal more damage to your enemies. Talent 5, Wild Scream, your roar will deal more damage to enemies and interrupt their spellcasting state. Talent 6, Atomic Bake. Talent 6, Atomic Oven, it can absorb and transform more energy into your body. Perhaps you can try to fusion inside the atomic oven when you reach a certain level. This time, the cooldown was actually a full 30 days, and there was only one new talent, Atomic Baking Oven, which had not yet been introduced. Salon felt that there was indeed a golden sac cavity-like organ next to his heart. This should be the atomic baking furnace. He felt some sort of energy gushing out from the atomic baking furnace in a steady stream. His body seemed to be full of power at this moment, and he desperately wanted to let it out. As he thought so and did so, Saron felt his chest heat up as energy began to build up in his mouth. Put! A large stream of white spit came straight out of Saron's mouth. The dry trees and the ground around him were directly melted. After 2 seconds Saron stopped. The ground was directly melted into a pit about 10 meters deep. The surface of the pit was covered with crystals. Saron stayed, this spitting breath how so like the previous life of a certain brother always. Because what he spat out wasn't flames or other lasers or anything like that. It was just pure heat, and that heat could be raised by an atomic oven. This was even more dominating than the red dragon's flames. With the atomic oven, he was now equivalent to a Godzilla with wings. It was only because of the limitations of his body that he couldn't perform nuclear fusion to release more powerful energy for the time being. He would be even more powerful than the legendary Godzilla when he got stronger in the future. The atomic oven is equivalent to his second heart, even more powerful. With this kind of enchantment not only strength but all aspects of the body would become more powerful. And there seemed to be other changes in the body, which were not mentioned above the panel. It needed to be discovered by Saron himself. Saron suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to absorb something around him. With a thought all of a sudden all of the surrounding radioactive energy began to pour into his body. Saron found that this material was converted and synthesized by the atomic oven and stored in the secondary spewing organs in his body, ready to burst out when needed. After spending some time absorbing some of the remaining radioactive material in the area, Saron left the area. After all, it was a plutonium dragon egg, and there was no telling how much energy the egg had lost before hitting the ground. Not much really remained on the ground. Looking at the barren ground underneath him, Saron knew that without the radioactive contamination, this land would soon regain its vitality. From now on, all traces left by the plutonium dragon egg in this place would disappear. No matter what killed the unborn plutonium dragon, Saron needed to be very vigilant. The old camp of the Rosebud tribe had been transformed into a storage place for magic iron ore. All the magic iron ores that were mined would be temporarily placed here and later transported to the Evil Tooth tribe. The process of mining the ore had finally gotten on track with the efforts of the goblins and the dogheads during this period of time. Since knowing the strong mining ability of the dog and goblins, Shadar no longer dared to let his forest trolls eat them. On the contrary, for these goblins he is now very important. In case the goblins have no Lord Saron, let them forest trolls to mine or will be bad. Just digging a pit there, how not to collapse they cannot understand. What Saron saw after he returned to the Rosebud tribe was the sight of everyone working together feverishly to transport the ore. Honorable Master, you've come, your stature is as dazzling as the sun in the sky. The first one to spot Saron was none other than Shadar, who noticed that Saron had grown quite large again, and his appearance was even more hideous. The other goblins and dogheads all stopped what they were doing and looked at Saron avidly. Now they all knew that it was because Saron ruled over the Evil Tooth tribe that they avoided the fate of becoming food. For Saron they were thankful from the bottom of their hearts. And this great stature deeply shocked them. You guys keep doing it. Saron walked to the side of the cart pulling the ore and loaded a few 100 pounds of ore with his magic guide. There was no way most magic guides actually had very little space. The space of this whatever prince's magic guide that Saron took was considered relatively large. The volume probably had a dozen cubic meters or so. Did Winnie and the girls all go to the Evil Tooth tribe? Saron picked up a piece of iron ore and crunched on it. Right now the feast was still cooling down, but Saron still wanted to taste it. And about the reason why the feast was cooling down, Saron had some ideas through this feast. They don't really have much of a clan left, and at your request they set up a settlement next to our tribe. Sardar explained. For the time being, you'll be needed to guard this side for a long time, the iron ore can't be lost. Saron said seriously. Even if the iron ore would play a limited role in the feast in the future, its value was still clear to Saron. Such a large vein was enough to top the treasure of several adult dragons. Lord Saron, don't worry, with me here it's absolutely foolproof, Sardar said as he patted his chest. The true dragon he was loyal to had grown so fast, and didn't have the problem of eating his dependents whenever he moved. It was simply the best object of allegiance. Chapter 31 Unwelcome Visitors. Saron left the place after settling everything. He went back to the canyon in the depths of the original Evil Tooth tribe. When Saron returned to the cave inside the canyon, his eyes lit up. It was really a bright light in front of his eyes. Only to see the cave in front of his eyes was placed at intervals of beautifully carved topaz. Topaz is originally transparent, as long as a little firelight will appear bright and incomparable. It was said that some nobles on the continent had the luxury of using topaz as a decorative material for their houses. The spring water on the left side of the cave was led down, forming a small pool below. And in the very center of the cave was placed a huge stone chair, on which various animal skins were laid in some kind of pattern to form a giant dragon pattern on top of the chair. Lord Saron, you're back. Winnie and Misa, who were arranging the top of the cave, nimbly jumped down from the top and landed in front of Saron. Did you guys make this? Salon looked at the two and had a different feeling inside. Don't you like it, Lord Salon? Winnie's heart tightened. It was said that black dragons like swampy mud puddles and other places to live. But in Winnie's opinion, Saron seemed very different from the other black dragons. After coming here last time, the careful Winnie realized that the black dragon in front of her seemed to prefer a clean place. It was decided to do so in order to get along better in the future. You guys did a great job. Saron slowly looked at the two of them, walked over to the stone chair and plopped down on top of it. Not to mention it was really comfortable. Right. Winnie, you remember to add the word meow after every sentence when you speak in the future. Sarong said suddenly as he looked at Winnie. It always felt like something was missing when a cat lady didn't meow. Meow. Winnie was a bit confused. She was a cat girl but not a cat. Cat girls and cats were two species, okay? Why did Lord Saron make me meow like this? Winnie added ghostly. She was a little ashamed when she finished. Nice. Saron said with satisfaction. This was the cat lady he was familiar with. This feeling was too wonderful. Nisa, you should also wear black film silk from now on, that is, black silk. Salon looked at Nisa on the side. Nisa, the rabbit-eared girl, was still a bit dumbfounded at this point. She didn't know why Saron would ask for that and make Winnie meow. As you wish. Nisa didn't know what this black dragon's fetishes were, but now that she had defected to him, then she would follow him all the way to the end. Do you guys know how to dance? Suddenly, Salon thought of those hot dancing videos on top of the live streaming software he saw in his previous life. If Nisa and Winnie and those orc girls got together to make a girl group to dance for themselves, that would definitely add a lot of interesting things to Dragonborn. Otherwise it would be too boring to eat and eat every day. We don't really. Winnie struggled to squeeze out a smile. She felt as if her future days didn't seem as good as she thought they would be. Salon, on the other hand, didn't have too much mental pressure. In his previous life, there were too many things under that particular social structure that were suppressing him. The pressure of the family, the pressure of the job, the pressure of the mortgage all made people gasp for breath. Some hobbies also had to slowly give up and become a social animal, which is undoubtedly very helpless. But in this world themselves are evil dragons. Laborers want to do what they want to do. To be an ancestor of the dragon are no problem. I don't know whether it is the case that the evil in human nature without constraints has been completely released, or the nature of the evil dragon has affected him. But Salon did not resent this feeling. This feeling of doing whatever he wanted was very good. For the evil dragon, what the hell is propriety, justice, honesty, and shame? As long as I don't have morals, you can't restrain me. Of course, I can only do whatever I want when I grow up, but at this stage, I'm a little bit obscene. After a while, Winnie and the two of them were ready to let Salon enjoy their dance. Salon was watching with rapt attention. Winnie and Nisa were dancing a traditional orc dance. It looked as if they were performing a ritual. It had the illusion of dancing to a great god. This dance was just average in Salon's opinion, but with Winnie and Nisa's outstanding looks, this dance still looked like it had some flavor. It was a pity that there was no music. Salon felt a little disappointed. Stop. Winnie and Nisa stopped at his words and bowed to Salon. Doesn't Lord Saron like it? Winnie wiped the sweat from her forehead. Nisa's rabbit ears also drooped. Winnie, you can do this. Twist your hips and then gesture. The scarlet eyes of Saron stared at the two and began to instruct. He told the two about the hip-shaking dance and the seaweed dance and so on above a certain video in his previous life. Nisa's rabbit ears instantly perked up. At this time outside the original Rosebud tribe, a small group of swordsmen in light armor were looking at everything around them. Captain Walker, before this was a tribe of orcs, but now why are there so many forest trolls and evil creatures like goblin dogheads? A soldier said as he looked at the forest trolls and such that were drying out in front of him. Not a single orc can be seen here means that the orc tribe has been wiped out, and the forest trolls have always had a penchant for devouring the corpses of their opponents. These dogheads and goblins should be enslaved by the forest trolls. Swordsman Captain Walker, who was much stronger than the other warriors, guessed. So what do we do now? The order we got was to explore the whereabouts of the previous slave-catching group and the situation of the magic iron or vein. Let's go to the magic iron or vein first and check out the situation. Walker ordered. They were all the most loyal warriors of the Voltan family, so they were sent to carry out this special mission. When they came, His Excellency Taram had said that everything would be focused on the Orvain. The dozen or so people slowly hid into the jungle like ghosts. A batch of caravan transporting ore also happened to arrive at the Rosebud tribe, perfectly staggering away from Walker and the others. Hurry up, this batch of ore needs to be sent over as soon as possible. Goblin Chief Vex shouted as he looked at the ore below. He felt like he was now on his way to the pinnacle of this life. The forest trolls who used to see themselves as slaves and food were now treating themselves with exceptional respect. He no longer had to worry about being looked at and eaten one day. This was all because of the great black dragon majesty. The smelting of magic iron ore was extremely difficult, requiring the construction of a special furnace coupled with a kind of plant powder to successfully smelt magic iron that met the requirements. Fortunately, Vex was forced to learn some advanced smelting techniques when he was enslaved in the human world before. He planned to conduct experiments here first, and later present these smelted magic iron to His Majesty the Great Black Dragon. In the cave, Salon watched the dance for a while before contentedly letting Misa and the girls go to rest. Although for some reason the two couldn't let go and there was a bit of a gap between the dance and that of their previous life, it was still pleasing to the eyes. Unfortunately, there was nothing Saron could do. Physically, he was now a standard young dragon, and was even much stronger than the average young dragon. But he just couldn't use the transformation technique. Chapter 32 Arrival. Salon began to do his business after relaxing for a while. The fire magic elemental affinity he had gained earlier could not be wasted. Generally speaking, true dragons would rarely learn other systems of magic. It would make them uncomfortable. But that didn't mean they couldn't use other systems of magic. Just like before, Saron could use the light magic. True dragons could force themselves to cast other systems of magic with their strong elemental control, but they usually don't go for that. Just like a water caster must not be able to cast fire magic? Not necessarily. But casting other types of magic takes more than 5 times the effort of one's own attributes. But fire magic elemental affinity solved that, and as long as Saron could create a spell model, he would be able to cast this kind of magic in dragon language. Fireball spell. This was the most basic type of fire magic. There was this type of spell in Saron's inherited memories, and just like the light spell, its spell model was relatively simple. Saron began to mobilize the surrounding fire attribute elements to begin slowly constructing it. It gave Saron the illusion that he was doing a geometry problem from his previous life. Unlike the brightness spell, Saron was exceptionally smooth in constructing the fireball spell. If the spell model of the light spell required Saron to carry out the construction with his heart, then the fireball spell was completely different. It was too simple. These fire elements were like obedient soldiers, and Salon obediently went where he was supposed to go with a thought of his own. Soon a 1-meter diameter fireball was generated around Saron. It wasn't big compared to Saron's size. Bang! Under Saron's conscious manipulation, the fireball smashed hard into the ground. It then burst on the ground. Saron observed the marks on top of the ground. This power is not bad anymore, much more powerful than a grenade. Suddenly Saron had a bold idea. He released the fireball spell again and released 2 fireballs. Only this time the target wasn't the ground, but himself. Bang bang! The 2 fireballs smashed into Saron's body. Looking at the place that was smashed by the fireballs, there was hardly any change. A refined light appeared in Saron's eyes. He once again gathered 4 fireballs to smash towards his body. And this time, he clearly felt something different. That was that roughly 60% of the damage inflicted by these fireballs on himself was mitigated. Salon knew that plutonium dragons were completely immune to damage like fire or heat, and it seemed that he himself also possessed this characteristic, only it wasn't as outrageous as plutonium dragon. Lord Saron, the goblin chief Vex is here. Nisa slowly walked in wearing a small short skirt and black pantyhose. Goblin chief? Let him in. This guy was a high-level talent that Saron had his eye on. Not a moment later Vex walked in trembling. He felt that the tattered clothes he was wearing were out of place in this place and couldn't help but hug the wooden box in his arms tightly. Your great black dragon majesty, this is a gift from your humble servant. Vex humbly knelt on the ground, raising the box in his hands high in the air. Misha on the side looked over and came up to take the wooden box. From the beginning to the end Vex didn't even dare to raise his head, a habit he developed when he was a slave in the human world. Misa took the box and walked to Salon and opened it. Inside was a piece of iron with a blue glow on its surface. Your Majesty, this is refined magic iron. Vex prompted. Not bad. Salon's huge eyes stared at the magic iron in front of him. He didn't know much about smelting techniques himself, but looking at this color it should be pretty good as well. In fact, there wasn't much difference between eating raw or smelted magic iron for Saron, but this thing was still important to him. Whether it was a weapon for his dependents, or a good choice to sell for other ingredients. After all, Saron was not strong enough to rob whatever he saw. From now on, the mining of magic iron ore and smelting is fully entrusted to you to be responsible for. I only have one requirement, and that is the output. Whether it's the ore or the smelted magic iron. Salon raised his head and looked condescendingly at Vickers in front of him. As you command, Vickers said ecstatically, and then walked out humbly step by step. Nisa didn't say a single word the entire time, just feeling a little curious about Salon appointing a goblin in such a way. Nisa, these magic irons are for you, making 2 short swords should be enough, Salon said. Ah, thank you, Lord Salon. Nisa's 2 rabbit ears bounced. Sarong knew this was a sign that she was happy. Nisa's mind was just a matter of looking at her ears. If they were drooping down, she was sad or depressed. Jumping around like now was being happy as hell. It's a pity that there's no powerful forging master, so I can only use magic power to polish it myself. Misa looked at the magic iron in her hand. What about Captain Walker? The magic iron or vein is already being mined by these guys. Behind a bush next to the magic iron or vein, Walker and his group looked on with ugly faces as the goblins and dogheads mined the ore out in a steady stream. Let's go back and report to Lord Talum. Right now we don't have a way to get rid of these guarding forest trolls alone, Walker said on the spot. Their scouting mission was almost complete. Some of the corpse remains of the slave catcher regiment had also been found, and it should have been done by the forest trolls. An enemy that could destroy the slave catcher regiment in a group was not something that the few of them could handle. Several people quietly left the place under the cover of the bushes. After a few hours of fast-forwarding, a few people met Taram in a campsite. Lord Talum, the slave-catching group has been completely destroyed and the magic iron or vein has been occupied by the forest trolls. Walker told Taram all the information he had gotten. On the side, Taram took a sip of wine and felt the sweetness in his mouth. That means the intelligence on the magic iron or vein is right. Yes, Lord Talum. The reserves of the vein are very rich, Walker said. The forest trolls shouldn't be this strong, Talum said as he put down his glass. Their family had encountered that forest trolls warriors. At that time, the strength shown by the forest trolls was strong, but it was far from being able to have the strength left over to take out their own slave-catching group after destroying the entire orc tribe in a group. Lord Talum, should my subordinates go and lead the men to test the opponent's strength? Walker proposed. No need, for the Orvain we, the Voltan family, are determined to get it. No matter what hidden means the forest trolls have, we will get it. Talum's eyes seemed as if a wolf was ferocious. If it was something else, it was fine, but the significance of this magic iron or vein was too great for the Voltan family. But just with the 100 or so of US. Walker hesitated. Talum glanced at Walker. I know what you mean. Regardless of the strength of the forest trolls, this amount of our manpower is really not enough to deal with them. I will ask the family to send support. It's not just the family escorts. This time, the brutal sacred shield will also make a move. Brutal sacred shield. Walker's eyes revealed gravity. He didn't expect that the family would actually pay so much attention, and that the brutal sacred shield would also make a move. Chapter 33 Brutal Sacred Shield. Walker knew what the brutal sacred shield was. It was a bunch of monsters. Nope. To be precise, it was something even more terrifying than monsters. Talum knew in his heart what the escort leader was thinking when he saw Walker's face. Their Voltan family had continued for more than 200 years by now. The main cornerstone was the brutal sacred shield. The brutal sacred shield was a type of warrior that the Voltan family had cultivated. This kind of warrior was cultivated according to the standard of a dead soldier. The Voltan family would select hundreds of 3- and 4-year-old boys from all over the place. They are then castrated of all their male characteristics and brainwashed regularly to remove all their personalities, emotions, and egos. They would then be trained in all sorts of superior fighting skills, and in the process some would be eliminated. The only result of being eliminated is death. Subsequently, by the time they were around 10 years old, they would be screened once more and made to kill each other, and only those who got the heads of their peers would survive. Usually by this time several hundred people would be left with only 50 or so. Then there are all kinds of more cruel training and transformation. The Voltan family will use all kinds of special magic potions to strengthen their bodies. These potions will incidentally eliminate the sense of pain. This was followed by a magical transformation, which was carried out by the ancestors of the Voltan family in a magical way that they had obtained from a certain place. This transformation would last until adulthood, at which point less than 30 of the 50 or so might be left. Only those who could truly survive this inhumane training and reinforcement would be left alive. They would be equipped with the finest armor and the most powerful weapons to kill. From this, the most powerful card of the Voltan family, the Brutal Sacred Shield, was born. Each Brutal Sacred Shield could fight 1 against 100, even if those 100 were all elite troops. The Brutal Sacred Shield born in this environment absolutely obeyed the orders of the Voltan family. They were disciplined, strong in battle, and there would be no robbing or raping or anything like that. The only drawback was that the Brutal Holy Shield consumed their own potential, so their lifespan was only about 30 years old. That is to say that from the time a Brutal Holy Shield was trained there were only a dozen years to serve the Voltan family. This was a secret that only the very core of the Voltan family could know, and the most loyal captain of the guards like Walker didn't even know about it. You bring this letter to the family head. Talon wrote an epistle with a feather quill and handed it to Walker. As you wish. Walker made a bow then left the place. The magic iron vein. I, the Voltan clan, am determined to obtain it. Talon gazed into the distance. Thalum didn't know that his vein had been targeted. He was currently observing a map of an orc skin that couldn't be any smaller in comparison to him. It was an important possession of the orc tribe, and maps were vital in this day and age. Salon found the Sunset Forest on it, and this place he was in was actually part of the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest was located next to the Larkana mountain range, and the huge Larkana mountain range extended all the way to the south into the territorial boundaries of the Orc Empire. This was where Winnie and the girls came from. And to the north were some human towns and such, and nothing further north. Saron found the location of the bone-eroding swamp up there. He remembered that he was flying north all the time. Did he have a bad sense of direction? How else would he have gotten to this place? To the east was also a powerful human kingdom, Selenia Kingdom. But this place he was in was also okay, located in the middle of these countries. It was suitable for short-term development, and Salon had another idea. That was whether he could maneuver between these powers by relying on the magic iron ore. From there, he could get more of the ingredients he needed. Sarong didn't forget his roots. No matter if it was dependence or ores or whatever it was all for the feast. This was the route for himself and those hanging walls to be able to compete with each other. Meanwhile, the outside of the Rosebud tribe was already surging with darkness. More than 300 warriors wearing black iron armor gathered here. Inside were sword and shield soldiers, as well as bowmen and lancers. The most conspicuous were the 6 huge figures standing in front that were completely different from the other warriors. They were about 3 meters tall, and their entire body was wrapped in silver-white armor with spikes, which was filled with dense patterns identifying it as enchanted armor. Including the eye area were protected by black crystal-like eyepieces. Each of them also carried a huge two-handed greatsword and a spear behind their backs filled with solemnity. They were none other than the Voltan family's most feared brutal holy shield. Uncle Talum, this is all the reinforcements sent by the family. A young knight with silver-white outer armor said. He was a member of the Voltan family, Argus, a young knight. The Voltan family stipulated that the brutal sacred shield must be accompanied by a full-fledged member of the Voltan family every time they went on a mission. This was because the brutal sacred shield must always be in the hands of the Voltan family. Argus, hard work. With these powers, those forest trolls are no match for us even if they are 10 times stronger. Talum laughed. Their Voltan family was able to stand for so long. In addition to their strong battle power, there was another thing that they never underestimated any of their opponents. They would not give their opponents any chance. Now depart. Yes, sir. Under Taram's orders, this army silently marched towards the outside of the Rosebud tribe like vipers. Argus, you take some men to capture the magic iron vein first. I'll take the brutal sacred shield and other warriors to destroy those damn forest trolls. On the way, Taram assigned the task. Don't worry, Uncle Taram, Argus said as he patted his chest. Walker, you're the most familiar with the situation. Take Argus to the magic iron vein there. Taram said as he looked at Walker behind him. As you wish, Lord Talum. Walker made a bow. As long as we take this vein and hold back for a while, then we will finally usher in the Voltan family's most glorious moment. Taram fervently said. Argus didn't speak again. Their Voltan family nominally only ruled one Voltan city, but in reality, their strength had long exceeded the number of escorts stipulated by the kingdom. This was all in preparation for being able to be masters themselves afterward. Thinking of this, Argus was inwardly flustered, but then he wasn't an ordinary man, but Prince Argus. Chapter 34: The Lost Mine. A few hours later, above the magic iron mining vein, the battle had ended. There was no suspense in this battle. This place was very close to the Orc tribe, so Shadel didn't send many guards. But under the onslaught of the elite troops led by Argus, the forest trolls who were only a dozen or so guarding the mine had no way to stop it, and could only throw their full blood here. My lord, what about these goblins and dogheads? A soldier said as he looked at the goblins and dogheads in the distance. Argus casually swept a glance. We'll still need miners to mine the ore when the time comes. These are ready-made miners, just keep them for now. But he did not see that among the dog-headed men there was a dog-headed man who was even stronger than the other dog-headed men, looking at him as if he were a dead man. For the dog-headed man Doug this time was unexpected. In fact, with his position among the dog-headed men, there was absolutely no need for him to come down to mine. But in order to be able to better help His Majesty the Great Black Dragon, he decided to come and personally supervise the mining work, not realizing that he would actually encounter the human army. Doug did not irrationally rush up and say something like, "We are the dependents of His Majesty the Great Black Dragon." Instead, he restrained the other clansmen and those goblins, not letting them talk nonsense or resist, and just waited for an opportunity. How can these guys be compared to a true dragon? Where did the other two go? Argus asked, a little annoyed. Besides those trolls dying counterattacks that resulted in the deaths of 6 soldiers, there were actually 2 missing. Lord Argus, the 2 Andy brothers went after an orc. Orc? Argus was a bit puzzled. An orc girl, it looks as if she's a wolf girl, so they didn't hold back. Looking at the way his men were stumped, Argus knew what was going on. Orc females were highly valued, and the 3 men were probably trying to get some extra money. Damn it! Argus knew the Andy brothers. They were personally recruited by himself with great strength. He was very angry now. What he was angry about wasn't that these 2 went after some orc, but that these few people actually dared to disobey his orders. You have to know that these soldiers were his close friends, all of them were hand-picked by Argus. Argus decided that when these two came back he must teach them a lesson, or even make an example of them directly. Let these henchmen recall what it means to follow orders. A petite even ran quickly in the forest. Laura didn't run in the direction of the Rosebud tribe. She knew that since the enemy was able to attack the mining field so blatantly, then it must be prepared to deal with those forest trolls. Those enemies were exceptionally well-equipped and powerful. Laura thought that even if the former Rosebud tribe and Evil Tooth tribe joined hands, they were far from being opponents. Now her only hope was to get to the Evil Tooth tribe as soon as possible and tell the Black Dragon the news. Hopefully it would be in time. Suddenly little wolf girl Laura's pair of wolf ears turned her body to lunge to the other side. Whoosh! 3 arrows grazed her body. Laura looked back only to see 2 warriors in armor had surrounded her. Hey, was I right? It's a little wolf girl. The two looked at each other and smiled. They had seen this little wolf girl trying to escape, but instead of making a noise, they quietly followed her, just wanting to make a fortune alone. Big brother, I want to play first, okay? Another soldier unclipped his helmet and said lewdly. Older 3, this can't be played with. You know that intact those noble lords are willing to pay a high price. I'll make sure she's intact, but playing with the others won't be enough. Lao San was a bit reluctant to give up. Then you move faster. The oldest waved his hand impatiently. Okay, hey, little guy, you'll just be good and tie your hands. The oldest took out a chain and looked at Laura. Laura lowered her head at this point and curled up seemingly terrified. Seeing that this little wolf girl was scared like this, the two dropped their hearts. A 13 or 14-year-old orc was just that. Just the moment Lao San reached out his hand to grab the little wolf girl's hair, Laura instantly stormed out. Old 3, be careful. The words of the oldest on the side just came out. Puff. The little wolf girl with scarlet eyes directly bit down on Lao San's neck in a split second and yanked hard. It directly tore off a section of the blood-drenched windpipe. She then kicked the oldest 3's body toward the boss with both feet, and then fled frantically toward the distance on all fours. Ho ho ho. Lao San's eyes were lifeless as he tried to absorb some air, but with a broken trachea he simply had no way to live. Ah! The oldest hugged his brother's corpse in incomparable pain. The young wolf girl's speed was too fast, coupled with the fact that she had removed her helmet in a light-hearted manner. And without even using his fighting chi, he died in such a suffocating manner. Damn beast, I will personally cut off your head. The boss removed the armor on his body to reduce the weight, then took his weapon and used his fighting chi to chase after him with all his might. Sardar was currently hugging a beast leg and gnawing on it. Salan let Shadar personally bring a part of the troll warriors to guard here just in case. The matter is about the feast, cannot be slack. Watching the goblins and dog heads in front of him put an end to the storehouse, Shadar's heart was also exceptionally happy. In fact, their Evil Tooth tribe's life is quite simple and primitive, is hunting plus robbery. This way of efficiency is not too high. The forest trolls are notorious. In addition to some have to take this road outside the merchant fleet, other merchant fleet or detour. Although the strength of the forest trolls is not bad, it is not enough to ignore all the forces in this area. Originally, trolls eat a lot, plus also have to store some meat and animal skins and so on to exchange for some necessary supplies, such as salt and so on. So the troll hunting prey is not so much. Of course, if you let go of the forest, almost all the prey will be forest trolls hunting finished. But the forest trolls have been living here for generations, and they still know the reasoning behind fishing with all one's might. Originally thought that the arrival of the Black Dragon would make them suffer unprecedented oppression of the Evil Tooth tribe. But I didn't expect that it would instead give their Evil Tooth tribe a new hope. Chief Shadar, something big is wrong. A group of human troops are coming towards us. 2 of our sentry brethren were killed by them. A male troll panted and ran to Shadar and said loudly, "What?" Shadar threw the bones in his hand, his eyes instantly reddened. First it was that Black Lord Salan, then the orcs, and now humans have come to actively attack them. Do these guys really think that they, the forest trolls, are soft and can be bullied at will? Gather all the clansmen, I'm going to make those damn guys pay. Shadel took out his big bone stick and said viciously. A roar came out from the camp at once. Forest trolls never feared any battle. Shadel took out a set of roughly shaped armor from the side. It was a full body armor with a helmet and everything. Originally, it seemed to Shadel that the ownership of all these ores should be Salan's. After all, magic iron was wealth. With the extent of the dragon's fervor for wealth, or an evil dragon like the Black Dragon, they probably couldn't even get a single piece of ore. But instead, Saron let them use it to build their own armor. Shadel still remembered what Salan had said. You are my men, your present and future already belong to me. Think of it as an investment I have for your future. After all, there are a lot of ore veins. There's still a lot of time in the future too. He didn't know what an investment was, but he knew that Salan had a high regard for them forest trolls. The favor of a true dragon was exceptionally precious. Shadar stopped his thoughts. After quickly changing into his armor, Shadar and dozens of troll warriors walked out without fear. Chapter 35, A Huge Gap. Over here, little wolf girl was still having a confrontation with the eldest of the Ander brothers. Little wolf girl looked at the guy with a murderous aura in his eyes and knew that he had gone completely crazy. She looked at her opponent warily. Hee, you cheap bastard, how dare you kill my only brother? The three of them, brothers, had come out to make their way. The second one was killed, leaving only their two brothers behind, originally thinking it was just a flying fortune. I didn't expect to actually lose my only brother. Just a moment after he rushed up, he felt that his neck was cold, and reached out his hand and touched it to see that it was bright red blood. A beautiful figure slowly appeared in the air. Little wolf girl happily shouted, "Winnie sister." Talum felt as if he and the others had overestimated these forest trolls. Originally they thought of sneaking up on these forest trolls, but they didn't realize that these guys had actually set up guard magic in the outermost perimeter, so they had no choice but to kill the sentries who came to check the situation. They didn't expect to start the whole body by pulling one, and they were found out just like that. However, Tarum did not worry too much. Their hundreds of people wanna hide was not an easy thing. Sneak attack is only the safest approach. Now since they couldn't sneak attack, then attacking from the front was also good. After all, what his army and the sacred shield of brutality were best at was frontal attacks. And Talum watched as dozens of forest trolls wearing rudimentary armor rushed out from the orc horde. Prepare the army formation. Click, click, click. At once, several hundred people began to move in an orderly fashion. The sword and shield soldiers held up huge shields more than half a man high to form a brick wall. The lance soldiers at the back stabbed their lances through the gaps in the shields. The 3-meter-plus lances were incredibly sharp. At the end were the crossbowmen and a few spellcasters. It was as if they were well trained. The corner of Tarum's mouth hooked up in a smile as he looked at the forest trolls that seemed like a bunch of rabble. He felt that he didn't even need the brutal sacred shield to make a move, and that these elite troops would be able to completely annihilate them. Shadar looked at these humans with an ugly face. I didn't expect it to be a regular army. In the past, when the human caravan saw so many forest trolls rushing over, they would have been scared and fled in all directions. But the regular army is different, and so many people are enough to annihilate their entire tribe. Humans, why are you violating the forest trolls' territory? Shadar didn't charge straight up in anger. At his gesture, the female trolls next to him slowly spread out and prepared to cast their spells. The male trolls, on the other hand, looked warily at the human army in front of them. I'll give you a chance to live, sign a master-servant contract with our Voltan family, Talum said slowly. Compared to wiping out this tribe of forest trolls, it would definitely be best if they could be subdued. These forest trolls were the most powerful soldiers with a little cultivation. It was a pity that the demonization potion only worked on humans, or else they could try to see if a forest troll version of the brutal holy shield could be made. What? Shadar looked at Talum like he was a fool. How can something as pig-like as you deserve to be our master? Shadar taunted. How could a despicable human be compared to a true dragon? Besides, all the people on the continent knew that humans were the most cunning. If you believed their words, then you were not far from death. Since you guys are so insensitive, then go to hell. Talum wasn't angry either. As a qualified superior person, joy and anger is the most basic mention. He had already prepared himself for rejection before speaking. With Talum's order, the crossbowmen behind him directly fired the crossbow arrows in their hands. Shoo shoo shoo. Countless arrows flew towards Shadar and the others. Kill for me! Shadar roared. Plop. The sound of arrows entering the flesh came continuously, and several forest trolls who rushed at the front were instantly shot into hedgehogs, but they did not fall. The ones charging at the front were the strongest warriors of the Evil Tooth tribe. This was one of their tactics. The strongest person would hold the pressure. Increase art defense. The female trolls behind them hurriedly applied the forest trolls' unique increase technique to the male trolls on top of the battlefield. Immediately, the forest trolls began to glow with a cyan-colored magical light. This gave them a considerable boost. Facing the raging forest trolls, Talum calmly ordered that he would use these forest trolls to verify the sharpness of his army. Prepare for the onslaught. Swords and shields hold up. Lances in position. The lancemen directly pushed the end of the lance they were holding against the ground. The forest trolls were fast. They wanted to jump up and directly kill the enemy camp, but what greeted them were the casters' fireballs and ice arrows. At once, the few forest trolls at the front were hit squarely, and then lost their life features. The forest trolls at the back avoided the lances and directly merged into the top of the shield. Bang bang bang. Shadar was even more ferocious as he broke through a gap alone, directly knocking the two human soldiers behind the shield away. But I didn't expect there to be a defensive shield formation behind it. The other lance soldiers started attacking Shadar with the lances in their hands. The magic iron armor on Shadar's body was exceptionally hard. The lances were unable to break through his defense. You swine, suffer death. Shadar pulled a lance and stabbed the human soldier behind him through. Talum naturally noticed Shadar as well. This troll leader was quite tenacious. But it didn't matter, the troll leader was indeed powerful, but he wasn't strong enough to change the entire battle situation with his own strength. In other places, there were troll warriors being killed. But how did they destroy the slave trappers with this amount of strength? Could it be because the price paid for destroying the slave trappers and the orc tribe was too high? Talum couldn't figure it out. Strangle formation, Talum ordered again. With that, the originally arched military formation slowly began to encircle the remaining 30 or so trolls. The female trolls in the back were protected by the male trolls in the very center. The swordsmen and shields held their shields with both hands and started to use the strength of their companions behind them to keep squeezing inside. The lancers also kept attacking. Slowly, the space for the forest trolls to move was getting smaller and smaller. Only Sardar still had the advantage, but the rough armor on his body was starting to have cracks. After all, magic iron wasn't invulnerable to swords and spears. Not to mention that it wasn't enchanted. Taram watched Shadar's great killing spree, feeling that he couldn't waste any more time. Shield 38, Shield 15, strike. Kill him, Taram said as he pointed at Shadar. The two brutal holy shields removed the huge swords behind them. They then started charging up. The huge body size of about 3 meters charged across the road at Shadar, and a troll warrior in the way was directly crushed in the head by one of the brutal holy shields in passing. Shadar had just hacked down a soldier before he could breathe a sigh of relief when he felt an intense crisis. He subconsciously placed his wraith bone rod across his chest. Bang! Two brutal sacred shields swung their huge swords to slash down, and Shadar's bone rod only lasted for about a second before it snapped into two. He himself was thrown up heavily, and the brutal holy shields didn't hesitate. A single punch struck Shadar's chest. His armor made of magical iron dented and a large mouthful of blood spurted out of Shadar's mouth. Chief Shadar! Shadar was caught by two troll warriors. Stop! Taram ordered from afar. The two brutal sacred shields didn't attack anymore. Forest troll, I'll give you one last chance to sign the master-servant contract and I'll spare you and your people. You should be able to see that the gap between you and us isn't normal. Talum looked at Shadar curiously. It was rare to be able to take a blow from two brutal sacred shields and not die but only be seriously injured. This forest troll was extraordinary. He was somewhat in love with the talent. Chapter 36, Saron's Raid. Shadar stood up with the help of the two trolls. He ignored Talum's words and instead stared at the two brutal sacred shields dead in the face. These two guys were really powerful. Just now, although the other party had a sneak attack involved, Shadar had prepared his own defense. Use frenzy, Shadar directly ordered. The female trolls in the back didn't hesitate as they started chanting a special spell. Frenzy was a type of frenzy unique to forest trolls. With the increase of this magic, the forest trolls' pain sensation would be minimized, and their speed and strength would be enhanced and they would become very aggressive and hyperactive. But the price of frenzy is very serious. Whether it's a female troll casting spells or a male troll fighting, as time goes by their magic and energy will be exponentially depleted. Until death. So this is a desperate move. Sardar knows that after this battle all the elite all buried here, their evil teeth tribe is considered finished. Just hope that Lord Salon can look at the cost of their lives in the case of those who still remain in the camp under the shelter of the old, weak, women and children trolls. This way, their evil tooth tribe will once again prosper. What's that? At that moment the crowd at the scene suddenly felt a sense of oppression. Talum looked up and before he could react an incomparably terrifying roar came over. A hideous black dragon instantly swept across the sky. What followed was countless amounts of acid, and the soldiers were corroded by the acid in their armor and flesh, setting off a chorus of screams. It was only then that Talum reacted. They had been attacked by a black dragon. It was too late to think about why the black dragon had appeared here. Taram realized the gravity of the matter. Despite never having seen a real dragon, but he knew that the oppressive aura just now was the dragon's might of a black dragon, and this dragon was almost an adult by the looks of its size. It just didn't seem to look much like the black dragons he had known. The most important thing was that his army had never had experience in dealing with giant dragons. Brutal sacred shields strike to block the black dragon's attack. The 6 brutal holy shields drew the huge swords in their hands and stood at the front of the group to stabilize their formation. They were not affected in any way because they just didn't even know what fear was. As they watched, the black dragon once again swept in from the distance. Talum took out a huge crossbow carriage from his magic guide. The crossbow arrows on it that were more than 3 meters in length were dark red in color, and there were some mysterious runes that represented that this was enchanted. This giant scorpion divine crossbow is even more powerful than the normal giant scorpion injuries, specifically designed to deal with large magical beasts, such as the giant dragon. It had a lot of attributes attached to it. This is still the last auction when Taram shot it down intending to use it as a collector's item, but it's a pity that he only brought one enchanted arrow with him. He himself was a rank 8 warrior, and his strength was immensely powerful with the addition of his family's fighting spirit. It was enough to drive this giant scorpion divine crossbow. It was a pity that these casters were too low level to quickly cast powerful forbidden air magic. As long as this black dragon lost its ability to fly and dragged him into the quagmire of the army, with the strength of the brutal sacred shield and the attack of the entire army, even the giant dragon would have to die. But before that he had to hit the opponent first. Casters release magic for cover, and your bows, fire them as hard as you can for me later, don't leave a single arrow behind. Salon looked at the army above the ground from high in the air. Generally speaking, if an ordinary army encountered an attack by a giant dragon, then it would probably immediately scatter in all directions and the formation would be in great disarray. Just like before when the black dragon lady hit Karenni city, most of the soldiers in the city simply didn't have the courage to face a black dragon and were trembling under the might of the dragon. But this army in front of them quickly organized their formation and even planned to counterattack, which was a very rare thing. Salon looked at these people with cold eyes. Their purpose was already clear, to seize the magic iron ore. And the magic iron ore is related to his own feast progress. These people do not allow him to fold the feast is to let him die of old age, and he does not want to die, then can only let these people to die. Saron once again swooped over trying to break a gap for Shadal and the others with some spit. Suddenly a few huge fireballs and ice arrows, spears and such shot towards Saron. Is it just these attacks? Saron dodged the ice arrows and some of the spears with a sidestep. The remaining few fireball shots were directly resisted hard. Bingo! The few casters in the distance were happy. They were level 6 casters, and the fireball spell made by 4 level 6 casters joining hands was extraordinary. Being hit head-on by this kind of attack must not be pleasant. After the firelight disappeared, Salon's intact figure appeared in the same place. How is it possible? This black dragon, not to mention injured, even its scales were intact. Fire! At this time, the archers on the ground shot out the bows in their hands. But Sarong was flying too high, and these arrows were ordinary arrows. Even if Sarong stood in front of them, he couldn't break the defense. Shoo! An arrow hidden amongst the other arrows poofed directly into the root of Sarong's right wing. Salon fixed his eyes and saw that there was a middle-aged man wearing golden armor in the human army coldly staring at him, and there was a giant crossbow beside him. Apparently the technology had just been fired from this giant crossbow. The right wing was shot. Salon's flight was inevitably affected a bit, but it wasn't impossible to fly. Since you want to let me in you close combat, then as you wish. Saron retracted his wings and swooped straight down. Top me! Talim shouted as he watched the black dragon charge towards him. This black dragon actually dared to engage them in melee combat, and Talim seemed to see the light of victory. The soldiers held back their fear and took up their giant shields to deal with it with all their might. In fact, if it wasn't for the 6 tall brutal holy shields in front of them, it wasn't certain whether these soldiers could still stay in their places. Rumble! Salon fell head-on into the army like a meteorite. Imagine how powerful the destructive power of a 10-ton dragon smashing down from a high altitude was. Countless screams, as well as the sound of steel and flesh colliding, came out in an instant. The shields of the swords and shields were instantly torn apart like paper, and blood, flesh, and steel were mixed together. The defense line was instantly crushed. One of the 6 brutal holy shields was slammed right underneath Saron's body without any deviation, and in an instant, that brutal holy shield was like a can of tomatoes as the whole person directly burst apart, with blood, flesh, and steel mixed together. And at this time this guy actually still had a breath. His hand gripping the giant sword slowly raised. Salon gave him a claw, tearing him apart completely. The other 5 brutal sacred shields didn't have the slightest bit of fear. They took the huge swords in their hands and slashed at Saron. Sarong's scarlet eyes looked indifferently at the few people. He had long noticed them. After all, normal humans didn't have the size of 3 meters tall and still have the slightest fear of the dragon's might. The golden threads above the scales on his body's surface glowed slightly, and then the atomic baking furnace in his body began to power up. In an instant a thick white high-temperature ray erupted from Sarong's mouth. Chapter 37, True Form. The few lancers that had just rushed up were sprayed by the white heat ray spit. The sword and shield soldiers and crossbowmen who followed behind were not spared either. Aha! Their bodies were roasted and melted. An aroma of roasted meat immediately entered Sarong's nose. Armor could prevent physical attacks, but there was no way to prevent this kind of pure heat attack. Talon's face was no longer calm. Could someone tell him why the black dragon possessed this strange high-temperature spit? It looked a bit like water vapor. It really is Lord Saron. This powerful stance is simply unrivaled. Shadar stood up with great effort. The moment he heard the black dragon roar, he knew it was Lord Saron who had come. Everyone follow me and follow Lord Salan to kill the enemy. Shadar shouted as he casually picked up a long sword. Shadar, Lord Salan told you to lead the evacuation. At that moment there was a distortion in the air. Winnie's figure appeared in front of Shadar's few people along with her words. What? This is the master's order, do you want to disobey? Winnie said as she looked at Shadal. These trolls would only die for nothing, and as Lord Saron's dependents they couldn't die so worthless. Shadar turned around and looked at the forest trolls behind him with only 30 or so remaining and clenched his fists fiercely. Let's go! Shadar said through gritted teeth. Looking at the dead and wounded soldiers and the brutal holy shield, Taram, who was struggling to hold on, a red light flashed in his eyes. He crushed a red gem in his hand and said softly, Liberate! At the same time the 5 brutal holy shields underneath began to change. The heavy armor on their body surface began to fall off automatically, revealing their true faces. Greenish-black skin, red eyes, and pitch-black lines were born on their body surface. There were also some tiny red scales on their backs. They were already completely inhuman. The body slowly swelled and became larger, and 2 huge ram's horns slowly poked out from the head. The nails on their hands were getting longer and longer, just like a wild beast. Talon knew that this was the final form of the brutal sacred shield, and the strength was a world away from the norm. The armor on the surface of the body had some kind of magic formation on it. Not only could it provide some protection for the brutal sacred shield, but also the most important point was to seal their power. The reason for this is because the brutal holy shield's ability to continue fighting in this form only lasts for about a quarter of an hour, after which their entire body will be drained of energy and they will die. Saron also noticed the change in these guys. What the heck, they even transformed, right? The wings that had just been injured had long since recovered after killing 40 to 50 soldiers. The carnivore talent was still quite powerful. A few brutal sacred shields that had finished transforming rushed towards Saron. One of them jumped straight up with its legs bent, trying to attack Salan's back. Salan stared at the other party, then bit like lightning, knowing that the sharpest part of Salan's entire body was his teeth, and the armor-breaking special effects enchantment. With the sound of bones breaking, the black stripes on the surface of the opponent's body sent out a wave, but Saron's teeth were too sharp. Unsurprisingly, this brutal sacred shield directly snapped in two. A black dragon's bite is this strong? Talon was astonished. This black dragon in front of him made him feel as if he had underestimated the giant dragon too much before. The unsealed brutal holy shield didn't talk about anything else, how hard the body was. He had personally tested it. Steel was far from being able to compare to the body of the brutal holy shield. Salan looked at the remaining few people and the soldiers coming up next to him, as well as Taram, who was eyeing him from a short distance away, and flew straight up. A few brutal sacred shields tried to stop it when Saron let out an angry roar. He used Wild Scream. At once everyone in the battlefield felt their blood shake. Spellcasters and high-level warriors perceived it especially clearly. The magic and fighting chi in their bodies were even more sensitive, instantly feeling as if their magic was out of control. Salan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to fly. It was because Sardar and the others on the side had already evacuated the place. And these guys were in a very unstable state, indicating that there was a time for this transformation of theirs. So to be on the safe side, Saron decided to wait until their transformation was over before coming to finish them off. Stop him. Talon was in a hurry. It was hard to get this black dragon to land in melee with them. And having liberated the brutal holy shield, if they let him leave just like that with the dragon's grudge-holding character, they definitely wouldn't have a good time. A few of the brutal holy shields picked up the lance on the ground and threw it out as a spear. But Salan had already prevented them from doing this, and casually dodged a few spears. By the way, he used his mouth to bite one of the lances and clicked and ate it. This kind of unenchanted weapon was just like that for him. Only that the strength of these guys below was really great. He had already flown 300 meters into the air. The lances were not only well aimed but also not low in killing power. Damn it! Talim could only watch as the monster-like black dragon dashed away. If this guy didn't indeed have the appearance of a black dragon, then Talim would definitely think that this was an unknown demonic creature. How could a black dragon spew that kind of high-temperature heat ray, and the wounds on top of his wings healed that fast? After all, the giant scorpion divine crossbow came with various attributes such as bleeding as well as armor breaking. Has the casualty count come out yet? Talim asked the adjutant next to him in annoyance. Lord Talim, we lost 98 warriors in battle, 37 were seriously injured, and 72 were lightly injured. This loss was too great, knowing that these were elite warriors. Each warrior had been trained at great cost. Not only were they strong, but they were also loyal. The most important thing was the brutal sacred shield. This time, they had lost a full 6 brutal holy shields. Talim looked at the 5 brutal holy shields below as the aura on their bodies slowly disappeared and their bodies slowly returned to their original state. Suddenly Tarim thought of something and hurriedly said, "Hurry up and send someone to see what's going on over there in Argus." Above a cliff, Saron stopped. Next to him was Winnie, who was reporting the information she had just found out. "Master, there's no movement from the enemy over at the mine. They've already taken over the mine and are controlling the dogheads and goblins to mine the ore." "Oh, this group of people are so damn arrogant. They are already mining ore. It means that they have already taken this place as their home. Mard, bully the dragon too much. Come to my place to kill my dependents and rob my things. We'll see. Winnie, I'll go to the mine now and finish off the 100-man army over there. Keep an eye on this army in front of me. If they dare to send a messenger to ask for help or something, you'll just kill the messenger or the flying magical beasts that sent the message or something like that." "Yes, sir," Winnie said obediently, then her figure faded into the air. Salon nodded. Winnie's ability could not be underestimated and was most suitable for this kind of job. Don't look at how easily Saron cracked her ability before. That was because Saron's wild scream was unreasonable. The others didn't have wild scream. And what Saron wanted to do was to wipe out this elite army right here. First of all, daring to hit his treasure was a death wish. The second thing was that Salon didn't want to be exposed so early yet. After all, this black dragon of his was indeed too strange. It was easy to attract those dragon slayers who were not in their right mind or something like that to make things bigger. And killing the person who sent the message was to make this army a lone army, preventing the leakage of information. The reason why he didn't continue to fight hard just now was that he was already invincible and those strange warriors gave him a bad feeling. And according to modern thinking, Saron was a Phaeton plus warrior, an all-rounder. Even a little more obscene. As long as this army was still in the forest, then Saron would go over every now and then and spit or just grab a few people and fly them high into the air to kill them. It didn't matter if they were injured, there was the carnivore talent. Sooner or later, they will be exhausted. For these people, Salon will not let go of one. So now let's go and solve those guys in the mine first. Salon left the place with a single wing. His figure was like a dark cloud that obscured the sun. Chapter 38, Battle in the Magic Iron Vein. At this moment in the Magic Iron Vein, Angus was eating meat and drinking wine with several captains under him. "This wine tastes really good," Walker exclaimed. This kind of high-specification wine was not something they could normally enjoy. Only nobles like Argus could drink it like water. "Ha, I still have to thank you all for helping me take this mine. When I go back to the family I will definitely ask for credit for you all," Argus said with a smile. "Many thanks, my lord," the crowd said happily. Although Argus, the master, was strict, but he gave a lot of benefits. "What's that?" A soldier took a sip of wine and looked up at the sun. Before he could shout out, he was burned to cinders by a powerful white spit. The other soldiers around him weren't spared either. The screams of misery rose and fell. "There's an enemy, hurry to defend and prepare for a counterattack." Argus threw away the wine glass in his hand and shouted, "Dragon! It's a black dragon! We're being attacked by an adult black dragon." A few of the stronger henchmen then looked into the distance, only to see a strong black dragon and was continuously spewing out white rays. More than 100 soldiers they had brought with them were already half dead or injured. Argus felt like if he was dreaming, there was only one thought in his mind: why would an adult black dragon appear here? Salon had wanted to make a surprise attack with the cover of the sun. After all, this was the right way for a black dragon to appear. But he didn't realize that these guys were actually partying and celebrating. That pile was sitting neatly. Salon felt that he didn't need to spit on them to take care of them a little bit, but he was sorry for such a neat team. So he didn't choose to spray acid to give them an acid rain, but used the more powerful heat ray. Salon also had some clear knowledge of his own strength after the battle just now. In addition to some powerful weapons and some very powerful fighters, these ordinary fighters could not break through their defenses even if he stood still and killed them. Not being able to break through the defense means that Salon can abuse them with impunity. Soon Salon even directly landed on the ground and began to deal with these soldiers. The moment Doug heard the roar of the dragon, he knew that the opportunity had come for him and the others. He took the opportunity to pounce on a guard soldier and bit his neck to end his life, snatching the long sword in his hand. The great true dragon is here, everyone kill out with me. Kill. It was hard to imagine that a group of dogheads who were regarded as lowly could have such ferocious eyes. They rushed out from the mines with great vigor to kill those panicked human soldiers. Some goblins behind them looked at each other in dismay, and after hesitating, one of them gritted his teeth and picked up the hammer he used to mine the ore and rushed out after them, and the goblins behind them saw that there was a leader who had followed them out. Lord Argus, run away. Walker said anxiously as he ran next to Argus with a shield. There was no way to fight the black dragon in the distance. He tried to throw 2 spears, but they couldn't even break the scales of the black dragon. How can this be? Argus hadn't reacted yet. Lord Argus, the dogheads and goblins are killing us. A soldier ran over with difficulty covering the wound on his arm. These lowly fellows actually dare to. Argus almost didn't take a breath. Even if the dogheads were fine, the goblins also dared to come along for the ride. Argus looked at the short goblin in the distance with a basket on his back, from time to time taking out a piece of ore from it and smashing it towards the surrounding soldiers. These ores are magic iron ore, itself is relatively hard and heavy, smashed down violently is head broken, but by these goblins in turn play understand. Soon Argus realized one thing: they were surrounded by goblins and dogheads. One side of the walker saw the situation is not good, directly intends to escape, but next to a goblin a stone down walker fell to the ground without breath. Argus was a bit confused. Walker is finished? At that moment, he noticed that there was not a single soldier around him. A large shadow then enveloped Argus. Saron looked down at the human swordsman in front of him and knew that this guy would be the leader. For this one wore the same style of armor as the one who commanded before. This fight was very easy, Saron was just crushing it from start to finish. Argus took a deep breath and tried to keep his body from shaking. Honorable Black Dragon, I am Argus of the Voltan family, it is a pleasure to meet you. Humans, how dare you intrude into my territory? Sarong said coldly in the continent's common language. Your Excellency Black Dragon, this is a misunderstanding. If we knew it was your territory before, then we definitely wouldn't have chosen to invade. Argus said in a dignified manner. Damn it, how did this guy Walker do his intelligence? Argus asked himself that if the family knew that there was a black dragon here, then it would have been more than adequately prepared, with all sorts of dragon-slaying weapons as well as more brutal holy shields as well as ordinary soldiers. As for giving up? How could they give up? Under the glory of the Voltan family, even a black dragon would have to submit, let alone a young dragon. Moreover, the black dragon itself was the greatest treasure. Voltan family, never heard of it. We Voltan. Saron was too lazy to ask again. Did this guy think he was the arch-villain? Moving to bring up the family. He's already a dragon and still comes up with that. Saron spat out a few drops of acid, instantly corroding Argus' feet. Ah! Argus's feet were wasted, instantly let out a piercing scream, or had he received such a serious injury since he was a child, he broke down a little for a while. Doug, this person is in your hands, interrogate me to find out something valuable, his life and death is up to you. Salon looked at the dog-headed man Doug on the side. He noticed that this guy had just killed with particular ferocity, a good seedling that he intended to cultivate. As you command, great black dragon majesty. The dog-headed Doug on the side hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, And this one on the ground who was playing dead, bring him back for interrogation as well. Sarong glanced at the walker at his feet. All the dog-headed men and goblins immediately looked at the walker lying on the ground. This guy is out of breath, ah? But Walker still didn't move a bit. Sarong stretched out a sharp claw across Walker's feet. Walker on the ground instantly rose up, holding a short sword covered with fighting chi and stabbing at Salon's eyes. But Sarong's sharp claw was faster, directly slashing through Walker's feet. At that moment, Walker fell to the ground directly with a muffled grunt. While he didn't say a word, much stronger than Argus, he was just a little puzzled. How was the secret skill of faking death he had performed recognized? Argus on the side was even more furious. Damn it, actually pretending to be dead. Courage is commendable. Salon exclaimed in praise. It's a pity that it's not the protagonist. If it's the protagonist of warriors fighting evil dragons, then this sword will definitely stab his own eyes, and then the protagonist will take advantage of the opportunity to mess up his own cloud. But the reality is very cruel. At this point, all the invading humans on the magic iron vein were wiped out. After explaining everything, Salon had Doug and the guys speed up the mining for safety. He was now going to take care of those guys from before first. In the middle of a forest, Talon rode his warhorse silently, followed by the army. Only it wasn't the same kind of spiritedness as when they came. The original 300 or so elite warriors were now down to 100 or so, and everyone's face was exhausted. The armor was also in tatters, and many had even lost their weapons. Without facing the dragon directly, Taram felt as if the dragon was just like that, nothing more than a larger body. Still no word from the messenger we sent? Taram asked as he retrieved his thoughts and looked at the adjutant next to him. No, I've already sent out 3 waves of messengers, but every time they've been dropped like a stone with no news at all. And there's no news from young Master Argus' side either. The adjutant said carefully. They definitely called their losses heavy this time. In the past 10 years they had never lost so much in the Voltan family. Talum sighed. Argus's side should be in bad shape. It seems that the development has been too smooth in the past few years. As a result, the Voltan family had lost their vigilance. In the past, he wouldn't have been so reckless as to just charge in with his army, thinking that he could solve everything with the brutal sacred shield. But now the family had lost 6 brutal holy shields and there were so many elite warriors. This responsibility needed to be borne by himself. Suddenly the sky was once again enveloped by a huge shadow. With it came white heat rays. The team was directly shattered by the impact. It's that black dragon, he's here again. Damn it! The mount under Talon was directly frightened by the dragon's might and slumped to the ground, unable to stand up no matter how much his master drove him away. Prepare the formation, hurry up and defend! Talon shouted at the top of his voice. But Saron flew away from the area after spitting and killing about 40 or 50 soldiers. Talon let out a sigh of relief. He felt a bit sad looking at the miserable appearance of the soldiers in the field. Lord Talon, this black dragon's purpose is clear enough. He just wants to grind us hard to death here. The adjutant said anxiously after counting the number of killed and injured. Talon clenched his fists. How could he not know? But what could be done? According to the strength of that black dragon, he could have already directly finished off those of his people at once. But he didn't take the risk, instead choosing the safer method of slowly torturing himself and his men. In the past, he had heard that the black dragon was the most despicable, shameless, and insidious among the 5-colored dragons, and this time, he had learned it. If he can go back alive this time, he must make this damn black dragon pay the price. Salon flew to a gravel beach after spraying randomly. This was the place he and Winnie had agreed upon. Not long after that, Winnie, who smelled of blood, appeared from the air. There were still some wounds on her body. After all, the strength of the people who could be sent to deliver the message at this time was not bad. It took Winnie some effort to clean them up as well. Lord Salon, they sent a total of 6 people in 3 waves of messengers, and they're all here. 6 bloody heads were then thrown out from the magic guide. Salon's eyelids jumped. Is this bitch so tigerish? Very good. Sarong gave a dry encouragement. Then he said, you don't have to bring their heads back next time. Okay, Lord Sarong, there's also Shadar and the others around here. Winnie stroked her cat ears. She felt as if she had forgotten something. Shadar? Didn't I tell them to withdraw to the Evil Tooth tribe? Salan knew that Shadar and the others had fought the other side this time with the belief of certain death after knowing the strength of the enemy. So he didn't think about blaming them much. This kind of loyal men are not easy to find. They wanted to do something small for the Lord. Winnie shook her head as she remembered the miserable appearance of Shadar's men. Let them come and clean up the battlefield later, seal off the surrounding jungle. By the way, I don't want any human soldiers to walk out of here alive. After the last wave of trial and error, Saron knew that the remnants of that army basically had nothing left to fight with. The kind of inhuman warriors from before weren't seen anymore either, so he decided to just take care of those soldiers in the next wave. After all, one had to be prepared to pay the price for intruding into a giant dragon's territory. Even though they didn't know it was their territory. Yes, Sir Salan, I won't let any of the human soldiers escape. I'll go inform Shadar and the others now. Winnie jumped up and bowed, then disappeared into thin air. Salan looked at where she disappeared and shook his head. Winnie, this girl's racial talent was really powerful. Saron then yawned and flew up. It was time to go send these guys on their way. For the fact that he had killed so many people, Salan didn't feel bad about it. After all, he was a dragon, not a human in this life. And he didn't believe in human supremacy like some of his traveler predecessors and had to become a purebred human. This time Salan flew very high. He was about 800 meters from the ground and then slowly dropped his height to 400 meters. With the dragon's amazing vision, he spotted the remaining human soldiers on the ground. The atomic baking oven inside Saron's body began to glow, so much so that there was a bit of a fiery red glow on his chest. He hadn't fully released the energy of the atomic baking furnace a few times before, and this time he was going to really unleash some of that energy. Talim always had a bad feeling today. His instincts were sometimes very accurate. Pass the word down, be on alert. Talim hurriedly ordered everyone to be on alert. But these soldiers had been tired for some time. They had been marching so rapidly that they hadn't eaten much food. At this time, another thunder-like roar suddenly came from the sky. All alert, prepare for defense. It's the Black Dragon, he's here again. Run. Why can't you leave us alone? I want to go home, my wife just got pregnant. But this time some of the soldiers didn't listen to his orders as they began to scatter in all directions. After all, they weren't inhumanly brutal sacred shields. Being a soldier was just for the sake of being able to live a little better for themselves or their families. After a few attacks by the Black Dragon, the taut nerve finally snapped. But Saron didn't let them go. He swept over the top of the group and spewed out white with a slight blue tinge from his mouth. This spit was hotter than the previous one, and many of the soldiers' armor was melted. Even the ground was crystallized by the melting heat. Salan directly ignored the spears and fireballs and ice arrows and other attacks. After all, even if he was injured, there were still carnivores that kept recovering. He now felt like he was in a better state than ever before, and the energy in his body was constantly pouring out, making him desperately want to vent. Talim put on his helmet and didn't bother with the scared shitless mount anymore. He looked at the Black Dragon that was slaughtering his men with abandon in the sky and said firmly, I'm Tarim Voltan, I won't lose. From his magic guide, he took out a bottle of red potion and directly drank it. A scarlet light flashed in Tarim's eyes. Everything is for the Voltan family. Chapter 40, Demon Descent. As the effects of the red potion began to ferment, the bloodline in Talim's body slowly began to change. This change was somewhat similar to the previous brutal sacred shield, but there seemed to be a lot more to it. His body grew larger as if inflated all the way up to nearly 5 meters, the armor on his body surface was bursting through and his boots were pierced by sharp nails. The skin on the surface of his body began to turn red, and huge sharp horns grew on top of his head elongated, and rows of teeth grew from his mouth. Another pair of huge arms grew out of the back, filled with bone fragments and spikes. And instead of fingers, large crab-like pincers grew on them. The current Talim couldn't even tell from his appearance that he was once a handsome middle-aged man. Lord Talim, you. The adjutant looked at the current Talim in horror. Tarim grabbed the adjutant and said, Take the rest of the army and evacuate, as many as you can. He then used his dexterity to throw him into the distance. The adjutant gritted his teeth and looked at Tarim and the Black Dragon in the distance. and directly rushed towards the depths of the jungle with a few soldiers. Taram looked madly at Saron after doing this. "Dragon, I will tear you apart." A hoarse voice came out from Talam's bloody mouth. Saron had stopped killing long ago, and his scarlet eyes narrowed slightly. Demon descent. There happened to be this kind of memory in the true dragon's inherited memories, recognizing the identity of the other party. That's right, this fellow in front of him was none other than a demon descendant, that is, a demonic descendant. In the past, in the main material world there would often be some powerful demons that would come across dimensions to wage war. Under some special circumstances, some demons would have a relationship with humans, thus giving birth to offspring with the bloodlines of both sides. This kind of human-demon hybrid is called a demonic descendant. No wonder he felt that the aura on those warriors was familiar. Now he thought that those guys were also implanted with a demon bloodline in some way, thus stimulating it. But this person in front of him was different. His ancestor should be a purebred demon and human hybrid, and his demon bloodline wasn't as strong as that of the first generation of demon descendants, so he was able to completely control the bloodline in his body. But Saron was a bit puzzled. The character of a demon descendant was not like this. The character of this creature was actually similar to that of the five-colored dragons, who were born with the determination that they should undoubtedly be the overlord dominating the mortals, and that all mortals were ants. It was rumored that a bored nobleman had conducted an experiment, fostering demonic descendants from birth in the homes of good human beings, but the evilness of demonic descendants had been displayed from a young age, and for the sake of profit they wouldn't hesitate to kill off their own adoptive parents, and it was not uncommon for them to plan riots and such in the towns. This person in front of me actually willingly sacrificed himself for the remaining 30 or so human soldiers. His current state should be a result of using a potion to suppress his human bloodline and stimulate his demonic bloodline. But this method of forcibly stimulating the demonic form was dangerous. The demonic bloodline in his body would be constantly depleted while fighting, and after a long time, his bloodline would dry up and he would die. Go to hell. Talam didn't speak anymore, but charged straight up. The origin of their Voltan family he, Talam, knew better than anyone else, so what if they were of demonic descent? The warrior fighting chi in his body then turned into some sort of black energy attached to his arm. It was filled with an ominous aura. Saron let out a deafening roar as he rushed at the charging Talam. He focused his feral scream all over Talam's body. Sound waves visible to the naked eye attacked towards Talam. At once, Taram felt a surge of demonic energy in his body, and the skills built up on the surface of his body were directly interrupted and disappeared. Both of his ears seemed to go deaf. A dragon tail then lashed at Talam's body as fast as lightning. Rumble. Talam's body ruthlessly smashed into the jungle to the side. Countless trees were smashed. Salon didn't give Talam too much time to react, and the atomic baking furnace inside his body began to power up. A blue-white ray directly hit Talam. Saron sprayed for a full 10 seconds before stopping, and the surrounding trees and grass were all scorched black. When the smoke cleared, Talam's miserable figure appeared in place. One of his eyes had been charred. Only 1.5 of his 4 arms were left, the others had just been used to protect his vital parts. But the temperature of Saron's spit was still too high. Even if Talam now possessed a demon's physique, he couldn't avoid it. Not burning the other party to ashes was expected by Saron. What kind of monster are you? Talam didn't think the other party was a black dragon at all now. Black dragons didn't have that kind of ability to interrupt spell casting, and this kind of spitting, even though it wasn't the first time he had seen it, Taram was still filled with doubt inside. If this black dragon could breathe fire, then he could be a cross between a red dragon and a black dragon. After all, history is not without hybrid dragons. The Voltan family has heard of an elderly red dragon who gave birth to a silver dragon and gave birth to a hybrid red dragon. And this kind of spitting from the black dragon in front of them had never been heard of. I think you're the monster. Saron surveyed the other party with interest. The wounds on top of Talam's body were healing themselves extremely quickly as he watched, and even the broken arm was growing back. It reminded Saron of Wolverine in the movie in his previous life. Again. Looking at the Taram standing in place, Salon spread his wings and charged straight up. The short encounter just now gave him great confidence. This guy's strength seemed just like that. Talam's newly grown arm also met him again. Thalum didn't spit this time, the heat ray had just been released too hard and needed to be slowed down a bit. Roar! Taram let out an inhuman roar. This black dragon wanted to fight in close quarters just as he wanted. He was already a top warrior in the Voltan family, and now he was even stronger with the addition of his demonic physique. He didn't believe that his fighting skills were inferior to his opponents. Thalum quickly ran up as he made a sideways turn intending to attack Saron's abdomen. Good guy, planning to finish me off with a sliding shovel? It was true that the scales of a true dragon's abdomen had a weaker defense than other places. But that was other true dragons, his defense had no dead spots. Rupture. Dragon language magic began to be cast. Countless earth spikes suddenly drilled out of the ground around Thalum, and then he felt his body become abnormally heavy and his speed was reduced. It's actually earth fusion magic. Thalum's pupils shrunk. How could it be? Fireball magic. Immediately after that, Thalum began to cast fireball magic again with all his might. More than 10 large fireballs with a diameter of about 4 meters appeared around his body. In Thalum's stunned gaze, more than 10 huge fireballs whistled towards him. This was followed by a violent explosion. After the fire cleared, only half of Taram's body was left lying on the ground trying hard to get up. The demon bloodline was also trying to heal itself. Suddenly a sound of breaking wind rang out. Salon violently appeared behind Taram and bit down with a mouth. Ka-ching! Thalum's body and head were directly separated. His mutilated body was crushed by Saron's teeth with armor-breaking properties, and then a mouthful of acid completely corroded it. Up to this point, only a head remained of Thalum, his bloodshot eyes staring at Saron. Can you still heal yourself? Now I'll fight you in close quarters. Salon said slowly as he stepped on Thalum's head. Chapter 41 The Dark Tide. Thalum looked at Saron calmly. Even with only one head left, he hadn't completely died. This showed the tenacity of the demon's vitality, but he was not far from death now. You actually retained so much strength. I didn't lose unjustly. Thalum laughed bitterly. He had thought that he had already overestimated this black dragon enough, but he hadn't expected that it was still not enough. That strange sound wave that interrupted spell casting, and earth magic, fire magic, and the strange spitting breath. I wonder what other undercurrents there are. Moreover, this dragon gave him the feeling that he was overly cautious. Simply put, he was afraid of death. It was obvious that it could tear itself apart with its powerful physical body, but it still used some machinations. Is your entire family of demonic descent? Saron asked curiously. Our Voltan family has many direct lines, and the demon bloodline that each can awaken is different, so I can't comment on the rest. Thalum said slowly. Salon let go of the claw that was stepping on Thalum's head. He knew what Taram meant. That was all the information Saron could get about the Voltan family. I understand you and admire you. Do you have anything else to say? Saron asked. It would have been my long-cherished wish to die for the Voltan family in my life, so please help me relieve myself. Thalum looked away from everything before he died. And this black dragon was really strange, making him feel like he was talking to a human, not a dragon. Salon looked down at Taram and didn't say another word. Instead he opened his mouth. A white hotspit sprayed at Taram's head. The head slowly reverted back to human under the heat and then melted into black ash. Taram felt as if his thoughts were gradually returning to the old days as well. Taram, what are your ideals? A 5 or 6-year-old red-haired girl in a green field asked the little blonde boy next to her. My ideal is to grow the Voltan family and make it the most powerful family on the continent. The little blonde boy said a phrase he had heard once, a phrase he thought was awesome and lofty. Then my ideal is also to grow the Voltan family and make it the most powerful family on the continent. The little girl was a little unsure, but still clenched her little fist with a small serious face and said, Then this is our common ideal. The little blonde boy said as he extended his hand. The red-haired little girl also extended her own hand. The two then held hands and walked together into the distance against the setting sun. Salon looked at the messy battlefield. He had a feeling that things wouldn't end just like that. Demon descendants were not that simple, especially this kind of crazy guy. Thinking about Thalum, Salon had a bit of a headache. Normally those in high positions wouldn't fight so hard. After all, this time of the year was the time to enjoy themselves. Fighting to the death was something for people at the bottom of the hierarchy, not to mention this extremely selfish and self-serving guy like the demon descent. At this time the windy Shadar ran over with a few forest trolls covered in wounds. Lord Salon, my lord is late. Winnie also revealed herself from the air. Lord Saron, all 37 humans who escaped are here. Shadar and the other trolls were carrying several heads on their backs. Among them, Sardar was carrying the most. Good, next time you don't need to carry the enemy's heads, now go clean up the battlefield. Saron said as he stopped thinking and looked at Shadar. Yes, master. Shadar said excitedly. He just didn't quite understand why his master didn't like the enemy's head. It was a symbol of a warrior's glory. Sardar himself had collected many prey skulls, and usually wore them all on his body during grand festivals. Saron then watched as a group of troll warriors stripped the armor and clothing off all the bodies. Some even tried to put it on themselves. Saron felt a little hot as he watched a troll who was making a point of tugging on the corpse's underwear. Winnie, on the other hand, looked at this with disdain. Compared to them orcs, these forest trolls were really ugly. Just mainly take some armor, weapons and such, the rest doesn't matter. Salon prompted. As you wish. Shadar patted his chest and burst into a grimace. He was not lightly injured this time, and almost died. Lord Salon, is the magic iron mine going to continue mining? Winnie keenly sensed that Salon seemed to have something difficult to say. No more mining for now, let the goblins and dogheads close the mine and go to the Sunset Forest there first to grab the topaz vein. Salon quickly made a decision. From the fact that they were able to accurately find the vein and also the orc tribe, it could be seen that the magic iron or vein had been targeted. With the other party's imperative idea, this was the place of wrongdoing. Waiting for a few more feasts, then no matter what, the strength of the Voltan family will have to kneel down and sing a conquest. It's a pity that the main ingredients are hard to find. If it was just a normal feast, then it would require a lot of ores and gold coins to harden up and grow the life value. For a moment, Salon regretted burning Taram to the dregs. The demonic ingredients should be very powerful. But Talam had already run out of gas, and there shouldn't be much demon bloodline left in his body. He probably wasn't qualified enough to be the main food in this situation. Right, this guy has a high status, there should be some good stuff inside his magic guide. Nima! Don't get burned to cinders. Sarong hurriedly flew to the place where Talam died and started searching with his claws. Magic guides weren't very sturdy, and when they were destroyed the contents would be lost in the space turbulence, never to be found again. Voltan City. In the Voltan family, Victor sighed as he looked at the statue in front of him. Talam is dead. Do you feel it? Strangely enough, Victor, who was the head of the family, was the only one in the house at this time. A slightly mocking voice came from the darkness. If he's dead, he's dead, he's dead, and you don't say you're going to be sad about it? Taram is different, he was the best talent of our Voltan family, even 1000 Argus can't compare to one Taram. Victor's eyes revealed a murderous aura. You have to know that he has today all thanks to you. What family honor. I didn't think that you could actually brainwash a demonic descendant with such a strong bloodline like this. Human emotions are so strange. You will never understand. Victor turned and walked out. Tisk, TSK, 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 if you still hold that mentality, then I guarantee you'll be not on even if you succeed in your transformation. After saying that, there was no more sound coming from the darkness. Victor paused his steps for a moment, then left the place. Talam, my brother. I won't let you die in vain. Victor's eyes slowly changed, the area of his eyes was pitch black. Chapter 42: Cooling and Adaptation. Taram's body had long been seeded with a special kind of magic by Victor in some way. And their human bloodline was close to homologous, so it was easy to cast. This kind of magic from demons could allow Victor to briefly sense some of the sights that Taram had thought or seen in his lifetime. As the black magic slowly surfaced more and more in Victor's eyes, the scene in front of Victor's eyes changed. But there were only 3 scattered images. The first image was a hideous black dragon descending from the sky, its furious stance instantly charging into the ranks to go on a killing spree. The second image was the same black dragon charging into the group, and Victor watched as the black dragon nearly annihilated the entire group. In the end, Taram used a secret potion to stimulate his bloodline and prepared to fight it to the death. Victor felt his neck go cold at this time. He knew that Taram had been beheaded. That kind of despair and pain after being beheaded made Victor empathize. The third image was a pair of young boys and girls walking hand in hand in the green field. Seeing this scene, Victor felt exceptionally sad. But his strong willpower made him quickly come back to his senses. Although there weren't many images, Victor also analyzed some intelligence. First of all, Talam and the others were attacked by a black dragon, and they should have been attacked many times. One could sense it from the tired state of those warriors. This black dragon should not be an adult yet, as Victor happened to have seen an adult black dragon in a chance encounter. But this black dragon was exceptionally powerful, and his various aspects were even more terrifying compared to an adult black dragon. That kind of terrifying destructive power shook Victor's heart a bit as well. And in the end, there wasn't even a single brutalized holy shield by Taram's side, indicating that Taram used all of the brutalized holy shields during the opponent's first attack. And had them liberated. Victor guessed that in this case the brutal holy shields should have repelled the opponent by virtue of their liberated state. But then, without the ruinous holy shield's guards, Talam had to fight alone. After stimulating his bloodline, he was still easily resolved, and in the end, his corpse was left with no bones left. Victor's eyes revealed an appalling killing aura. Black Dragon. The appearance of that black dragon had been engraved in his mind forever. This time, he didn't just want to get the magic iron or vein, he also wanted to kill that black dragon. Refining his body into a necromantic dragon for himself to drive. Salan was a bit disappointed that he couldn't find the magic guide after searching for half a day. It seems that it was indeed messed up by himself. Then there's nothing that can be done about it. I have to be more careful next time. After all, what's the difference between killing someone without licking their bag and not killing them? Let's go over to the mind vein first and see what's going on. Lord Saron, this is the magic guide I got from that lieutenant after killing him. Winnie took out a ring-like object from her waist at this time and cupped it with both hands and handed it to Salan. Salan looked at the imperceptible ring on Winnie's hand and his eyes glowed for a moment, then he used his magic power to probe into it and began to check the items inside. There were about 1,000 gold coins and some bottles and jars. A mess of armor and giant swords. This stuff seems to be from the previous brutal sacred shield. This doesn't look like the kind of wealth and items a lieutenant could have. Could it be that this is Talam's magic guide? Saron guessed that it was no wonder he threw that adjutant out. But there didn't seem to be anything special in here. Those bottles and jars of hell knows what they are for. Nope, someone new. Didn't we capture a young master of the Voltan family, young Master Argus, so let this young master identify it. In the meantime, let's ask for some more information. After making up his mind, Salan directly flew up, and he looked down at the crowd on the ground. According to my previous order, all the goblin dogheads above the magic iron vein including you all return to the evil tooth tribe and take away all the ores that were mined during this period of time. This side only leaves a few guards. As you wish, Lord Salan. Winnie and Shadal each saluted. Salan looked at the two of them and directly spread his wings and flew away from here. He had to deal with it carefully next. This mine Salan will not easily give up, unless it comes to the last resort. For Salan, as long as he can survive, he will rise sooner or later with the feast. He then began to check his panel. Saron, life value, 280. Feast tier, 8. Feast cooldown, 9 days. Talent 1, Flesh Eater, you can recover life value and energy by killing enemies. The recovery value is determined by how much life energy the enemy has. Talent 2, Earth and Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful earth magic talent. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful fire magic talent. Talent 4, Armor Breaker, your claws and teeth will deal more damage to your enemies. Talent 5, Wild Scream, your roar will deal more damage to enemies and interrupt their spellcasting state. Talent 6, Atomic Bake. Talent 6, Atomic Furnace, which absorbs and transforms more energy into your body, perhaps allowing you to attempt nuclear fusion in the atomic furnace once you've reached a certain level. The cooldown was almost up. After these few feasts, Salon finally realized why there was a cooldown time. This was actually a kind of protection that Feast had for Saron himself. After all, he wasn't a void creature that could ignore everything and keep devouring. And every feast was a great change to the body, a change that required the body to adapt for a period of time. So there was a cooldown time. And depending on how the ingredients changed the body, the adaptation time was different. For example, this time it was a direct addition of a new organ, the atomic oven. So the body adaptation period was longer. After this battle, Salon had a deeper level of knowledge about the role of the atomic baking oven. This thing was really powerful. It didn't just generate heat so that one could exhale. The increase of the body is also very exaggerated. During the operation of the atomic oven, Salon's strength, speed and so on will be greatly increased a lot. If it wasn't for the physical qualities that didn't allow it, then Salon felt that the gains provided by the atomic baking furnace would be even more powerful. Chapter 43, Digging Worm. A few days later, the Wicked Tooth Tribe. Doug was reporting to Saron about the last interrogation. Salon was comfortably enjoying the massage of Winnie's small cat claws, and next to her, Misa was using a brush to constantly clean the scale armor on Salon's body. It had to be said that the massage was still very comfortable. It was just that Winnie's little cat claw was a little too small. The bones of that noble young Master Argus weren't as hard as he thought himself. After a few dog heads ate both of his arms alive, Argus's spirit couldn't take it anymore. He told all the information one by one. Even about fornicating with one of his uncle's lovers when he was 13. It was an eye-opener. After listening, Salon closed his eyes and continued to enjoy the massage. This Voltan family really isn't that simple. Their strength has long been more than an ordinary duke's family. They were even ready to exterminate the royal family to be their own masters. The others were some brutal holy shield cultivation methods and such. But magic potions, these are all personally mixed by the Voltan family's family lord himself, and ordinary clansmen simply can't access them. And about the situation of the family head, Victor Argus himself didn't know much. He only knew that the family master had always been very mysterious and his strength was extraordinary. Unfortunately, there wasn't much good stuff in Taram's magic guides. They were all contraptions that stimulated the bloodline. At this time, the goblin chief Vex walked in with a grave expression on his face. "Lord Salam, there are some problems at the Topaz Vein," Vix said as he crouched on his knees. "What's the situation?" Salon opened his eyes and surveyed Vickers. The magic iron vein couldn't be mined for a while. The other ingredients for the feast relied on the topaz ore, so he was concerned about anything related to the Topaz Vein. Vickers and Doug hurriedly bowed their heads as they felt the burst of raging pressure on Saron. "We were attacked by some unknown magical beasts while we were digging downwards, and they prevented us from continuing to mine downwards." After calming his violent heartbeat, Vex said slowly. "Unknown magical beasts? What type is it?" "It's some sort of insect-type magical beasts. They came in swarms, and quite a few of the goblins who went down to mine as well as my people were partaken of. But my subordinate and the others killed a small one, and the body is outside." Angus continued. "Bring it in." Saron was a little curious as to what this magical beast was that dared to steal his ore. Doug stood up and walked outside to drag in the corpse of a worm about 2 meters long. A brown body with a sectioned torso. The bug looked like a giganticized insect with 6 spindly legs and spiky claws at the end of the feet. Black eyes and 2 huge jaws on its mouth. Digger worm. This thing was none other than the digger bug. The powerful jaws of this worm could bite through trees and even rocks, so they were very good at digging burrows. This was what gave them the title of digging worms. The 6 footsteps of the digging worm were comparable to swords, and were incredibly sharp. They are good at sneaking up on their prey from the ground, and under a sudden sneak attack, they directly use their feet to tackle and hold their prey, and then use their strong jaws to end the prey's life. And digging worms are usually in groups. Some large magical beasts do not like to encounter this thing. Because their meat is not only difficult to eat, but also poisonous, only some alchemists to do experiments may need some kind of material on this bug. It simply couldn't afford to fight them to the death, so the general creatures encountered them were directly avoided. Salon felt a bit strange. Digger worms were a kind of carnivorous digging monster, and they didn't eat rocks. So they usually resided in the plains, where there was plenty of prey. Only a few would prefer to host in the mines to sneak up on the miners. But it's not like there are any large animal populations near the topaz vein. Why would they be there? Moreover, according to Doug's description, the digger worm colony had at least dozens of members. Although the digger worms were said to be swarming creatures, their members were all family type, usually only 7 or 8 at most. This kind of gathering dozens of them at once and still being so united was relatively rare. Saron's memories from his 2 lives made him think more flexibly than others. Perhaps the other dragons simply didn't care about the digger worms, as evidenced by the pitifully small amount of information about the digger worms in the inherited memories. He quickly thought that there must be a demon when things go wrong. Misa, go find Sardar and ask him if his injuries are healed, if so come with me to the topaz vein there. Salon turned his head to look at the rabbit girl Misa behind him. As you wish, Lord Salon. Misa bounced and left the place. It wasn't long before Sardar came in a flurry of wind. Lord Salon, the subordinate is here. Shadar's essence was full at this time. He was wearing a black armor and had that big bone stick of his on his back. At his waist was a huge sword, which was the equipment of the brutal holy shield. Combined with his 6-parent aura, it looked ferocious. It looks like you've recovered quite well. Salon nodded as he looked at Shadar. He had a very high regard for Sardar, so naturally he had to care more. You can rest assured, Lord Salon, the recovery power of our forest troll clan is not weak. Shadar laughed. That's fine, you first bring some warriors to the topaz side, let the miners temporarily stop mining the ore, I'll be right there afterward. Yes, master. Shadar patted his chest and walked out. Salon continued to enjoy Winnie's massage while Misa repeated the name Diggerworm, which seemed to ring a bell with her. Soon Salon flew to the vicinity of the topaz vein. He was holding both Winnie and Misa in his claws. This was the second time Salon had come to the mines of the topaz vein. In the past, it was the goblins who sent the topaz directly to him. Lord Salon, this is that mine tunnel. These digging worms seem to have dug out a lot of densely packed cave roots under the ground. I've gone down there myself and seen it, and it's very easy to get lost in all directions. Shadar hurried over at this time and said. And the perception of these digging worms is very sharp, it's hard for us to spot them. And they don't seem to want to engage in a battle with us, they just want to drive us away. At this time Doug suddenly added. He had just gone down to the mine as well. Let those minotaurs go down and try again. Sarong remembered the group of stubborn bulls from before. Goblins and dogheads were loyal slaves, not very suitable for cannon fodder. Lord Sarong. Winnie hurriedly walked up to Salon, and Nisa was also a bit agitated. Winnie, you guys need to be clear about your positions. Salon glanced at the two. At this time, Winnie on the side suddenly hesitated like she remembered something and said. Lord Salon, I've known about magical beasts like diggerworms before, I should know something about their current situation. Winnie, you say it. Salon knew where Winnie's group of orcs had come from before. They might have come into contact with some higher level things. A magical beast like the diggerworm is only level 5 as an adult. But few people know that this kind of magical beast can also metamorphose. Some qualified diggerworms will choose some special places to metamorphose into more powerful diggerworms. Chapter 44 Entering. Diggerworms? Salon took a closer look at the mine below. It was a bit deep. And such a small hole would not be good for him to go down with his current size. Even if he went down, it was not good for casting. As for giving up, that was impossible to give up. Who knew what would happen after this thing's metamorphosis was complete? According to the digging insects that he had probed earlier were gathering at a depth of more than 400 meters from the ground. This depth wasn't too easy to solve. Suddenly, Salon remembered a certain movie and television production in his previous life where Brother General had effortlessly penetrated the surface and the center of the earth with an atomic spit. Did he, who also possessed an atomic oven, disgrace Brother General? A mere 400 meters. It's still too deep. Lord Saron, Cook and his clan's iron hoof trampling should be able to shatter the tunnel to force out these digger worms. Misa said as her eyes lit up. Will a tunnel over 400 meters deep work? And shattering the tunnel will seriously affect the subsequent mining work. Vex said with a frown as he looked at the black hole of the mine. He had managed to stabilize the mine for some time. If it was messed up like this, then mining would be further difficult. One warrior definitely can't do it, but more than 30 Minotaur warriors using iron hoof trample at the same time can definitely do it, even if their talent is not as good as Cook's. Are you sure you can convince those stubborn bulls? Saron looked down at Nisa. Lord Salon, we are certain. Nisa and Winnie looked at each other firmly. Good, if they agree then the original 10 times the amount of mining can be reduced to 9 times for them. Salon also gave a little perk. 10 times the amount of mining reduced to 9 times, he lost a lot of money himself. Okay. Winnie and Nisa were a bit speechless. This was worse than nothing, but it was better than nothing. They could only comfort themselves with this. It didn't take long for Winnie and Misa to arrive with a group of yellow-faced Minotaur warriors who still had some marks from the whip on their bodies. Cook was among them. This period of time Cook could be said to have suffered a lot of humiliation. Wanting him as the leader of the Iron Hoof tribe and a noble in the Orc Empire would actually be forced to mine ore. In order to prevent Cook, they resisted Shadar let the female troll with some kind of magic forced confinement of the Minotaur warriors' magic. And wearing heavy chains on their bodies, 10 of them were connected together, giving them no way to escape. Cook, you must listen to me this time. Winnie looked at Minotaur Cook with a serious expression. Winnie. Did he bully you? Cook said with his head bowed. He didn't want his wretched appearance to be seen. Lord Salon is quite good. Winnie said softly as she thought of Salon's usual appearance. Cook looked at Winnie's appearance and felt that something inside his body shattered. Lord Saron, Cook and the others agreed. Winnie didn't notice the lost Minotaur Cook. Instead, she gleefully ran to Saron and said. Salon looked at Cook. These Minotaur warriors, the dragon's might was released. Cook didn't dare to look up at Salon's scarlet eyes again. After a few breaths, Saron collected his dragon might, unshackled them. Shadar waved his hand. Several troll warriors came forward and took out keys to unlock the chains on Cook and the others. He wasn't afraid of these guys rioting. With Lord Saron around, unless these guys really didn't want to live, they would have to be honest. Do you guys still have the magic power to cast Iron Hoof Trample? Cook moved his stiff arms and legs, turning to look at the other Minotaur warriors behind him. Chief, we have no problem. Several warriors said. Good, then let's begin. More than 30 Minotaur warriors stood together and began to perform their Iron Hoof Trample. Rumble. Countless pieces of debris fell from the top of the surrounding mountain walls, and the mine cave that was like a honeycomb began to collapse. Saron nodded, seeing Cook and the others working so honestly. If they didn't work, Salon could have solved it himself. It's just going to be a bit more troublesome. Thinking about it, Salon was a bit depressed. His earth magic talent was very powerful, but unfortunately time was too tight. Otherwise, a good study of advanced earth magic, earthquake magic, would be enough to solve this current problem. He had descended into this world for less than a year by full reckoning. There were too many things that needed to be done. Slowly the mine in front of the crowd calmed down. Only to see that a hole roughly 100 meters in diameter had formed where the original mine had been, almost too deep to see the bottom. Salon looked and saw that the original hole dug by the digger worm was an inverted funnel shape. The mouths on top were all narrow, but the bottom was spacious. Such a large space was already enough for Saron to go down. As soon as he thought of it, Saron flew in towards the bottom. Shadel, continue to put the shackles on them. Winnie will go with me, everyone else wait here. Saron grabbed Winnie with one hand, then with a dive went straight down. Cook looked at Saron's back as he left and clenched his fists, eventually submitting and letting the troll warrior put the shackles on him. Saron soon reached the ground. There was a huge cavern slanting upwards. This should be the tunnel dug out by those earth-digging worms. Winnie, you sneak in first and check the situation. If you're discovered, you'll immediately escape. Safety first. Salon barked at Winnie. The main reason for bringing Winnie was her strong scouting ability. Don't worry, Lord Salon. Winnie gave a salute, then her body and the surrounding space slowly merged into one. Salon wasn't running down to kill any bugs out of a fevered mind. For one thing, these guys did seriously affect the mining work. Secondly, the time for the feast was approaching. He wanted to find some suitable main ingredients. And the other low-level magical beasts were not qualified to be the main food at all. So this rare digging demon worm became a target for Salon, and he was very hopeful that that digging demon worm could metamorphose successfully. In fact, what Salon wanted was, if there was really no suitable ingredient, then he would try to see if he could obtain the Minotaur's iron hoof trampling. But this was the last resort. Salon incidentally also used Earth Pulse, and Earth Detection magic. But didn't find anything wrong. A few minutes later, Salon suddenly heard a strange hissing sound. His eyes went to the tunnel in front of him. What the hell is going on? In the tunnel, Winnie was fleeing in a sorry state. Originally, she had sneaked into the Digger Worm's territory with the help of the Shadowcat clan's talent. She had even passed by some alert Digger Worms without the other party noticing her. Seeing this, she knew that the Digger Worms shouldn't be able to spot her, so she boldly lurked a bit towards the inside. With a hissing sound, suddenly all the diggers seemed to see Winnie. They began to attack where she was. Winnie had no choice but to show up to defend herself. In the confusion, she could only escape and defend at the same time, and her body soon hung color. As a result, these digger bugs seemed to be even more excited when they smelled the smell of blood. Their speed increased by a large margin. Rumble! A dozen or so diggers suddenly appeared on the ground in front of Winnie. The diggers on both sides blocked Winnie in the tunnel. Winnie looked at the digger worms that slowly surrounded her in confusion. As insect-type magical beasts, digger worms shouldn't be so smart. They would actually use tactics. Chapter 45, Earth-Digging Demon Worm. Winnie stretched out her sharp claws and collided viciously with a digger worm that lunged over. The digger worm's abdomen was directly broken open by the cat's claws, oozing out disgusting mucus. Winnie didn't make up any more cuts, but instead directly retreated quickly, taking this opportunity for the other digger worms to already pounce on her. She didn't try to use her talent to blend into the space again. Because she had just tried it, even if she was invisible, these bugs would still find her position, so she might as well save some magic. This was the second time Winnie had encountered a situation where she could directly break her Shadowcat talent. And it wasn't the same method as Lord Sarone's, the difference was rather large. Lord Sarone was using some sort of sound wave to break the operation of the magic power in his body, thus achieving the effect of breaking it. But if Winnie had gone directly stealthy to Sarone's side in the beginning, then Sarone wouldn't have realized it. Whereas these bugs could. It was as if someone was showing them the way. Just as Winnie continued to run away, a glowing stone wall in front of her blocked her way. Winnie knew that it was a huge piece of raw topaz ore. The hardness of topaz was something she knew. While the other bugs that were chasing after her retreated quickly as if they sensed something. Winnie suddenly exploded straight away as she quickly dodged to the side. Rumble! The ground directly ruptured, and a hideous-looking bug head drilled out from under the ground. The front end stood upright for more than 10 meters, and its body length was at least 15 meters. The yellow armor was covered with spikes, the huge jaws on its mouth were dripping with mucus, and a pair of small black eyes looked at Winnie as if she was looking at a piece of meat. Digging Demon Worm. Winnie knew that this was the metamorphosed Digging Demon Worm, this powerful aura. For a moment the identities of the two sides seemed to be reversed. Winnie seemed to have become the worm at this moment. The Digging Demon Worm gazed at the prey in front of it. It had eaten many of these humanoid creatures before and knew that this prey was exceptionally delicious. The food it had prepared before this metamorphosis had long been finished. It had long been hungry and thirsty, which was why it dispersed those ordinary digger worms with the intention of enjoying it itself. The moment the earth-digging demon worm pounced on it, it suddenly jumped out with a curl of its step as if it sensed something. Lord Salon! Winnie said in surprise. She had the courage to come in here because she knew that Lord Salon would definitely come to save her. The digging demon worm hissed angrily. Looking at the enemy in front of him, the digging demon worm knew that this guy was not to be messed with, even though his IQ was not very high and he had never seen a dragon before. This is the digging demon worm? It looks so interesting. Salon sized up the earth-digging demon worm, and just now, his sneak attack that he had been building up his strength was actually dodged in advance. Moreover, the size of this earth-digging demon worm had already surpassed that of Salon. Only that Salon looked even stronger. Dozens of ordinary digger worms crawled out from the shadows amidst the hissing of the digger worm. They surrounded Saron. Saron didn't care about these small bugs and recklessly released his dragon might. Under the influence of Saron's dragon might, these ordinary digger worms hissed uneasily. This bloodline suppression made it difficult for them. The digger worm hissed once again, and the ordinary digger worms, despite being uneasy. But still, they did not hesitate to attack towards Saron. Winnie, you find a safe place to hide first. Sarong finished speaking and directly ignored these ordinary digging worms, targeting the digging demon worms. The jaws and stepping feet of these ordinary digger worms could not break through his lin armor at all. Winnie looked at both sides, then retreated backward. The digging demon worm was also affected by the dragon's might, but it forced down the bad feeling. Boldly, it attacked Salon head-on. Flame impact. Sarong unleashed another fire magic that he had newly learned during this time. At once, raging flames erupted like a long river towards the digging demon worm. The digging demon worm was caught off guard and was sprayed in the face. As Salon grew in size, the magic power inside his body also began to increase, and the power of the magic he released could not be underestimated. However, the earth-digging demon worm's armor was only burned black, and it didn't look like it was in any serious trouble. Hiss. After the flames disappeared, Salon realized that the digging demon worm had disappeared. Looking at the traces dug out on the ground, Salon knew that this guy should be underground. Salon tried to activate the earth magic earth pulse to sense the movement underground, but there wasn't much to be found. This guy should have used some way to hide himself. Interesting, planning a sneak attack? This thought just appeared in Salon's mind when the stone wall on his side suddenly broke open. The digging demon worm swooped out, and it firmly grabbed onto Salon's body with its strong footsteps. The bodies of the two behemoths hugged and tumbled together, and there was no telling how many digger worms on the ground were crushed to death. The earth-digging demon worm originally wanted to pierce Sarong's body with its stepping feet, but found that it was unable to break through the defense for a moment. It could only use its own jaws to bite Salon's neck, intending to give Salon a fatal blow. The digging worm's bite was already powerful, and the digging demon worm didn't need to say much more. Click! A crack appeared in the digging demon worm's jaws. Ha! Salon looked at the digging demon worm like an idiot. His neck was short and stout, and for better defense against the vitals, the dragon horns on Saron's head during the feast were curved and extended to grow towards the back. It firmly guarded his neck like a triceratops skull. How hard Saron's dragon horn was he himself didn't know, it was hard anyway. Seeing the situation, the digging demon worm once again tried to pierce Saron's body with its stepping foot, but Saron didn't give it a chance. You want to get in close, so do I. Ka-ching! Salon summoned all his strength and bit down on the digger's neck, but this guy's neck was also a bit short. His bite directly shattered the bone plate on the top of the digger's neck. The earth-digging demon bug hissed and spat a mouthful of acid at Salon. Salon was sprayed all over his face for a moment. He almost forgot that this guy also spat acid, only that its acid attack wasn't just a regular tactic like the black dragons. The digging demon worm would only use acid to attack if it was under mortal threat, and it would have to recover for a long time afterwards. Salon spat, and the thing almost spit into his mouth. Damn, that's disgusting. Do you have any sense of decency to spit everywhere? Sarong angrily grabbed the left and right jaws of the demon digger and forcibly broke open the other party's mouth, ignoring the tiny wounds that the other party kept leaving on his body with their feet. The atomic oven in his body operated rapidly, followed by a stream of blue-white mist-like spit that shot directly into the digging demon worm's throat. The digging demon worm instantly struggled madly, wanting to escape from under Sarong's dragon claws. But Sarong wouldn't give it any chance. Its armor was very hard, but its internal organs were very fragile. Under this kind of attack, the struggling movements of the earth-digging devil worm became smaller and smaller and finally lost its breath without moving. Salon threw down the corpse of the dead digger worm. Without the support of magic power, Salon easily ripped off the digger worm's head. He let out a roar at some of the remaining common digger worms. Whoosh! The digger worms dispersed in a flurry. They were originally gathered together due to pressure, and once the digger worms died, they directly went their separate ways. With the digging demon worm's death carnivore talent unleashed, the little bit of injuries on Saron's body quickly recovered. Chapter 46, A New Talent. Lord Saron is amazing. Winnie jumped to Salon's side looking at the huge bug corpse on the ground that was still smoking, a bit shocked. This earth-digging demon worm was so fierce and powerful, but it barely had any power to fight back against Lord Salon. Salon knew what Winnie was thinking. In fact, the strength of this earth-digging demon worm was indeed very powerful. Its armor was exceptionally hard, and its bite was amazing, and it was able to hide from the ground. It could also spit acid. Insect-type magical beasts were originally strong, and the huge size of the earth-digging demon worm gave it extremely powerful strength. Ordinary creatures really couldn't handle it. Even a youthful red dragon would be able to handle it. But Saron almost completely overpowered him. In terms of defense, Saron was stronger than it, and in terms of bite strength, Saron had left it several blocks behind. As for spitting acid, that's not to mention. There is also the power are stronger than a cut. Salon felt that this was the strongest individual of the Diggerbug clan. After all, this kind of contraption did not even appear in the true dragon inheritance memory, thus showing that the earth-digging demon worm was exceptionally rare. Go up first. Salon grabbed the corpse of the digging demon worm with both claws and flew towards the top, although the corpse of the worm was a bit disgusting, but this was the only better ingredient in Salon's hands at the moment. Winnie also flew and landed on the digging demon worm's corpse with the intention of hitchhiking. While the crowd on the ground waited anxiously, Saron flew up with the corpse of the earth-digging demon worm. Lord Salon. Shadal and the others saluted respectfully. Bang! The huge bug corpse was thrown directly onto the ground by Salon, smashing up a cloud of dust. Shadal looked at the bug corpse on the ground and knew that this should be the corpse of the earth-digging demon worm. Sure enough, Lord Salon is invincible. How could this tiny bug possibly be able to help Lord Salon? The crisis in the mine has been resolved. Mining is proceeding normally. Shadal, transport all the topaz ores to my cave. Obey. Subordinate will do it right away. Salon finished speaking and left with the corpses of the digging demon worms. He had to be prepared for everything as the feast approached. Minotaur Cook sighed resignedly as he watched Saron's back as he flew away. The digging demon worm was documented in the Iron Shoe tribe, and it was said that once an elite team of more than 50 people from the Iron Shoe tribe encountered a digging demon worm. Originally, it was thought that it was just an ordinary digging demon worm that was just a little bit bigger in size. But I didn't expect that the earth-digging devil worm almost wiped out the whole team without any effort. If it didn't happen to meet the Orc Empire's royal army, then the consequences would be unimaginable. That's how the digging demon worm retreated gracefully without receiving any damage. And this black dragon is getting stronger and stronger. His current aura actually causes me to involuntarily tremble. Clearly last time there wasn't this size. Isn't it said that dragons have a slow growth rate? Cook's heart was full of doubts. And the time is getting closer and closer. You have to know that he came here from the Orc Empire and worked hard to set up the Iron Hoof tribe is not really to be the king of the mountain. He had a very important mission, and the main thing at the moment was to get out first. A few days later in the cave, Salon looked at the ingredients in front of him. The cooldown time for the feast had finally arrived. This time, the digging demon worm was the main course, the shiny topaz served as the main course, and the little bit of silver and gold coins on the side served as the condiments. There were also potions and the like seized from Talim along with them as seasonings. While the feast was going on, Saron wasn't afraid of eating any poisons or anything like that, because the feast would perfectly turn all the substances eaten into nutrients for the body to grow. Then let's begin. Feast activated. A familiar feeling of hunger struck. There was a burst of aroma coming from the bug corpse in front of him, and Saron knew that the main course should be ready this time, except that this aroma was a bit too much worse than the plutonium dragon eggs from last time. Salon looked at the digging demon worm corpse in front of him and began to devour it with his eyes closed, not bothering to look at the grim expression of the worm. Click, click, click. The hard armor of the earth-digging demon worm was swallowed in bit by bit. Surprisingly, the worm meat was quite tasty and had a beefy flavor. Salon ate the worm meat for a while and then started eating the topaz ore, putting in some gold and silver coins as seasoning in the meantime. Then he continued to gnaw on the corpse of the digging demon worm. Soon the corpse of the earth-digging demon worm was eaten by Salon with all its bones. The progress of the feast also reached 94%. In one gulp, Sarong ate all the topaz and other messy ingredients. Finally, the progress of the feast reached 100%. The transformation began. Still in that familiar pitch-black space, Sarong watched as if he was a bystander as his body began to grow little by little. After some time in the cave, Salon slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his own body. The size did not change much. The length from head to tail was probably close to 13 meters. Only about half a meter longer. Sarong touched his head. It seemed to have changed even more here. He went to the pool in the cave and looked at his reflection in the water. It seemed to have gotten handsome again. 2 more dragon horns grew on his head. This time these 2 dragon horns were growing forward, extended and much smaller than the other 4. The horns were still very important in Sarong's opinion. Last time when he fought with the digger worm, it was the backward extending horns that protected his neck and cracked the digger worm's jaws. Of course, even if he was bitten, it would not be fatal. But there was no denying that the horns weren't just for decoration. This time the horns of the dragon were extended forward so that he could headbutt the enemy? Sarong withdrew his thoughts and directly looked at the panel. Sarong, Life, 315. Feast Tier, 9. Feast Cooldown, 10 days. Talent 1, Carnivore, you can recover life value and energy by killing enemies. The recovery value is determined by how much life energy the enemy has. Talent 2, Earth and Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful earth magic talent. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful fire magic talent. Talent 4, Armor Breaker, your claws and teeth will deal more damage to your enemies. Talent 5, Wild Scream, your roar will deal more damage to enemies and interrupt their spellcasting state. Talent 6, Atomic Bake. Talent 6, Atomic Oven, it can absorb and transform more energy into your body. Perhaps you can try to fusion inside the atomic oven when you reach a certain level. Talent 7, Vibrational Perception, you can sense vibrations within a certain range, which is very helpful for you to know the location of your enemies. As the magic power in your body increases, the perception range will also increase. The life value only increased by 35 points, which was also acceptable. The cooldown time was indeed much less. Sarong focused his attention on the newly added talent. Seeing the profile of this talent, Salon was instantly enlightened. No wonder the digging demon worm could avoid his sneak attack in advance. It turned out to be able to sense vibrations within the spatial area. The fact that the digger worm could sense vibrations was something that Salon knew. When lurking underground, they would stick their tentacles in the soil to sense the movements on the surface. Thus, they can ambush and sneak up on their prey. But the general digging worm can only sense the movement of the ground. But this earth-digging demon worm could actually sense the movement in the surrounding space. This was extraordinary, equivalent to a 360-degree perception without a dead angle. No wonder Winnie's stealth talent was as good as nothing in front of this earth-digging demon worm. Sarong followed his instincts and began to sense the vibrations. This feeling was marvelous, as if he had entered a completely different world. Sarong's body could easily sense all the vibrations around him. All sources of vibration around them seemed to be amplified. A gargoyle's 5 senses perception was already very sensitive, not to mention that with the help of the feast Sarong's body perception was even more powerful. Sarong felt that his sense of hearing had been greatly strengthened this time as well. And this talent was even more powerful in himself than in the digging demon worm. For example, at this moment he could sense 2 sources of vibrations outside the cave. He knew that this was the guards arranged by Shadar. The high probability that this vibration source was the heartbeats of the 2 forest trolls. With this talent, Salon wasn't afraid of any sneak attacks or anything like that. Unless the sneak attack was so fast that he couldn't react. But now this perception range is rather limited, with Salon as the center of the circle within a radius of 80 meters of the vibration he can perceive. Even the subtle movements of an insect vibrating its wings. This talent was also very demanding on the brain as there was too much information about the source of the vibrations to process. Overall, the feast had been good. It had been beyond Sarong's expectations. He had thought it might just go up in life points this time around. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone. A happy family reunion. Chapter 47 The Way Out. Lord Sarone. The two guards next to Salon just exited the cave were stunned. Why did it feel like Lord Salon's image had become even more magnificent? At that moment, Sarone sensed a very small source of vibration appearing at his side. Lord Sarone. Winnie emerged from the side. For this godly figure of hers, Salon was already familiar with it, only this time he sensed Winnie's position very clearly. Moreover, Salon also discovered a problem. He seemed to be able to roughly memorize the characteristics of the vibration sources that appeared around him. For example, Winnie, she only had to appear next to him once, then the next time he would know that this vibration source was her. It felt good to think that this silly cat thought he hadn't spotted her. Moreover, vibration perception seemed to have the function of a simple lie detector, as Salon could clearly sense someone's heartbeat. It was important to realize that the heartbeat was different when lying than when it was normal. Is something wrong? Winnie was lost in thought for a moment as she watched Sarone. Did dragons grow that fast? How old was he the first time he saw a black dragon? Lord Sarone, there are some humans there in the magic iron vein that seem to be looking for something. I didn't startle them. Sarone let out a breath through his nose. It seems the days of peace are numbered. Those guys can't help themselves. The Voltan family, well, I'll be waiting for you. Let Sardar take care of them. Since they were enemies now, then the minions they sent out were all cut off. Not having fought, Salon doesn't know if he can mess with this Voltan family. Anyway, just do it first. If you can't beat them and run, it's over. Dragon revenge, 100 years are not too late. But before this, first find yourself a back way. He himself could just fly away, but Shadel and Winnie and the girls would have a hard time. Salon thought carefully. This wasn't cowardice before battle, this was called saving for a rainy day. Yes. And keep a good lookout. I don't want to find out about people only after the enemy hit their lair all last time. Salon admonished. Those humans weren't very simple. No, it shouldn't be humans anymore, it's half humans. Winnie sniffed and paused to directly disappear in place. Sarone knew that Winnie had already scattered far away. Lord Salon, do you need me to clean the scales on your body? Just after Winnie had left, Misa the rabbit bounced over carrying various cleaning supplies. Her place was very close to Salon's place. She saw it just as soon as Salon came out. But Salon didn't say anything as he looked at Misa. White pantyhose covered her slender legs, and her purple and black skirt emphasized her perfect figure. Not for now, Salon said and walked into the cave again. He saw Misa and suddenly remembered that he had to work on another magic that he had tried last time, transfiguration. Otherwise the fire would be too much. And it would be one more means to an end. Ha! Misa looked at Sarone's back suspiciously. She could feel that Salon-sama was not hating herself, and she had clearly enjoyed herself cleaning his body every time before. Not understanding the reason, Misa could only go back to her own place. She still had to learn more about healing. A forest troll in the jungle wearing armor and covered in sweat ran to Shadel's side and said, Chief Shadel, those human scouts suddenly all disappeared after we killed a few of them. All disappeared? Shadel was puzzled. This time the enemy had sent out more than 20 people and they had only killed 4 of them, but the rest had all disappeared? How do you guys see people? Shadel threw away the beast meat in his hand and said furiously. Chief Shadel, those guys are like bugs, we obviously didn't startle them and they disappeared on their own. Find them for me, find one and kill one. Shadar's one-eyed eyes exuded icy killing intent. And Salon finally realized that he appeared to be able to forcefully cast transformation after testing it many times. He began to slowly mobilize the magic power in his body to start building the spell model. The spell model for transfiguration wasn't difficult. The main reason why Salon had failed before was that some of the nodes were always out of order. And this time, he finally succeeded. It was a bit similar to AI face pinching, but the morphing spell seemed to be able to fix only one form. After a while, with a flash of black light, a humanoid creature appeared on the spot. Up to 2 meters 6 tall. Strong limbs, broad round shoulders, high chest, solid as steel stakes and iron pillars. The whole body was full of explosive muscles. The 6 dragon horns on his head were like crowns rising into the sky, and his long black hair was like a black torrent that extended all the way to his waist. The scarlet eyes exuded an inexplicable murderous aura. There was also a pair of huge dragon wings spreading out behind his back. This was exactly what Sarong looked like after using the transformation technique. Sarong came to the side of the pool of water next to him and looked at his appearance. With this appearance, it's considered a half-dragon man, Sarong said uncertainly. But the half-dragon look in the inheritance memories seemed to be a bit far from this one. At least a half-dragon man didn't have wings. But he himself couldn't retract his wings no matter how he used transformation. His hands were still black dragon claws with sharp nails, and the sharp teeth of his open mouth sent shivers down one's spine. And the sides of his cheeks were also covered with black dragon scales inlaid with golden silk threads, looking incomparably evil. Both arms and legs can be seen above the black dragon scales inlaid on it. As a matter of fact, this was already the closest thing to a humanoid appearance after Salon had performed his transformation technique, and his body, whether it was muscle or bone density, was far beyond that of a dragon of this age. The transformation technique inherited from the dragon race was too unsuitable for him. Salon looked down at his own capital. It seemed to be too much beyond expectation, and he didn't know that Misa, Winnie and the others. It is not good to be so naked, Salon thought. A black armor covered his body. This is the dragon scale transformed into. Is Salon in accordance with the previous life of the Pluto throne holy clothes to get? This is called perfection. Salon gave himself a nod of approval. Suddenly Saron frowned. His transfiguration seemed to have used up too much magic power. It caused him to only be able to maintain it for about an hour or so. Moreover, in this form it was as if a shackle had been placed on him, and his strength could only be utilized by about 30% at most. Logically speaking, a smaller body size would be faster, but Sarong's strength and speed were both the same, less than 30% of his dragon form. This made him feel insecure. The most important thing was that it wasn't very stable. One excitement is easy to return to the dragon form. Salon thought about what if he was with Winnie and there that time, the result of one excitement directly returned to the dragon form. Then the consequences are unimaginable. Thinking about it, Salon still resumed his dragon form. As for the stability of the morphing technique, it is better to experiment afterward. Anyway, the result of the transformation is still acceptable to Salon. Oh. Salon let out a long breath. It is true that the dragon form body is the most suitable for him, not only have a sense of security but also very comfortable. He once again sighed. It's better to be a dragon. I don't know how those metal dragons can maintain a transformation spell for decades. It's so damn perverted. Chapter 48, Bewitching Lure. Several black figures gathered in the deep jungle. Did you find any trace of that black dragon? Didn't find it, only some forest trolls gathered here, and they even killed a few of us. Bunch of losers. The leading black-robed man said angrily. The order they received was to look for a black dragon. Not some damn forest trolls. But my lord, we carefully surveyed the scene of the battle between Lord Talum and that black dragon and found something very important. These forest trolls seem to have fought with the black dragon. Eh? Forest trolls and black dragons? Those two are related? And some of the equipment on those forest trolls are still our families. The henchman added again. Yohi finally understood after thinking carefully. No wonder Lord Talum said that he was just dealing with a group of forest trolls. But in the end, he lost sight of them. It turned out that the black dragon and the forest trolls were a group. The most important thing was that he, who was the intelligence officer of the Voltan family, hadn't actually thought of that. What was the difference between that and the pigs? Yohi knew that it was because they had underestimated the forest trolls, thinking of killing the black dragon before freeing their hands to deal with these forest trolls. But with the colored dragon's level of greed, how could he share his loot with his subordinates? Ignoring this for now. As an intelligence officer, Yohi naturally knew the surrounding situation well. There was only one surrounding forest troll tribe. The Evil Tooth tribe. The probability was that the hiding place of that black dragon was in the Evil Tooth tribe, and even if it wasn't there, it couldn't be unrelated to the Evil Tooth tribe. Immediately go back and report to the family head. Yushi finished speaking and quickly left in the distance. The others took a look and immediately followed. Voltan family. Victor stared at Yushi in front of him. After listening to the report, Victor could not calm down for a long time. I didn't expect that all along they had thought wrongly. Also, who would have thought that a near-adult black dragon was living at a snail's pace in a small evil tooth tribe? But Victor can be sure that this black dragon came to the world of the evil tooth tribe will not be more than half a year. Because half a year ago, the Voltan family's intelligence personnel had already investigated the evil tooth tribe to the bottom after paying some price. A black dragon of that size would not be able to be hidden. And the difficulty of providing for a dragon is very big. This kind of can't be hidden. Not to mention the dragon's greed for treasure and such. Let's just say that a giant dragon's usual food is not ordinary. That's why Victor didn't connect the black dragon with the forest troll at first, and just assumed that the black dragon might have just happened to be passing by. It seems like we've lost the vigilance that we should have had when the Voltan family started to grow, Victor said with gloomy eyes. When the Voltan family was just starting to grow every time, they would only take the initiative if they knew their enemy. This time, their intelligence about the Sunset Forest and the evil tooth tribe was still half a year old. All the next inferences were based on this wrong intelligence. Damn it! Talum died too wrongly. It was the poor information that victimized him. Go down, Victor said calmly. Yohi breathed a sigh of relief and slowly retreated, knowing that the more calm the housemaster was, the more powerful the anger in his heart became. But it looked like he wouldn't be torn to pieces by the furious housemaster. In fact, Victor didn't blame his intelligence officer. After all, no one would have thought that a tribe of forest trolls would require a great deal of effort to reinvestigate in the first place. You must help me kill this dragon this time. With your own strength plus all of your Voltan family's reserves, it shouldn't be too hard to kill a subadult black dragon, right? A huge figure appeared in the darkness. It was a 6-meter-tall gargoyle. Forearms stretched out from this gargoyle's towering body, covered in black spikes, and its bizarre and hideous body marked it as extraordinary. It was none other than the most deceptive demon of all, the Lord Demon. Curb your appearance. Victor frowned slightly at the other party's appearance. It would be bad if the others saw it. Ha! Mortals are always used to fantasizing and hating the real. The eyes of the mesmerizing demon Keen shone with a mixture of intelligence and cruelty. Its body slowly changed, transforming into a handsome middle-aged man with black robes and black hair. Want us to help? Then you'll have to be prepared. There's a price to pay for trading with demons. Keen laughed. I know, but my request is that I must infallibly kill that black dragon. Victor said faintly. Ha, Victor, you know what I like you like this. In fact, I have always treated you as a brother. Keen said warmly. Victor did not speak again. The words of this demon in front of him, apart from the content of the deal, if he believed a word it would be all doom and gloom. Keen didn't get angry when he saw that Victor didn't have the intention to talk to it again. Rather, he turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared in the same place. Looking at the place where the other party disappeared, Victor sighed wearily. Dealing with this kind of demon is really too tiring. This is a double-edged sword. If you are not careful, you will be eaten. Even the bones are not left. This mesmerizing demon was also a demon from the abyss that Victor had unintentionally summoned through a summoning technique passed down from a family a long time ago. The rise of the Voltan family was not without its dealings with the Lord Demon. And this time, he saw that his purpose was about to be accomplished, but a black dragon interrupted all his plans. What's more, Taram will never come back. Saron, who was studying new magic in the cave, suddenly had a bad feeling. Who the hell cursed me? Casually cursed Saron and continued to study the magic. The spell model for this fire magic explosive flame bomb is really bad. Explosive flame bomb was an advanced version of fireball. There was more magic power in Salon's body. The fireball spell was powerful, but after all, it was elementary magic. The killing power was limited. Like the last digging demon worm, the fireball spell might just tickle him, not doing any damage to its armor. The explosive flame bomb was different. Not only was the temperature a bit higher, but the bursting effect was even more outstanding, and the effect was not comparable to the fireball spell. He wanted to cultivate both magic and martial arts, so he couldn't afford to leave magic behind. Salon's positioning of himself was a mage plus tank plus warrior plus assassin. Able to fight and run. As for the greed, Salon didn't care. Anyway, the time is long enough, chewing and chewing will be rotten. Explosive bomb. Saron sent out dragon magic at the distant stone. Bang bang. A ball of crimson fire with a long trailing flame slammed hard on top of the boulder. The stone then burst apart. The power is not bad. Salon nodded. This kind of explosive flame bomb he could now release 7 or 8 at once. It could provide no small amount of help. It was the earth attribute magic that didn't make much progress. Because he didn't have too many spell models in his hands. Salon looked towards the doorway, and Misa, who was dressed in a strong outfit, appeared in the doorway. Instead of white pantyhose, she had black pantyhose black leather skirt on her. At her waist was also a pair of short swords made of magic iron that Saron had given her last time. Lord Saron, Misa said with a serious bow. Suddenly Saron was a little less accustomed to this rabbit painting such a serious picture. Misa, what is your business? I'm going to kill the enemy. Misa said with a serious little face. You're going to kill the enemy? Would anyone send a rabbit to war? Wouldn't that be a gift? Misa, why do you want to go to war? Saron asked politely. Everyone has their own things to do, and I'm the only one who can only study some healing technique every day. Misa said with her 2 rabbit ears drooping. But weren't you always like this before? Salon was a bit speechless. Isn't that what priests do? It seems that this is idle panic. I want to make some changes. In fact, you don't have to change anything, just like you used to be in the orc tribe. Everyone who was injured had to look for your treatment. In fact, everyone has its own reason for existence. Salon used some chicken soup for the soul from his previous life to give Misa some thought. These words were practically bullshit, but they sounded reasonable. Misa was successfully bluffed. I understand, Lord Saron. Misa regained her confidence. Meanwhile, a strange forest troll appeared in the Evil Tooth tribe. Is this the Evil Tooth tribe? It's a bit primitive. This forest troll looked at the surrounding scene and mocked. This was none other than Keen. The location of the Evil Tooth tribe wasn't a secret or anything like that. Just as he was checking the information around him, a troll with a scarred face walked over. Bone, what are you doing wandering around here? Have you forgotten the rules? Yeah, kinda forgot. It turned out that the forest troll who had killed was called Bone Setter. This small valley is true Dragon Lord's habitat. Other than the chief's designated guards, others can't just come in, like me. True dragon? Keen looked at the small valley next to him. This should be the hiding place of that black dragon. I didn't expect a sub-adult black dragon to actually hide in such a small tribe. It just so happened that a black dragon's soul should be a good catch. How dare I casually mess with a true dragon? Keen made a scared look and rushed out. The Scarface troll looked at this companion, feeling that he seemed a bit strange today, but he didn't think much about it and left the place. After he left, Keen's figure resurfaced. His appearance slowly changed and finally took on the appearance of a Scarface troll. He then walked towards the valley. Now go and test the goods. I hope I don't disappoint myself too much. Saron was having Misa clean his scale armor at the moment. He was thinking about where he should get his next ingredients from. Currently the Evil Tooth tribe wasn't giving him as much help as before. Moreover, what Saron wanted to obtain the most was the kind of ingredient that would allow him to obtain a special talent. Suddenly Salon sensed a powerful heartbeat. He stood up and walked out of the cave, not caring about Misa's puzzled gaze behind him. In the distance came a forest troll warrior with a scarred face. Though Saron didn't care about the other forest trolls. But a gargoyle's memory was not that simple. Saron clearly remembered that this forest troll had just stood guard at the entrance. His heartbeat was not sounding like this, even though it was also thick and strong. Saron's eyes narrowed slightly. True Lord Dragon. Keen didn't expect to just come face to face with this black dragon. And why did this black dragon look so weird? Well, did you find Shadel when I asked you to look for him just now? The atomic baking furnace in Saron's body began to operate quietly. Keen's heart was a little wary as he heard this, and his mind raced. True Dragon Lord, you didn't ask me to look for Shadal? At that very moment Saron let out a piercing dragon roar from his mouth. Keen felt a tumble of magic within his body. Put! The body of the scar-faced troll slowly twisted, and all of a sudden Keen's 6-meter body was revealed. How is this possible? At this moment, Keen was confused. Why was his illusory body disabled by such a roar from his opponent? One had to know that their misty seducing demon's illusion ability was not comparable to ordinary shapeshifting techniques. It was their most powerful tool. But before he could react, a blue-white misty spit directly splashed onto his body. The powerful heat caused Keen to feel great pain. Saron didn't give his opponent much time to react. After the spitting was finished, he merged and pounced. Grabbing the body of the gargoyle in front of him, he began to tear at it. The stone wall behind them was shattered by the two behemoths. One mouthful went down and one of Keen's massive arm along with half of his shoulder was ripped alive by Saron. His bite was aimed at his opponent's head, only to be dodged. Keen felt like this was the most inexplicable fight he had ever experienced. He had too many doubts, but it was too late to think. Because he felt like he might be bitten alive. Black Dragon, stop, I'm not here to fight. But Saron turned a deaf ear. With one mouth, Keen's small half of his head along with one side of his giant horn was bitten to pieces by Saron. Ah! Keen roared several times. There was a flash of blood on his body. With that, the huge body quickly disappeared. And behind him, Misa and the forest troll next to him rushed forward. Lord Salon, we. The two forest troll guards were just about to say something when Saron stopped them. Go find Shadal and tell them to come back and abandon everything outside. As you wish, True Dragon Lord. The two forest trolls rushed out, looking at the half head on the ground and the huge arm on the ground. They knew a storm was coming. Lord Saron, what was that just now? Misa looked at the distance in shock. That was a mesmerizing demon, a very cunning demon. Saron remembered what that guy looked like just now. As he grew older, the memories of the true dragon inheritance unlocked more and more. So the moment he saw that guy's true appearance, he knew the identity of the other party. A mesmerizing and seductive demon? Misa had never heard of this kind of demon. It corrupts creatures just like a charmed demon. But unlike the phantom demon that uses trickery to provoke the lust and desire of some creatures to corrupt them, the mesmerizing demon is a different kind of seducer. Despite its ferocious and bestial appearance, the mesmerizing demon is actually a master of deception and lies, and it is best at using tricks to get those creatures to kill each other. The usually illusory ability to cover up its real face, and then stirring up trouble in various places, ordinary creatures have no way to tell the difference. It can only be toyed with by it. It was hard for Misa to imagine that the creature that was so powerful and ferocious just now was actually best at scheming. Saron, on the other hand, was thinking about how that guy had just suddenly disappeared. If it was the same teleportation scroll as that Prince Revel before. Teleportation that had a time, he could just interrupt it through a wild scream. But there wasn't much that could be done about this kind of instantaneous teleportation. Chapter 50, A Cruel Deal. A bloody light suddenly appeared in an open space. A blood-drenched figure appeared in the bloody light. It was none other than the mesmerizing demon seducer Jean from just now. Ha ha ha. Jean laughed perversely. He had finally come back from the dead. The kind of teleportation just now was not natural for a lost seduction demon in the abyss like him. It was a teleportation magic that he had gotten from a kind of Ugros demon at a certain price. This kind of magic was engraved inside his body, but the conditions for teleportation were harsh. It would instantly extract half of the magic power and blood in his body. So this kind of teleportation was destined not to be used many times. Just now, it wasn't just the blood. Jean felt that the demon bloodline in his body was also greatly affected. It wasn't an ordinary black dragon, even an adult black dragon couldn't compare to him. Jean had been in the human world for an unknown amount of time as a mesmerizing demon. There was still an understanding of giant dragons. He had seen a green dragon and a squad of legendary dragon slayers fight 10 years ago. The green dragon and the dragon slayer team fought for more than half a month and finally the green dragon was killed. The green dragon was finally killed and his treasure and corpse became the spoils of war. But the terrifying figure of that black dragon just now still made Jean feel exceptionally terrified. The most important thing was how had he been discovered? The unknown was what made it the hardest. For so many years he had been able to make a name for himself in the human world by relying on the innate illusionary ability of the mesmerizing demon. If he didn't find out why, then Jean felt like he would never be able to rest easy. Moreover, that black dragon's decisive character was really incomparably ferocious. It didn't give him any chance at all. There was also his strength. Didn't all black dragons spit acid? What was that white misty hot spit? I've never heard of a giant dragon that was this kind of spit. Jean looked at his badly burned body. There was also the incomparably strong body of the black dragon. Both made it hard for Jean to understand. Bewitching demons just like to go about hurting people with their schemes. But their battle power was not bad at all, okay. But in front of that guy, he was defenseless and was being abused unilaterally. If he didn't have that teleportation, he would have died in that place. And this time it's a big loss. Victor, that guy has to pay something more. After thinking for a few moments, Jean held back the pain and began to heal his wounds. The burned skin and his broken arm slowly grew back. The body after being torn apart by Saron slowly recovered. From the outside, it looked as if he hadn't suffered any injuries. Only Jean himself knew how serious his injuries were. This kind of injury could only be traded with those damn guys after this time was over. After doing this, Jean transformed into the handsome black-haired middle-aged man from before. He began to leave in a direction. After an hour or so, Jean stopped next to a clearing. At once the clearing changed. It became a large, heavily guarded camp. This was none other than the Voltan family's camp. After a while, the figure of Victor, the head of the Voltan family, appeared. Victor was currently wearing a golden armor and his gaze was fixed on Jean. Has that black dragon been found? Victor spoke out. That's for sure. Jean said with a smile. Come in. Victor walked in first. Jean looked around at the Voltan family with interest and absently followed. Inside the tent, Victor listened to Jean's intelligence. That's just an ordinary subadult black dragon. Of course it could be a hybrid with a red dragon, you don't have to worry too much. Jean said as he looked at Victor. If it's just an ordinary subadult black dragon, then you should be able to solve it with some of your own means, right? Victor suddenly said. Jean forced himself to hold back his hard feelings but still smiled and said, the price I would need to pay to get me to fight personally you can't afford to pay. Victor was silent for a moment without saying another word. He had brought 45 brutal sacred shields this time, which was almost about 80% of the family's stock for so many years. And there were more than 800 soldiers, and they were all elites. As well as some spellcasters. Unfortunately, due to the bloodline, the Voltan family could hardly have high-level casters. Recruiting high-level casters was too costly and untrustworthy. Victor looked at the mesmerized seductive demon in front of him. His words Victor had to scrutinize every time. Jean was a little hard to bear by Victor's look. He directly spoke out. You first pay what you owed me before, then we can talk about the rest. There's a Shija village next to Walton City, and there's about 6,000 people there. I'll announce to the public that that village has encountered a high-ranked magical beast. You can take those mortals anytime you want, soul or body at your disposal. I'll have the army cooperate with you, no news will get out. Victor said mercilessly, as if it wasn't more than 6,000 people, but more than 6,000 grasses. Tisk, TSK, you humans are really scary, so many of your compatriots are sold when you say so. Jean couldn't help but mock. Victor, I told you long ago that you have the potential to be a demon. Jean, we've worked together for a long time, I hope we can be a little more sincere with each other. Victor didn't care about the other party's mockery. That village, he hadn't collected their taxes for 3 years in a row, and it was guarded by a powerful army at all times. The entire village had been living happily for these 3 years, without starving to death or anything like that. 3 years of enjoying a happy life should be enough. Victor thought that this was the mercy he had given them. Okay, whatever. Jean didn't say another word. And Victor sighed, Talim, my brother. Take heart. Our time has come. I won't let you down. Chapter 51 Idris the Horned Demon. A few days later. In the cave, Saron looked down at the map in front of him. In front of him stood the goblin chieftain Vixen and the dog-headed man Dawnguard. There was also Sardar and Winnie here. Lord Salon, the diggers have dug a very long underground tunnel beneath our topaz vein. I sent some of my clansmen to conduct an in-depth exploration and found that the tunnel should lead to the northern part of the Larkana mountain range, and due to the complex environment in the tunnel and the time constraints, it wasn't explored completely. Goblin Chief Vixen said as he pointed at the map on the ground. Salon, on the other hand, lowered his head in thought. He had discovered the long tunnel after killing the digging demon worm last time. Casually instructed Vex to pay attention to it and left it alone. But nowadays there seemed to be something uncomplicated. Saron looked at all his dependents. Our situation today should be clear to you all, that mesmerizing demon is most likely related to the Volten family. It seems like the enemy has a lot of determination this time. Salon had just finished speaking when Shadar began to express his own determination. Lord Salon, we forest trolls will fight those guys to the death. Lord Salon, we don't have many clansmen, but I have my own determination. Winnie said. She had witnessed the change in the black dragon in front of her in just a few months, which gave her a lot of confidence in her future life. And she couldn't even imagine how powerful Saron would be if another decade or so passed. This might be the only chance for the Rosebud tribe. And her character was such that since she had already made a choice, she wouldn't change it easily. As long as she got through the difficulties in front of her. Then in the future for all the tribesmen this would be the path to heaven. She definitely wouldn't give up. Shadar, Winnie, you can start by bringing the old, weak, sick and pregnant from your respective tribes to that tunnel first, while the rest of you prepare to fight. Lord Salon, our entire tribe of forest trolls can become warriors in defense of our home. I know your determination, but in everything, we must plan for the worst. I hope you can leave a foundation for your tribe. Saron gazed at the several people. He meant what he said, after all, when it came to the point of no return, then he would absolutely choose to save himself. And whether it was Shadar or Winnie would probably be abandoned by him. Salon had a very clear perception of himself, and he knew that he had never been the kind of person to give up himself for the sake of others, not to mention that in this life he was not a human being, and the most selfish and self-serving color dragon. At most, he will not let them suffer any humiliating treatment, and will definitely take revenge for them. Possessing a feast, he would sooner or later grow up and become that unrivaled existence. As you command. Sardar secretly sighed, this time it was really fierce. Let's hope that Lord Salon can lead them to continue creating miracles. Outside the Evil Tooth tribe, a group of black and human armies gathered in a jungle. Behind Victor stood about 40 or so brutal sacred shields. This time, Victor didn't bring too many ordinary soldiers because there were some things that were not suitable for ordinary people to know. This is the Evil Tooth tribe, that black dragon is inside. Jean said as he looked at the tribe in front of him. A cold light emanated from Victor's eyes. How is the preparation of the forbidden air magic going? Victor, who was wearing a dark red robe, looked at the caster squad next to him. Lord Victor, the scope of this Evil Tooth tribe is very large. If we were to set up a forbidden air magic for the whole thing, then it would inevitably startle the forest trolls inside. After all, they have spellcasters as well. And the gargoyles are also very sensitive to magic fluctuations. The spellcaster said with some difficulty. You guys follow the brutal sacred shield and spread out. Prepare the forbidden air magic around the Evil Tooth tribe. I'll attack the moment you're ready. Victor said without a care in the world. Jean, where's the help I need? Victor looked to Jean, the mesmerizing lord demon next to him. Help will be here soon. Jean said without a care in the world. A black glow began to appear in his hand. A black circular summoning spell then appeared in place. Victor, this is the best service I can offer you for the sake of our many years of trade. Jean smiled. Of course the demon had emotions, he had to make that black dragon pay for being injured so badly. Only more payment had to be demanded from Victor. Victor, drop your blood into the middle of the summoning spell so the contract can be established. Jean prompted. Without the slightest hesitation, Victor slashed his finger with his short sword. A drop of black and red blood instantly dripped into the summoning spell. Bang! As if the air exploded, the spell formation grew bigger and bigger. Roar! A red terrifying figure walked out from the spell formation. It was more than 7 meters tall. On top of its head were 2 black streamline horns. Behind it was a pair of huge wings and a whiptail covered in barbs. There was also a steel fork in his hand. I didn't expect it to be a horned demon. As a demon descendant, Victor naturally knew a little bit about the various demons in the abyssal hell. And the horned demon was exactly one of them. Horned demons are the most outstanding flying soldiers in the Hell Legion, and Idris is the best of them. You've earned a lot this time. Jean said calmly. Jean, you still haven't settled the soul you promised me last time. The red figure looked at Jean, the mesmerizing seductive demon next to him. Idris, it's been a long time, don't be in a hurry, this time your employer owns a huge territory, he will fulfill all your requests. Jean said without a care in the world. Among demons their currency wasn't any gold coins or anything like that, those were human currencies. They had only one currency, and that was population, or one could say the souls of creatures. And only high-level intelligent demons knew how to use this currency. It was different for those bottom-tier cannon fodder that had no intelligence. The horned demon Idris looked to Victor based on his contractual senses. He knew that this human should be his employer. Idris huffed. You smell like a hell demon, are you of demon descent? Idris had lived for a long time. He had naturally seen a demon descendant, and that strong smell of hell demon on Victor's body surprised him. Ha, Idris, Victor is not simple, he'll be completely one of us in a while. Jean laughed wryly. I see. Idris nodded. So what's the goal this time? Idris didn't ask much. There was only one connection between demons, and that was profit. He didn't care about this mess, he only wanted his portion of the gain. This summoning was different from an ordinary summoning, there was no way to summon him here in an ordinary summoning. And a mesmerizing lure demon like Jean, who had lived for an unknown amount of time, naturally had his own means. Our target is a black dragon. Victor said as he looked at Idris. A black dragon? This battle should be interesting. Idris also came to be interested. After all, it was his first time dealing with a colored dragon, and he was quite curious. Chapter 52, Confronting the Horned Demon. At this moment, the evil Tooth tribe was already in a state of war. Lord Salon, there are many humans outside the tribe right now. Winnie revealed herself from the air. Salon opened his eyes and looked at the feast cooldown above his panel becoming 0. His gaze instantly became incomparably cold. Come on then. At this moment, the horned demon Idris did not personally make a move. He looked at the evil Tooth horde in front of him with his yellow eyes filled with a murderous aura. His right claws were clenched together tightly, and the demon's steel fork in his hand was raised high in the air. It began to silently recite an incantation in the abyssal language. Instantly a scarlet evil magic formation appeared behind him. Kira Kiri. Countless small demons the size of human heads began to fly towards the evil Tooth tribe. Their eyes were filled with madness. Densely packed like a huge and incomparable bat colony. These were the lowest level of cannon fodder in the abyssal hells, the imps. Since there was a contract, then Idris also intended to take it seriously. And the moment the swarm of imps appeared over the evil Tooth tribe. The evil Tooth tribe's protective magic array was opened. Ghostly blue light shot out in all directions, and some of the imps were split in two just after making contact. But the imps behind them were still defiant and began to attack. Salon looked at the dense number of imps in the sky. It seems that some more powerful demons have been summoned here. Because by virtue of the imps there was no way to withstand the exertion and oppression across the realms. Only powerful demons could do this, so these imps must have been brought over. Winnie, protect yourself and Misa later. Salon glanced at Winnie and Misa behind him. Misa nervously gripped the two short swords in her hands. When he sent those weak orcs away earlier, Salon was trying to get Misa to leave with him. But she still didn't go for some reason. Salon didn't blame her either. Lord Salon, I will protect Misa, Winnie said seriously. Then let's begin. Saron's huge figure began to walk out of the cave. At that moment, several huge fireballs landed on top of the defense spell formation, and the ghostly blue light created a ripple. Chief Sardar, our magic crystals are depleting too quickly, we likely won't last a while. A female troll holding a staff said anxiously. One of the Evil Tooth tribe's underpinnings was this protective magic array. This was also the reason why they had always stood here. But the magic power consumed too much for the spell formation to open. Mainly because it's been getting pounded all the time. The magic crystals that have been accumulated over the years won't last much longer. Use your magic power to support it first, Shadar said as he tidied up his armor. His last injury had only just been restored to full strength. At that moment a muffled voice came out. Sardar, wait a moment to open the spell formation, I will take the initiative. If things are not possible, remember to save your living forces to go to the Topaz vein there, don't die for nothing. Saron's figure appeared behind Shadar. Lord Salon. Shadar hurriedly saluted. Remember what I said. Salon glanced at Shadar and flew into the sky. Shadar gritted his teeth and looked at Salon's back. Open the defense spell formation. A small gap appeared in the magic formation. Countless imps scrambled in. They collided with Salon, who had just flown high into the sky. Salon directly ignored the imps. It directly went through the middle of them. Although he didn't intentionally kill each other. But the dragon horns on his head, and the spikes on his body still set off a rain of blood. An imp had just climbed onto Sarong's body and excitedly started tearing hard with its teeth. Ka-chow. The imp's mouth full of teeth were all broken off at once, and its mouth was dripping with blood. It was then squeezed out by the imps behind it. Salon didn't care about these imps. As far as he was concerned, these were the tools he would use to recover from his injuries later. They could not be killed now. Black Dragon, you're funny. At this time a huge figure appeared in front of Saron. It was none other than the horned demon Idris. He sized up Sarong with interest. The most Idris had ever seen were metal dragons. But this was the first time he had seen a black dragon. Abyssal horned demon. Sarong sized up the other party. It seemed that this was the bottom card of the Voltan family. Normally this level of demon could not be summoned casually. And there was also a great danger in summoning it, so the demonic descendants were really reckless. Kill him. Victor in the distance recognized Saron the moment he appeared. Horned demons possessed simplified telepathy and could communicate with intelligent creatures within a certain range. So Victor's voice was audible to Idris. He stopped talking nonsense, but flapped his huge wings and flew directly towards Salon. Idris' speed was so fast that he flew to Salon's side in almost a breath's time. The steel fork in his hand attacked towards Salon's head. Salon avoided the blow with a nimble turn in the air. Good reaction speed, Idris exclaimed. Bang bang bang. Just then several large red fireballs landed on Saron's body. Hit hit hit. The underground group of spellcasters rejoiced. After a huge flash of fire, Saron's unharmed figure appeared in the air. Saron turned his brutal gaze to a few human casters in the distance. It was rare for a demon and a human caster to work together against a dragon. How can that be? The several human casters looked at Saron's figure incredulously. They were high-level fire magicians. And this was still a black dragon, not a red dragon. It didn't have much resistance to flames. How could it be unharmed after catching the molten fire flame bomb that several of them had combined their efforts to cast head-on? Salon felt that his body was warm, and the atomic oven inside his body seemed to be absorbing the heat from the surface of his body. It made him feel a wave of relief. Forbidden air. At this moment a transparent mesh ripple swept through Sarong's body. At that moment, Saron felt that the magic in his body could not assist in flying. It's forbidden air magic again. This time, this kind of forbidden air magic could be much more powerful than the kind of forbidden air magic cast by the Shadar tribe before. So much so that Salon's body suddenly began to fall. Just the moment Sarong descended, Idris on the side didn't let go of this opportunity. He threw the steel fork in his hand directly, aiming for Salon's head. He himself followed from behind. Salon turned his head to look at the steel fork at this time. And the steel fork stabbed directly into Saron's mouth. Idris stopped. He didn't expect this black dragon to be so stupid that it would be solved just like that. No, it wasn't that simple. Click click click. In Idris's shocked gaze, Saron directly ate Idris's steel fork like chewing on a bone. Now the game has just begun. Saron's scarlet eyes gazed at the horned demon in front of him after swallowing the steel fork. I wonder how the horned demon tastes. Chapter 53, Overload. There was a sudden tightening in Idris's heart. He felt as if something was wrong. Rumble. Salon's body slammed hard into the ground. The few soldiers brought by Victor were immediately swept straight across by this behemoth. Some of the ones who weren't afraid to die even tried to use the spears in their own hands to pierce Saron's scale armor that was tougher than steel. Sarong casually swept these soldiers like a mortal swatting a mosquito, and they were directly turned into mush. Give me on. Victor saw this and ordered the brutal holy shields next to him to surround them with weapons in hand. Salon shook his head and stood up. This level of impact was nothing to him. After casually clawing one of the soldiers on the ground who was still screaming in agony and directly slapping it away, Saron spread his wings and looked at the horned demons in the sky. Idris' hands flashed with red light and a new trident appeared in his hands. He wasn't one of those lesser demons, though the opponent was trickier than expected. Idris whistled straight down between the flaps of his wings, his massive size causing a suffocating pressure. The other spellcasters were also ready, the magical light on their bodies constantly flickering. The spell-casting materials in their hands had long been ready. It was imperative that this black dragon would fall here. Super heavy spell. The body that Sarong felt suddenly became heavy, while the ground under his feet loosened up. Quicksand spell. Several spellcasters jointly cast the Earth-type intermediate magic, overweight magic, and quicksand magic. Since the gargoyle's magic resistance was too high, they didn't cast offensive magic. Instead, they intended to keep Sarong under control. These two types of magic were often used against large magical beasts. It seemed to them that there was forbidden magic high in the air right now. There was also the horned demon Idris attacking from the air. On the ground there was also a powerful warrior like brutal sacred shield. They only needed to control this berserk dragon, then everything would be a foregone conclusion. The only thing that could be seen in the smoke was Sarong's pair of scarlet eyes. The brutal sacred shields went up with their huge swords, and they had no fear of the huge dragon in front of them. Sarong's heart was calm as he looked at these guys who hated to eat him alive. He began to operate the atomic baking furnace in his body. And unlike in the past, this time he didn't brew a spit. Instead, he kept running the atomic furnace continuously. Until a red glow was revealed in his chest. Finally seeming to reach a limit, those golden threads on the surface of Sarong's scale armor began to glow. Those red patterns above the two dragon horns were also getting brighter and brighter. Roar! Sarong seemed to have turned into a dark golden dragon. This was exactly one of the uses of the atomic oven that Sarong had experimented with. He called it the overload state. In this state all of Sarong's attributes would receive an almost five-fold increase. Whether it was defense or speed in spitting, they would all be greatly strengthened. It was only afterwards that the atomic oven had to recover for a period of time. The huge batwings began to flap, and before the brutal holy shield could even get close to Salon, it was blown backwards and backwards by the violent air currents. Bang bang! Sarong's entire body directly broke through the quicksand art and super weight art with the help of this force. He brutally charged directly towards the front. The consequences of such a huge dragon charging straight ahead could be imagined. Even though the brutal sacred shields kept trying to attack Sarong. But their power was too weak compared to Sarong. Moreover, there was no way for their giant swords to break through Sarong's body defense. The bodies of the brutal sacred shields that were hit by Sarong were like a can of tomatoes that directly burst apart. "He's aiming for us spellcasters, everyone be careful," one of the spellcasters suddenly said. Sarong charged towards them almost unabashedly. The horned demon Idris didn't care about the yelling of these humans. To him these humans weren't much different from bugs. To die was to die. The key was to fulfill one's deal. That was the demon's code. Earth wall spell. Mud swamp spell. Ice wall spell. In their haste the casters could only cast a large number of elementary magic spells to try and block Sarong. But these were meaningless to Sarong, no different from paper mache. The earth wall collapsed, the ice wall shattered. Finally Sarong rushed in front of these few spellcasters. A few people still wanted to escape, but how could Sarong let them go? The dragon claws directly probed forward. The casters' fragile bodies had no way to block Sarong's attack. Their magic shields were as good as none. Help! Damn evil dragon! Sarong looked at the few tiny humans in his claws and made a strong push. Countless pieces of flesh burst from the cracks of the claws. And Idris's yellow eyes lit up, an opportunity had come. The horned demon held a trident and stabbed it directly at Sarong's neck. The trident had some sort of ocean blue water wave above it. The halberd blade above the trident transformed into a huge sea beast head tearing at Sarong. This trident was different from the one before. It was a trophy that he had obtained during his crusade against a small sea race realm. It was said to be the weapon of that sea race's royal family. It had bonuses on it for sharpness, armor breaking, heavy damage, and so on. He was certain that he could directly pierce this black dragon's neck. Salon had just finished resolving a few spellcasters and looked up at Idris. Just then Idris' trident stabbed straight down. Put! The trident stabbed directly into Sarong's shoulder and couldn't go in anymore. How is that possible? Idris looked at Salon incredulously. He had started to build up his strength from high up in the air, and with such a powerful weapon he actually didn't land a single blow. My turn! A blue glow began to emanate from Sarong's throat area. Idris instantly felt bad. He wanted to draw back his weapon trident. But it was too late. With that, a ghostly blue spit directly came out of Sarong's mouth, hitting Idris head-on. Ah! Idris' body instantly felt a powerful and incomparable heat when he was hit head-on. He felt that this heat was even more terrifying than the hellfire he had felt in the abyss. The red scale armor even melted. Sarong took this opportunity to directly grab Idris' arms. The sharp dragon claws pierced into Idris' body in a deadly manner. Idris used the abyssal language to forcefully unleash a magic. Demon sacrifice. Only to see the bodies of the countless lesser demons still fighting in the battlefield begin to dry up. Pieces and pieces died. On the other hand, the aura on Idris' body began to grow stronger. The injuries on top of his body began to recover continuously, and his muscles kept growing larger. Black demonic lines began to appear on the surface of his body. The body size also began to grow, until it reached nearly 9 meters. Idris stared at Salon with a deadly stare. His claws backhanded and grabbed Sarong's arm as well. Black Dragon, don't underestimate me. Idris had gone a little crazy at this point. He felt like he had been tricked. What was just a subadult black dragon? This was a black dragon at all? Wasn't it said that black dragons were just big lizards that survived in mud puddles and only spit acid? Losing so many imps this time caused him to be unusually distressed at once. It was important to realize that imps that could cast demonic sacrifice were not easy to breed. According to the regulations above that contract, in human terms he had directly lost money this time. Even if he killed this black dragon and got another 5,000 souls, it would be a huge loss. Chapter 54, Eaten Alive. To actually be able to push Idris to such a point? Watching the battle from the side, seductive demon Jean was surprised. I didn't realize that this black dragon had actually left so many cards up his sleeve when he fought with himself last time. If he had fought against himself in this state last time, then he would have died quite badly. The teleportation might not even open. True to form, he was a cunning colored dragon. Looking at Idris's fierce face and murderous eyes, Jean's heart went cold. It seemed that this time he had screwed Idris over. There might not even be a chance to work together in the future, which was originally thought to be a hand-to-mouth affair. Both can give himself revenge, but also can complete the deal with Victor. It was also possible to sell Idris some benefits along the way, laying a solid foundation for future transactions. But all of this fizzled out. Victor, the strength of this black dragon has far exceeded our expectations, you have to raise the money. Jean looked at Victor next to him. This old guy wasn't simple either. Other than letting his men go to their deaths, he himself had been sitting steadily. There was no hint of panic at all. Our deal has to abide by the contract, and Jean, wasn't it you who went to probe the strength of this black dragon? Didn't you say that it was at most a cross between a black dragon and a red dragon? Could I have misremembered? Victor said with a calm face. You. Jean was choked for a moment. Originally, he wanted to pit Victor, but he didn't expect that he would actually get screwed. I won't give you a single soul for the extra ones. Victor said. You can't take what you want from these demons. Otherwise, what did he think he, Victor, was? A soul-making machine? Ha! Victor laughed coldly in his heart. Looking at Idris, who was still battling Saron in the distance. Fight it, fight it. It's best to die together and get some pure demonic materials for yourself. These stupid demons had such a powerful bloodline but wouldn't use it to develop it. They only fight so simply and roughly. The brutal sacred shield that my family researched based on the demon bloodline was much more powerful than these low-level demons. There was also Talum and his own research on demon bloodlines that were above these guys. Seducing demon Jean looked at Victor's appearance and knew that this old guy wasn't doing anything good. But it didn't matter, they were supposed to be utilizing each other. On this side, Salon and the opposite Horned Demon had already exchanged a few rounds. Horned Demon was exceptionally difficult to deal with under the addition of Demon Sacrifice. Not only was his strength much greater, but his defense and self-healing ability were exceptionally strong. Sarong had already bitten off his arm several times, but it was all recovered by this guy. Even his throat was ripped by Salon once and recovered. Sarong wanted to kill this horned devil the same way he killed the digging demon worm last time. But the horned demon was different from the kind of low IQ guy like the digging demon worm. He didn't give Sarong much of a chance. Sarong pondered. This wouldn't work, he couldn't maintain the overloaded state for a long time, although looking at his opponent this state didn't seem to last either. But he couldn't gamble. After all, there were still a lot of enemies down there. Can recover, right? Let's see how awesome you are. Feast open. Salon silently opened the feast. An intense feeling of hunger then instantly swept through his entire body. What came from the demon next to him was no longer a fishy odor. And an incomparably delicious aroma. A lot of saliva involuntarily flowed out of Sarong's mouth. The horned demon Idris on the opposite side instantly had a cold body. This guy seemed to be a bit different. Sarong once again bit down on Idris' arm. Useless black dragon, I will soon be able to. Before he could finish, Sarong simply ripped off his arm and swallowed it alive. Teeth were the sharpest part of Sarong's entire body. After all, you couldn't stack a feast without a mouthful of good teeth. Idris, this relatively strong defense compared to other creatures is just a matter of a few more bites. And just a moment after Idris's arm had just grown out, Sarong bit on it again. Damn it! The horned demon Idris was shocked and angry. This black dragon actually wanted to eat himself. Idris was fuming. You eat me, then I'll eat you too. Let's see who eats faster. As a demon, Idris also had a crazy energy in his bones. He bit down on Sarong's arm as well. Ka-ching! The bite was too fierce. A few of Idris' teeth were directly broken. He felt as if he had bitten on top of divine iron. Looking at this crazy look of Sarong, Idris panicked a little. He opened his wings and flew directly. He even broke both of his arms directly just to get rid of Salon. Idris flew into the sky as he stared at Sarong on the ground. calculating how to solve this guy. And Salon ate Idris's arms right off. He watched as Idris in the sky began to slowly flap his wings. The scent was too appealing to the dragon. The forbidden air magic is still there, he can't fly. Jean watched as Saron flapped his wings. Idris's flying style was not quite the same as the true dragons in the main material world, so it was not affected by the forbidden air magic. But as Saron's batwings began to flap non-stop, there was a gust of wind. And Saron actually flew just like that. What? Jean stared at the ascending Saron. There was no fluctuation of magic power. So this black dragon was flying completely on its own power. But how was that possible? And there was a look of surprise on the face of Victor on the side. It actually did fly. In fact, even if this black dragon's wings were much bigger than other true dragons, it was impossible to just fly. Just like humans, it was impossible to say that you could fly just by putting on a wing. Even if it could, that would be gliding, not to say flying. There were many more factors to consider with one's own weight. Just as they were thinking about it, Saron had already engaged Idris again. This time, Salon directly held Idris's body in a death grip without letting go. His claws firmly grasped his opponent. Then bite by bite, he gnawed on the flesh and blood on Idris' body. Is Lord Salon so raw? On the ground, Sardar was filled with fervor as he watched Saron and that powerful enemy battle in the sky. Shadar, shift quickly. Winnie, on the other hand, looked worriedly at the huge figure in the sky. Lord Salon clearly has the upper hand, why do we need to shift? Shadar was puzzled. The human army had come in small numbers, and had just been handily disposed of by Saron. And the spellcasters were nearly completely wiped out. And Lord Saron had the upper hand against that demon. Why would you evacuate at a time like this? Lord Saron told me alone before that if he used the state, then all the clans must be evacuated. Winnie said directly. Seeing that Sardar was still not convinced, Winnie took out a black dragon scale from her magic guide. This was what Saron had specially given to Winnie. Sardar's face also became serious when he saw the dragon scale. It was because Saron had once said that the dragon scale was his only credential. All warriors evacuate. Shadar looked at Salon in the sky and said through gritted teeth. Chapter 55, the end. Black Dragon, what the hell are you doing? Idris looked at the scarlet-eyed black dragon with a pang of fear in his heart. Was he a demon, or was this black dragon a demon? He had eaten some creatures himself, but it was the first time he had been eaten alive like this. Nima, this black dragon really wanted to eat himself alive? Salon didn't say anything. His mouth was full of demon's flesh and blood at this moment. He didn't have the time to pay attention to this guy. Because the time for the overloaded state was running out, one had to hurry up and finish the feast. At this moment, the horned demon Idris was really having a hard time. This black dragon in front of him didn't know how much of his own flesh and blood he had eaten, and although he had also gone to gnaw on this black dragon, but his teeth were obviously not as good as others. He gnawed on others for a dozen or so mouths before breaking his defense, and his own teeth had chipped quite a bit, but this black dragon had eaten a dozen or so pieces of his flesh in this time period. If it was not born as a demon, he brought his own ruthlessness. If other creatures watched themselves being eaten alive like this, they would have collapsed long ago. No matter what, I am the abyssal horned devil. Idris will be afraid of you. If I can't eat your meat, I can't drink your blood? I heard that dragon's blood is a great tonic, and all mortals in this world can become powerful dragon warriors by sucking dragon's blood. He should be able to do the same. Idris began to be ruthless. At the wound he had just bitten out, Idris began to suck up Saron's blood. But just after taking a bite, Idris's mouth started to smoke. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell is this black dragon's blood made of? It's hot and poisonous. Damn it! There's no way to consume it. What kind of monster is this? Saron didn't care about Idris' movements. Since having the atomic oven, his blood didn't have the powerful toxicity and amazing heat that the plutonium dragon had. But it wasn't comparable to ordinary creatures either. Especially at this time when it was still in a state of overload, the blood was flowing with the energy with radiation released from the medium atomic oven. So he didn't react too much at all to Idris's action of trying to eat his own flesh and blood. As long as this demon could eat it, so what if it was given to him? He was afraid that the demon's stomach wouldn't be able to handle it. Finally Idris couldn't help himself. If you can't fight it or eat it, then there is no way out. He stretched out his freshly grown sharp claws, a fierce color flashed in his eyes, but his sharp claws were not swung towards Salon, they were swung down towards his own body. Put! Idris directly severed the upper and lower half of his body. The upper half of his body only had his head left, a wing and an arm and a bit of stump. Then a blood-red spell appeared behind Idris, and the remaining remnants of his body flew directly into the spell with lightning speed and disappeared. Ah! Salon looked at the lower half of the demon grasped in his claws in dismay, then looked at the place where Idris disappeared. This ran away? Then driven by instinct, Saron clicked and ate the remaining remains of Idris into his mouth. The mesmerized demon on the ground, Jean, was also dumbfounded as he looked to his left and right and took a few steps backward. Only Victor was still standing, still looking at Saron in the sky. And Saron had already finished eating the remnants of Idris. At this time, his feast progress had reached 96%. On the ground, the mesmerizing bait demon Jean had long since disappeared without a trace the moment Idris chose to escape. Jokingly, he is the one who plays with schemes. Okay, this kind of fighting and killing is not suitable for him. Having it once last time was enough. Victor, on the other hand, didn't evacuate, the black light in his eyes growing. Sure enough, in the end, we still have to rely on ourselves, these hell demons can't be relied on. What kind of horned demons are they? Calling them food demons is more like it, they just know how to give people meat to eat. Salon looked down at the ground. At this time the evil Tooth tribe was in a mess, there were fires and ruins everywhere. The forest trolls had basically evacuated. And Winnie had covered the last few orcs to leave the area. But they ran into a blockade of several brutal sacred shields. Winnie's magic power had long been depleted under the attack of the imp swarm just now. Nisa, what are you doing? Winnie anxiously looked at the rabbit girl. These topaz and refined magical iron are important to Lord Saron and must be taken away. Nisa at this moment stuffed 2 magic guides into Winnie's arms. Winnie, you take these with you, with your talent these guys have no way to help you, I'll cover you. Nisa hadn't seen Saron eat topaz and magic iron. But she wasn't a fool, every time Saron metamorphosed the magic iron and topaz in the cave would be missing by a large margin. If these were missing, Lord Salon's growth would definitely be greatly affected. As for why she was willing to die for him, Misa wasn't sure. Maybe it was because when she was at her most desperate in the slave trappers, it was a black dragon that made her see the light. Just as Winnie was about to make a difficult choice, Saron directly descended from the sky and took away Winnie and Misa in one grab. Lord Salon! A look of surprise appeared on Winnie and Misa's faces. Salon ignored them. He bit the 2 brutal holy shields in his mouth in passing and chewed them while flying, and finally swallowed all of them along with the armor and weapons with a movement of his throat. Then he started flying all the way to the north. Salon felt that the overload state was almost over, and after seeing Winnie and Misa on the ground and the brutal holy shield next to him, driven by hunger, Salon replenished the last 2% of the feast. At this point he felt his body getting weaker and weaker. And looking at the human on the ground, that is Victor, he had a bad feeling in his heart. So instead of pursuing him, he chose to leave. Victor saw the black light in Salon's eyes slowly disappear after he flew away. Did he feel it? Shouldn't be. This side, after flying for a while, Salon felt his state getting worse and worse. The golden threads on the surface of his body slowly darkened, and the originally powerful aura also fell silent. Lord Salon, are you all right? Winnie asked carefully. I'm fine. Salon looked at the woods below, wanting to find a safe place to finish the feast as soon as possible. Because the desire to evolve that came from the essence of life in his body could no longer be suppressed. Slowly a feeling of exhaustion enveloped Salon's entire body. He looked at the river below him and felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. At a certain moment finally Salon's wings stopped moving and he directly fell head first. Lord Salon! Winnie and Nisa hadn't reacted yet. All of a sudden a sense of weightlessness hit them. There was a fluttering sound. Saron with the 2 orcs directly smashed into an unusually turbulent large river. Chapter 56, Awakening. Saron in the dark space looked at his own body belonging to himself in front of him. It was this familiar space of evolution again. Salon looked at his body slowly changing. This feast compared to other times the ingredients are basically demons. It was also unknown if there were any new talents generated. Mainly, that horned demon didn't seem to have any outstanding merits either. There was a lot of strength, as well as sharp claws and teeth, and good defense. Those were good, but Saron directly threw it off a few blocks in those areas. There was also that last strong enhanced self-healing ability that didn't seem to be his talent. Rather, it was a magical state, the sort of thing Feast wouldn't normally inherit. It only seemed that he himself didn't end up finding a safe place for the Feast transformation. But it didn't matter, he could sense that his physical condition was now safe. There was information about this in his mind a long time ago. If his body was harmed, then the Feast transformation would indeed be interrupted. But Saron would also wake up before any damage was done. There would be no going off the deep end or anything like that. The price was that this feast tier wouldn't count and there wouldn't be any life value or other bonuses, which was equivalent to reaccumulating the feast progress. Moreover, although the body transformation in the dark space didn't seem to take long, the time outside was actually not synchronized with the time inside. A few hours had passed inside and a few days might have passed outside. A few days later, Winnie slowly surfaced in the lake. She spat out a few mouthfuls of water and then looked around. The cat hated water, but it wasn't like she couldn't swim. Lord Saron, Misa, where are you? This river was big and deep, and Winnie roughly estimated that this part of the river was over 300 meters deep as well. But Salon was so big that it was impossible for him to not see it after falling into the water. And Winnie didn't find any trace of Salon and Misa after diving down. This was how Winnie had been looking down for the past few days. And the river wasn't calm, there were many fierce ferocious species and magical beasts. And Winnie's talent wasn't suited to be utilized in the water. At the same time, on a river surface that was more than 5,000 meters away from Winnie, below, a huge black dragon that was like a black steelcast was sleeping. It was as if it had lost all traces of life. A huge ferocious species of emperor crocodile was greedily looking at the body of the black dragon from afar. The 12-meter-long body was filled with a sense of oppression. This black dragon had been brought here by the current for a long time. This was the territory of this emperor crocodile, and it was the rightful overlord of the waters. Although the black dragon didn't move at all, the aura of life at the top of the food chain that it had unconsciously emitted when it first came here almost scared the guts out of the emperor crocodile. It chose to escape at the first opportunity. But after escaping hundreds of meters, it realized that the other party wasn't chasing after it, so it stopped. After thinking for a moment with its few IQs, the emperor crocodile made a bold decision. It began to slowly test the waters a little bit at a time. Finally, 3 days later, Emperor Crocodile approached the black dragon and realized that the other party was still as motionless as before. This made Emperor Crocodile excited. It instinctively felt that even if it ate a piece of meat from the other side, it would undergo a great change. The instinct of biological evolution prompted it to slowly approach. Finally, it approached the black dragon's body. Looking at the other party's claws, it intended to use its most skillful death roll to first dislodge one of the other party's small arms. Finally, its sharp teeth bit into the opponent's small arm. Its body began to roll up quickly. But clicking and clacking sounds followed. Blood flowed out of the emperor crocodile's mouth. After a dozen seconds, immense pain instantly swept through the emperor crocodile's nerves. Although it was a cold-blooded animal, it still had pain. It was just that the pain response was a bit slow due to the temperature. The emperor crocodile's mouth full of teeth was directly chipped through. The immense pain and fear prompted the emperor crocodile to frantically flee the waters, and it decided never to return. It disappeared without a moment's notice. Only broken teeth were left all over the place. And Salon's little arm was intact, not even a trace. After some more time, at the bottom of this dark river, a pair of scarlet eyes opened. Awakening, Saron sensed his current state. The body seemed to have grown a little bigger again. It should be 14 meters long now, and the power was even greater. And there were more spikes on top of the back of the body. From the dragon's spine to the two sides slowly extended, the appearance of the body except for the color of the skin with the black dragon close to the black dragon, other aspects of any other completely with the black dragon to match. Saron began to check the panel. The information that the panel fed back was the most important. Saron, life value, 350. Feast tiers, 10. Feast cooldown, 13 days. Talent 1, Carnivore, you can recover life value and energy by killing enemies. The recovery value is determined by how much life energy the enemy has. Talent 2, Earth and Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful Earth Magic talent. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity, you have a powerful Fire Magic talent. Talent 4, Armor Breaker, your claws and teeth will deal more damage to your enemies. Talent 5, Wild Scream, your roar will deal more damage to enemies and interrupt their spellcasting state. Talent 6, Atomic Bake. Talent 6, Atomic Oven, it can absorb and transform more energy into your body. Perhaps you can try to fusion inside the atomic oven after reaching a certain level. Talent 7, Vibrational Perception, you will be able to absorb and transform more energy into your body. Talent 7, Vibrational Perception, you can sense vibrations within a certain range, which is very helpful for you to know the location of your enemies. As the magic power in your body improves, the perception range will also increase. Talent 8, Telepathy, it can absorb and transform more energy for your body. Talent 8, Telepathy, you can communicate with any intelligent creature, regardless of whether they know language or not, and you can sense the emotions of all intelligent and non-intelligent creatures, and if you are mentally strong enough you can even vaguely sense the thoughts of smaller creatures. There's actually a new talent? But the question is, does that horned demon have such a talent? How could he have such a talent if he looks so stupid? Saron was a bit confused. Telepathy? It seemed pretty awesome. After analyzing it carefully, it seemed that he could communicate with any creature without any obstacles. However, dragons were originally proficient in all kinds of universal languages, except for the 2 remote languages. It can almost be called a language master. Inherited memories are not something to sneeze at. There was also the ability to sense the emotions of living creatures, which seemed like a good means to combine with vibrational perception for some other uses. And there's also the last aspect of sensing the thoughts of some weak creatures. That was a bit more powerful. Even though it was only weak creatures and a vague sense, this was quite powerful. This was mind reading, albeit more than a step behind true mind reading. But Saron was still pleased. Looking around, he appeared to be underwater now. Seems like he forgot something though? Saron looked down at his paws. Where are my 2 beast-eared ladies that are so big? Chapter 57 The Search. Lord Saron, Winnie, where are you guys? A jungle rabbit girl, Misa, hopped around looking a bit helplessly at the distant scenery. She drooped her 2 rabbit ears and shouted breathlessly. But the jungle would not give her any response. Misa looked at the dark forest and felt a little scared. But still hardened her head and walked forward slowly, leaving a long shadow behind. A dire wolf was munching on its freshly caught prey in the forest. Suddenly the sky seemed to darken and a huge black figure flew over the forest. The dire wolf did not care about the prey it had just caught. It directly began to flee in panic. That aura of the top of the food chain was too terrifying. Saron flew low in the sky looking at the water and the riverbanks on both sides. If it was in the past when he was weak, Saron would definitely not dare to just strut around and fly low in the air. Because there were many ferocious magical beasts on the ground, flying low like this would be giving them food. But now where Saron swept through, no matter if it was the forest or the river, all the magical beasts and ferocious species fled and didn't dare to stay for a minute. The main reason he did this was to find Misa and Winnie. These 2 beast-ear nymphs were not only loyal, but also precious. Because they were damn well carrying the magic guides containing all the magic iron ore and topaz that had been mined during this time. So it had to be found. The dragon's eyesight was very good, but to be on the safe side, Saron chose to fly low. Because of this, vibration perception could sense some special vibration sources on the ground. Winnie and Misa's vibration characteristics Saron had long been too familiar to be familiar with. So Saron equivalent to full force perception, visual auditory vibration perception are to the limit, ensuring that not the slightest trace was missed. Soon he had a harvest. Above the river in the distance, Winnie was still anxiously searching for all possible traces. The clothes on her body were in tatters, just like a beggar. If the black film silk is not sturdy enough, then. This was the sight that Saron saw at this moment. but finding it was a good thing. Saron slowly flew over Winnie. As soon as Winnie looked up, she saw Saron's huge figure. Lord Saron! Winnie waved her hand excitedly from below. Saron landed on top of the ground looking at the kitten-like Winnie in front of her. Winnie didn't care about that, she directly pounced up and hugged one of Salon's paws. Salon backhanded her in his claw and then flew straight up. He had another one to find. Misa isn't with you? Saron asked as he flew. I searched for a long time but couldn't find Misa. The situation was too urgent when we fell into the water before, and the magic power in our bodies was consumed too much, and our stamina was severely lacking, otherwise the simple fall into the water would have no way to separate us. Actually what Winnie didn't say was that Saron's size was too big. The moment they fell into the water Winnie and Misa were separated. Then do you know what this place is? Saron looked at the forest and river below. Couldn't find an ounce of familiarity. The width of this river alone was at least around 500 meters. And he had been flying north before. The feast transformation had also been going on for many days, so hell knows how far it had all gone. Winnie looked down below her and she shook her head. Lord Saron, I don't really know where this place is yet, as there aren't many distinguishing objects. Saron looked around as well. There was nothing but forest. He really didn't know where this place was. Eh? Winnie suddenly looked at a few strange magical beasts on the ground. Lord Salon, let's stop first. Salon looked at the three magical beasts above the ground. They seemed to be surrounding a giant rhino. These magical beasts looked a bit like a mixture of chickens, lizards, and bats. The size was like an ostrich that Salon had seen in his previous life, and at first glance it looked a bit like a bipedal flying dragon. Quite bizarre. They nimbly attacked the giant rhinoceros as if they were playing. The giant rhinoceros furiously charged across the room, but it wasn't the least bit useful. A few weird magical beasts used their beaks or sharp claws to leave a blood-soaked wound on its body from time to time. Salon flew down in a direct dive and landed on the ground, but these magical beasts on the ground didn't immediately run away when they saw Salon. Instead, they madly flapped their wings and directly rushed up at Salon, trying to use their sharp beaks to peck and bite. This was the first time Salon had seen this kind of beast, and there didn't seem to be any such thing in his inherited memories. Moreover, even though he did not release his dragon power, this group of magical beasts with this kind of unafraid characteristic was still quite okay. He held down a magical beast with one claw. Then he spat acid at the other two magical beasts. Snort! The two magical beasts were instantly showered with splits, and the acid quickly took their lives. Looking at the magical beasts that were still squealing underneath their claws, Salon pinched them vigorously. At once the other party was honest. Lord Salon, this is a snake chicken beast. Snake chicken beast? Salon couldn't see any similarities between this thing and a snake. Upon closer inspection it turned out that their tongues were forked, just like snakes. What a strange creature. Lord Salon, the snake chicken beasts are creatures unique to the Sylminster forest. They have a ferocious temperament and also have the ability to petrify their opponents. As long as they are pecked by their beaks, then that part will be petrified for a short period of time. Salon looked expressionlessly at this snake chicken beast that was surreptitiously pecking at his paw. Lord Salon, your magic resistance and magic power is too sufficient, it naturally can't petrify you. Winnie explained. Salon picked up this snake chicken beast with his mouth and chewed it and swallowed it directly. It tasted terrible. So you mean we are in Sylminster Forest? Yes, Lord Saron, this is far enough away from the evil Tooth tribe where we were before. Winnie said. That river should be the Solda's River. Since he had determined the location, then Saron also relaxed. He then continued to bring Winnie and started flying along the riverbank. After flying for a while, Salon landed next to a patch of trees. Salon looked down at the bush was ordinary. But the thing hanging above it was anything but ordinary. It was a strand of black membrane silk. It's Misa. Winnie also rushed over and grabbed the strand of black film silk and sniffed it. On it was Misa's scent, yes. Had something happened to Misa? Winnie started imagining in a bad direction. I don't think so. Salon sniffed around and there was no smell of blood. And Misa's scent was faint, indicating that she shouldn't have stayed here for long. Let's look further in. Salon looked at this endless sea of trees. This forest was filled with giant trees that were over 100 meters tall, and even trees that were over 200 meters tall. This made Salon's figure seem not so huge. And Salon began to be careful. There were many magical beasts and ferocious species in this Silminster forest, and there were many types of food. And usually this kind of rich forest had an owner, so there was no telling what kind of magical beasts could be coiled up here. Chapter 58 Green-Footed Dragon Snake. Salon and Winnie advanced through this forest for a long time, but there was still no sign of Misa. In fact, Salon didn't like the forest much. This kind of place wasn't suitable for his huge wings. Flying feels a bit constricted, only the green dragon's kind of not so wide wings are the most suitable for living in this kind of forest. This wasn't going to work, he had to find out when to go. Saron was getting a little annoyed. At that moment a strange source of vibration was sensed by Saron. Without moving, Salon looked into the distance. There was a magical beast there that was constantly rubbing against a tree trunk. It was as if it was tickling itself with the tree trunk. This magical beast was one of the magical beasts that Sarong was familiar with, the Rift Bear. He remembered that the Rift Bear's paw was very cutastic. And this guy had also dedicated a talent to himself. Salon's memories of the Rift Bear were quite deep. And if he remembered well, this kind of magical beast had intelligence. The split earth bear that was tickling beautifully suddenly felt something was wrong. When he turned his head, he saw a huge black dragon in the distance looking at him with scarlet eyes. The saliva at the corners of its mouth was corroding the ground clean. A strong sense of fear immediately rushed directly to the split earth bear's ceiling. It wanted to run away, but that powerful dragon's might directly enveloped it. The Rift Earth Bear stood up and roared at Sarong. But how the roar was a bit colorful. TSK, TSK, TSK. Inside, Sarong felt good. I thought that I was struggling so much to fight an injured Rift Bear. But now an adult Rift Bear couldn't face himself without tucking its tail and running away. This gave him a feeling of 30 years of River East and 30 years of River West. No, it should be a few months east of the river, a few months west of the river. Salon approached the Rift Bear step by step. He tried his best to be as amiable as possible. But his grim expression made the cracked Earth Bear constantly blow up. "Hello, little one." Such a voice suddenly resounded in the Rift Earth Bear's heart. It looked left and right without finding the source of the voice. "Stop looking, I'm right in front of you," Salon prompted. He knew that this fellow had some intelligence, so he directly communicated with it using telepathy. The Rift Bear slapped its head with its paw and looked at Salon dumbfounded. "That's me." Salon gave an affirmative answer. Still very wary, the Rift Bear began to growl slowly. "You're a dragon. You're powerful. I'll go." Saron heard some broken voices. That was pretty clear thinking. No, you can't go yet, I have something to ask you." Of course there was no way Saron was going to let him go. "Have you ever seen a rabbit orc?" "A rabbit?" "A half-orc." "Man?" The cracked bear said he couldn't understand. "Winnie, don't I remember that you have Misa's portrait? Take it out," Salon said as he looked at Winnie, who had a dumbfounded face next to him. After all, in Winnie's eyes it was Salon staring at the Rift Bear, and then the Rift Bear roaring a few times from time to time. "Oh." Winnie took out a beast skin from her body. On it was the very portrait of Misa, although it was scribbled, but at least it still had some recognizability. Saron placed the bestiary in front of the cracked bear and began to ask. "This is the creature, have you seen it?" And this time there was a gleam in the Rift Bear's eyes. "Seen? Yes, she went to dangerous, powerful creature's place. Cave." The Rift Bear looked its head in one direction. Salon did understand what it meant this time. Misa had gone to a dangerous place that the Rift Bear didn't even dare to go to. There was a cave there. It was dangerous inside the cave. "Alright, thanks Bear 2. Salon stretched out his dragon claw and patted the Rift Bear's brain and left. Originally, he wanted to add a meal, but looked at the guy with a few naivety, still let the other party go. After all, such an interesting creature was still very interesting. Winnie, let's go, Misa went there. Salon grabbed Winnie, who was still in a state of shock, and flew towards the place where the Rift Bear was pointing. The Rift Earth Bear that was left in place froze, and then directly scurried away. This place was too scary, it needed to stay away. Salon finally saw a deep cave after flying for a few thousand meters. The mouth of this cave was large, probably more than 40 meters high. Sarong could easily go in. Lord Salon, I'll go in first and check the situation, Winnie said as she looked at the dark cave. No need. You hide at the entrance of the cave, I'll go in myself. Sarong slowly walked in after looking at the cave. He seemed to smell a scent that disgusted him, but he clearly hadn't smelled this scent before. Sarong didn't fly because although this cave was wide, it was still a bit small compared to his wingspan of nearly 40 meters. In the darkness of the space, Sarong's scarlet eyes gazed at everything around him. To a human, a dark place was no different from daytime for a true dragon. Just then Sarong sensed a very special source of vibration. Although the other party did his best to hide it, he still found it clearly. And the opponent had already reached the cave above his head. Was this intended to be a sneak attack? Sarong didn't move and continued to move forward. Just then, rumble! A huge figure came at Sarong. Sarong quickly turned around and collided with his opponent. Bang bang bang! Sarong directly rolled into a ball with the attacking creature. Sarong then tore hard, leaving several wounds on the opponent's body viciously. Sarong then took a flying leap and landed on the side, separating himself from the creature attempting to entangle himself. And Sarong got a good look at what creature had attacked him. It resembled a combination of a centipede and a crocodile, but was somewhat python-like. There was a pair of black sharp horns on its head. The teeth in its mouth were unusually sharp. There were 6 pairs of short legs on both sides of the body. There are many tiny scales on its body, and its outer skin seems to be made up of scales. Its outer skin was greenish blue to dark blue, gradually transitioning to a light blue color on its abdomen. Green-footed dragon snake, Sarong said slowly as he gazed at the other party's 40-meter-long body. This was a creature from the memory inheritance. And the green-footed dragon snake in front of him was still hissing uncontrollably at Salon. Its eyes were filled with a light of hatred. Black dragon, how dare you intrude into my territory? The words it spoke were pure dragon language. Salon wasn't the least bit surprised that the other party spoke dragon language. Chapter 59 Killing. The name green-footed dragon snake sounded as if it wasn't familiar. But it had a big name titled Dragon's Enemy. The origin of the green-footed dragon snake was very ancient, in the distant ancient time and space. Giants and dragons had been fighting an endless war, although later both sides forgot why they were fighting. The giants put a lot of effort into winning the war with the Gargoyle clan. They researched a lot of war weapons. The first green-footed dragon snake was created by the storm giants as a war weapon under these conditions. From this creature, the green-footed dragon snake, completely took root in the main material world. Although the large-scale war between the giants and the dragons has ended for an unknown period of time. However, the green-footed dragon snake clan still retained their hatred for the dragon clan. They never nested in areas inhabited by dragons. If a dragon tries to nest within a few dozen miles of a green-footed dragon snake's nest, the dragon snake will have to go and kill it or expel it. Only when the dragon was too powerful to fight would the green-footed dragon snake give up and travel far away to find a new nesting place. Sarong watched the green-footed dragon snake in front of him crawl on the floor of the cave and on top of the walls as if it were on a flat surface. It seemed like having more legs was good for something after all. Your territory? This land has your name written on it? Sarong said as he looked at the creature. Even though its size was much larger than his own. However, Salon was still not weak to it. This green-footed dragon snake kept creeping forward on the ground and walls. Its eyes were fixed on Salon, and in this cave the green-footed dragon snake thought it had an absolute advantage. This black dragon must not be its own opponent. After all, it was a terrifying cave predator. But it couldn't figure out why it hadn't succeeded in its sneak attack just now. It was clear that it hadn't made any noise. But it didn't matter, this dragon had to die. It was a hatred that was engraved in its genes, even though it didn't know why it hated its opponent. The green-footed dragon serpent opened its huge mouth and spat a blue lightning bolt at Saron. Being able to let the storm giant use it as a weapon of war against the dragon, the strength of the green-footed dragon snake was naturally not bad. The storm giant even simulated the dragon's spit to give the green-footed dragon snake a lightning spit design. Its lightning spit could incinerate most creatures. Although Sarong had a lot of confidence in its defense, it didn't want to take a hard shot of spit for no reason. Roar! Sarong came directly at the green-footed dragon snake with a fearful scream. The green-footed dragon snake was instantly a bit unsteady just halfway through its spit. The heat ray that Sarong had prepared long ago directly sprayed out. The blue-white spit directly dispersed the green-footed dragon snake's stuck blue lightning spit. The green-footed dragon snake gathered up the 12 small short legs on its side. It then quickly twisted and moved like a snake. But Sarong's spit ray still shot at its tail. Roar! The green-footed dragon snake let out an angry hiss. The truth was that for the green-footed dragon snake this injury was nothing. It was because it was large enough. But this green-footed dragon snake had been guarding this place for some reason, and no creature had been able to injure it like this for so many years. After a burst of snakeskin alignment, the green-footed dragon snake's entire torso surrounded Saron. Salon nodded darkly as he looked at the kind of scorched black marks on the other's body. It seemed that this guy's resistance was still quite high. He sniffed hard. There seemed to be Misa's smell here. The green-footed dragon snake, on the other hand, looked at the black dragon in front of it with disdain. It intended to strangle the black dragon in front of it. This was because it had also encountered creatures stronger than itself in the past for a long time. But even creatures stronger than it would be strangled and swallowed alive by it. The black dragon in front of it would be no exception. I've already eaten 3 giant bats, 6 cavemen and 2 giant rhinoceroses today, but it's fine, I think I can still fit your black dragon in my stomach. Finished yet? Finished, then go to hell. A golden light flashed across Sarong's body as he directly entered the overload state. Since Misa's trail had been found, then he wasn't going to waste time with this green-footed dragon snake. The golden light was exceptionally bright in the dark cave. This time, the overload state was even more powerful than before. The green-footed dragon snake took the opportunity to wrap its arms around Sarong with force. It had the certainty that as long as it wrapped itself around its opponent, then no matter how strong the opponent was, it would be crushed by its powerful force. What? Sarong directly stabbed the sharp claws of both hands into the opponent's body after entering the overload state. And directly gnawed on it. This time, the green-footed dragon snake's powerful defense didn't work as it should. Salon's sharp teeth crushed the scales on the green-footed dragon snake's body. It pierced deeply into its flesh and blood. Your internal organs seem to be quite soft. With a forceful tug, a large chunk of flesh and blood was torn off and swallowed by Salon. With the armor-breaking trait, Saron's claws and teeth were just too sharp, not to mention that it was still in an overloaded state. The green-footed dragon snake's hiss of pain resounded throughout the cave. It used its sharp claws and huge canines to try to inflict some damage on Sarong. But there were only a few tiny marks on Sarong's body surface under this strangulation. Sarong continued to start biting, and in this case it had to be said that having good teeth was just important. Salon felt himself bite into a hard object. He knew that this should be the spine of the green-footed dragon snake. Click, click, click. A toothsome clicking sound appeared in the cave, and the back half of the green-footed dragon snake's body slowly went soft. It was no longer capable of carrying out the winding. The green-footed dragon snake didn't give up, and there seemed to be lightning flashing incessantly in its eyes. There were also blue arcs of electricity pulsing in the depths of its throat. Plop! A bolt of lightning that was even more powerful and thicker and sharper than before directly covered Sarong's entire head. Sarong closed his eyes. He felt his head was crispy and tingly, as well as like pins and needles. Other than that, there was no special sensation. The high temperature attached to the lightning spit was the same as nothing to Salon at this moment. He even felt warm. Seeing this, Sarong also returned a heat ray spit to his opponent. Before the green-footed dragon snake could react, it sprayed the opponent's face. Sarong took the opportunity to pounce on the opponent's body and opened his huge mouth to bite the green-footed dragon snake's throat, ignoring the other party's deadly struggles. After 7 or 8 minutes, Sarong finally felt the injuries and magic power restored by the carnivore's talent. Only then was he sure that the other party was completely dead and let go of the massive body of the green-footed dragon snake. Lord Salon. Winnie's figure stepped out from the air aside. Looking at the body of the green-footed dragon snake that was more than twice the size of Sarong, Winnie gulped. "Go check this cave for Misa's figure," Sarong said as he craned his neck. He realized that he seemed to be getting more and more comfortable with the overloaded state. And this time, the time it could be maintained was more than twice as long as the last time. "Yes, Lord Sarong." Winnie began to flexibly inspect the entire cave. Sarong looked at the cave. He felt that it was not bad here. If there weren't too many problems, he planned to make this cave his new place of residence. And the corpse of the green-footed dragon snake couldn't be wasted. This one was definitely enough for a feast. Chapter 60, Zor. "Lord Sarong, I have found no trace of Misa in this cave," Winnie said as she ran to Sarong after 10 minutes. Winnie was a bit anxious. Misa was so unintelligent. What if there was an accident? "I just smelled Misa's odor. She appeared here before." Actually, Salon had put a big question mark on Misa's safety. He felt that it was really a miracle for a rabbit to survive in such a dangerous environment. But at least Misa was carrying so many resources with her and had cleaned her scale armor so many times. Salon still wanted to find her within his ability. He started casting the Earth Detection Magic Earth Pulse, and turned up his vibration perception to the limit to try and find some clues. After exploring the cave, Sarong finally made some discoveries. He came to a narrow crevice which also smelled of Misa. Then with one claw he plowed through the rubble next to him, revealing a huge cave entrance hidden below. This was already the deepest part of the cave. Looking at this cave entrance, Salon was puzzled. This cave entrance could not see the bottom with his current eyesight. It seemed to lead all the way to the ground. And it was obviously intentionally hidden. It seems to have a lot to do with that green-footed dragon snake, but it's a pity that guy is already dead through and through, otherwise it should be able to get some useful clues. Looking at this hole, Salon said to Winnie next to him, "Keep an eye on this hole, and notify me immediately if there is any situation." At this moment, Winnie was like a kitten constantly sniffing the surrounding stones. "As you wish, Lord Salon." Winnie returned to her senses. Salon looked at her, then turned around and left the place. He currently only had one henchman, Winnie, that he could call upon, which made Salon a little nostalgic for his previous life in the Evil Tooth tribe. It was easier to just order someone else to do something. It seemed that he had to go and get Sardar and the others back when he had the chance. And to take in some new dependents. Salon thought of that stupid bear outside. Stupid, yes, but much better than other magical beasts and such. The adult rift bear was now worthless in front of Salon though. But its battle power was quite powerful. He had given him the name Bear too, then it should be fine for him to work for himself for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, a big bear that was rubbing its itch under a big tree yawned. It felt like it had been stung in the nose by the poisonous beehive it had dug out yesterday, but it still hadn't healed. It shook its head and started to continue rubbing the itch. It was so comfortable. Salon looked at the panel. The cooldown of feast on it was still 5 days away. Salon came to an open space in a cave. There were scattered armor and weapons and such all over the place. There were also some skulls of humans and other creatures. It looked like this was where the green-footed dragon snake had its collection. Those unlucky human adventurers and the like were probably all eaten, leaving only these to be treated as precious collectibles by the bored green-footed dragon snake. Salon looked at the armor and weapons. The quality was not bad, but it was just at the level of being able to do this. It could barely be used as a side dish. The main food would still have to be that green-footed dragon snake. Misa felt like she had never been so unlucky. Originally, she had thought of finding Lord Salon in Winnie. But she didn't expect to enter an unknown magical beast's cave. Luckily the magical beast seemed to be asleep. Under panic she herself didn't know where she had run to. But Misa walked and realized she was lost. As a result, she fell into a huge cave and was almost eaten by a strange lizard before she could slow down. Luckily, this black-robed woman in front of her saved her. "Thank you for saving me." Misa patted her chest with a palpitating heart. Speaking to the figure next to her, hidden under the black robe, she said, "You're welcome. What kind of creature are you? I don't think I've ever seen you in the dark abyss before." The black-robed figure asked suspiciously as he removed the hat from his head. Misa exclaimed in shock when she got a good look, "You're a drow elf." It was a female elf with greenish-colored skin. Pointed ears, long white waist-length hair, blue eyes, and a slim figure. Plus her three-dimensional delicate features looked beautiful. "I'm a drow elf, you can call me Maya." Maya the drow elf said without a care in the world. "My name is Misa, from the Rose." "Oh no, it should be the Evil Tooth tribe. It's a tribe of orcs." Misa shook her two rabbit ears. "Where are you from?" Maya reached out and curiously pinched Misa's rabbit ears. Then touched her own pointed ears again, looking very animated. Misa was a little less familiar with her enthusiastic ways, though. She shrunk back and whispered, "I don't know, I ran and fell here." "You're unlucky then." Maya shook her head. She felt that this little white rabbit probably wouldn't live for more than a few days. "Maya, don't you Zor elves just live in the underground world?" Misa suddenly had a bad premonition. "This is the dark territory, the underground world you're talking about," Maya said as she straightened the bow she was carrying. "This is the underground world." Misa was instantly confused. She had run into the underground world here? Wasn't it said that the entrance to the underground world was hard to find? How did she get in here? Could Lord Saron and Winnie still find her even after coming here? Maya, a Zor elf, sized up Misa and wondered what this orc's background was like and whether it could be profitable. 4 days later Saron looked at the green-footed dragon snake's torso in front of him. This guy's torso was just too big. The feast begins. Sure enough, the one that passed on the most fragrance was still the green-footed dragon snake in front of him, and the fragrance of those weapons and armor and such was very limited. It showed that their quality was not high. Salon wasn't discouraged that he hadn't picked up a leak. He began to devour the massive body of this green-footed dragon snake. Sarong ate it cleanly. From the meat to the bones and scales there wasn't a single trace of waste. The armor on the ground and the long and short swords and crossbows were all eaten by Salon without a single drop. A few minutes later, the huge body of the green-footed dragon snake had disappeared. If someone saw the scene, then they would definitely drop their jaws. Because Salon ate food that was 4 times the size of his body. Even the powerful stomach of a giant dragon couldn't directly eat so much in a short period of time. Soon Salon fell into a deep sleep, waiting for the transformation of the feast. Chapter 61, Lightning Spit in Bear 2. 2 days later, in the cave of the original green-footed dragon snake, Saron awoke from his slumber. Salon stretched his body. Now Sarong's size was nearly 15 meters, and was definitely considered an adult dragon just by looking at its size. Salon opened his mouth and touched his teeth with his claws. He realized that he had an extra row of teeth in his mouth from this transformation. It was right behind the original teeth. Salon smacked his lips. Now he didn't even know how strong his bite was. But as a qualified eater, a mouthful of good teeth is still very important. And teeth were also a very powerful means of attack for Saron. Saron flapped his wings and looked at the panel. Saron, life, 380. Feast tier, 11. Feast cooldown, 8 days. Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Earth Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 4, Armor Breaker. Talent 5, Wild Scream. Talent 6, Atomic Oven. Talent 7, Vibrational Perception. Talent 8, Telepathy. Talent 9, Lightning Spit. You can release the bioelectricity in your body through a unique spitting organ. Its power is determined by the size of the bioelectricity in your body. and your electric current will cause a certain amount of paralyzing effect on your opponents. Lightning spit? Saron began to sense the new spitting organ inside his body. When he was just remodeling, Saron realized that a new organ was being generated in his body, not realizing that it was actually a spitting organ. This new spitting organ was located next to the acid sac cavity. It felt a bit strange. Saron didn't think much about it and directly began to perform lightning spitting. There was not the slightest sense of incongruity in Feast's remodeled organ. A feeling that had never been felt before came out of his body. Stabla! A thick blue current presenting a cone shape was ejected from Saron's mouth, directly hitting the stone wall in front of him. The stone wall instantly exploded and a large hole appeared on it. Saron stopped and looked closer at the wall. It was filled with traces of high-temperature burning. As for the paralyzing effect, Saron was not able to verify it for the time being. But this power is already very good, almost catching up with the power of the normal heat ray. And there seems to be some kind of penetration. Suddenly Saron's eyes lit up. He just seemed to have discovered another problem. The energy from the atomic ovens in his body seemed to be able to pass through this added spitting organ. Saron knew what that would mean. It meant that the heat ray could be stacked with the lightning spit. One spit was already powerful. If these two spits were combined, then the power was something that Saron himself couldn't even imagine. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Saron began to try to infuse the energy from the atomic oven into the new spitting organ. All of a sudden, golden electricity seemed to flash through Saron's eyes. Boom! An incomparably thick column of golden energy light shot out directly from Saron's mouth. The stone blocks in front of him first burst and then melted, and in less than a breath of time, Saron directly opened up a bottomless channel in front of him. Saron himself was stunned. This dam so hanging? What's wrong? The ground is moving? Winnie, who was guarding the tunnel, was caught off guard and thrown into an ass crouch. She directly exploded. Then carefully looked at the bottomless tunnel. Winnie, what are you doing? The suddenly appearing Saron startled Winnie. Lord Saron. Just now. Winnie calmed herself. I tested a new attack. Saron casually explained. With this powerful spit, Saron was in a very good mood. Oh. But Winnie's attention was no longer on the vibration she had just experienced. Her entire attention was now focused on Saron's body. It was because she realized that Saron had gotten bigger again. Just like before, the growth rate was abnormally fast. Was a black dragon like Lord Saron really a dragon in the true sense of the word? Winnie thought wildly. We'll go down from here later to look for Misa. Saron said. Now. Winnie said happily. She couldn't wait to find her best sister. We need to find some help to guard this cave first. Saron said. Although this cave was in a treacherous location, it could still be discovered by some creatures. A helper? An hour later, in Winnie's dumbfounded stupefaction, Saron flew into the cave with a snuffling rift bear. Winnie recognized it as the rift bear that had shown them the way before, albeit much fatter. Bang bang bang. The rift bear was roughly thrown to the ground by Saron and rolled a few times. The loud ringing sound made Winnie feel pain when she heard it. Bear 2, you'll be living here from now on, understand? Saron said amiably through telepathy to this rift bear that he named Bear 2. The uncomfortable rift earth bear whimpered a few times in aggravation. Live? Rift bear growled in a small voice. Stupid bee, that's when you can claim this place as your own. Saron said with hatred as he slapped the cracked ground bear's brain. The surrounding magical beasts were either not intelligent enough to communicate mentally, or too weak for Saron to look at. Bright. White. The rift earth bear looked at its surroundings and then at Saron and itself. The two words came out in a broken voice. Well, Bear 2 is still smart. Saron kind of missed Shadar and the others. The forest trolls were so much smarter than these guys. Lord Saron, how did you tame it? Winnie asked curiously. One must know that rift bears were notorious for being manic and irritable, and their brains lacked a root, so young rift bears couldn't even be tamed, not to mention the adult ones. In a desperate situation, even when faced with creatures much stronger than themselves, they would still fight to the death. I just took it bouncing a couple times. Saron looked at Winnie wistfully. Do you want to try? Or not? Winnie shook her head hastily. This was not a good thing to hear. Saron felt accomplished. At first, Bear 2 did prefer to die. Even after being fatally beaten by Saron, he didn't let go. Still angry, he tried to attack Salon. But Salon directly grabbed it to a height of 500 meters from the ground. Then loosened his claws and gave Komaru a free-fall motion. At the moment when he was about to fall into a pulp, Salon caught him again with his superior flying skills. Then increase the height and keep doing free-fall movement. From 500 meters to 1000 meters, then 1500 meters. And Bear 2 held on until the 4000 meter point when it wimped out. It said in a daze that Salon could let it do whatever it wanted, even if it killed it and ate it alive. As long as it was allowed to return to the ground. Salon looked at the black hole. Since the doorkeeper Bear 2 have, then it is also time to go down to explore the bottom. Chapter 62, Petrified Lizard. Lord Saron, are we going to break through the hole? Winnie asked. After all, it seemed like Saron's massive size couldn't get into this hole. No need. Saron knew that this cave entrance was a bit like a cone, with a small mouth and a large bottom. He wasn't going to destroy this natural protection. After all, who knew what was down there? Metamorphosis. In a burst of black light, Saron transformed into the shape of a 2-meter-7 tall draconian. Saron frowned. It seemed to be getting harder and harder to maintain the morphing spell as Feast increased in size. Remembering the last time he cast the morphing spell, he became a 2-meter-6 dragon man. And this time it was 2-meter-7, and it was even more hideous in appearance. Lord Salon, you're... Winnie looked at Salon with her mouth wide open. Although it was said that she had long heard that all true dragons could shapeshift. But it was only when she actually saw it that she felt how incredible it all was. Such a large size became this small. Sarong scratched the dragon horns on his head in discomfort. It was logical that a human in his previous life should be more comfortable with a humanoid body, but Saron felt a bit awkward. He didn't say anything else and went forward to hug Winnie to place her in his arms at Winnie's exclamation of surprise. Winnie was only 1.6 or so, and Salon felt like he was really holding a kitten when he hugged her. That kind of soft feeling makes him very popular. Forced to resist the urge to put it on the ground, Salon let himself calm down. Salon felt that this was not safe. Both hands were occupied in case of danger could not be. He directly supported Winnie's body with one hand. Then opened his wings and jumped down from the dark cave. The further down Sarong went, the more he felt that this place was really deep. After descending almost 1,000 meters, Salon finally touched the ground. Winnie felt her heart beating a little faster. She carefully looked at Salon next to her. Salon looked at the surroundings. There were a lot of blue glowing plants here, although they weren't as bright as on the ground. But it could still illuminate some places. But not so friendly to creatures with less than perfect eyesight. Suddenly, Salon realized that there were some petrified animal limbs in situ. He suddenly stopped just as he was about to take a closer look. On top of one of the remains he found a strand of black silk. Bringing it next to his nose and smelling it was none other than Misa's scent. Saron then felt some sort of vibration source seem to be approaching the two of them. Winnie was unaware of it, but her cat ears were still perked up as she listened intently to the movements around her. Salon directly wrapped his arm around Winnie's waist and flew up instantly with a slight flap of his dragon wings. Beneath the ground that Sarong had just left, a hideous head drilled out. A huge body like a giant elephant, greenish-black skin, blue eyes. And red spikes that grew all over its back, as well as 8 legs with strong sharp claws extending from them. As well as a mouth full of sharp teeth marked this guy is not to be messed with. Roar! Petrified lizard. Sarong recognized the monster in front of him. This guy was the famous petrified lizard, which could petrify the body of a creature by locking eyes with it. And it wasn't this petrification skill that it was most famous for. Rather, it was its value. Petrified lizards were one of the few magical beasts that could be tamed. But it had to be tamed from a young age, and after being tamed, the petrified lizard would know how to follow its master's instructions and lock eyes with a specific creature, thus petrifying each other. So this guy is a very famous kind of beast guard. Therefore the petrified lizard's egg is worth quite a lot in the human world. And the petrification of a petrified lizard was ineffective against true dragons. Winnie, don't look at the opponent's eyes. Salon reminded Winnie next to him. Although the petrified lizard's petrification was ineffective against him, it was different for Winnie. Winnie obediently turned her head. Salon tried to communicate with this petrified lizard using telepathy. But the other party's thoughts had been so chaotic and disorganized that there was no way to communicate. And the petrified lizard even took the opportunity to lock eyes with Salon and try to petrify him. Forget it, just go to hell. Salon shook his head, thinking he was Medusa, staring back and forth. He didn't return to his dragon form after dropping Winnie in his hands. Instead, he directly charged at the petrified lizard in dragon form. Salon raised his fist and knocked the petrified lizard to the ground with a single punch. Then with a claw, he tore off a piece of his opponent's flesh and threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. The petrified lizard stood up. It angrily tore at Salon, intending to swallow Salon directly into its mouth. But Salon directly grabbed the petrified lizard's upper and lower jaws. Then with a forceful tug, the lower half of the petrified lizard's mouth was directly torn open, and blood flowed horizontally. The blue light in the petrified lizard's eyes increased. But Salon was undaunted as he locked eyes with it. It's over. Sarong returned to his original dragon form in an instant. The petrified lizard's eyes were filled with horror. Salon stretched out his dragon claw and crushed the petrified lizard's brain. The blue light in the petrified lizard's eyes dimmed. The corpse also stopped struggling. Shush. Sarong let out a long breath. *CK, I think I forgot to test the paralyzing properties of lightning spit. Forget it, next time. Salon's main purpose this time was still to test his strength in the draconian state. Although he thought he would never engage his enemies in this form. But it was just to play. After eating half of a petrified lizard, Sarong licked his lips. This kind of lizard still tasted okay. Winnie, take out the mucus from the secondary stomach of this petrified lizard and put it away. Salon said as he looked at Winnie next to him. Petrified lizards had two stomachs. Few creatures knew that the mucus in the secondary stomach of a petrified lizard could restore a petrified creature to its original state. And Salon's dragon's inheritance just happened to have this information. As you wish, Lord Sarong. Winnie didn't care about the disgusting odor. She directly began to pack up the petrified lizard's stomach, and in the process, she pulled out the petrified lizard's two eyeballs that emitted a faint glow. She liked this very much. What are you going to do here? It's dangerous out there if you don't go into the city. Maya, the Zorelf, looked helplessly at the rabbit next to her. Her impression of the rabbit girl beside her after spending the last few days together was one of stupidity and stubbornness. I'm going to wait for my friends here, they'll come for me. Nisa looked at Maya firmly. She wasn't smart, but she wasn't stupid either. Along the way she tore off her black film silk little by little and put it on the road. It was because she was convinced that Lord Salon and Winnie would definitely find her. And according to her usual communication with Winnie, Lord Salon seems to like the black film silk. And purposely renamed the black membrane silk to black silk. The city of Magic Sobri is the closest city of the Drow elves to here. If you don't go in then at any time you will be. Maya was about to say something when suddenly her face changed dramatically. Chapter 63, Observer I Demon. Only a strong male Drell elf appeared. Unlike the female Drell elf, the male Drell elf was ugly in appearance. Grayish-black skin and a few hideous scars on top of his bald head. His body was clad in a pair of armor made of animal skins. In his hand he held a black halberd with a metal-style black spider at the top. With fierce eyes, he stared at Misa and Maya in front of him. Maya, you should know where I'm coming from, go back with me and I'll plead for you for the sake of having trained together. Narn, I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. Maya looked at the male drow elf in front of her with an ugly face. I'm sure the Lord Mother will forgive you, as long as you return with me. Narn stared coldly at Maya in front of him. Maya took out 2 short swords from her back. Narn, you should know that you are no match for me, Maya said without fear. Of course I know that, so why would you think that I'm the only one coming? Narn waved his hand. A dozen drow elves appeared behind him. Maya's heart tightened. This was going to be trouble. The deeper this underground went, the more space there seemed to be, so Saron didn't use shapeshifting again to turn into some draconic form. Instead, he directly used his main body to walk in the underground world, which made him feel more secure. Saron felt that this underground world was really too marvelous. It was comparable to the so-called Hollow Earth in his previous life. The more he walked, the more marvelous he felt. The ground was now almost 2,000 meters from the top. And Salan only realized just a short while ago that this was indeed the underground world, the dark abyss that surface creatures often referred to. Lord Salan, where should we go? Winnie said breathlessly. I don't know, wait and find a tongue first. Salan looked around. Then he took Winnie and flew off, trying to find some intelligent creatures. To figure out what was going on in the environment of this underground world. Tongue? Winnie was a bit confused about what tongues were called, but she also probably knew that Saron meant to find some other creature to ask. Tongue should be a special term for dragons. After flying for a while, Saron suddenly had a bad feeling. It was as if he was being watched. Lord Saron, I have a bad feeling, Winnie said. You also have a feeling of being watched? Saron asked. Yes, Lord Salan, Winnie hurriedly replied. Saron directly maximized his vibrational perception in an attempt to sense where the anomaly was coming from. Hey, look what Willie J found, a big silly man, a little silly man, la 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 la. Just as Saron was searching for the anomaly, a strange voice rang out from the bottom of Saron's heart. Looking at Winnie's bewildered face, it was obvious that she had not heard the voice. For this kind of means Saron was familiar with it. Telepathy. Ha ha ha, what is the big fool looking for? Looking for Willie J? That mocking voice sounded again once more. Think I can't find you? A scarlet light flashed in Saron's eyes. This guy should have no heartbeat sound at all and hadn't moved in the slightest. Still really think that he has no way out? Saron opened his mouth and let out a deafening dragon roar. The sound waves emitted from Saron's throat under the addition of wild scream almost became substantial. Under this kind of indiscriminate sound wave strike, a certain vibration sound came from a stone wall at the top. This source of vibration was instantly captured by Saron. Found you, bug. A blue lightning bolt spat directly from Saron's mouth. The lightning spit was extremely fast and instantly hit the stone wall. A fearful hissing sound came out. Immediately afterward, a strange figure appeared in its place. This fellow was strangely long, with only a huge green head. On it was a terrifying white vertical eye and a bloody mouth. There were also 4 eye stalks growing next to the head with 4 small eyeballs on each of them. It hurt so much. The telepathic voice kept resounding in Salan and Winnie's hearts. Long tongues with disgusting mucus stuck out of their mouths. Lord Salan, what kind of monster is this? Winnie had never seen such a disgusting, evil creature. An eye demon, Saron said as he looked at his opponent this way. To be precise, it should be an observer eye demon. The eye demons were a very large and complex race. There were many categories among them. And the observer eye demon was one of the more special existences. This kind of creature didn't belong to the main material realm and was summoned from other realms using some kind of ritual. Observer eye demons were more loyal than other eye demons. They would guard an area for the summoner for up to 100 years. And they will prevent any creature other than the summoner from entering the area. But this kind of eye demon seems to have some kind of mental problem because of their long time living alone. For example, they would have some imaginary enemies or refer to themselves in the third person. Willie J is so scared, stupid big guy is so scary. The Watcher's eye demon was still chattering. This time, however, it didn't use telepathy, but instead spoke words directly. It was still the common language of the continent. Salon frowned at the other party. "What is this place?" he asked in the common continental language. "What is this place?" The Watcher's Eye demon mimics Saron's voice. "I hope you can value your life." Saron issued a final warning. "I wish you could value your life." The Watcher's Eye demon continued to mimic Saron's voice without a care in the world. Put. Winnie at the side was originally a bit wicked. But she directly laughed out loud at the comical scene in front of her. Saron skimmed her, and Winnie immediately covered her mouth. The Observer Eye demon lives alone for a long time, so it will have a slight case of madness. But Salon didn't see how this guy in front of him looked like a slight madness disease. It seemed that the madness had gotten worse after living alone for too long. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be unaware of the gap between himself and an adult dragon, and still dare to be so provocative. It was also possible that this guy didn't even know the terror of a giant dragon. "Lord Salon, will there be any other Watcher Eye demons nearby?" No, the Eye demon race is very conceited. Every Eye demon believes that they are the unique ones in the race, and all the other Eye demons are the trash of the trash. And if two Observer Eye devils meet, then they will definitely fight to the death. Saron's inherited memories of such creatures were clear. After all, they were even more conceited than true dragons. There's also this. Although Winnie had read a lot of creature illustrations, she had never learned about Eye demons. And at that moment, the Observer Eye demon on the opposite side of the room was still chattering some strange words. "Forget it, you'd better go to hell," Sarong said as he looked at this crazy Eye demon. He decided to help his opponent out. And just as Sarong was about to start attacking, the Observer Eye demon on the opposite side started attacking first. A gray ray of light shot out from its eyeball that was more than 2 meters in diameter at an extremely fast speed towards Salon. After all, Saron's size was there. "Fear, stupid creature." Saron looked at his own body, and then at the Eye demon on the opposite side. What was this guy doing? And at that moment, the Observer Eye demon instinctively felt a little bad. Why wasn't the fear ray working on him? Chapter 64, Finding. Then let's taste the effect of paralysis. Although the Watcher's Eye demon Willie J wasn't quite in his right mind anymore, he still remembered his mission. To expel all creatures that entered this land. The eyeballs above its 4 rootstocks released a black ray together this time. But Saron felt as if his body went cold for a moment, then returned to normal. "Are you teasing me?" Saron's scarlet eyes looked at the other party wistfully. With a flap of his wings, he charged straight up. This fellow couldn't even tickle himself, so let's take care of it as a spare ingredient first. The Eye demon was still trying to unleash its final deadly ray in the air. The 4 secondary eyes plus 1 main eye released some sort of red ray at the same time. And at that moment, Saron also rushed to the Observer Eye demon's front. A wild scream directly caused the Eye demon's rays to break off. Then a claw directly scratched one of the opponent's eyeballs to smithereens. Just this? The Eye demon let out a harsh whine from its mouth. Its long tongue tried to wrap around Saron's dragon claw. But with a gentle tug, Saron's Observer Eye demon's tongue, which was more than 4 meters long, was directly ripped off. A blue lightning spit then penetrated through the main eye of the Observer Eye demon. At that moment, the rootstock of the Eye demon all drooped down and then lost all traces of life. Salon looked at the Eye demon in the dragon's claws. This thing is so weak? It's not right. Something must have gone wrong. Am I too strong? Saron lifted the corpse of the Observer Eye demon. Forget about it, if you can't figure it out, just don't think about it. Winnie, collect the corpse. Salon greeted Winnie in the distance. Winnie ran over and loaded up the Eye demon's corpse with the magic guide in her own arms. This was a spare ingredient for Saron. Although it was a psychotic Eye demon, a special creature like an Eye demon should have something that Saron didn't know about. Maybe it would be a big profit if it could provide a talent or something. Winnie, keep going forward. Saron looked at the dark passage in the distance. In the dark tunnel, Narn led 7 or 8 drow elf warriors with pale faces as they looked at the corpses of their comrades next to them. This fellow is so powerful, so many of our powerful warriors actually didn't leave her behind. Yeah, she even brought along a liability, when did you say Maya was so kind as to help other creatures? Maya was the only drow in our batch who won the best title. Narn explained. But she won't be able to escape this time, there are even more powerful warriors waiting for her ahead. Captain Narn, why do you think the Lord Mother had to capture Maya? I heard that it was the desecration of the Rose Spider Queen. Don't discuss what you shouldn't, let's just do our duty. Narn said as he put away his weapon. Several people then closed their mouths and stopped discussing these things. In the Zoro society, generally speaking, males were always subordinate to females. But the fact that Narn was able to command this patrol with his outstanding ability was enough to show his ability. Several people then disappeared into the darkness. Maya, why did you bring me along when you could have left me behind? Misa asked as she helped Maya heal her wounds. I can control that situation just now, I'm sure I can take you away, that's why I brought you along. Maya said calmly. Misa was a bit speechless as she looked at the hideous scars on her body. Thank you. Misa sighed. You're welcome. Maya casually wiped the blood off the top of her weapon. For her this was a common occurrence. But she felt that there seemed to be something unusual about this battle. No, just now Narn didn't want to catch me at all, could it be? Maya stood straight up. Let's get out of here. Hee, it's worthy of being her offspring, her brain is quite flexible. A female drow with a muscular body walked out from the darkness. She was more than 2 meters tall, with a huge mountain-opening axe on her back, and looked at Maya with a teasing face. Rufa, it's you. Soon Maya realized that she was surrounded by more than 40 drow elves. She knew that she might be planted here today. After all, Rufa was the leader of the family's guards, and she couldn't beat 10 of herself combined, so she could only run away. And the ones leading under her were all elite Zorel fighters, there was even less hope for herself. Actually, I don't quite understand why you did that. The cause of your mother's death is already very clear, it was a failure due to a dishonest heart when receiving the blessing from the Rose Spider Queen. And why are you still holding on to it? My mother was the most devout believer of the Rose Spider Empress, so many people had no problems receiving the blessing in the past, so why did it just happen to be a problem when it came to her? Maya said with a slightly frantic voice. A hint of cruelty flashed in Rufa's eyes as she quickly appeared in front of Maya. None of this has anything to do with me, I can give you a chance, I don't use weapons. Rufa threw the huge axe behind her back onto the ground. The dagger at his waist was also thrown on the ground. Maya looked at Rufa's tall physique. From her back, she drew out 2 short swords and moved directly next to Rufa to stab at her eye area. Her weapons had venom from the poisonous spiders on them, as long as she stabbed her then she would win. Rufa caught the blade of her short sword with just 2 fingers. Maya didn't give up and slashed at Rufa's throat with her other short sword. Rufa grabbed Maya's arm and twisted it gently with the sound of bones breaking. Maya's arm broke. Maya grunted and suddenly spat out a black needle from her mouth. Rufa quickly turned her head. But the black needle still made a mark on her face. You lose. Maya said with blood in her mouth, soon the poison would kick in making Rufa lose her life. Misa rushed forward to support the staggering Maya. Heh, it's the poison of the devil spider, isn't it? In Maya's shocked gaze Rufa picked up the black needle that was inserted into the stone wall and stabbed it directly into the back of his hand. Even showing an expression of enjoyment. You know, I've been exercising my body with the toxins of various poisonous spiders since I was a child, and the venom of the devil spider I was already immune to 5 years ago. Rufa taunted. Maya's heart sank. And this orc, I'm going to make her my slave. Rufa said as he looked at Misa's delicate features. Then you're not qualified. At that moment there was a fluctuation in the air. Winnie's figure showed up. Sister Winnie. Misa excitedly ran to Winnie and hugged her arm. It's okay. Winnie stroked Misha's rabbit ears. Sister Winnie, these drow elves are very powerful, said Misa hurriedly as she returned to her senses. My lord has also come, Winnie said with a smile. My lord. Misa's eyes were instantly filled with joy. Chapter 65 The Desire for Fine Gold. Another orc? Interesting. Rufa looked at Winnie in front of him without a care in the world. This one seemed a bit more powerful, not quite the same as the rabbit just now. But having her here, and with so many elite drow warriors, was enough to handle any crisis. For her it was just one more slave. Just as a few Drell elves were about to make their move, suddenly all the creatures present felt their heartbeats quicken. The air around them seemed to freeze as a feeling of facing an apex predator came from deep within their bloodline. Rufa felt as if she was enveloped by a massive shadow that seemed to loom over her. She slowly turned her head, and what met her eyes was a huge black dragon, those huge scarlet eyes staring cruelly at Rufa, the saliva from the corners of its mouth slowly dripping on the ground, corroding the ground into a small crater. Saron looked down at this drow elf. This was the second time he had seen an elf. The last time the female elf was much better looking than this drow elf. And this guy's pecs were really strong. It's a black dragon. Rufa screamed. She wanted to run away, but her legs went weak under the full force of Saron's dragon might. The other drow elves were even worse, directly falling to their knees with cold sweat pouring from their bodies. How could there be a black dragon here? Nima, it turned out to be a female drow. Salon reacted after hearing this strange voice. He immediately had the feeling of being offended. Great Lord Black Dragon, Rufa had a clear perception of his own strength. That's why begging for forgiveness was the best thing to do at this time. But before she could say to Salon directly went down with a mouthful of lightning spit. Rufa first felt paralyzed, and then the intense heat. She lost consciousness before she had time to let out a scream. A smell of roasting meat immediately came from Rufa's corpse. The other drow present looked at the humanoid roasted meat and immediately came straight to the ground. It seemed like they wanted to use this way to make Saron not notice them. Lord Saron! Misa felt like she had never longed for her master as much as these now. She jumped up and ran next to Saron. Maya on the side was a bit dumbfounded. A wave of fear also rose in her heart. It was fortunate that she hadn't sold the silly rabbit, or else she would probably be the next roast. Salon's nose twitched. The roast tasted good. A little more cumin chili noodles would be even better. It seemed like he hadn't eaten cooked food since he came to this world. Salon lowered his head and subconsciously stuck out his tongue to swallow the human-shaped roast in front of him. The flavor is not bad. It's true that the dragon's nature is affecting him, damn his nature. But it did taste good. Saron no longer dwelled on this issue as he looked towards the other drow elf warriors. There were both men and women in these warriors. But the face value of all of them threw off the piece of meat just now a dozen times. Great true dragon lord, the drow elf Maya salutes you. Maya forced herself to endure the pain of her broken arm and crawled to Salon's side. Beside her, Misa's eyes dripped for a moment as she walked over to help Maya secure her broken arm. Although an elf's self-healing ability far exceeded that of a human, this kind of injury still required a long period of recuperation. Saron looked down at the drow elf in front of him. Well, this one is okay, it doesn't turn the stomach. If you grill it. Maya suddenly had a bad feeling. Lord Saron, it was Maya who saved me, she's fine. Misa said hastily when she saw that the atmosphere was a bit off. Forget it, it's just a tongue-in-cheek. I need you to elaborate on this place. Saron said as he looked down at Maya in front of him. Maya gulped as she grabbed Misa's arm slightly nervously. Before, the other party relied on her, but now she had to rely on the other party. Great Lord True Dragon, we drow. With Maya's narration, Saron began to gain a deeper understanding of the surrounding area. The underground world was very large. Before Maya had not been to many places since she was born. There were many creatures living here, and their group of Zorelves had only come here a long time ago. So they actually belonged to the outsiders, the territory they got after expelling the native cavemen here. The Zorelves had a total of 10 major cities here. The closest one to this place was the city of Magic Sobol. This city was built in a cave where water and food were quite abundant. Although the Drell elves were dark elves, they still inherited the elegance of the elves. Their skill in chiseling stone was comparable to the best dwarven craftsmen. And they retained the unique aesthetic concepts of the elven race. Great true dragon lord, I, Maya, swear unconditional allegiance to you from now on in the name of Goddess Rose. Maya directly began to show her loyalty. In all her years in the underground world she had never heard of a black dragon in this area. Then it was obvious that this black dragon was an outsider. And according to the temperament of evil dragons, all want to make things happen. Then she, Maya, decided to be the lead party. This kind of opportunity might come once in a lifetime. Saron's massive head moved closer to the drow in front of him. No condition is the biggest condition, right? Saron said. Maya lowered her head and didn't say anything. She couldn't live with the drow elves anymore and this was her last struggle. Do you have any resources here? Like ores or any rare substances or anything like that? Saron continued to ask. There are very many veins of fine gold ore in this area, as well as some ordinary veins of iron ore, and I heard that there are also veins of silver ore over in Charleston City. Other than the ores are all sorts of medicinal herbs and such that grow under the ground. Fine gold ore? Saron asked. Maya used one hand to remove a dagger from herself. The dagger was black in color, with many runes outlined in silver wire. There was a red spider ornament above the handle. This is a weapon made from a supernatural metal like fine gold. Saron looked at the dagger that was many times smaller than a toothpick to him. This thing should be good. Very good. Maya, you give more detailed information about that what's his name Magic Sobol City. We need to get ready to take back my city and the vein of fine gold ore. Winnie and Misa glanced at each other. The two understood what each meant through eye contact. Winnie, Lord Saron said to take back his city and the vein of fine gold ore? Misa, it seems like it. Winnie, the problem is that Lord Saron seems to be here for the first time? Misa, it seems so. Winnie. Maya was not surprised by Salon's statement. After all, she knew something about the five-colored dragons. These guys were so obsessed with treasures and wealth that they believed they were born to have them, entitled to all the wealth in the world. And were born to rule. Chapter 66 Arachnid Elf. There are two main forces in the city of Magical Sobol. One is the Drell Noble clan, and there is also a Drell Merchant clan. In fact, the only one we need to resolve is the Drell Noble clan, of which the one that dominates is the Black Demon clan, and the current dominant mother is Elise. The strength of the Black Demon clan is not trivial. They have been occupying the city of Magic Sobol for a long time. There are a lot of Drell magicians and elite warriors in service, and it is said that there are also arachnidized Drell elves. Moreover, the defense of Magic Sobol City is very powerful. There are tall walls built with special materials, and there are also many domesticated giant spiders as a guarding force. These giant spiders make the city full of spider webs that take away the poison. We can first subjugate some small clans from the outskirts of the city to build up our strength, then we can send out spies to infiltrate the city, and then we can work together behind the scenes. Maya was still talking about the defense and such forces of the city of Magic Sobol, and her plan in passing. But Saron was already impatient to hear it, and he directly interrupted Maya's speech. I feel like we have a plan that's a bit less labor-intensive. True Dragon Lord, what is your plan? Maya wondered. That had just been the best plan she had come up with. You tell me where the city is, then I'll go over there and tell them that the city is mine, and then just get all those naysayers killed. Salon yawned. This idea of the horde surrounding the city that Maya was talking about was a good one, but that was based on the fact that Saron was a rookie. And right now, Saron didn't think he was a rookie. So it would be better to come right out in the open. It doesn't matter what clan he is, as long as he obeys himself, he stays, and if he doesn't, he gets rid of him. It was that simple. After all, this was a transcendent world. Saron didn't need to befriend his manhwa or be friends or anything like that. This is completely unnecessary. On the contrary, let the subordinates afraid of you may be more effective. Salon saw this point very clearly. And if you can't beat them once, then do it several times. Salon does not believe that he is like a bomber every day, like a day with the city with spit bombing a dozen times they will still have the power of resistance. Moreover, he is more flexible than a bomber. The defense is also more powerful. It is difficult for ordinary attacks to hurt themselves. For the reason why that observer demon's magic was ineffective against himself before Salon also figured it out. That was because his own physique was too powerful. directly exempting the damage and negative effects. There was no fear of injury even with the carnivore talent in place, much less any kind of consumption. But that was his own city. If you mess it up, you still have to fix it. Heh, it wasn't his own to repair anyway. Salon thought this plan was perfect. Maya felt a bit speechless when she heard Salon's plan. It was also funny to think that she actually believed that a dragon would have some profound plan. But true dragon lord, the defense over there is very strong. Maya said carefully, afraid of offending the black dragon in front of her and being eaten by him. What, are you doubting my strength? Sarong's scarlet eyes directly topped Maya's heel. Subordinate doesn't dare. Maya hurriedly knelt on the ground. From Salon's angle alone, he saw a very nice view, which made him feel better. I don't want my dependents to question my decisions. This is my first warning to you, and it will be my last. Otherwise I don't mind adding a meal. Sarong's cold voice reached Maya's ears, making her tremble. Subordinate wouldn't dare. Maya didn't even dare to raise her head. Even Winnie and Misa on the side were shocked by this state of Salon. Salon looked around, satisfied with his performance. There was a fantastic city by a vast underground river. This was none other than the Drow Elf's Magic Sobol City. After so many years of development, Magic Sobol City had become very prosperous. On top of the 30-meter-high city walls, there were from time to time Zhuor warriors riding giant spiders and patrolling with weapons in hand. A tower was built at the highest position in the city. Above it resided Elise, the main mother of the Black Demon clan. Elise looked at the city under her feet with satisfaction. This was the city that belonged to her. This feeling of holding all the power in her hands was very good. Presta, thank you for helping me all these years. Elise said as she looked at the huge creature behind her. Elise, I have fulfilled my promise to you. You have become the ultimate winner in this political battle and have become the matriarch of the Black Demon clan, gaining supreme power. Presta's figure slowly walked forward. It was an incomparably terrifying figure. A giant spider that was even more terrifying and gigantic than ordinary giant spiders walked to Elise's side with 8 legs. At the location of the giant spider's head grew the upper body of a female drow. From the looks of it, it was a mixture of a female drell and a giant spider. This was precisely the Drell elf's unique arachnidized elf. In the tradition of the Drell elves, Goddess Rose would summon Drell elves who showed great potential to her magic web-deep prison for testing. This test is designed to test their loyalty and strength. Drell elves who pass the test are granted the favor of the Goddess Rose. Those who fail are transformed into an arachnid elf, a mixture of a Drell and a powerful giant spider. This is a symbol of the Goddess Rose's divine power, for only a Drell elf can be transformed into an arachnid elf. And only the Goddess Rose would have this ability. Generally speaking, arachnidized elves would become extremely crazy after returning to the main material plane. They would wander alone or lead countless giant spiders on hunts. It was rare to see the likes of these returning to Drell elf society because even Drell elves would hate disgusting, crazy creatures like arachnid elves. For you can't be sure if the arachnized elf next to you will tear you apart with her sharp claws. Presta, I still need you. You know I'm the only one in the whole city who doesn't. Just as Elise was about to say something else, suddenly an alarm went off in the city. Elise looked towards mid-air, only to see an immense black dragon hovering over the city. Salon looked at his city feeling very satisfied. The Drow elves were indeed quite good at arranging things. Those spider webs everywhere in the city actually looked like they had some flavor. Salon let out a deafening dragon roar after seeing that he had successfully attracted the attention of the people below. The roar brought with it his ability to scream wildly. At that moment, the tens of thousands of Zorelves in the city, including Elise, all felt a tremor in their bodies. The magic power in their bodies seemed to be out of control. Drell elves of the city of Magic Sobre, your master has returned. Salon said in a loud voice in the continent's common language, ensuring that the entire city's Drells could hear it. Damn it! Elise felt like she was about to go crazy. Why would a black dragon appear here? Her ambitions had only just begun. Chapter 67, Elise's Thoughts. Salon realized that the drow elves down below didn't seem to be happy after his high-profile announcement of his ownership of the city. Under the chanting of some drow wizards, a protective spell like a water bubble wrapped the whole city inside. Salon didn't try to stop them, because this kind of thing needed magicians to maintain the spell formation all the time, not quite the same as the kind of forest trolls that needed magic crystals as well. Of course, its defense power was definitely more powerful than that of the forest trolls. But for Salon, the weakness of this kind of defense formation was too obvious. Just need to interrupt the spell-casting state of those magicians. It was too easy for him, a single wild scream could take care of it. At this time a giant bat flew over towards Saron's side. This giant bat was just an ordinary ferocious and violent species with little magical power in its body. It was an aerial mount tamed by the drow elves. On the back of the giant bat rode a young female drow elf. It stopped at a place more than 30 meters away from Salon. The female drow saluted Saron. "Honorable Lord Black Dragon, welcome to Magic Sobul City. Our main mother Elise salutes you." The young female drow was obviously very nervous. The giant bat under her seat was trembling all over, and if it wasn't for the female drow elf using her own magic to keep calming the creature, there was no way it would have dared to fly in front of Saron. Why didn't she come herself? A hot breath exhaled from Saron's nose. He looked down towards the city below, trying to locate the main mother Elise. "The Lord Mother had some matters to attend to and could not come to greet your excellency. This is a gift from the Lord Mother for you." The female drow took out a necklace-like magic guide. It contains 3,000 gold coins, 5,000 silver coins, and various precious jewelry totaling over 5,000 gold coins. Ha! This damn thing was treating himself as a hitman? The sincerity is okay, but I have an idea that if I get this city, then I will get countless times more wealth than this. Salon had just finished speaking recklessly, releasing his dragon might with all his might. The first person to be impacted under the powerful dragon might was the giant bat in front of him. The giant bat was instantly incontinent, and its huge body fell downwards. The female Zorelf stepped on the giant bat with great force. The giant bat's body smashed on top of the protective spell formation and let out a gurgling scream, and in a few seconds, it was burned into flying ashes by the spell formation. Saron looked at the miserable state of the giant bat. This kind of power felt like he should be able to enter even if he carried it hard, right? Damn Black Dragon, I knew the 5-colored dragons are all greedy guys. How can we hope that he will spare us? The main mother Elise looked at the black dragon in the sky and gnashed her teeth for a while. In fact, those gold coins were already taken out by her gritted teeth. Previously, during the coup d'etat, in order to eliminate the rival families, she had paid a lot of wealth and benefits to sit on top of the position of the main mother. She didn't expect a black dragon to come just after her success, but Elise was thinking of being the first queen in the history of the Zorelves after unifying the 10 cities in this region. "All the Zorel warriors prepare for me, today we will slay the dragon," Elise said with a grave expression. Since they couldn't get rid of it, and that black dragon was clearly an enemy of them, then they could only go to war. And just the black dragon. As the main mother, Elise still had this bit of determination. "Elise, after helping you repel this black dragon this time, I will return to the wilderness." The arachnidized elf by the side, Presta, looked at Elise and said. Elise looked at Presta in front of her, if it wasn't for the fact that she had some favors with Presta at the right time. Then Presta took the initiative to make an oath, then she could not drive an arachnidized drow. She really didn't want to lose this helper. But the situation at hand. "Presta, after this time you are free," Elise said seriously. The arachnid elf looked at Elise and walked towards the outside. And Elise was ready to strike. It was important to realize that wanting to be a master mother could be more than just having the means, but one had to be powerful. Generally speaking, the main mother was the strongest person in a drow elf clan. And Elise was not only the strongest person of the Black Demon clan, but also the Rose Priestess of the Black Demon clan. A Priestess of Rose is an extension of the will of the Rose Queen, and Elise has been trained from birth to become a Priestess of Rose. She owes allegiance to both her clan and the Goddess Rose. But her position as a priestess was awkward, and only she knew that Goddess Rose had never given her any response. And at that moment the drow warriors and magicians also received the order from the main mother. Although they were terrified of facing a giant dragon for the first time, they had a vague feeling of excitement. Slaying the dragon. Some of the Zorelves began to roll out their huge defensive crossbows. Others began to prepare their hand crossbows and spears. Salon looked at the situation below and should be ready to strike. He flew up high. Then a dragon roar that was even louder than before was heard directly into the city below. The Joueur magician who was still supporting the protective spell formation felt the magic power in his body suddenly stagnate directly. This kind of stagnation might be fine in normal times. But at this critical time, it directly interrupted their spell casting state. The spell formation instantly rippled. What's going on? Elise felt the state of her body. Although that black dragon also roared earlier, causing her magic power to be a bit unstable, she thought it was because she was too tense. Now it seemed that wasn't the reason at all. Explosive bomb. Seeing that the shield was about to fall apart, Saron directly used dragon magic. At that moment, only 17 or 18 huge and incomparable fireballs were seen falling from the sky towards the city. The shield that had already reached its limit instantly disintegrated. The destructive power of the explosive flame bomb had become even more powerful after the magic power in Saron's body was further boosted. Rumble. The fireballs directly exploded when they landed on the ground, and some of the Drow warriors riding giant lizards and giant spiders were hit head-on and their entire bodies exploded along with their mounts. There was a shower of blood. Salon was still releasing explosive flame bombs, and after the explosive flame bombs killed some Zorelves, the carnivore's talent would restore some of its magic power. Although it wasn't a lot, it was fierce with the support of Salon's thick magic power. He could use 50% of his magic power to release 17 or 18 or even 24 explosive bombs at once to kill more Zorelves. Then his magic power would recover again, and he would continue releasing explosive bombs. So damn cool. This gave Saron the feeling of playing a game in his previous life, or infinite firepower mode. However, what Saron was aiming at were the Drow elves, not the buildings of the city. In his opinion, the city was already his own. It wasn't cost-effective to destroy it. The Drow warriors on the ground at the city walls laboriously shot their enchanted giant crossbows high into the air. Some of the Drow warriors who were in a state of confusion also quickly fired their own hand crossbows and spears, trying to bring down that black dragon. But Sarang just casually flapped his wings and dodged these attacks. Not to mention that he was flying at a very high altitude, even in the transcendent world there was still gravity. Those arrows couldn't do any damage to him at all. Elise watched as the city she had worked so hard to capture was being so ravaged. Her face was ugly as she looked up at the black dragon that was cavorting in mid-air. Is this a black dragon? This kind of killing and burning was sure it wasn't a red dragon in black dragon skin? Moreover, this guy was different from the red dragon she knew. As far as she knew, red dragons were all muscular dragons full of muscles. Even if they could use fire magic, they wouldn't hide so obscenely high up in the air. And this guy was as mean and shameless as a black dragon. This guy was simply a combination of a black dragon and a red dragon. The brain of a black dragon and the body of a red dragon. Spider web technique. Avar black tentacle. Just as Saron was playing really hard, there were violent magic fluctuations coming from the side. Chapter 68 Ghostly Demon. Saron looked down and saw a female drow elf in black robes with 7 or 8 drow wizards attacking him. A spider web 5 or 6 times bigger than Saron's was instantly enveloped down on him. Next to it were some huge black tentacles in the form of chains that bound at Saron. The one who launched the attack was none other than Elise. For her, the first thing she had to do now was to drag this damn black dragon down from the air. Otherwise, they could only be passively beaten forever. Ha! Saron slammed directly into the spider web. Great, the spider web has a lot of deadly toxins on it, even if he's a black dragon. A drow wizard hadn't even finished his sentence. Salon ripped through the huge spider web with a single claw. Those so-called toxins didn't even destroy his scale armor at all. And the black tentacles behind it were directly shattered by a burst of fire. Any more? Salon looked at these guys in front of him. Elise didn't say another word, but directly flew up using a floating spell. The few drow magicians behind her followed suit. Demon Fire Art. A huge and incomparable black fireball came towards Salon under the combined spells of several Drell magicians. Feeling the amazing heat from above, the red light in Sarong's eyes intensified. He began to actively operate the atomic oven in his body. A miraculous scene appeared, only to see the black fireball formed by the demon fire art slowing down as it approached Salon. The size also slowly became smaller. In the end, it was grabbed by one of Sarong's claws and crushed apart. "This is it?" Salon teasingly looked at the Zor-Elf in front of him. He had just used part of the atomic oven's energy-absorbing properties to directly absorb the heat from the demon fire art in front of him. After all, this thing still relied on some corrosive effects and high temperatures to deal damage. And the little corrosive effect after the high temperature was absorbed was just that for Sarong's defense. Elise looked at the Salon in front of her. What kind of monster was this guy? Why would the demon fire magic fail for no reason? Even the red dragon who was proficient in fire magic couldn't do this. Elise's face turned ugly. Just then Salon felt a strange vibration on his upper right side. It turned out to be the arachnid elf Presta quietly crawling along the stone wall of the cave to Salon's right side. Presta looked at the powerful black dragon with a determined expression on her face. Her 8 griddle limbs were incredibly sharp and had extremely toxic venom on them. As long as they stabbed into the black dragon's body, then they could say that they had half the battle won. But she would definitely be killed by the furious black dragon. She was tired of living like this, so let's just die. Presta slowly spat out her spider silk in an attempt to get closer to Sarong. Just as Presta was about to attack, she realized that the black dragon suddenly turned its head to look at her curiously. Oops. It's been discovered. Presta instantly felt bad and hurriedly tightened her spider silk and started to run away. She didn't want to live, but she didn't want to die worthless either. Stop him. Elise hurriedly ordered as she watched Presta being discovered. Spider web spell. Freeze ray. Darkness spell. All of a sudden, large and small magic began to be cast. Sarong directly ignored the magic and charged across the room at Presta. The arachnidized elf used his nimble 8 stepping feet to start crawling through the cave with its complicated environment, trying to dodge Sarong. But Sarong's flying speed was so fast that those so-called magic didn't have the slightest effect on him. Just when Presta thought she had escaped with her life, a voice appeared behind her. Gotcha! At once the arachnid elf felt half of one of her 8 stepping feet lose their intuition. Sarong looked at the arachnid elf and the dragon's claws with a bit of curiosity. It was rare to see this kind of creature yet. Anyway, he adhered to the option that the weirder the creature, the more talented it might be and be able to be used as a special ingredient. Click click click. Sarong threw the arachnidized elf down towards the ground after chopping off its 8 long legs with his dragon claws. Just as Sarong was dealing with the arachnidized elf, Elise on the side had long since started casting a new magic. As the main mother, she was naturally powerful. But in front of this black dragon, her strength was useless and she couldn't defeat it at all, which caused her to be no different from those ordinary Zor-El magicians when facing the black dragon. Since she couldn't beat it, then let the ones who could beat it come. Variance summoning. Sarong, who had wanted to directly use Wild Scream to interrupt Elise's spellcasting, stopped when he saw his opponent's movement. That familiar smell. The opponent seemed to be summoning some kind of creature? Because he had seen the summoning action of that mesmerizing demon Jean on the surface before. So Sarong had some impression. Finally, a black summoning figure appeared behind Elise. A black flocculent mass came out of the summoning diagram. It was like a writhing monster, and there seemed to be many strange faces inside. Phantom demon. Is this what you're relying on? Sarong said as he looked at the strange creature. This is no ordinary phantom demon. There was an introduction about this kind of spectral shadow demon in Sarong's dragon inheritance. The most common theory was that this kind of spectral shadow demon was actually some demons in the abyss who had lost their flesh and were unable to return to the abyss. So they can only be trapped in the material world. In order to survive, these demons will absorb the emotions of other creatures. In order to survive, these demons will absorb the emotions of other creatures and so on. But in the process, some demons become very powerful. They even evolve other talents. And by this time spectral demons were born. They can be completely invisible in the darkness, and can cross over some living or non-living bodies as if they were difficult terrain. So this guy is basically immune to physical attacks. Oh, and it was thanks to this guy that he could think of using this kind of guy against himself. That makes Saron's powerful physical advantage not so powerful. Demons are great ingredients though. Luckily, I didn't interrupt the spellcasting, otherwise where would I find this good ingredient? Salon's eyes were glowing as he looked at the shadowy demon. P.S. The author suggests that when you read it, don't apply the settings of other books, that is, it's better to read which book is best to follow its settings. Chapter 69 Catch. The phantom demon quickly floated towards Saron after receiving the command. Since there was no entity, the guy was very fast. It reminded Saron of a certain superhero in his previous life. That guy was also able to change his body density to travel through solid matter, although things like changing body density were more bullshit. Since there were memories of the phantom demon in the inherited memories, it meant that this thing did have redeeming qualities. And Salon just happened to know a way to restrain the other party. Light art. This was the first dragon language magic that Saron used, and it was created in the underground world with the support of Saron's strong magic power. A ball of light like a white sun suddenly appeared in midair. Whether it was the drow elves or their mounts, they all let out a scream. The creatures that had lived in the underground for a long time simply couldn't adapt to such a bright light. Salon didn't care about these drow elves. He looked at the spectral demon next to him. This fellow vaguely let out a miserable scream as well. But it didn't seem to have suffered much damage. In Saron's inherited memories, light magic was this guy's nemesis. And the shadow demon finally showed its true colors. This guy was covered in black skin, in humanoid form. The most conspicuous thing was the pair of huge claws that seemed to be able to tear apart hearts. It had those ragged wings like a traditional demon, and white eyes. And those long pointed horns and sharp teeth. Only its lower body was a state of nothingness. It looked very bizarre. This phantom demon was born after devouring dozens of ordinary phantom demons, so although it fears light magic because of its instincts, light magic can't do any damage to it. And your true dragon body isn't necessarily immune to its damage. Elise said as she looked back at Salon from the light magic she had just used. In fact, she was also a bit nervous. After all, when a Psi demon faced a true dragon, their abilities would be directly immunized by that powerful body of the true dragon. She wasn't sure if this particular spectral shadow demon could hurt this black dragon. So she hoped that this stupid black dragon would know better. Salon was also a bit curious. It was because although the phantom demon had the title of demon, but in reality, this kind of creature was no longer in the category of demons. They were unable to advance like normal demons. They could only be constantly summoned by some creatures to achieve some special purpose. Legend has it that they can devour their prey's inner memories, doubts, and fears. But this one in front of him was actually able to become unafraid of light magic. However, Salon based on the descriptions in the memories of the dragon clan's inheritance. No matter what the abilities of the phantom demons were, their attacks seemed to be unable to cause any damage to true dragons. Sarong took the initiative to lunge at the phantom demon. He wanted to personally try to see for himself if this thing's success could satisfy him. The phantom demon let out a mournful scream as its two large, disembodied claws clawed at Sarong. With a blur of its body, Salon's body actually passed right through this fellow's torso. Sarong recalled that there didn't seem to be much of a sensation just now. It was like passing through air. Not true. Sarong turned his head to look at the state of the shadow demon. This guy didn't seem to be intact. A black mist seemed to be rising above its body, as if it had taken some sort of damage. After thinking about it, Salon let out a feral scream at it. This time Sarong controlled the range of the sound wave to target only this phantom demon. The substantial sound wave enveloped the phantom demon. At once the already blurry body of the phantom demon seemed to blur even more. Seeing this, Salon stopped. He was thinking about how to capture a guy to make him honestly serve as food. Thinking of this, he didn't go back to attacking the phantom demon, but instead turned his gaze to the drow elf Lord Mother Elise next to him. Next to her, Elise's palms were sweating. She didn't expect that this black dragon actually did have the means to harm the phantom demon. As a contractor, she could always feel the state of the shadow demon. Just now, when the shadow demon pierced through the black dragon's body, there seemed to be some kind of extremely strange heat that had harmed the shadow demon. And just now that soundwave had caused even more damage to the shadow demon. Suddenly Elise felt a chill all over her body. Oops. That black dragon was targeting her. Stop him. Elise said in shock and anger as she pointed at Cerrone. The other drow wizards used their levitation spells to float in front of Cerrone. But their spiderweb spells and other binding magic were not much different from papier-mâché to Cerrone. Cerrone broke through these binding magic by directly charging across the room. Even a few drow magicians were directly smashed into pieces of flesh. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Elise gritted her teeth and used the highest level spell she could cast. A line of blood was spat out of her mouth. It was the blood within her body. The blood gradually swelled and distorted under the effect of the magic. Death Spider Bite Spell. A huge, incomparable red giant spider took shape in midair. With its hideous appearance, its blood-red body hair was even clearly visible, and its size even surpassed that of Cerrone. Elise's body merged into the giant blood spider's body like a stream of water. The spell was molding very quickly. Elise knew that Cerrone had the ability to interrupt spell casting. So she used a lot of blood and magic power to make the spell mold quickly. Death Spider Bite was a combination spell made by Elise herself using Death Spider magic and Spider Bite. The imitation was one of Goddess Rosa's servants, the Wax Melt Demon. Not only could it coalesce powerful death spiders, but it also had a powerful spider bite attack. The most important thing was that the spell casting material was her blood, so she could control the giant blood spiders perfectly. This was also what Elise was proud of. Hish. The giant blood spider's commissary hissed like a real spider. Several blood-colored cobwebs were spat out from the mouth to wrap around towards Salon. Without wasting any more time, under the support of the atomic furnace in his body, an incomparably powerful blue laser-like breath instantly broke through the opponent's blood web and hit the giant blood spider. Elise, who was inside the giant blood spider, felt that the giant blood spider was frantically collapsing. How is that possible? Elise was even more shocked than if the phantom demon had just been crushed. After all, the death spider bite technique wasn't that simple. Just at this time Elise felt a tremor and a sense of paralysis came from everywhere in her body. She couldn't move anymore. Got you, bug. At this moment a huge dragon claw reached into the giant blood spider that was unable to resist and grabbed Elise's body. Elise knew she was finished. P.S. 1 shift at home today, 3 tomorrow to make up for it. Chapter 70 The Occupation. The Master Mother has been captured. The other Jor-Elves saw that their mother was clutched in the hands of the black dragon with a look of despair on their faces. If the main mother was gone, did they need to fight anymore? Moreover, this black dragon was so powerful. Thinking about it, they were actually thinking of slaughtering the dragon. It was almost as bad as being slaughtered by a dragon. After all, Salon had just killed dozens of Jor-Elves with just a dozen or so bursts of inflammatory bombs. Seeing that Cerrone didn't kill her in the first place, Elise felt that she had some chances. She knew that it was useless to say anything to this kind of evil dragon right now. Only showing one's worth would do. Your Excellency the Black Dragon, now that I control the entire city, there is no one who knows more about how much wealth this city has than I. Moreover, I can make money, and with my talent I can also take over other Drell cities and dedicate more wealth to you, my lord. That phantom demon you can summon at any time? Salon looked at the Drell elf and the dragon's claws. Just now that phantom demon had disappeared, he didn't know if it had gone into hiding or what. But he figured out that he could just get rid of that phantom demon now. It wouldn't make much sense though. But he couldn't catch his opponent either. Since he couldn't catch it, then it would be right to catch Elise, who could summon that guy. It can. The summoning contract I signed with it is that it can be summoned at any time, but it has just been injured, so I must wait for it to get better before I can summon it again. Usually in the meantime I will summon other creatures to help me. Elise told everything like a bamboo tube. Other demons? Salon's scarlet eyes lit up. Originally, he had thought that he would get rid of this drow elf lord mother once he had taken care of the phantom demon. Because one day, who knows if this guy would have bad water. So getting killed was the best option, but for now it seemed like it was fine to not get killed for the time being. Elise seemed to see Saron's meaning. I can sign a slave contract with you and never betray you from now on. Salon looked at this guy who could now be screwed to death with a slight push of a single stroke. Seems to have a strong desire to survive. Salon began to look for that kind of more awesome slave contract in his own mind. This stuff was abundant in the Black Dragon's inherited memories. And it was relatively common on the continent. But one thing that all the contracts had in common was that both parties had to all volunteer for the contract to take effect. Due to being held in Saron's death grip, Elise strained to take out a scroll from her magic guide with the intention of signing it. This was a type of scroll belonging to the Goddess of Justice sect, and was generally used for witnessing. Wait. Salon stopped Elise. Use this. Saron used the magic power within his body to construct a pattern in mid-air. This was a form of contract for the dragon race from Saron's inherited memories. Elise didn't say anything and focused her spirit on it. Then her face changed slightly. The conditions on it were unusually harsh. It was simply treating her like a slave among slaves. However, she did not resist and unusually calmly left her magic power as well as her bloodline mark and name on it. The moment the signature was finished, the magic pattern turned into a ray of light and entered Saron's body. Salon felt that he seemed to have some kind of connection with Elise in front of him. This is the power of the contract, it feels not bad. Let all of the city's guarding forces surrender. Salon released Elise in the dragon's claws. Yes, my master. Elise put on a very humble look. Saron also landed on top of the highest position in the city. At this moment there was an arachnid elf covered in scars waiting for the fate that belonged to her. Presta. Elise opened her mouth but only called out the other's name. Elise, our pact is complete. The arachnid elf looked at the black dragon in front of her that was many times bigger than her without fear. For her, the moment she turned into this form, she was dead. She was the drow elf Presta, not this ghostly half-elf, half-spider look. Saron brought his massive head close to this arachnid elf, then sniffed hard. This ingredient didn't seem too bad either. I just wonder what she really tastes like under a feast. Winnie, send Misa and Maya over. My city is now recovered by me. Salon's voice suddenly rang out in Winnie's mind to the side, startling her. This was the first time that Salon had gone to Winnie's mind in her stealthy state. It was too late to think about why this happened as Winnie's figure slowly revealed itself from the air. As you wish, Lord Saron. Elise, who was on the side, had the good sense not to inquire about any reason or anything like that. It just felt that this talent of the orc in front of her was a bit familiar. Elise, you drow elves have a great talent for construction, build me a palace first. Salon said to Elise next to him after seeing Winnie disappear. Yes, master. Ha! Elise laughed coldly in her heart. It was true that the 5-colored dragons were all the same. Just after victory, they have to start enjoying themselves. But didn't all black dragons like swamps, mud puddles and other habitats? Afterwards, one could speculate about the intelligence of this black dragon. If it's the kind of evil dragon that's stupid and happy with its success, then it's very good. This kind of dragon has a typical characteristic of being greedy for money and sex. But now it seems that this black dragon in front of me has the appearance of a stupid dragon. With his own intelligence he could definitely do well under him. Moreover, the 5-colored dragons were generally very lazy. As long as there was treasure or something like that, they basically wouldn't pay attention to what their dependents went to do. Maybe this time it wasn't a good thing, but a rare opportunity. Imagine if this black dragon was controlled by his own ingenuity. Then one would be equivalent to having a powerful true dragon fighter. Although there was a slave contract, Elise was certain that she would definitely gain this guy's trust. Then lift this kind of thing, when the time comes. Isn't he just greedy for money and color? The treasure exists in his place first. As for colorful, I am a Zwarer elf. Those powerful adult female Zwarer mostly have more than a dozen face head lover and so on. Just because they are rose goddess priestess of the reason there is no lover. Thinking about it, I don't lose out anyway. Just take it as having a black dragon lover. Saron on the side was a bit puzzled looking at Elisa's mouth full of drooling and wandering around. Could it be that he had a bit of a mental breakdown because he was watching his friend being eaten soon? That wouldn't do, this guy is still useful at the moment. Hurry up and get the palace ready for me. With a claw, Saron flipped the fuming Drell elf lord mother out of the room. Elise was knocked out of her fantasy. She fell to her knees and said humbly, "Yes, my lord." With that, she left to clean up the broken city and to tell the drow elves that they had changed masters. Salon looked at Elisa's back and then at the arachnid elf lying on the ground. What happened to that look of deep love just now? Is this the legendary plastic sisterhood? Chapter 71, Summoning Haim and Quasi-Devil. A huge and magnificent palace was built in less than a day in the city of Massaplay. Saron was at the very center of this palace. There was a huge stone seat here. It was dotted with some colorful gems and such. It was like sitting on top of a huge mountain of gems. It looked like this guy had indeed put his heart and soul into it. And the transcendent world was just different. In the previous world this kind of huge palace wouldn't be easy to build. But now it could be raised from the ground. But what Salon didn't know was that Elise borrowed his intimidation to directly extort those Zor merchants within the city. Before, Elise did not dare to force them too much. But this time, with the help of Salon's positive defeat of the Jouer aristocracies, might Elise will naturally collect the wealth. Even most of the manpower and financial resources of this palace were contributed by the Zor merchants. After all, Elise's own strength is quite good, plus any one of the Zor merchants would not want to live well. One day suddenly came a huge black dragon will eat their bones or not left. This also accelerated the footsteps of the drow merchants fleeing from the city of Magic Sobol. The most outrageous thing was that Elise actually collected the exit fee at this time. She blackmailed the Zor merchants again. After these Zor merchants left, the benefits of Magic Sobol City were much lower. But Elise wouldn't tell Salon about this. In her opinion, as long as she can get the treasure for this black dragon. And although Salon knew that this guy had that little bit of his own mind. But he didn't care, after all, this was the transcendental world, and being powerful was really powerful. Wealth and whatnot are all floating clouds, transforming into one's own strength is the best. After all, he wasn't a seeding dragon that needed to develop some city's economy or something like that. Great true dragon lord, Maya salutes you. The Zor elf Maya really didn't expect this black dragon to actually take down the entire Magic Sobol city with his own strength. It was important to realize that although the strength of Magic Sobol city was not the most powerful among the top 10 cities of Zor, but it wasn't too bad either. And it was taken down by this black dragon? Maya looked the rest of her light to the nearby main mother, Elise, as she knelt on the ground. She had seen this guy before, and at that time, as a priestess and the main mother, how scenic Elise was. It made her envious and jealous. But now this fellow was kneeling on the ground just like herself. Elise keenly felt the gaze of this fellow clan member. She looked at the other creatures in the palace. 2 orcs. One looked all cool, like a little wildcat. The other was goofy and obviously a silly rabbit. But the common trait the two shared was that they were beautiful, and it seemed that one of the Black Dragon's personalities had confirmed it. These two came along with the Black Dragon, so when the time comes, we can find a way to get close. Maybe get some useful information. Or pull them onto the same side. And this fellow clan member of her own would have to be wary. Based on her experience over the years, these kind of guys were not ordinary. Elise, you did well. Saron said as he looked down at the elfin hostess. Thank you for the praise, master. For Salon the dependent henchmen were just a means to enhance his own strength. It didn't matter if they hooked up with each other or whatever, as long as they didn't delay themselves. Now show me your treasury. Saron was going to sift through some items to prepare for the feast now. Hopefully, the Drow Elves' treasure trove would give them some surprises. After all, the Dragon Mother's treasure trove had already given herself some surprises before, as well as the evil Tooth Tribe's forest troll who also had the Siren's Tear. How could the Drell Elves have much more than those two combined? Salon felt that opening the treasure vault was like playing a game of opening chests in his previous life, filled with a sense of anticipation. By the way, I don't know how the evil Tooth Tribe is doing. I have to find a chance to get them back. After all, they were their most loyal servants. One thing, can you only summon phantom demons? Salon suddenly asked. If you can only summon the phantom demon, then when the phantom demon is eaten, this Master Mother will also be. Master, I can summon a demon every day. It's only the type of demon that I can't determine, and the spectral shadow demon that I summoned before was also a coincidence. Summon a demon every day. Salon's eyes were filled with light. Demons are good. Demons smell good. Demons really smell good. That horned demon from last time tasted really good and provided talent. Yes. But there is a limit to the summoning time, and the summoned demon can only exist in our world for less than a quarter of an hour. Elise didn't understand why this black dragon was suddenly excited. Then summon me a demon now. Salon stated that he wanted the demon now. And the current Elise was no longer something he could get killed at any time in his eyes. Rather, it was a qualified summoning girl. By the way, what's the highest strength of the demon you summoned? Salon didn't want this guy to do anything in case he damn well summoned a demon lord or something like that to come out and swallow himself in one gulp. If we go by the human set, then it should be equivalent to a 12th level mage, and according to the demon's algorithm it should be an intermediate level demon at most. Elise said uncertainly. Salon understood what she meant. After all, there were too many races in all realms. Each race probably had its own unique power system. So there simply wasn't a clear division of strength in the multiverse. Some of the different races would be divided into ranks according to the most numerous and widely existent human mages in the multiverse. But that was only below legendary was like that. And after legend, no matter what race they are all called legends. It's just that there are strong and weak legends as well. 5 or 6 human legendary mages might not be able to defeat a legendary red dragon. Salon nodded, the highest level 12 human mages, then he was not afraid at all. Coming was just giving away food. Then let's begin. Elise nodded, then opened the summoning. Black magic power surged out from her body. It gradually formed a magic summoning formation diagram. Not long after, a humanoid green-skinned creature 2 feet tall with a barbed tail and a pair of long horns walked out from the summoning formation diagram. The creature's head was somewhat similar to a bat's, with large ears and black eyes. You're just going to summon me this thing? Saron looked at the little 2-foot-tall thing and got a little angry. Quasi-demon. Don't look at the name as if it was dangling, but it was actually cannon fodder plus food. This kind of demon existed in large numbers in the lower realms. They were physically weak and generally served as messengers for some demons or food for the demon armies. Some demons would keep tearing the quasi-devils apart to kill time. The quasi-devil that came out turned its gaze towards its summoner, Elise. Suddenly its gaze went to Saron, who was on top of the huge stone chair. The quasi-devil instantly felt bad. It ran towards the summoning spell that hadn't disappeared yet. But how could Salon give it a chance? Even a smaller demon that was still a demon. A black chain like a human's thumb locked the quasi-demon, and then a huge spider web enveloped the quasi-demon, making it unable to move. It was the nearby Elise who struck. She looked at the immobile and dumbfounded quasi-demon and explained to Salon. Master, although the quasi-demon is weak, it also has unique features. Compared to other demons, it's easy to summon and will actively serve the summoner. It can create a psychic link with the summoner. After the link is complete, when the two are within a kilometer of each other, the summoner can share vision with the quasi-demon. It was only after hearing this that Salon began to look at this contraption closely. It seemed to be unique after all. This guy didn't seem simple. Chapter 72, Preparation for the Feast. Can we make it last forever? Saron asked. My subordinate can always use a lot of magic power to maintain its existence, but then I won't be able to summon any other demons. And summoning demons is a very dangerous act. Even those very powerful mages will be very careful. Elise was a bit puzzled. Usually the purpose of summoning a demon was to help in battle or assist in battle. There won't be anyone who wants this guy to exist all the time. On one hand, the magic power doesn't allow it, and most importantly, demons will have some unforeseen problems if they exist in the material world for too long. Saron didn't care. After all, that Voltan family had become a demon nest before and didn't see any problems. It could be seen that the bearing capacity of this material realm was still very strong. There shouldn't be any problems. Let it exist for a few days first. I need to use it to verify some issues. As for the treasury side, I'll go take a look now. Saron said. Saron wasn't sure if this kind of mind-based ability would still be there after the death of the quasi-demon. So it was better to eat the living ones. Yes, my lord. Elise blinked. A single quasi-demon was just that. It was still possible to let it exist in the material plane for 10 days or so with her magic power. Salon followed Elise to a huge palace. As soon as he entered the door, there were piles and piles of gold and silver coins and the like. These treasures were much more than the dragon moms. But there were no waves in Salon's heart. This stuff was just like that. For him it was like seeing piles of potatoes in his previous life. Elise had been paying attention to Salon's expression. She was a bit puzzled. A normal true dragon would have jumped up and rolled around after seeing so much treasure. Why was this black dragon not moved? Could it be that he had more treasure than this? Master, this is fine gold. After walking past the pile of gold coins, Salon looked at a large pile of black metal. He went up and picked up a piece and put it in his mouth and clicked it and chewed it and swallowed it. This stuff was of good quality and was even much more powerful than magic iron. It was a good food. After checking out the treasury of the arachnid elves, Salon was a bit disappointed. It was nothing but fine gold and a portion of gold coins in there. Those what staffs and such would not work at all. After all, as a true dragon that loves treasures, it is born with a portion of appraisal ability. Salon has a number in his heart. The ingredients were almost ready. The corpse of a Watcher's Eye demon, and a live quasi-demon. As well as an arachnid elf, and fine gold and such. It should almost be ready for the next feast. As Saron's body grew bigger and bigger, ordinary ingredients could no longer satisfy him. Although like some key ingredients served a great purpose. But hard currency like ores and gold coins still had to be had. Luckily, there were these fine golds from the magic Sobol city that could replenish a lot of them. Elise, which is the closest drow elf city to our city? Salon also had a clear perception of his own strength through the attack on magic Sobol city. Before now, the general dangers himself wouldn't even be in his eyes anymore. Then take the opportunity to seize the resources to prepare for the feast afterward. Alas, running around all day for food was bad enough for himself. Master, the closest one to here is Charles City, a city far richer than ours. Elise was smart. She had long guessed that this evil dragon's purpose must be more than just a city. Surely it was about to show its fangs so soon? But this was just what she wanted. You fix those city guards of yours as soon as possible, to make sure they know exactly who they are loyal to? Saron said. Although the combat power of those guys was average in Saron's opinion, it was better than nothing, right? At least they could be used as cannon fodder. Moreover, as a true dragon without its own dependents, it would be a shame. Thinking about this, Salon somewhat understood why those dependents of the Black Dragon Lady were so undignified in the first place. After all, these weak dependents can be solved, but the Black Dragon Lady can also. And the powerful opponent these dependents can't do anything, in the end still have to Black Dragon Lady personally. So the role of those dependents is just to support the brand name. But master, if we want to attack Charles City then we have to go through the Death Canyon, and there is a Death Knight in the Death Canyon. That guy is a bit psychotic. A Death Knight? Only after Elisa's explanation did Salon realize that the original Magic Sobol City and Charles City were not far from each other. So the trade between the two cities was very frequent. But I don't know when a powerful Death Knight appeared in a canyon between the two. He directly occupied this canyon. In the underground world, this canyon can be considered as the necessary route between the two cities. So it was necessary to take back this place they called the Death Canyon. After all, it wasn't that simple to reopen the road. Considering that the Death Knights were actually intelligent and could communicate. The main mother who was the master of the city of Magic Sobel at that time wasn't Elise. Rather, it was the matriarch of another clan, Clan Ethan. At first, the mother of the Ethan clan sent some messengers to communicate with the Death Knight. She also prepared generous gifts and tried to cooperate with the other party. But I didn't expect that this guy and the messenger just arrived at the time of nothing to care about the mission cut to pieces. In the end, no one survived. The corpses were also infected by the Death Knight's death aura and became some low-level undead creatures. In the end, the main mother became furious and took a portion of her army to personally try to expel or destroy this Death Knight. But something bizarre happened. After the Ethan clan's main mother and army entered the Death Canyon, they actually disappeared. It was said that at first the other drow who were guarding the outside of the canyon heard the sounds of battle. But then all the sounds suddenly disappeared. The drow elves on guard sent some of their men in to check it out, but they didn't come out again. Elise, on the other hand, took advantage of the fact that the power of her main mother's clan was greatly reduced and began to build up her strength. Half a year had passed and the main mother of the Ethan clan had not yet appeared. Elise knew that the time should have come, so she directly killed all the members of her clan in one fell swoop. Afterwards, she occupied the city of Magic Sobel, intending to show off her strength. As a result, Salon came and picked the peach. Salon was instantly enlightened. No wonder it felt like the city's guard force was pulling its crotch so much. It turned out to be self-made. Salon sympathetically looked at Elise, this guy how to say, quite lucky to meet himself. As for this Death Knight, Saron began to think. Do you guys know what that Death Knight looks like? Saron asked. He had to be sure of one thing. I didn't see the exact appearance too clearly, but he seemed to be riding a mount with all four hooves draped in flames. Elise recalled. Because at that time, there were only a few guards guarding the outside of the canyon who took a look from afar and were scared away. Elise naturally didn't dare to provoke that fellow again, so the other party's exact appearance wasn't really clear. Chapter 73, Death Knight. For hooves draped in flames, and he seemed to understand a little bit what it was. Death Knight was a general term for a class of undead creatures. Generally mortals thought that a skeleton riding a skeleton horse was a Death Knight. But this is the wrong perception. A skeleton frame riding a skeleton horse is still a skeleton. The real Death Knights are not that simple. Their birth is very harsh. They are formed by the dark power of a fallen paladin when he dies. And the paladin must have a very powerful negative emotion before they die in order to be successfully transformed. This kind of transformation is usually guided by some kind of very powerful evil demon. This includes intentionally guiding the paladin's fall, as well as the final successful transformation. Because the power of faith in the paladin's body was very powerful, that kind of holy power was not something that ordinary evil demons could break through. And since the strength of a Death Knight is determined by the strength in life, that's why some Death Knights were so powerful that they retained the ability to cast holy spells in life with their strange power. Only the magic of the paladin couldn't have the healing trait because it had been transformed into an undead creature possessing the undead trait itself. Instead, it was transformed into a powerful attack. This makes them even more dangerous than when they were paladins in life. Moreover, the general mounts of Death Knights were some powerful skeleton horses. But the very powerful kind of Death Knight's mount is not a skeleton horse. It's a nightmare. The nightmare is also known as the demon pony or the hell war horse. This guy has intelligence. And nightmares are not naturally occurring, they are also created. They were transformed from the heavenly creature Pegasus. The ritual of creating a nightmare requires that the Pegasus be made to feel extreme pain. Their wings are then brutally removed in this agony. Then powerful dark magic is used to make these noble heavenly creatures transform into the evil creature Nightmare. It belonged to the same routine as the Death Knight. According to Elise, the Death Knight's mount should be a nightmare. And that Death Knight should be very strong. Otherwise the nightmare wouldn't have submitted to him. Salon decided to explore this Death Knight after much thought. This even surpassed his interest in Charles City. After all, a Death Knight should be edible too, right? Or such a powerful Death Knight. Just thinking about it felt exciting. But before that it was better to have a feast first. After all, a feast was not to be missed. Thinking about when I was in the dragon's lair, I had to loot the eggshells of 2 dragon sisters for the feast before I could put together a feast. Now one had to plunder something else again. Normal magical beast meat was no longer enough. To come and go just for the sake of the feast is a laborious life. Meanwhile, in a rotten mud pool in the plains, Hannah, who was hugging a dead fish and tearing it apart, yawned. She looked at the bored Emily next to her and asked, "Emily, when do you think we'll be able to eat magical beast meat once? I can't stand eating fish every day." "What's wrong with fish meat? Fish meat, it's still meat. At least it's better than eating dirt." Emily coated herself with black mud all over her body. This would mask the odor of their body and also make it soothing. She rolled in passing, feeling unusually comfortable looking at the two small shiny stones in her dragon's claws. Even though they were just ordinary stones without an ounce of magic on them, this was the first treasure of the future Great Black Dragon Queen. But at that time, Saron even took me to eat magical beast meat. Hannah chewed on the fish, feeling less and less flavorful. She was starting to miss the flavor of benthic magic fish and cracked earth bears. Don't eat it, right? Don't eat it for me. Emily, annoyed, pounced on Hannah and started grabbing the half-dead fish. Hannah quickly swallowed half of the fish with the skin and bones. Emily, still not relieved, kept picking at Hannah's mouth with her claws, trying to pull out some meat foam. Ryoga, two little black dragons covered in mud, sprawled out in the mud puddle. Without looking closely, they thought they were two piles of mud. Saron, he must be having a good time, Hannah said suddenly. This time Emily didn't play around with her anymore, but said seriously, at that time, we watched Salon being chased by that fire elemental, and we know that even Mother lost to the fire elemental lord. But Saron is very powerful. Hannah sighed. Hannah, don't kid yourself, you can't think of Salon's end, and we're true dragons, there's no such thing as life and death. And Saron isn't necessarily dead, he could have been captured and used as a mount. Emily looked at Hannah in a still rare comforting way. She was still reeling from the fact that Saron had robbed her of her eggshell in the first place. He must be alive and not being used as a mount. Hannah didn't say another word, but said firmly inwardly, in the palace in the city of Mulsobray, Saron ordered all the members to go out all together. He looked at the corpse of the Watcher's Eye demon in front of him. There was also the arachnidized draconic elf whose face was ashen, as well as the quasi-devil that kept tumbling to the side and those piles of fine gold and gold coins. Then let's get started. Saron silently started the feast. A familiar hunger struck him, and Saron forced himself to start smelling the aromas in front of him. The aroma of the feast was in a way the most obvious way for Saron to judge the high quality of the item. Surprisingly, the most fragrant ones were the bodies of the unremarkable quasi-devil and the observer eye devil. Saron expressed his inability to understand. Then came the fine gold and gold coins. And finally the arachnidized drow elf. That is to say that in Feast's judgment this arachnid elf was actually no better than a gold coin. So worthless? Forget it, let's eat first. Salon picked up the quasi-devil and swallowed it, ending its life in an instant. The kind that didn't have the slightest bit of pain. Then it was the corpse of the Watcher's Eye demon. The feeling of the large eyeballs bursting in the end was also exciting. Then it was followed by eating fine gold and silver coins and such. The arachnid elf on the side was dumbfounded, although she had already put life and death aside a long time ago. But seeing this scene in front of her still felt incomprehensible. This black dragon's fetish was so strange. He actually liked to eat strange foods. And most importantly, he actually ate gold and silver coins. For a true dragon, this was no different from eating its own lifeblood. So strange? She even ignored the fact that she was going to be eaten as well, just looking curiously at the black dragon in front of her. Chapter 74 Mind Chains. Saron shook his head at the curious look of the arachnid elf in front of him. It was better to give the girl a pain in the ass. This stupid look, I hope I won't be as stupid as her after eating it. Salon dryly bit into the hard body of the arachnidized elf. The humanoid upper body calmly watched Saron's movements. She didn't seem to have the slightest fear or anything about being eaten herself. The arachnid ended her miserable life in a state of feast. But what Saron didn't notice was that the arachnid was a little too calm. After eating the arachnid elf, Salon looked at the feast and saw that the progress had been completed. It then slowly entered the transformation period. While outside, Winnie and Misa quietly guarded. They had long known that their own Lord Salon was different from other true dragons. He only slept for a few days at a time, but when he woke up, he would become incredibly powerful. Elise tried several times to ask for some news from Misa's side, but Misa simply ignored her. Elise could only give up because she still had to deal with another fellow clan, that damn Maya. A day later Salon woke up. The feast had gone more smoothly this time. Looking at his body length had reached 16 meters, which was the length of the Black Dragoness at the time. Although the body length was the same, Saron was already far from the Black Dragon Lady's appearance at that time. To put it simply, it was full of violent beauty. Saron, life value, 415. Feast tier, 12. Feast cooldown, 9 days. Talent 1, Carnivore. Talent 2, Earth Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 4, Armor Breaking. Talent 5, Wild Scream. Talent 6, Atomic Oven. Talent 7, Vibrational Perception. Talent 8, Telepathy. Talent 9, Lightning Spit. Talent 10, Psychic Chain. You can take the initiative to connect a psychic chain with other creatures. Note, the other party must be voluntary. The other party can't take the initiative to lift the link after it is successful, only you can lift it, and the lifting of the link will cause a lot of damage to the other party's spirit. The psychic chain allows you to share the creature's field of vision and voice, and you can communicate with the bound creature through the psychic chain, and the number of psychic chains and the range of communication with the opponent is determined by your own mental capacity. I can't believe it's really this talent. From the lowest level of the abyss, this talent was already pretty good for Saron. As a person who had experienced the technological era of his previous life, Salon understood the importance of transmitting information better than anyone else. And for a power is also very important. This is equivalent to can hang in the body of the subordinate a powerful incomparable monitor. This will never be afraid of getting lost in the future, and it could also prevent the henchman from making small moves, which was far more reliable than a contract. As for the lifting of the spirit of the other party will cause damage to the spirit of the other party, Salon directly ignored it. Anyway, it wasn't like he was the one who suffered spiritual damage. Looking at the empty surroundings, Salon sighed. This feast's appetite was getting bigger and bigger. Each time it required more and more supplies. He didn't want to really have a day where he didn't have enough ingredients, causing him to have to go eat dirt to boost the progress of the feast. Then he didn't know how much dirt he would have to eat in order to boost the progress of the feast. Sarong climbed up and walked out. Lord Saron, Misa and Winnie, who were bored at the door, rushed over when they saw Salon come out. Looking at the two, Salon had an idea. I got a new dragon skill this time. I need you two to cooperate. Salon said. Lord Salon, you do it. Misa was the first to look at Salon with her head held high. It was as if she was a warrior about to die. Salon stretched out a claw and gently tapped it on the top of Misa's head, unleashing the mind chain. Misha felt a wave of cool air instantly spread throughout her body from her heavenly cap, and Salon felt as if a white point of light appeared in his mind. He focused his spirit into it. Instantly he appeared in a different perspective, like watching television in his previous life. A black behemoth stood in front of him, none other than himself. So this was Misa's perspective. Seeing himself from Misa's perspective was actually so oppressive, and it was so damn handsome. It's really worthy of me. Lord Saron? Misa whispered when she saw that Saron had been staring blankly. Very good. Saron nodded. This skill was really good. For a moment Misa was a bit confused. What was very good again? Winnie, you come here too. Salon looked at Winnie next to her. Winnie was also a bit puzzled, but she didn't hesitate. Immediately stood next to Salon. Salon bound Winnie to the mind chain as well, as he had done. It was just that he didn't know what the limit distance of the mind chain was. As for the role of the mind lock chain, Salon was not prepared to let others know for the time being. This thing can play an unexpected role at a critical time. It was a pity that it was still too late, or else it would have been better to bind the foolish Dal. This would have made it possible to know the exact whereabouts of Shadar and the others. But for the time being, going back doesn't allow for much enhancement, and that Voltan family, Salon always felt that those guys weren't that simple. The last time he faced the demon descent family head, Salon actually felt a bad premonition. Even when facing the horned demon Idris, Salon didn't have this feeling. If Salon's feeling was true, then it meant that that demonic family head was playing all the demons for fools. It didn't matter though, when the feast was up they were still a dish no matter how outrageous they were. Go get Elise and Maya over here, Saron said as he looked at Winnie next to him. Yes sir, Salon. Winnie was a bit puzzled as to what exactly Saron had done to them though, but out of trust she didn't ask. Not long afterward the main mother Elise and Maya walked over together. Salon looked at the two Zorels strangely. They seemed to be very strange today. Not only was their attire a lot bolder, a black dress revealed everything that should be exposed. It reminded Saron of certain female anchors in his previous life. And between the two vaguely there is some powder flavor. The kind that looked at each other in the wrong way. Salon didn't care, love it or hate it, as long as it doesn't affect his big feast business. Soon Salon also and the two Zhuir elves' puzzled expression to them also tied the mind chain. A total of 4 mind chains. Salon felt that this was still far from his limit. But there weren't too many of his men who needed to tie mind chains. After all, in Salon's opinion, his mind chain is not a cabbage. Only his more valued subordinates were qualified to get it. The other runners-up were even better. Chapter 75 Death Canyon. Master, Death Canyon is just ahead. Salon let the Drell mother in charge Elise lead herself to the Death Canyon after adjusting for a day. This canyon was huge, the cliffs on both sides were hundreds of meters high, and it looked like it did take a lot of effort to open it up in the first place. This place didn't have a name before, but we called it Death Canyon after the Death Knights occupied it, Elise said gruffly as she looked at the black mist-filled canyon in the distance. Salon had brought Winnie in addition to him this time. He also brought almost 100 Drow elf warriors, as well as a few Drow magicians. It looked like the formation was not bad. Lord Salon, let me go in first to check out the situation, Winnie said. She realized that her talents seemed even stronger in the underground world. There was a feeling of being like a fish out of water, as if she originally belonged here. Winnie, you and Maya stay here, Salon said as he looked at Winnie next to him. it was better to insert two eyes at the entrance of the canyon first to feel more at ease. He then brought Elise and the Drow Elf warriors towards the canyon. Salon directly flew. Although the Death Knight was powerful, he, Saron, was not a vegetarian. In the air those black mists looked even more bizarre. And Salon realized that he actually couldn't see through this kind of black fog, just like in his previous life when he was an ordinary person. The visibility was almost only 70 to 80 meters. You have to know that a giant dragon's eyesight is not that of an ordinary mortal. Salon watched from mid-air as the Drow Elf main mother, Elise, stiffly led the Drow Elf warriors into the canyon. Then Salon also followed and flew in. He was only about 70 to 80 meters away from the Drell Elves in the high altitude. Salon switched to Elise's perspective. He realized that he couldn't see his own figure from Elise's perspective on the ground. Even Elise herself was a bit strange. It made sense that she herself as a Drow Elf was born with the ability of dark vision. This black fog shouldn't be invisible even to her. Everyone be careful. Pay attention to defense, Elise ordered. Inwardly, she somewhat regretted following that black dragon around. Click, click, click. At this time, Saron heard some strange sounds through Elise's hearing. Intermittent grunts and groans came from the darkness, and as the Drow watched a figure dragging a stumpy leg and holding up a swollen arm and broken palm. One step at a time the hobbling figure came into view. Zombie. Elise recognized the creature, and it was a zombie transformed by a Drow Elf. Immediately following that, countless monsters suddenly rushed out from the black fog. Some skeletal warriors rushed out with weapons like bone swords and bone spears, followed closely by a handful of low-level ghouls and other creatures. Attack! Elise directly ordered. Some skeleton frames and ghoul zombies were just that, but there were many Drell Elf warriors on her side. Shoo! The Drell Elf warriors on their side began to counterattack with their bows and arrows. After all, they were also elves, and archery was their specialty. The Drow's bows and arrows were highly accurate, and they all attacked the opponent's head. After all, it didn't matter to these undead creatures other than the soul fire in their skulls being a weakness. Pieces of skeleton warriors fell at once, but there were many more skeleton warriors and zombies rushing up behind them. But the 20 meters in front of the Zorelf warriors was like a no-go zone for them. No zombie or ghoul could break through the defense line. The Drow magicians guarded the place with spells. Even if there were any leaks, Elise would take care of them herself. Elise looked at the black fog in the distance. Things would not be so simple. Not a moment later some skeleton warriors riding skeleton horses started charging over. These guys were fast and caught the Drow warriors off guard. While in the sky, Saron watched the battle between the two sides. It looked like it was the Drow Elf side that had the upper hand at the moment. These zombies and skeleton warriors looked to be in large numbers. But they didn't carry any traces of thought at all. They just kept advancing and sending them to their deaths. Just as Elise finished corrupting a few skeleton knights with a spider web spell, a bizarre sound seemed to come from the darkness if nothing else. All the undead creatures began to withdraw like the tide fading away. Not a moment later only some skeleton bones and the like were left in the same spot. Tap tap tap. A knight slowly walked out from the darkness on a nightmare mount burning with fire. Fully clad in blue-black armor, he wore a helmet on his head, which revealed green fire in his eyes. His height should be more than 4 meters tall, and the nightmare mount under his seat was 6 or 7 meters long and more than 3 meters tall. The 4 hooves stepped on red fire. The mane, tail, and nostril area were all covered in flames. It looked incomparably domineering. Salon looked at Nightmare with satisfaction. This kind of mount was indeed damn imposing. And just as Salon was observing the Death Knight through two perspectives, the Death Knight looked into mid-air. Salon and the Death Knight exchanged a glance. This guy had also discovered himself. But the strange thing was that the Death Knight just glanced at Salon and didn't care. Instead, he refocused all of his attention on Elf Lord Mother Elise. It seemed that for him, this Elf Lord Mother was more attractive than this black dragon of Salon. A few indistinct words came out of the Death Knight's. Elf. Die. The Death Knight then drew a great sword of death from behind him that was more than 3 meters long. The nightmare under his seat's fire-glowing eyes lit up as its 4 hooves flew up and appeared at Elise's side almost instantly. The Death Knight's great sword slashed down at Elise. Elise hastily dodged and avoided the sword that almost cut her at the waist. At this moment, Elise was in a daze. She had guessed that the other party should have discovered the black dragon in the sky when the Death Knight had just looked into midair. Originally, she thought that the other party would directly face off with that black dragon in a strong duel. But she didn't expect this guy to actually kill directly at herself. It seemed like there was some kind of deep hatred, but this was the first time they had met. Why was this? Spider web technique. A huge spider web bounded towards the Death Knight, but the Death Knight tore through the web with a casual swing of his sword. The toxins on the spider web had no effect on him. Not only that, with a single stroke of his hand, the Death Knight sent 3 black and red hellfire balls flying towards Elise. At the same time the sitting nightmare let out a hissing sound. the Death Knight's figure appeared behind Elise. "Great Master, save me!" Elise shouted hurriedly. Salon in the sky knew that this Elise fellow should still retain some kind of escape card. But it didn't matter, since the rightful owner had shown up. Then let's go and try the level. Salon closed his wings and rushed towards the Death Knight. Chapter 76 The Newborn. The moment the Death Knight charged, Saron crashed into him. But the Death Knight reacted quickly. His sitting nightmare dodged Saron's lunge with a single movement of his 4 hooves, and Elise finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Death Knight gave her too much pressure. Moreover, this guy was vaguely restraining the Drell elves. After all, a lot of the Drow elves' attacks relied on toxins and such. But you couldn't expect a powerful undead creature to die from poisoning, could you? Or such a powerful Death Knight. The guy was basically immune to any toxins. She had a feeling that if the Black Dragon didn't come, she might actually be accounted for here. Dragon. I don't want to be the enemy. Target. The elves. The Death Knight slowly said as he looked at Saron's massive figure. The ghostly blue undead flames in his eyes kept flickering. I don't want to be your enemy either. I think we can be friends, Saron said as he stared at the Death Knight in front of him. Friends? The Death Knight repeated in confusion. Saron knew telepathically that the guy was indeed puzzled. Yes, friends. You're lying to me. The Death Knight suddenly burst into a rage. The nightmare he sat down on sensed his master's emotions. With a hissing sound, his limbs covered in flames directly stepped into the air and appeared beside Salon at an extremely fast speed. Salon was a bit confused. This fucking crazy. He caught his opponent's huge sword with a claw. The Death Knight froze for a moment. He didn't expect his inevitable strike to be blocked just like that. A red light flashed in Salon's eyes. This guy was really strong. It was only because he had been energized by Feast that he was able to easily receive this blow. If it were Black Dragoness, it definitely wouldn't have been easy. Salon compared Black Dragoness's strength at that time. This Death Knight should be half a caddy with the Black Dragoness. And the Death Knight didn't care that his attack was easily taken. He emitted a ghostly blue light flame in his left hand, forming a ghostly blue giant sword that was more than 4 meters long. This was exactly the spell that was mastered while being a paladin. Elemental weapon. Blazing flame slash. Several blue flames of light instantly chopped at Saron. When Saron wanted to dodge, he suddenly felt that these blue light flames were following him like he had eyes. Strong Order Duel. This was one of the paladin's primary spells, where the opponent had to duel with his spells under the enchantment of this spell. This kind of spell was used by the Death Knight to the extreme. On the other hand, the Death Knight's mind moved. The 4 hooves of the nightmare he was sitting on ran above Saron with a slight movement. The Death Knight's huge elemental sword was thrown by him towards Saron. Saron stopped in midair. This guy's tricks were really endless. He let out a deafening dragon roar. The sound of wild screams traveled out with the dragon roar. The black mist next to him churned, and the elemental giant sword in the Death Knight's hand flickered for a few moments before it disappeared into ghostly blue flames in his hand. Salon forcefully received the shots of blazing flame slash. His body had a high resistance to fire. The blazing flame chop slashes emitted bursts of ghostly blue light on his body. Soon, the black mist dispersed, and there were no scars on top of Saron's black dragon scales except for some corroded marks. My friend, I let you attack first many times. It's my turn now, Sarong said with conviction. With that, the atomic baking furnace inside his body began to operate at extreme speed. The golden threads on his body began to emit a dazzling light. There were also red lines above the dragon horn on top of his head emitting red light. Salon sprayed a mouthful of blue lightning spit at the Death Knight. Stab la la. Blue electric snakes kept pulsing as the Death Knight looked at his body. The surface of his body kept making bursting sounds, and the nightmare under his seat hissed uneasily. It wasn't doing well either. The Death Knight spread his hands wide, and the black mist next to him began to gather towards him. It was like being in a black storm. Wave of numeration. A wave of black energy radiated towards Saron. The lightning spit was directly penetrated, and Saron inclined his head. The wave of Numador directly chipped off a piece of the mountain wall behind Saron without a sound. Again, Salon stopped lightning spit. A golden pillar of energy then shot at the Death Knight at an extremely fast speed. This was precisely the combination of lightning spit and heat ray. At this moment, the Death Knight felt as if his body was slowly melting at this moment. I'm already dead. Will I die again? At this time, the black mist on the side scrambled to block in front of the Death Knight's body. The rest of the black mist kept pouring into the Death Knight's body, trying to repair his body. A thick emotion of sadness enveloped the Death Knight all of a sudden. At this time in this state, all of Saron's attributes were astonishingly boosted. His telepathic ability sensed the Death Knight's strange emotion at this time. Salon looked at the Death Knight in front of him and directly used his telepathy to try to sense his opponent's thoughts. Bang! Sarong felt a jolt in his spirit. He seemed to have entered a special world. There was a golden glow everywhere. And Sarong saw some strange images of the life of a prince named Sost. He was a powerful paladin with legendary potential, and his identity was even more extraordinary, being the prince of a powerful kingdom sourced. His identity was extraordinary, his strength was even more extraordinary, and he was handsome and gentle. He is the dream lover of countless women. But all this changed after a trip. When he was about to succeed the throne, Soster saved a beautiful elf, Isolde, from the hands of some ogres while traveling in a primitive forest. He did not tell Isolde who he was. The two began traveling together, and in the process Thorst and Isolde fell in love. But there was one thing that happened, and that was that Thorst was having a prince consort at this time. It was a princess from another kingdom and they had been married for a few months. So Thorst made a difficult and evil decision. He ordered one of his most loyal underling warriors to kill his wife. The henchman warrior faithfully completed the task. But this warrior found the elf Isolde when things fell apart. Told her everything, including the identity of Thorst and the task he had given himself. In the end Isolde and the warrior fled together, leaving Thorst. Thorst traveled far and wide alone to find Isolde. But tragedy struck. And just after Thorst left, the prince consort's father, the king of another kingdom, was furious. He invaded Thorst's kingdom with all his armies. He was determined to get justice for his daughter. Originally, the strength of Soster and his kingdom was to surpass the other. But due to the fact that Soest did such a thing, a third party intervened. Two powerful countries, another kingdom on the continent and the father of the crown princess, joined forces and they decided to carve up Soest's country. It took just over a month to break through the royal capital of Soest's mother country. Soest's father killed his own queen and other daughters before the other side could enter the palace. In the end, he himself committed suicide and burned the entire royal palace with magical flames, leaving no bones left. And Soest returned a few days later. Faced with the destruction of the country and the death of his parents and relatives, he went completely crazy. With his own powerful strength, he killed his way to the capital. Under some kind of blessing, even Soest himself didn't realize that his holy power as a paladin was slowly corrupting. At the same time, he became even more powerful. After killing all the top brass of the entire rival kingdom, Thorst had only one obsession. Find Isolde and ask her why she betrayed herself. Finally in a few months Soster found Isolde, and at this time the Isolde has been sent to kill the prince consort with their own warriors living in seclusion in a forest. Watching them intimate your prince, Thorst's heart died. And Thorst also saw a half-elf little girl, that is Isolde's child. Thorst completely crazy, the country's destruction, the death of loved ones, Isolde's betrayal completely drove this paladin crazy. In a rage, he bit the warrior alive, and questioned Isolde whose child it was. Isolde, unable to face such a hideous Thorst, told Thorst that it was his own child. But at a time like this Thorst didn't believe it at all. He used his holy power to form a fiery flame to burn Isolde to the ground, and burned the clueless half-elf girl to ashes as well. It was at this time that Thorst realized that he had nothing left. In the end he burned himself with the holy power flame, and in the process the flame turned blue. And at this time a voice rang out in Solstice's mind, "Welcome back, my Death Knight." It was then that Solstice realized, everything was your doing, evil demon. I only guided some of it, you did all of this yourself, killed your kingdom, killed your loved ones, killed your favorite Isolde, killed your own daughter. Ah! Thorst with incomparable resentment and strong unwillingness body was enveloped by blue light flames. Ryoga, a Death Knight in black armor, was born. In the distance a nightmare with 4 hooves covered in flames hissed and ran over. Your baby has come too. This is a Pegasus I purposely went to the celestial realm to catch to make into a nightmare for you. That being said excitedly. After all, corrupting such a promising paladin was something to behold. Go on, corrupt this continent, all beings are your prey, make them one of us. The voice compelled. The Death Knight let out a roar, and the nightmare under his seat got excited. At this point he already had strength beyond the average legend. Sweeping this continent was not a problem. Evil demon, how dare you! Just at this time a figure with golden light emanating from its entire body appeared from the sky. That voice said in shock and anger, Brahma, divine servant. The image then disappeared. After a long time Sarang reacted, he put away his spit. With an odd expression on his face, he looked at the Death Knight in front of him. This guy's origin he knew. Just now he unintentionally entered the other party's dusty inner world through telepathy, seeing all the ins and outs. This guy was not a creature of this realm. He came from another realm. And how to put it, this guy was a standard protagonist template. Not only was he a prince, he was also powerful and charmed thousands of beautiful girls. But alas, calculated by some kind of evil demon and corrupted. From the moment he met Isolde he had no way back. It's true that that evil demon didn't compel him, including killing his own wife, but did give some guidance at crucial times. In the end when the evil demon's plan succeeded a powerful heavenly realm creature descended. It should have fought with that evil devil. What that evil demon didn't anticipate was that Soest still retained a love for Isolde. At the time of the final loss of consciousness, coupled with the descent of that heavenly realm creature, it broke the balance. some of Thorst's consciousness returned as well. He used the paladin's banishment spell to banish himself, and also took the ashes of Isolde and that little half-elf girl, and he injected part of the power of the Death Knight into the ashes in an attempt to use the power of the Death Knight to bring him back to life. But the power of the Death Knight cannot bring the dead back to life at all, it can only turn the dead into undead creatures. But Thorst didn't believe it, his obsession and hatred made him unwilling to give up. In the end, the ashes of Isolde and the half-elf girl turned into a marvelous black mist. This black mist seemed to have its own consciousness. He would protect the Death Knight. But Sost also used up the last of his conscious power. The strength also fell from the legend and ended up in the dark abyss of this world. That is, the underground world. And based on instinct and Sost's influence, this Death Knight was extremely hostile to elves. So whenever an elf entered his territory it would attack without mercy. Saron's eyes lit up. That evil demon, and the creature from the celestial realm plane, the Brahma god's servant. They were all very powerful. It should be possible to eat them, right? And at this moment, the Death Knight stared at Saron in stupefaction. Salon slowly approached the other party. At this time the Death Knight was completely unmoved. Only the black mist around him tried to block Salon. Saron looked at the Death Knight and then the mind chains wrapped around him. Finally Saron heard a voice from deep inside the Death Knight. Thank you. Free me, the Death Knight is yours. The mind chain smoothly connected to the Death Knight. Saron knew what he meant. Without Saron making such a mistake, the last vestiges of Thorst's consciousness would be trapped inside the Death Knight's body forever. After all, Thorst was already dead, and the new birth was a Death Knight that grew from Thorst's corpse. And this time a blank consciousness was born inside the Death Knight's body. Salon hurriedly branded his spirit on it. He knew that now was the best time to recover the Death Knight. The original consciousness was all but extinguished, and there was no way for the newborn consciousness to rebel against himself at this time. You are? A voice came from that clueless consciousness. I am your master, the great true dragon Saron. Saron said through the mind chain. Master? Then who am I? The consciousness said again. You are the Death Knight Alsace. Salon was going to say Sost, but sighed when he thought of that guy's tragic life. Change the name. Just let him be completely relieved. I am Alsace. Ghostly blue flames emerged from the Death Knight's eyes. Chapter 77, The Lesser Dimension. For Saron, taking this Death Knight in was far more cost-effective than eating him as an ingredient. After all, eating it might get one Death Knight's talent, but subjugating it would allow you to have the entire Death Knight. Moreover, Alsace was not something that could be compared to an orc or a Zorelf. After all, after becoming a Death Knight, this guy is a legendary strength. The strength would definitely slowly rise up in the future. Salon felt quite comfortable. After all, this was the first man he had ever received who had so much honor. Alsace's greatest ability was actually not how powerful he was. Rather, it was his undead commander ability. This guy could use his black mist to turn dead creatures into all sorts of undead creatures for himself to drive. The number is determined by the amount of his black mist. You have to know that the birth of undead creatures is a matter of timing, right place, right people, and the absence of one. And the other Death Knights can only drive undead creatures at most, but they can't create them. Moreover, Salon realized that this guy was hard to kill. Generally undead creatures had the existence of soul fire in their bodies. If the soul fire was extinguished, then the undead creature was truly dead. But Alsace was different. This guy, even if his body was destroyed, as long as the black mist was still there, then it can be reborn in the black mist. And if one wanted to truly kill him, then one would have to nauseate all the black mist in his own body. This was still what Salon had gotten from his memories. Salon guessed that the evil demon that caused him to fall didn't know that he had actually made such a thing out of it. If he knew, then that guy would probably pay more to bring back Alsace. Salon suddenly had a bold idea. If this guy will be brought to the ground, those mortal kingdom to go will really trigger the undead natural disaster? After all, this guy and the Alsace in Salon's memory had too much in common. The armor style could be changed slightly. Then the only difference is that the current Alsace doesn't have the frost sorrow that filial sun sword. Should we give him a whole cold attribute weapon in the future? Master, you actually took in the Death Knight? Elise was shocked in her heart as she looked at the Death Knight standing obediently behind Salon. After all, trying to make a guy so much more powerful than a normal Death Knight submit was not an easy thing. Moreover, this kind of undead creature was not afraid of death. After all, he had already died once. The ghostly blue light in Alsace's eyes increased as he looked at the Drow Master Mother in front of him. Master, I hate this creature, Alsace said through the mind lock. She's still useful, she can't die. Alsace, stay here for now and wait for my command. With a slight flap of his wings, Saron lifted into the air and left the area. Elise felt a little hairy inside as she watched the Death Knight staring deathly at her in front of her. She looked at Saron's departing back and hurriedly greeted her men and left with them. It was like running away. Alsace, on the other hand, stared at Elise as she left. He didn't know why he instinctively felt so much hostility towards this fellow, But since his master told him to guard, then he would guard this canyon. With that, the black mist slowly spread out, enveloping the entire canyon. Elise only dared to look back after escaping from the canyon. Just now she had a premonition. If she didn't leave as soon as possible, then the damn Death Knight would definitely kill her. At this time, the Zor elf Maya came out from behind a boulder. She looked at the slightly distressed Elise and said indifferently, "Lord Salon told me to tell you that he hopes you'll figure out the situation in Charles City as soon as possible. After all, he doesn't lack waste." That latter sentence was added by Maya herself, and she secretly felt very relieved. In the past she wouldn't have dared to say that about a Drell Lord Mother. Now it didn't matter. After all, looking at this guy nodding his head, that kind of majesty of a dominatrix was gone in her heart. Elise didn't care about Maya's attitude, but said gently, "Maya, right, I remember that your mother seems to have died. I heard that the death was very unique." Maya instantly paled. Over here, Salon had already returned to the castle in the city of Magic Sobol with Winnie. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in those Drow cities anymore. After all, in Salon's opinion, one Alsace is worth dozens of Zor cities. But a mosquito's leg is also meat, and these Drow cities still had to get their hands on them. And this time, Alsace's appearance allowed Salon to see an opportunity. That was the existence of other realms. This realm where Salon was located was still quite powerful in terms of war power. After all, there had been legends before that there were heavenly creatures, angels, that had been guarding the human realm. The angels wouldn't pay attention to wars between humans themselves. But if there are other creatures that cause mass deaths of humans, then the angels will intervene to deal with it. In the inherited memories, Salon knows that the angels of this heavenly realm are not the kind of white skin and beautiful legs in the anime of the previous life, wearing a small skirt and holding a sword to cut people everywhere, but a very unique kind of creature. Rather, it was a very unique creature. The Brahma godservant in Soster's memory was a type of angel. They were messengers or agent creatures of the heavenly realm plane. They were sent by some deities to the material world, fallen shadow underworld, goblin wilderness, and other realms to collect faith. The stories in mortal lore that bring something like hope and courage to good people speak of Brahma's divine servants. They can take on any form, and generally prefer to take on the form of mortals. But in their true form, these guys are creatures with silver skin, hair, and eyes that have a supernatural divine light. And they are tall, averaging over 4 meters tall, with a pair of huge feathered wings. The combat power was very impressive, starting at least as a legend. So Salon decided that it was better to develop honestly when he couldn't kill legends like butchering dogs. Not to mess with those things. And the resources in these small realms came into Salon's sight. After all, the strength in the small realm will not be too outrageous. Salon can eat and drink slowly develop. By the time the feast stacked dozens of layers before coming to challenge the realm he was in. Therefore, the other order he gave to Alsace was to study the banishment technique. See if you can find other small realms. Make several preparations. He wants the underground world, and other small realms as well. The ground will also be his when the time comes. Speaking of the ground, it seemed like it had been a long time since he had been back there. Salon looked to Winnie, who was on the side. "Winnie, go back to the cave entrance we came in at the time and see how Bear 2 is doing, if he's been eaten by any magical beasts." After all, this was the only exit to the ground left in this area. It still had to be taken seriously. Chapter 78, Two-Headed Giant. On the ground, in the Silminster forest, a heavy footstep came from the forest. Many magical beasts fled the area. Immediately afterward, a huge figure stepped out from the shadows. A thick layer of dusty dirt covered the top of his skin, and a stinky, thick fur was draped over his body. Long sticky hair was draped over his face. This was a 15-meter-tall giant, or a rare two-headed giant. "Ugga, where exactly is the cave of that green-footed dragon snake? Do you remember the way or not?" The left side of one of the heads said. His head was covered in red totem marks. Stinking air was exhaled from his large mouth full of fangs and sharp teeth. "Duoga, you clearly walked this road by yourself, and you're asking me?" The other head had blue totem traces painted on it. "Idiot, it was clearly you." "Fool, it's clearly you." The two gruff voices then argued in Giantese. "Damn it." The head on the right controlled his right hand and gave the head on the left a hard punch. The head on the left wasn't willing to show weakness either, continuously attacking the right head with its left fist. Only after a long fight did the two heads stop in exhaustion. "What are we doing here again?" the left head said suspiciously. "Who am I asking if you ask me?" The right head got annoyed. "It's your fault for not being able to find the cave." "The cave? It was clearly you who ate the messenger that prevented us from finding the cave. Come to think of it, our mission was to find out why the green-footed dragon snake guarding the entrance to the underground cave here hasn't come to report on the situation for so long." The head on the left toppled the head on the opposite side and said, "Then why don't you hurry up and find it?" The head on the right got a little anxious. "What are you in a hurry for?" The left head said disdainfully. "Do you want to be torn to pieces?" The right head seemed to remember something that scared it. Alright, hurry up and find it. Thinking about it, the two heads began to work in unison. It didn't matter if the messenger ate it, but the mission must be accomplished. But it really doesn't remember exactly where it is. The left head was distressed. Forget it, let's take our time to find it. This forest is so big, we will always find it. Didn't that messenger give us some guidance on where to go? The two-headed giant walked towards the depths of the forest with heavy steps. At this moment, in the cave of the green-footed dragon snake, a chubby cracked ground bear yawned. It felt like it had never lived so comfortably before. Except for that black dragon. It was too bullying to be a bear. But again, the Rift Earth Bear's character was stubborn, and since it had already decided to submit to Salon, it wouldn't play any tricks. At this time, the Rift Earth Bear heard a heavy footstep. It was a natural earth magical beast, so it had a very strong perception of the vibrations on the ground. Moreover, it had heard this kind of footsteps in this forest. The earth magic power in the Rift Bear's body surged slightly, and the earth and rocks on the ground slowly covered its body. It looked like a huge rock. Bang bang bang. Damn, this cave is so small. When we find that green-footed dragon snake we must teach it a good lesson. But it seems like we can't beat it. We have to fight even if we can't beat it. It's a matter of dignity. The two-headed giant cursed and bent its body to enter the cave from the outside. Damn green-footed dragon snake, hurry up and get out here. You actually didn't come to that what's it called for so long? The two-headed giant's barren knowledge was a bit insufficient. Debriefing, the other head added. Yes, debriefing. Doesn't seem to be here? The two large heads sniffed the air around them. There's no smell of blood either. No, there's the smell of something else. The two-headed giant suddenly stopped in its tracks. It vigilantly observed its surroundings. The two heads looked at a huge rock in the distance and exchanged glances. With that, the two-headed giant threw the nail-headed hammer in its hand. Although the Rift Bear was well hidden, the two-headed giant's innate passive perception still sensed it. Gotcha, bug. Roar. An angry bear roar rang out, and the Rift Earth Bear hastily dodged the blow. Rumble. The huge nail-head hammer smashed behind it. Just at this time the two-headed giant's feet suddenly sank. The tall giant directly half-kneeled on the ground, but the two-headed giant was unusually excited at this time. It was drooling as it looked at the cracked earth bear in front of it. So it's a bear, duoga, we'll eat bear meat later. The two-headed giant gave a forceful tug. The thick chain attached to the top of the nail-head hammer directly ripped the nail-head hammer back into its hands. The two bears stood up humanly and roared at the two-headed giant. Its 5-meter height should be full of oppression to ordinary creatures. But in front of the two-headed giant's 15-meter height it was somewhat inadequate. The two-headed giant held a huge axe in one hand and a nail-head hammer in the other. It was filled with a sense of determination towards the earth-splitting bear in front of it. Roar! Some earth spikes appeared under the feet of the two-headed giant. Bear 2 was also very smart. It knew that it would definitely not be an opponent if it fought head-on with its opponent. So it directly used the magic power in its body to maneuver with the other party. Winnie had just reached the mouth of the cave when that huge roar and the roar of the giant earth-splitting bear came over. Winnie didn't dare to be careless. She hid all traces of herself. Then she slowly approached the battlefield. At this moment, there was a huge wound on the split earth bear's body, a wound that almost split it into two halves. It was caused by the two-headed giant's giant axe. If it hadn't added a layer of earth shield to itself in time, then this flying axe would have been enough to split it in half. Winnie saw just such a scene. A two-headed giant? Winnie didn't expect it to actually be a two-headed giant. Little bear, I'm going to tear you apart alive. The two heads of the two-headed giant emitted a creepy sound. But the Rift Bear couldn't understand what this guy was saying. It returned a roar. Just as Winnie wasn't sure if she should make a move or not, Salon, who was originally comfortably enjoying Misa's massage in the city of Magic Sobrit, was already on his way to fly to the cave. He had previously been switching Winnie's perspective with his mind chain as if he was watching a movie to pass the time. He didn't expect to actually see the two-headed giants. Winnie, find a way to help Bear 2. At this moment, Saron's voice rang out in Winnie's mind. Lord Salon. Winnie was startled. She looked around, but didn't notice any movement. This is a form of mind transmission. I'll talk to you later. For now, you help Bear 2 stall for a while. Saron said again. As you wish, Lord Salon. Winnie no longer dwelled on this matter, but slowly drew two huge black sharp claws from behind her back and wore them on her hands. These were the weapons that had been created with magical iron last time, and were specially prepared by Winnie to deal with large magical beasts. Her originally cat claws weren't enough to tickle people, but it still didn't seem to be enough now. Chapter 79 Giant Tribe. The two-headed giant was looking at the Rift Bear in front of him with gusto as if he was looking at a dish of food. Although the other party could cast spells, but their bodies were far more powerful than the Rift Bear's, so these spells were just like tickling them. For example, the rift bear's earth thorns and the like can be shattered with a casual axe. Moreover, the rift bears couldn't run away from them. After all, the distance a 15-meter-tall giant could cover in a single step was beyond the reach of an ordinary creature. This allowed them to have an unimpressive movement speed as well. Just then one of the two-headed giant's heads let out a roar. What the hell? Tear! Winnie's claws pierced dead center into the neck area of the two-headed giant, but it only pierced through part of the epidermis, not even reaching the muscle. It made the two-headed giant feel as if it had been bitten by a mosquito. The other head saw Winnie's figure. So it's a bug. One of the two-headed giant's heads directly bit at Winnie. Winnie forced herself to endure the halitosis in that big mouth to dodge the gnawing bite of the two-headed giant. In this cave, Winnie appeared unusually nimble. Just like an ordinary elegant kitten, the attacks of the two-headed giant couldn't touch her at all. Damn bugs! The two-headed giant also realized that this place was not suitable for it. If it was in an open field, this bug might have been killed by it in a few hits. And Bear 2 recognized Winnie. After all, it was too impressive last time. Thinking about it, Kumoji's spirit shook. This cat was already here, so could the dragon be far away? Roar! Excitedly, Kumoji began to use earth magic again to pester the two-headed giant into action. And the two-headed giant was also pissed off by Winnie. It couldn't touch the other party at all, and the other party was as helpless at the top of the cave. The cracked earth bear, who was looking at the side of the cave bitchily casting magic, was suddenly furious. Whatever, eat the bear meat first, I'm hungry. The two heads reached an agreement. Together, they charged at the rift earth bear, directly ignoring Winnie's attack. This stupid bear! Winnie was furious for a while, although she knew that the rift bear had come to help for her own good. But she didn't need help at all, okay? It could only charge at the two-headed giant. When Bear 2 saw the two-headed giant charging at it, he immediately scrambled on all fours and ran. The two-headed giant chased after it. Bang bang bang! Bear 2 ran to the deepest part of the cave. It was panting heavily. This was the same cave where Sarong went down last time, and it still remembered it. Ha! The bear meat feast has finally begun. The two-headed giant looked at the split-ground bear in triumph. Just as the two-headed giant was getting excited, a huge figure crashed through the cave and flew up. What is it? The two-headed giant was a bit dumbfounded as he looked at the figure in the field after splitting a few boulders with his big hands. The huge black figure with red eyes and creepy dragon authority. This seems like a dragon. This Temo is a dragon. Why is there a dragon? We've never had experience with dragons before. No matter why, be careful first. The two heads exchanged a quick glance. Salon, on the other hand, looked at the other curiously. After all, the two-headed giants were more than a little bit trashier than the 6 true giants. But it was also a race of giants that belonged to the true dragon's arch-enemies. On the other hand, Bear 2 was a bear fighting for the dragon's power and hissing provocatively at the two-headed giant without stopping. Lord Salon. Winnie's figure also appeared. She didn't expect Salon to actually come so quickly. Two-headed giants, where did you come from and what is your purpose? Saron asked in the giant language. We come from the giant plains. The blue totem's head subconsciously said when it heard the familiar giant language. Idiot, this is a dragon. How can you tell him where we come from? The other head said hurriedly. Sarong looked at the two-headed giant. It seemed that the inherited memories were indeed correct. Two-headed giants are just not in their right mind. Bang bang bang. Just as Sarong shook his head, the two-headed giant actually turned around directly and fled. Damn, it looks like that snake was eaten by the dragon. We can't even beat that snake, but it was actually eaten by the dragon, then we will definitely be eaten by the dragon as well. At this time the two-headed giant's thoughts were clear, that is to hurry and escape. Sarong looked at the fleeing giant figure. He decided to take back the idea he had just had, although the two-headed giant was psychotic. But it was still quite intelligent under certain conditions. But what made this guy think it could escape? Salon didn't spread his wings. This cave was a bit small for him now, and his wings with a wingspan of 32 meters couldn't be spread at all. But it didn't matter. Sarong directly just chased after it. The two-headed giant looked behind him as he ran. Looking at that black dragon actually chased after him, he immediately threw out his giant axe and nailhead hammer. But Sarong didn't care. Earth magic, retardation spell. All of a sudden the two-headed giant in front of him felt his footsteps getting heavier and heavier. What? Just in the moment it froze, Salon had already pounced on it. The two-headed giant still wanted to resist, after all it was no smaller than Saron. But Saron just flicked his dragon claw. Instantly several huge wounds were added to the back of the two-headed giant. Blood flowed horizontally. Dragon, I'm going to eat you. Both of the two-headed giant's heads bit at Sarong at the same time. Without dodging, Sarong slammed his head into it. The two dragon horns on his head instantly pierced into his opponent's chest. Salon then used his dragon claw to rip one of the two-headed giant's arms, and swung his other dragon claw with force. A huge arm was cut off. I need to know the details. You should understand what I mean. Saron stopped his attack looking at the two-headed giant lying on the ground. Of course, if you guys don't tell me, then I'll rip off one of the heads first to taste the flavor of the giant's brains. He knew that both heads of the two-headed giants possessed independent thoughts, and these two-headed giants didn't seem quite the same as the ones he remembered. Both of the two big heads of the two-headed giants felt a little shaky. They had eaten the brains of many kinds of creatures, but they still felt a pang of fear when their own were eaten. Salan directly picked up the giant's arm on the ground, originally wanting to eat it, but looking at the thick layer of stinking sludge on it still stopped the idea. Bear 2, replenish your body. Looking at Bear 2 behind him, Salan threw the arm in front of Bear 2. Bear 2 happily pounced up, hugging the huge giant arm and gnawing on it. This guy had just almost killed it, and it wanted revenge. The two-headed giant watched his arm being eaten without saying another word. A long time later, one head said, "We are from the northern giant plains, ordered to come here to check why that green-footed dragon snake is unwilling to that what? Debriefing." Yes, the reason for the debriefing. You guys say the green-footed dragon snake is from your area? And you have a tribe of giants. Saron's eyes were fixed on the other man. Yes, but not one giant tribe, but several. Saron's heart fluttered at his words. Chapter 80. All the giants could be the mortal enemies of the true dragons. These true giants were not easy to deal with, and one had to be cautious when dealing with giants. Because unlike normal true dragons, most of the giants lived in groups, meaning that if you messed with one giant, then you are equivalent to messing with an entire tribe of giants. And under the explanation of the two-headed giant, Salan finally realized why this guy came here. In the north of Silminster Forest is the Giant Plains. To the left and right of the Giant Plains were the Troll Mountains and the Giant Run Mountains. And this area was ruled by some true giants. According to this two-headed giant, it should be a hill giant tribe. And the green-footed dragon snake was exactly what this hill giant tribe sent here to guard the entrance of this underground world cave. It was so that one day they could enter the underground world to plunder resources. Salan looked at the two-headed giant like it was an idiot. Damn, everyone else is the underground world trying to come to the earth world to grab resources. You actually did the opposite. We've finished, you should let us go. The two-headed giant looked at Salan and said, I think you guys still have some unfinished business. We really don't know the rest. Both heads shook their heads at the same time. Saron looked at the guy and wondered if it was because the guy was so stupid that he didn't know much. But I never said I'd let you go. Saron stretched out his dragon claw and stabbed it directly into the giant's chest before the two-headed giant could react, crushing his steaming heart. The two-headed giant stared at Salan with 4 eyes in a blaze of glory. You will definitely die. One of the heads finished its curse intermittently in the giant's language. Salan didn't care about the two-headed giant's words. The guy lost his life breath after struggling for dozens of seconds. He didn't even think about taking in the two-headed giant, because this kind of giant was simply impossible to enslave. The first moment he saw the two-headed giant, he knew that things wouldn't be so simple. Because two-headed giants were usually solitary giants, they rarely followed the orders of any creature. But what Salan was puzzled about was that according to the two-headed giants, the Giant Plains plus the running Giant Mountains, and the Troll Mountains next to it was quite a vast area. There must be a lot of powerful creatures in so many places. How could the hill giants that ranked at the bottom of the 6 true giants rule over these creatures? The 6 true giants were hill giants, stone giants, frost giants, fire giants, cloud giants, and storm giants. But it certainly wasn't the storm giants in Saron's thoughts. After all, the truly powerful storm giants basically lived in isolated places. For example, in castles above the clouds, or in huge fortresses in the deep sea. Places that ordinary creatures simply couldn't reach. Unlike other giants, they were born with the power of thunder and storms, so storm giants were born to fly. It was hard for Salan to imagine what hundreds of meters tall storm giants looked like when they flew. Not to mention the rest, a several 100-meter storm giant would weigh several million tons alone. A single kick would be enough to stomp Sarong into a meat cake. If it was this kind of storm giant, then Salan would definitely run as far as he could. As for the other giants, Salan thought that he could still try. Moreover, green-footed dragon snakes were created by storm giants, but they were very proud. Wouldn't easily listen to the orders of other creatures, even if they were other powerful giants. So Saron thought that either the two-headed giant was lying, or this guy's IQ or level simply wasn't enough to understand enough. Saron felt a nodding head. The matter in the underground world here had not been completely resolved, and then there was this kind of trouble in the above-ground world. The key was that he didn't have any dependence on the ground that he could take care of. There was only one stupid bear, and it had just been almost resolved by the two-headed giant. It was the equivalent of a commander-in-chief. Now he missed Sardar and the others even more. Weak, yes, but better than nothing. Forget it, if it comes, it comes. We'll talk about it when the time comes. First, seize the time to solve all the problems in the underground world. Then we can deal with the giants. When that doesn't work, we'll just transfer Alsace to the surface. You only care about killing, and Alsace only cares about transforming. This way, he himself together with Alsace can raise an undead army in a short period of time. Those giants definitely wouldn't fare well. Bear 2, don't resist. Looking at the rift bear on the side that was licking its wounds, Salon had an idea. Salon directly linked a mind chain to this rift bear. Think of it as inserting an eye. Bear 2 looked at Salon with a confused face. It felt as if there was something inside its head. Bear 2, you continue to guard this place. Next time if another enemy like this comes over, you don't attack, just run away. After instructing Bear 2 a bit, Salon returned to the underground world with Winnie and the corpse of the two-headed giant. At this time in the underground world's magic Sobol City, Elise had gathered a portion of her close friends and was discussing about Charles City. My Lord Mother, Charles City's strength is very strong. Not counting Lord Salon, it would be too difficult to take it down with just our battle power. Azor Elf looked at the Lord Mother Elise with an ugly face. Moreover, the priestess of Charles City is an existence that has truly received the favor of the goddess Rose. Several people said as you spoke. It was because just now, the main Mother Elise actually said that she wanted to take Charles City with this amount of their strength. This was not a joke. Elise looked at the many drow. She stroked her freshly painted nail polish and said faintly, the Black Dragon's temperament doesn't need me to say more, you guys should know it yourselves. He said before that he doesn't want wasteful people or he doesn't mind adding food. Elise looked at the drow present. In fact, what that Black Dragon meant was not for them to attack Charles City at all. Rather, it was asking them to spy on it. But that wasn't what Elise herself thought. She wanted to prove herself this time and completely gain that Black Dragon's trust. This time, she would go all out and use all her strength. Taking down some Charles City was not her goal, because she herself knew that it was simply impossible. What she wanted was for that Black Dragon to see her attitude. And these drow elves present were her stepping stones. My Lord Mother, I actually have an idea. A drow elf suddenly whispered. What idea? Tell me. Elise looked at this member of her clan with interest. We can use the purpose of probing for information to transfer the main clansmen to Charles City in batches, then ask for the protection of the priestesses on their side, and then combining the power of the other cities we can definitely kill this Black Dragon. By then we will be free. The more this young joueur spoke, the more energized he became. Elise, on the other hand, looked at the other party with a smiling face. She stood up and slowly walked over to the young female drow. You have a point. The young female drow smiled and was about to say something. A cold light flashed in Elise's eyes and the female drow's head flew up. Chapter 81 Nadia. The beautiful young female drow's face was still full of excited smiles. Yet she was already dead. Mother-in-Chief. The other drow elves were taken aback. They looked at Elise in shock. After all, this was the first time Elise had killed her own people in such an occasion, or with such a cool means, and still without offending her. I say we take Charlestown seriously, Elise said softly as she grabbed the female dragon's head and looked at the other dragon present. She also licked a drop of blood from her face. It made her already delicate lips even redder. Ming. Bye. Yes, we must take Charles City. We all support the decision of the Lord Mother. The Drell elves present echoed. Although it was said that they had seen the Lord Mother kill enemies before, it was the first time they had seen one this terrifying. Very good. Elise licked the blood at the corner of her mouth once again, and her smile grew even more. At this time in Salon's palace, Salon opened his scarlet eyes. This Elise was a bit unusual then. He had just been watching Elise's perspective with his mind lock, watching the other party discuss with the clan and then finally killing that drow. Originally, he thought Elise might agree to that drow elf's proposal. Now it seemed like he was wrong. This guy should have deeper plans. But it didn't matter, no matter what that guy had in mind. He himself had absolute power. Moreover, the mind chain was able to monitor her situation at all times, so if he couldn't, he would have to add more food. He would let the other party know what happens when an ant provokes a dragon. Thinking of this, Salon switched another viewpoint. It was the viewpoint of that female Zorelf Maya. Ever since he had the mind chain, Saron also had a pastime. That was to treat these henchmen's perspectives as a small movie, just like brushing short videos in his previous life. Just what is this round and white? The next second he saw Misa's unarmored figure. That white skin, perfect figure in front and back, slender legs. Especially under the hazy cover of the water mist, it was even more fascinating. At this moment, the rabbit girl said happily, Maya, I didn't expect that the underground world actually has hot springs. That's for sure, and the hot springs here are much better than the earthly world, and soaking more often has many benefits for the body, which we normally can't enjoy. Maya's voice also came out. So they are soaking in a hot spring. Damn it, actually didn't ask me to join them. Salon watched carefully for 10 minutes or so to make sure that this Zorelf didn't have second thoughts before he was satisfied and switched to another viewpoint. He wondered if he should ask Misa to stay and study the origin of life together next time. Saron thought about it and began to continue his research on earth magic. This time he aimed for 2 high-level earth magic spells. He took a look at Bear 2's place in the meantime. Bear 2's place had remained the same. Since last time Bear 2 had spent most of its time besides hunting digging tunnels with earth magic. It wanted to make a safe environment for itself. Ha! Salon realized that this guy had actually gotten the hang of it, and Salon guessed some of Bear 2's meaning. This guy should be planning to make an underground labyrinth for himself. And it is the kind of labyrinth that can only cope with giants, the height and size of which only allows one to pass through. Now it was time to see what the strength of that so-called Charles City was. Salon planned to launch an attack on Charles City himself 2 days before the feast cooled down. Of course it would be better if Elise could give herself some surprises. Underground world. In a palace full of white cobwebs, a purple-haired female drow elf was kneeling on the ground with her hands clasped in prayer. In a black strapless dress, her perfect to the extreme figure made her look exceptionally charming. A purple spider pattern tattooed on her brow made her full of mystery. At this time, a female drow elf warrior in leather armor appeared behind the priestess. High Priestess Nadia, there seems to be a new change over in Death Canyon. The drow priestess who was kneeling and praying opened her eyes. She opened her purple eyes to look at a black mirror in the hands of the female drow warrior in front of her. It showed a view of the outskirts of Death Canyon, and Nadia realized that there seemed to be a lot less black mist over Death Canyon. Can the giant bats fly over where the black mist doesn't cover them? Nadia said with a nice frown. My subordinate has already tried. The giant bat will still be covered by the mist the moment it passes through. In historical legends, Death Knights don't have such a powerful ability. Nadia was a bit puzzled. She had personally gone and fought that Death Knight before. She had broken that Death Knight's body a full 2 times. But that guy was reborn in the black mist both times, and his power wasn't affected in any way. On the contrary, all of the more than 100 elite drow warriors that she herself had brought with her had perished at the hands of the Death Knight. This made Nadia realize how difficult this guy was to deal with. That's why she gave up her deal with Magic Sobol City. Keep a close eye on the situation over there. Don't act rashly for now. Nadia issued an order. Obey. The drow warriors quickly left the palace. Nadia, why don't you let me help you? As long as the 2 of us join forces we will definitely be able to defeat that Death Knight. In the darkness a female Zorelf who looked very petite walked out. It looked like she was only a human of 13 or 14 years old, with the appearance of a clueless loli. She slowly hugged Nadia from behind her back and her hands began to touch upwards in an unfaithful manner. Priestess Nadia caught the other's hand and said seriously, Bridget, don't force me. Ha ha. Bridget snorted and gave Nadia another hard sniff. Nadia, it's all because you're so charming. I really like this mature and charming smell. The priestess looked at the Bridget in front of her with a headache. If this guy wasn't a servant of Goddess Rose in the true sense of the word and meant a lot to her, then she would have flipped out long ago. Especially since the other party's sexual orientation was too much for her to accept. You can transform into something better than me, Nadia suggested. You also said that's an illusion, it's just a fake, I don't care. Bridget seemed a little lost when she saw Nadia reject her intimacy. Okay, don't be like that, we're best friends. Nadia reached out and touched Bridget's skull. Bridget obediently hugged Nadia's waist again. Nadia secretly shook her head. This was the only way to control this fellow for now. Chapter 82 The Beginning. Nadia, you do understand my feelings, why don't we get married? Bridget suddenly looked up at Nadia seriously. Nadia immediately felt a chill. Still married? Tie the knot my ass. Oh, let's talk about it later when we have the chance. Then I want to sleep with you today. Sleeping is fine, but nothing else. Well, I definitely don't mess around. At this time outside of Death Canyon, the main mother Elise with a dozen or so elite henchmen looked at the black mist-filled canyon in front of her waiting for something. After a while a female drow elf walked out from the Death Canyon. Main mother, our men have passed through the Death Canyon, that Death Knight didn't attack us. Good. Elise inwardly breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. After all, that Death Knight was so terrifying last time that it gave her a psychological shadow. But Mother-in-Chief, Charles City's defense is very strong. It's not comparable to our Magic Sobol City, with just this number of us. You have to realize that a city is even stronger on the outside, but it will always be much easier to break through from its inside, Elise said lazily. Now according to the original plan I will first go to Charles City myself, you guys follow me into the city. After making up her mind Elise took a dozen or so of her men with her and walked into the Death Canyon. Salon watched Elise's movements from the palace. He was looking forward to it. He wanted to see what tricks this guy had up his sleeve. Lord Salon, would you like me to clean your scales? Just as Salon was lost in thought Misa's figure walked out from the side. She was holding something for cleaning in her hands. Salon's attention was not on the tool in Misa's hand. He looked at Misa under his paws. This little one seemed to be wearing a black dress like the drow elves this time. A large piece of snow-white skin was exposed on the back. The shoulder area was also exposed and looked cute. Underneath the short skirt were white pantyhose, showing long and slender legs. Salon immediately felt his brain spinning a bit. The black magical energy on his body flickered. With that, Saron's 2-meter-5 dragon man form appeared in place. This was already the smallest appearance after his extreme compression. Lord Salon, what are you? Misa looked at Salon with curious eyes. This was the first time she had seen Salon in this kind of dragon man form. I don't really need to clean my scales right now, it's you that I feel you should need to clean. Thinking of the sight of the hot springs he saw earlier, Salon walked over to Misa. Misa, as a rabbit girl, originally had long legs, so she was a little over a meter tall. The difference wasn't that much compared to Saron. Lord Salon. Misa felt that Saron in this state was much less oppressive, and it gave her a different feeling. Saron reached out and gently touched Misa's 2 rabbit ears with his claws, something he had wanted to do for a long time. It was soft, hot, and comforting. Misa's face brushed red. After all, there are many nerves on the rabbit girl's ears, so it's very sensitive. It's even more exaggerated than the kind of sensitive parts of humans. Immediately afterward, she felt her body instantly bound into an unusually strong embrace. A wave of hot air then hit her face. Saron carefully sniffed the scent of Misa's body. He lifted Misa's small red face, and his lips landed on her forehead, her eyes, and behind her ears, and he finally couldn't control the temptation to hold in those 2 soft pieces. Salon greedily grabbed the scent that belonged to Misa. The feeling was too wonderful. Misa felt her mind go blank, not even knowing when she was put on top of that huge seat by Salon. The clothes on her body then gently slid off as Saron admired the perfect work of art. By this time Misa knew what was going to happen. She wasn't repulsed by the feeling, as if it was something she had been looking forward to happening. Lord Saron, Saron didn't wait for her to say anything else to hold in again. Misa instantly felt like even swallowing had become difficult. The next morning Salon opened his eyes. He looked at Misa, who was as lazy as a bunny lying on top of him, and smiled. After all, he hadn't held back his desire. But it didn't matter, he was going to become an ancestral dragon. This was just a small thing in front of him. After gently leaving and covering that tempting Snow White with some animal skins, Saron came to the center of the palace and resumed his dragon form. Phew, sure enough it's more comfortable this way. Winnie, I know you're here, come out. There was a ripple in the air. Winnie's figure appeared in front of Saron. She looked at the sweetly sleeping Misha behind her with a complicated expression. This was good. With this relationship in the future, Misa's safety would definitely be protected on a deeper level. After all, dragons have the strongest desire to possess things that belong to them. And they originally belonged to Lord Saron before. Lord Saron, this is what you asked me to bring to you before. Winnie took out several scrolls from her magic guide. On them were some high-level fire and earth magic obtained from the battlefield earlier. They should have been delivered before, but when Winnie saw Salon and Misa, she didn't bother them. Instead, she guarded outside the palace for a day and a night. Great! Salon felt like he had never been in such a comfortable mood before. It seemed that indulging once in a while was still good for physical and mental health. However, Misa's body was still a bit weak, so it seemed that she would have to find a way to improve her physical fitness in the future. After opening the scroll, Salon first looked at the high-level earth magic. Earth Blessing, Earth Fury. These two were the ones that Salon had looked at early on. One was an increased recovery magic. One was an attack magic. It was a pity that there were only some low-level magic in the inherited memories for the other lineages besides those of the Black Dragon. After all, the Black Dragon would not easily cast any earth or fire magic. So Salon didn't have the luxury of hoping that there was such a thing in the inherited memories. But it was the same for him to construct his own spell model, plus the strong magic power in his body was no weaker than normal dragon language magic. Winnie, go outside and keep watch. No one is allowed to come in without my order, Salon said to Winnie, who was at the side. As you wish, Lord Salon. After Winnie left, Saron came to the side of the throne. Misa's eyes were closed and her eyelashes were fluttering slightly. Saron knew that this guy had woken up a long time ago. She was just a little embarrassed to see Winnie there. Misa, Winnie is gone. Saron laughed a little. Misa opened her eyes and covered the animal skin on her body with a death grip, her face red and incomparably attractive. Salon sighed. His morphing spell had just finished. It needed to be slowed down again, otherwise Misa would have been miserable. Chapter 83, The Beginning, 2. You're the current Lord Mother of the city of Magic Sobol? Nadia looked at the several wretched Drell elves in front of her with a bit of disbelief. Just now, the soldiers guarding the city said that 7 or 8 Drow elves from Magic Sobol City had come to Charles City. Nadia personally came to receive them the first time. After all, Death Canyon wasn't that simple? Yes, our previous Master Mother disappeared for a long time when she went to explore the Death Canyon, so I've been elected to lead Magic Sobol City through this crisis. Elisa's body was tattered. There were also some scars on his face, and he looked haggard. The two Drow Elf warriors behind him were also missing arms and legs. I am the main mother of the Black Demon Clan, Elise added. The Black Demon Clan? Well, I've heard of it before, Nadia said thoughtfully, but I'm curious as to how you guys made it through the Death Canyon? And why did you guys have to come to our Charles City? How powerful that Death Knight was Nadia herself knew. She didn't believe that these Drell Elves couldn't tell the difference. How could just these Drell Elves cross the canyon to come here? And why do they have to come to Charles City, even if the transportation is isolated? But isn't it good to stay in Magic Sobol City all the time? That's because an adult black dragon suddenly appeared next to the Death Canyon. He wanted to occupy our city. We resisted, but there was no way. We could only let the other party occupy our city. And that black dragon was also thinking about other Drow Elf cities. That's why we thought of coming to Charles City to give you a warning. That's why we took the opportunity to enter the Death Canyon. It just so happened that that black dragon had a strong duel with the Death Knight while chasing us, and we took the opportunity to come out. Elise said wearily. A black dragon? Or an adult black dragon? Nadia frowned. Dragons were not creatures to be messed with on the continent. This creature was powerful and arrogant. I didn't expect that an adult black dragon would actually come to this area after being calm for so long. This was going to be troublesome. They had never had to deal with a giant dragon before. But there was no way she could just listen to these Drow side of things. She had to send her men to verify it. What was the state of the Death Knight and that black dragon when you guys came out? Nadia then asked. Logically speaking, the black dragon should have steadily defeated the Death Knight, but that Death Knight seems to be different. It's very strong, and that black dragon was still fighting the Death Knight when we came out. Nadia began to think, no wonder there was so much less black mist in the canyon earlier. It seems that that Death Knight was not badly injured. Nadia could now be sure that that black dragon should not have suffered well either, because the black mist had only decreased, not completely disappeared. So the Death Knight must have been injured, but it was still there. Then it meant that the black dragon didn't outsmart the Death Knight, but retreated. Nadia had a bold idea at this moment. If both were injured, then could she not take advantage of the opportunity to harvest? You know that the giant dragon that is a real treasure, no matter if it is taken in as a mount or directly killed to get materials. It's all a great fortune. Dragon scales, dragon horns, dragon bones, dragon meat, and dragon blood can baptize warriors to give them the black dragon vein. And most importantly, if a full-grown black dragon was sacrificed to Goddess Rose, then how would she be blessed? Nadia's heart began to get excited. Moreover, Charles City's strength was not something that could be compared to just a single Magic Sobol City. She was confident in that. Elise, you came here for more than just to give us a warning, Nadia said indifferently. Elise instantly smiled slightly in her heart when she heard this. This guy really didn't hold back the temptation. However, she displayed some hesitation on the surface. High Priestess Nadia, I would like to ask you to help me retake Magic Sobol City. I've only just taken control of Magic Sobol City not long ago. Nadia sneered in her heart. This guy seems to want to disappear himself as a tool. Lord Mother Elise, take your hands to rest first. Wait until tomorrow and we'll discuss these matters. Nadia began to send off her guests. Go arrange a place to stay for Lord Mother Elise, and be sure to treat her well. Understood. Please, Lord Mother Elise. The two Drow Elf warriors at the side said. Elise looked at Nadia unwillingly, gritted her teeth and followed. It fully embodied what it meant to have to bow down when one was under the roof. Nadia adjusted her expression after Elise left, then said sweetly, Bridget, this time, please go and check out the situation in Death Canyon in Magic Sobol City. Nadia, we don't have to be so polite. Bridget came out from behind Nadia at an unknown time, and she hugged Nadia's waist straight, her cheeks rubbing together. Nadia gently patted Bridget's back. Mother-in-Chief, will the other party be suspicious if we do this? At Elise and the others' residence, a female Drow Elf whispered after making sure the surrounding area was safe. This time, they had several warriors who had mutilated themselves. The price paid was high. Nadia, even though I haven't met her before, I know that this guy is an ambitious fellow, an adult black dragon that might be injured, and the weird and powerful Death Knight. I don't believe that she won't be moved, said Elise. And she knew that the other party must not be able to trust them, and would definitely send out their experts to really verify it. But no matter how much she checked, she would find out that it was true. Because it was true that Magic Sobol City was occupied by the Black Dragon, and it was also true that the Black Dragon fought with the Death Knight. It was also true that the Black Dragon was amassing wealth on a large scale in Magic Sobol City. But what if she ignores us? Oh, it won't. Elise was certain about that, because she and I are in the same category. In Saron's palace in the city of Magic Sobre, Saron and his dragonman form slowly pushed Misa off his body. He began to think about what would happen afterward. He finally saw Charles City through Elise's perspective. Compared to Magic Sombrero City, Charles City was not just a much larger city. More importantly, it was more prosperous. Just by looking at those heavy crossbows on the city walls and the powerful drow warriors that were always on patrol, one could tell. There were even more powerful magic crystal cannons. For at least this guy until now Salon found that the other party is also quite honest. No matter how she treats those Drell elves, at least the things that Salon needs are really gotten. Moreover, just now through Elise's perspective, Salon realized that Nadia High Priestess didn't seem to be so simple. Because Salon clearly felt through Elise's perspective that she had a strong sense of palpitations when she just entered Nadia's side. Elise seemed like she was being targeted by some creature. Chapter 84, Intelligence. A very strange female Zorelf came to the city of Masablai at this time. She was holding something like a lollipop in her hand and kept eating it. From time to time, she surveyed the surrounding scenery. She was none other than Bridget, who had come to this Magic Sobol city to spy on the news. She had just crossed the Death Canyon without any danger, but did not find the Death Knight. That black fog was odd, making it impossible for her to do detailed detection. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, she came to the Magic Sobol city first. The city is indeed in a lot of disrepair. These were just built. The surrounding Drell elves don't seem to be in good spirits. There does seem to be an abnormal aura. Looking around, she turned her gaze to a female Drell elf. This fellow was dressed a bit like a Drell noble. She should know a lot. Bridget slowly approached the other party, then suddenly reached out and touched the female Drell elf's arm when the other party was unaware of it. The female Zorelf's eyes flashed with a strange light, and then sluggishly followed behind Bridget and left. In her residence in the city, Bridget closed her eyes, her hands on top of the female Drell elf's head, starting to use her skill to detect the other's mind. Dominating creatures lower than her as well as detecting thoughts, it was her natural ability. Soon Bridget saw in the other's mind the image of the Black Dragon attacking the city. There was also the Black Dragon making the construction of his palace and the flight in the direction of Death Canyon one day. For a long moment Bridget opened her eyes. It seems that what that Drow Master Mother said should be true. Better to verify it more. She reached out and wordlessly stabbed a finger into the temple of the female Drell on the ground. White brain matter flowed out along the hole. The female Drell elf had her life ended by Bridget in her sleep. Bridget put the wet finger in her mouth and sucked on it a few times. Tastes good. A stream of poison then erupted from her mouth as the female Drell elf's body and clothing slowly melted away as if it had never been there. So what that Elise said was true. Nadia in the temple excitedly looked at Bridget in front of her. It's definitely true. I detected a total of 5 Drell elves in the city of Mossablast, all of them with different professions, and the information in their heads is the same. Bridget looked at Nadia with boredom. Very good. What about the state of that black dragon? Nadia asked. I just got close to that black dragon's palace, but there was a sense of danger, and I left for fear of being exposed. Bridget was also a bit strange. She had never seen a giant dragon before, so she didn't have an accurate understanding of the strength of these dragons in her mind. But her intuition told her that the other party was dangerous. Bridget, I need you this time. Nadia exhaled. This time was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that she didn't want to miss. Nadia, I can help you, but you have to fulfill some of my little demands. Bridget came to Nadia and put her hand into Nadia's clothes. Nadia blushed slightly, but she didn't resist. She thought about just taking a shower. Elise, you should know how difficult an adult black dragon is to deal with, and I don't want to make an enemy of the other side. Nadia looked at Elise, the main mother of the drow in front of her. High Priestess Nadia, you must help us, Elise said with a pale face. Nadia secretly shook her head as she looked at this performance of the other party. She was still too young after all. Not having a bottom line when negotiating was a big no-no. But who am I to help you guys? Hearing this, Elise sneered in her heart. This was taking the bait. This high priestess was a bit too stupid, but it didn't matter. This was exactly what she wanted. I can make a contract with you, as long as you recapture Magic Sobol City from that black dragon. Magic Sobol City's future profits will unconditionally be given to you for 50%. Elise gritted her teeth. I want 70%, and your Black Demon clan must become my vassal clan, Nadia said indifferently. This. Elise looked torn. You should know that the price we spend is very high. If not, forget it. Nadia felt like she had taken the other side. Fine, I promise. But all of this has to be based on you recapturing the Magic Sobol City. Elise seemed to have lost all her strength. No problem, the strength of our Charles City is not something you can imagine. Nadia, whose purpose had been achieved, said briskly. Elise, on the other hand, slightly despised the other party. It was impossible to get a single copper coin back from that perverted dragon, let alone a city. It didn't matter if this contract was there or not. In other words, even if the other party had the strength, she wouldn't allow it. In the city of Magic Sobol, Saron quietly looked at the drow elves below. Lord Salon, our main mother will lead the opponent's main force into the Death Canyon. at that time Lord Salon can try to occupy the empty Charles City. The sweaty drow elf didn't dare to raise his head at all to look at the black dragon above him. This aura was too powerful. Go back and tell Elise that I will have Alsace cooperate with her, but you go back and tell Elise to recognize her position. Salon raised his eyelids and said, Ming, understand, the Zor elf said with a trembling voice, fearing that the black dragon above would eat him if he was unhappy. That Death Knight should have fallen into hibernation. It looks like he was seriously injured. I think we can ignore that guy for now. But the situation right now is that if we go through the Death Canyon to deal with the Black Dragon there will be a lot of changes. The Death Knight is one aspect, and going directly will inevitably cause that Black Dragon to be wary. And the defense of our Charles City is very strong. Many means must be performed in the city to be most effective. Elise in Charles City was a bit disdainful when she watched Nadia in front of her as she engaged in a discussion with the other noble drow in the city. In her opinion this kind of thing should be decided directly by herself. Where is the need to discuss with these guys? Only the obedient ones are Drell elf nobles, and if they don't listen, then some other obedient Drell elves will come up. There were those who were willing to become nobles. Elise, you're the main mother of Magic Sobol City, you mentioned some opinions. Nadia suddenly said as she looked at Elise on the side. All eyes were immediately focused on Elise. Chapter 85, Undercurrent. Elise did not expect the other party to actually ask for her opinion. All of you here are the most powerful elites of each family, surely you can come up with a better plan than me, so I won't participate. Elise smiled faintly. You're welcome Elise, tell us what you think. Nadia waved her hand indifferently. Then I'll say something of my own. First of all that black dragon's pretty strong, but it's definitely not good for him to collide with an equally powerful Death Knight against each other. And if we want to deal with him then we have to choose a battlefield. Either we find a way to lure him to Charles City and use that strong defense here to exterminate him, or we send our elites to slay the dragon. The drow elves in the hall nodded their heads. I feel that it's better to destroy that black dragon in Charles City. We have constructs here, as well as magic crystal cannons, dragon-slaying crossbows. Saron, who was listening to how these guys planned to slay the dragon, instantly went mental. I actually dared to call the dragon exterminating crossbow. This name was powerful enough. Is really not afraid of death. Luckily in the underground world, if it was on the ground the fame would have spread. Lord Salon, what's wrong? Misa, who was cleaning her scales, was a bit puzzled when she saw Salon suddenly sitting up. Nothing, just heard a joke. Salon did not care and continued to lie down. He rightly thought of watching a documentary. Then it's decided, send the elite warriors through the Death Canyon to deal with that black dragon, and at the same time the city should prepare itself. If the large army can't succeed in destroying that black dragon, then Charles City has to be ready. Nadia settled on a plan. As you command. The other noble Drell elves present slowly retreated to begin their preparations. After all, the battle to slay the dragon was the first of its kind. Elise, why don't you get ready to leave together as well? Nadia said as she looked at Elise next to her. No problem High Priestess, I will get ready. Elise bowed. Nadia nodded. She was going to get ready as well. After all, there was a lot at stake. A group of teams consisting of various elite Zor elves set off. At the forefront was none other than Nadia, a high priestess of Charles City, her entire body shrouded in thick black magical robes, riding on top of a runic chariot pulled by two giant lizards. Nadia, I don't understand, clearly you don't have to come out. Bridget's voice came out from the darkness on the side. She was a little confused as to why Nadia had to personally venture out here. It wouldn't be better to let the men do it. Bridget, you don't understand. Nadia shook her head. Forget it, if you don't understand, you don't understand. Bridget didn't want to waste her brain thinking about that stuff either. It wasn't like she was a real drow elf, so it should be normal for her to not understand some things. Just keep Nadia safe. Elise rode on the back of a gargoyle looking ahead at Nadia's caravan with a smile in her eyes. This mission was also too smooth. She didn't expect that there wasn't a single drow in Charles City who saw through her. Those drow elf nobles were like fools, unconditionally supporting Nadia to deal with the black dragon. The entire city was unswervingly supporting Nadia, and anyone who didn't was acting like a spy. This made Elise a bit puzzled. She didn't have it so easy when she was managing the Magic Sobol City. Those families all had their own ideas, and there were many disputes over various interests, whereas Charles City was united up and down. You have to know that as the Black Dragon if you are not careful, there will be a great danger. These guys seem to hate Nadia as if they can't wait for her to hurry up and leave to slay the dragon. Suddenly Elise's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. It seems that this Charles City is not as simple as it seems. For the first time Elise felt that some things seemed to be beyond her expectations. At this moment in Charles City, several figures wearing black robes stood quietly on the city wall and watched Nadia's team slowly leave. Their black robes were embroidered with somewhat strange white eyeballs on top. Lord Oral, High Priestess Nadia and the girls have finally left. A black-robed man said. Nadia left, and the one in the temple didn't move an inch. She must have followed. Several black-robed men's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. But that Elise seems to have impure motives. Our purpose is to get Nadia to leave Charles City normally and not make her suspicious. This Elise, no matter what she has in mind, has unintentionally helped us for once, as long as the purpose is achieved. A hoarse voice came out from the black robes. My lord, why don't we just get rid of Nadia? That way the entire city becomes ours without any hindrance, and we also gave her a precious scroll. No, Nadia is a high priestess who has received a response from the goddess Rose. She is not an ordinary Drowmaster mother. If we rashly make a move against her, then it is likely that something expected will happen. Keeping it like this for now is quite good, and Charles City has never been ours, including the other cities. Oral's voice was full of eeriness. All this time they had let Nadia think she was firmly in control of the city. How are things on the Lord's side? Oral then inquired. The Lord should be awakening soon, but this time it seems a bit strange. The time the Lord has slept before hasn't been as long as this time, and the place where the Lord is sleeping has a very bizarre aura. The Lord should be experimenting with other powers. Don't make any comments, Oral said sternly. My subordinate wouldn't dare. Go and do what needs to be done. You might have to deal with Nadia afterward. As you command. Nadia always felt a bit uneasy sitting in the car. It seemed like something bad was about to happen. She lowered her head and touched the ruby ring on her finger, the uneasiness in her heart slowly fading away. She thought it should be just some nervousness in her heart about to face a powerful enemy. Attention everyone, the Death Canyon is ahead. Be careful of those black mists. A drow elf warrior at the front of the group said as he flew in midair on a fierce storm bat. Nadia uncovered the curtain and looked at the dark Death Canyon ahead. It was very quiet inside, but Nadia seemed to feel that there were terrifying monsters inside watching her. Keep moving. Slowly the entire huge group slowly walked into the Death Canyon. From afar, the Death Canyon looked like a huge open beast's mouth, and the entire Zorelf team seemed to be walking into the beast's mouth. Chapter 86, The Construct. Saron was standing on top of a stone pillar at the highest point in Death Canyon. Next to him stood Alsatia, a spiritual blue flame of light emanating from the Death Knight's eyes. The two creatures with horrible breaths looked at the Death Canyon, silently waiting for their prey to take the bait. Alsace, how is your strength restored? With nothing else to do, Salon began to ask about Alsace's strength. After all, this guy was a legend-level strength after his transformation. It was only that he lost some after coming to this dimension, but it was still slowly recovering. Lord, there are too few creatures over here. I can't convert more creatures, and the amount of necromantic energy I can absorb is limited. Salon nodded. It seems that we have to find a chance to let Alsatia to harvest a wave. Getting a huge army of necromancers should be good. Coming. Salon's scarlet gaze looked at the black fog below the canyon. He had just seen these guys enter the Death Canyon through Elise's vision. Lord Nadia, what if that Death Knight appears? Elise beside the chariot asked as she looked at the black fog around her. Don't worry, I have my own way of dealing with that guy, Nadia said with confidence. It was fine if that Death Knight didn't come out. If he did, then she wouldn't be afraid. Elise looked at Nadia suspiciously. What made this high priestess think that she could easily deal with a Death Knight? You have to know that Death Knights are not that easy to deal with. Moreover, if Nadia had cards that could easily deal with a Death Knight, why didn't she use them before? Is it because it's not worth using more? Then I'll trouble High Priestess Nadia, Elise said with a smile. Watch out. At that moment a clicking sound came from the darkness. The surrounding black mist slowly began to surge up. The surrounding drow elf warriors quickly made a defensive circle. A huge shield more than half a person high was placed at the front of the group. Snap, snap, snap. A sound of horse hooves rang out. A mighty and strong armored figure stepped out from the black fog. It was none other than Death Knight Alsace. He was holding a blue-black giant sword in his hand, which was none other than his elemental giant sword. Death Knight, do you really want to make an enemy of us? Nadia's calm voice came out as she wished to communicate with this guy again. But Alsace didn't give her any response. He just waved his hand and instantly hundreds of undead creatures in the darkness rushed out and surrounded Nadia's entire group. All of a sudden the atmosphere of the entire group tensed up. Then we'll just have to settle for you, Nadia said coldly. All warriors. Before she could finish speaking at this point there was actually black rain dripping down from above from the black mist. Nadia was a bit puzzled. This was the underground world, how could there be rain? A warrior reached out his hand to catch a drop of pitch-black rainwater. All of a sudden, white smoke began to rise from his hand. Aha! A miserable scream came out. His hand was directly corroded. Watch out! Countless black acid rain fell on top of the entire group at once. Some of the Drell elf warriors were instantly corroded by the acid. This time at the very least, more than 30 warriors died and 70 to 80 were injured. The team was equivalent to half of them losing their combat power. But Nadia reacted quickly, and so did the Drell elf magicians in the group. A greenish-colored cover enveloped the entire team, resisting the bizarre acid outside. And the acid was still corroding the cyan-colored shield. Rumble! Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a huge figure swooped down directly from above with the cover of black mist. Nadia's brain was confused. It's the Black Dragon. Why is the Black Dragon here? Sarong looked at the green-colored shield below. He had just used the cloud mist technique for the first time in conjunction with spit to sneak in a wave of attacks. It was still learning from what the Black Dragoness did. I didn't expect the effect to be good. The defense is not bad. Sarong opened his huge mouth and let out a deafening dragon roar. Roar! The dragon roar mixed with wild screams instantly penetrated the protective spell formation and directly attacked the Zorelf magicians inside who were maintaining the spell formation. The magic power in their bodies surged. At once, the entire cyan-colored magic formation shattered. Alsace also passed out the command to attack. At once, the undead creatures unleashed a humongous attack on the Zorelves. The bows and spears of the Drow warriors were unleashed non-stop. A head of undead creatures began to fall, but the undead creatures that were not fatally wounded still tenaciously stood up and tried to attack. Nadia, this is a trap. The Death Knights joined forces with the Black Dragon a long time ago. Bridget said as she looked at the chaotic scene and the cruel and hideous appearance of the Black Dragon above. Where's Elise? Nadia looked to the side, but Elise's figure had long since disappeared at an unknown time. Damn it! Nadia gritted her teeth as a black light flashed in her hands. 3 spider-like behemoths appeared in front of her. Constructs! Elise, who was hiding behind a stone wall in the distance, said in surprise. A silver hideous appearance with 8 red eyes. And 8 incredibly sharp stepping feet. This was clearly the construct. No wonder this guy had the certainty to face the Death Knight, so it turned out that he had such an undercurrent. It was important to know that they didn't have a single such high-level construct in Magic Sobol City. The first time the 3 constructs appeared, they attracted some undead creatures because of their huge size. However, the red eyes of the 3 constructs lit up. The 8 footsteps quickly attacked like the sharpest spears. Like the most efficient butchers, the undead creatures fell in pieces like wheat. Salon was interested in the 3 metal-like giant spiders that suddenly appeared below. This thing had a diameter of almost 12 meters with 8 legs. It looked a bit like the machine spiders of the previous world. Only in the magic world is not quite the same. Construct Saron's inherited memories were there. It was created by those powerful creators. There were powerful and weak ones. And these 3 constructs in front of them were obviously powerful war machines created for combat. Alsacia, you go take care of that high priestess. These 3 constructs are mine. After Saron finished speaking, he directly charged down at the 3 constructs. Just the moment Saron charged down, the 3 constructs raised their bodies at the same time. Instantly 3 strands of tiny spider silk with a metallic luster erupted from their mouths. Salon dodged the 3 strands of spider silk with a superb drift. At that moment, the spider silk turned into a giant web that directly enveloped the stone wall behind Sarong. Salon turned around and his scarlet eyes shrunk. Good fellow. The stone wall shattered into small pieces as if it had been cut by a sharp laser. Chapter 87 Wax Melt Demon, I. Salon experimentally used a burst of flames. Silver patterns surfaced on the surface of several spiders. These were the runic patterns of magic formations, and the flames didn't affect them too much. On the contrary, 3 metal spiders spewed out several silver-white spider silks from their mouths. These spider silks did not know what material they were made of, sharp and extremely fast. Salon frowned. Constructs were usually made of special materials and were equipped with a lot of defense magic arrays on the surface. That's why the magic resistance of these things were all very high. Just the moment those cobwebs came into contact with Saron pounced onto the side of a construct. His huge body pressed down on the metal spider's back, and his dragon claws pressed down on top of the spider's 8 eyes. The construct's red eyes were constantly flashing red. But with Sarong's strength it couldn't break free at all, and the other 2 constructs tried to jump onto Sarong's back to attack. But Sarong whipped one away with a tail, and the other one was spat out by him with a mouthful of blue lightning spit, and immediately its body surface flashed with electricity. It seemed to be paralyzed. For his part, Sarong continued to study the construct underneath him. The thing reminded him of that mecha dream from his previous life. Nadia, prepare to leave, the scene is out of our control. Bridget, who was dressed in black, looked at the Death Knight and the Black Dragon in the sky. A sense of crisis filled her heart. This was an innate ability of her race that never went wrong. But the 3 constructs seemed to be able to suppress that Black Dragon. Idiot, that's because that Black Dragon isn't seriously attacking. He's just curious about the 3 constructs right now. Nadia yelled. Watch out. Bridget grabbed Nadia's arm and jumped. Rumble. A ghostly blue greatsword slashed on top of the chariot. Instantly the chariot directly burst apart. The protective spell formation on the surface didn't play any role. Alsace's figure riding a nightmare appeared in front of the 2 Zorelves. He stared expressionlessly at the 2 creatures in front of him. The nightmare sneezed and exhaled 2 streams of undead flames from its nose. Nadia, you leave first, I'll stall this guy. 8 black spider legs stretched out from underneath the spine of Bridget's body. Alsos didn't stop attacking, he was in an unusually powerful state under the nightmare's terrifying speed. In the eyes of those ordinary warriors, Alsos seemed like a mass of black shadow. It just disappeared and then reappeared in a split second, followed by a deadly collision with Bridget's monstrous figure. Bridget looked petite, but had a lot of strength. It actually carried Alsos's sword. It was just that 2 of the spider legs behind her were also broken, so it was obvious that she wasn't doing well either. "Hurry up," Bridget said sternly as she looked at Nadia beside her, who was preparing to attack. Nadia gritted her teeth and watched as the Drell elf next to her was slowly being attacked by the undead creatures. It then slowly climbed up in the eerie black mist. Reluctantly, she took a few elf warriors and flew up on the fierce stormbat. "It's better to stay." Saron, who had already dealt with the 3 constructs on the side, looked up at the several fierce storm bats in the sky that were about to leave. A dragon roar mixed with dragon power spread throughout the high sky. The several fierce storm bats wailed as their bodies instantly stiffened. They were directly scared out of their wits by the dragon roar interspersed with the dragon's might, rolling their eyes and falling down, smashing into the stone wall and turning into several blood flowers. "Nadia!" Bridget, who was dealing with Alsatia, watched as Nadia lumbered away from the ferocious bats in a hurry. "Black Dragon, this time it's us who have admitted defeat. I can pay any price. Treasures, beautiful drow elves can be mentioned as you like, as long as you let us go." Bridget tried to reason with the hideous black dragon in front of her. Saron, who had just twisted off the heads of the 3 constructs with his monstrous strength, looked at the spider woman in front of him. "You're welcome, just remember that in your next life." Salon and Alsatia surrounded Bridget one after the other. He felt that the creature in front of him seemed a bit strange. It wasn't like a normal drow. She wasn't so interested in the high priestess in the distance. "You guys forced me." Bridget looked at Nadia in the distance unwillingly. Her body slowly giganticized as if it was melting. The teenage girl-like body quickly faded away. Soon a disgusting monster appeared in front of Saron's eyes, and Bridget's petite figure had disappeared. It was like a rotten tree stump stained with yellow rotten mud, with a malicious one eye growing at the very top of its body. It was about 10 meters tall, and that yellow rotten mud on its body surface was still dripping down towards the ground, corroding the ground with a crater, showing the power of its toxicity. There are also a lot of branches on the body like things flailing and clawing. It was completely different from the appearance of the little girl just now. "Damn black dragon, actually forcing me to use this ugly look." A shrill and incomparable voice came out. The voice was filled with malice. "Wax melt demon." Salon recognized this disgusting creature, and there was a brief description of this disgusting creature in the inherited memories. This creature could not be seen often. She was Rose's maid, an extension of the evil will of the spider god queen. Generally surviving in Rose's magic web deep prison, they were equivalent to Rose's agents. Just like the angels in the heavenly realm. Only the strength couldn't be compared to angels. They are sometimes sent to the material plane to guard Rose's temple and provide assistance to the most devout priestesses of the goddess Rose. Usually they would accompany the priestesses disguised as drow elves. Salon turned his gaze to the lumbering priestess in the distance. It seemed that this priestess had indeed gotten a response from Rose. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent a wax fusion demon to help her, knowing that sending a wax fusion demon across dimensions wasn't simple. "Ha! Alsos, kill her together." At once, Alsos and Saron, a strong black dragon, rushed towards the wax-melting demon together. The wax-melting demon screamed as a yellow wax water-like liquid sprayed onto the top of Alsos's body, making a zippy sound. However, Salon wasn't too worried because the wax-melting demon's greatest tool was actually toxins. And Alsos as an undead creature, his resistance to this kind of thing was not generally strong. As expected, the black mist on the surface of Alsos's body flashed away and all the yellow wax water fell. It basically didn't cause any damage to him. The dead twig-like organs on the surface of the wax-melting demon's body quickly lengthened and lashed out at Saron and Alsos like whips. Salon grabbed one and bit hard, but the thing actually softened completely like Play-Doh. Not only was the bite ineffective, but it also slipped out of Saron's claws like ordinary running water. But Alsos's elemental giant sword attack chopped off one. But that branch actually also turned into wax water and flowed back into the wax-melting demon's body. "Ha ha ha, your attacks are ineffective against me." The wax-melting demon's branches danced wildly. Salon looked at the maniacally laughing wax-melting demon and got a bit angry. This kind of branch damage from her was actually not big. After all, Salon as a black dragon spit out acid as well. For the toxin resistance is still okay, plus the life value of the feast, this kind of attack can't even break the scales. But the insult is high. The place where it had been drawn had yellow traces, and it looked a bit disgusting, which made Salon associate it with something bad. "Nima, if you can't beat it, you'll disgust the laborer, right?" Chapter 88 Wax Melting Demon 2. Over there, Alsos seemed to have sensed that Salon was in a bad mood. He charged at the wax-melting demon on his nightmare, and those branches couldn't touch him at all. The giant sword chopped towards the wax-melting demon's main body. His elemental giant sword had a ghostly blue magical glow on it. The wax-melting demon let out a strange cry as its body turned into a yellow mist and dodged Alsace's chopping attack. This was precisely wax-melting demon's third form, the mist form. In this form her flying speed increased 3 times and she was even immune to physical attacks. And she could attack with this mist. If ordinary creatures entered the mist they would be poisoned and thus be eaten clean by the wax-melting demon. It was even more powerful than the phantom demon's vaporization. Explosive flame dance. 5 torrents of flames with dragon heads rushed towards the yellow mist, directly blocking her path of retreat. This was precisely the high-level fire magic that Saron had mastered. These days Saron wasn't just indulging himself, he was also building other spell models. Explosive fire dance was one of them. A normal high-ranked fire magician might only be able to release one explosive flame dance. But the magic power in Saron's body was quite sufficient, and he casually released 5 fire dragons. A muffled grunt of pain came faintly from the yellow mist. After all, fire magic wasn't ordinary flames, and this kind of flames with magic power still had some damage to the wax-melting demon. Hellfire! A ghostly blue flame also flew over towards the wax-melting demon. It was none other than Alsatian's flame. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, the wax-melting demon directly revealed her true form of that disgusting wooden stake. After all, she would take more magic damage under the mist. Boom! Wax fusion demon ate Saron and Alsace's fire magic head-on. And after the flames dispersed, wax-melting demon's yellow charred black figure appeared in place. You guys! Before she could make another sound, the 20 or so explosive flame bombs that had long been prepared by Saron's side bombarded her again. A single explosive flame bomb wax fusion demon might be directly ignored, but more than 20 magic spells unleashed by dragons with plenty of magic power were not that simple. Ha ha! It's so cool to be a mage. Saron's chest lit up. Put! A thick blue-white pillar of light followed closely behind the explosive flame bomb and attacked the struggling wax fusion demon. And Alsacia on the side saw this and also gathered a huge ball of hellfire and threw it in, and the nightmare under his feet wasn't weak either. A torrent of red flames sprayed out, along with the bursts of explosions and the constant sound of heat around them. There weren't many drow elves alive in the entire battlefield until now. Most of them were killed, then their bodies were unconsciously transformed into undead creatures by Alsace's black mist. Crackling. The surrounding stone walls had been melted into green crystals by the flames. A huge deep pit appeared where the wax-melting demon was. A black wooden stake of about 3 meters in the deep pit was motionless. Sarong flew over and held it in his claws. He had just not gotten the recovery from the carnivore feedback. So this wax fusion demon shouldn't be dead yet, but in some kind of dormant state. Salon stabbed into it with his dragon claw and realized that it felt like jelly. Sticky and slimy, the wax fusion demon's life was still there. This kind of life force was really strong. But it didn't matter, just consider it a fresh ingredient. Turning around to look, the battle was long over. The Drell elf warriors who had the upper hand when Nadia took the lead to escape instantly had no desire to fight. Under the siege of undead creatures. Plus Salon had just consciously shifted the battlefield to the middle of the Drell elves. The Zols had no room for resistance under the rampage of the 3 great powerhouses. Lord Salon, you are awesome. Behind a stone wall on the side, Elise appeared out of nowhere. She looked at the remains of the wax-melting demon in Salon's hand with a burst of horror. As a believer of Goddess Rose's wax-melting demon, she naturally recognized it. This kind of creature was powerful and bizarre, they could assassinate, their toxins were ridiculously strong, and their ability to survive and camouflage in their 3 major forms was even better. Physical attacks were basically immune. She didn't expect to actually be directly burned like this by Saron's direct and unreasonable flurry of fire magic coupled with that bizarre spitting breath. Elise, why didn't you fight together just now? Salon looked at the elf lord mother in front of him. This fellow had just slipped away and then had been hiding in the back watching the show, not even paying attention to the fact that a few of his own men had died. Lord Salon, just now I've been looking up to you and Lord Alsatia's mighty dominance, so I was a bit out of my mind for a while, and it seems like this side won't be able to use this little bit of my power for a while. Elise lowered her head, because she had just realized that Alsace had been staring at her. It made her uncomfortable, feeling as if Alsace was going to rush over and cut her down at any moment. It was the same reason why she didn't join the fight just now. It wouldn't be good if she was cut down in the confusion. Salon felt Elisa's emotions with her telepathy and mind locked together. Understood what she was probably thinking. It won't happen again, and since what you did this time was barely okay, I'll let it go. Salon handed over the remains of the wax-melting demon in his hand to Alsace. Keep an eye on her, I'll have you send her over when I need her. Saron said, this guy wasn't completely dead yet, and it was suspected that physical attacks were ineffective. It didn't matter though, it was all the same when it came to eating. But it wasn't time to eat it yet, it was safest to give it to Alsace. Alsos lowered his head and took the remains of the wax-melting demon before placing it on the nightmare's body. The ghostly blue eyes swept over Elise from time to time, making her heart tense. What about the priestess? Saron scanned the weak, Nadia's figure didn't seem to be there. Miss Winnie has gone to track her down, Elise hurriedly said. Then go to Charles City now, I'm going to take back my second city today. Salon switched the view of Winnie. It was found that she had almost followed Nadia back to Charles City. Now go to Charles City then, I'm going to take back the second city that belongs to me today, Salon said decisively. At once, countless undead creatures surrounded under his feet. The green fire in their eyes flickered continuously. Chapter 89, The Wrath of the Earth. At this moment, Nadia was woefully traveling rapidly in the direction of Charles City. All 8 legs of the giant spider under her seat had become stumps, and white foam was constantly spitting out from its hideous mouthparts. And Nadia was not yet at ease, continuing to stimulate the potential of the spider underneath her with the magic power in her body, causing it to explode into extraordinary speed. Bridget, that was her most capable assistant, even if there were some special hobbies. That was still an existence that was 100% loyal to her, the only one that could be trusted without reservation. Losing her would be a very huge blow to Nadia. Lord Oriole, the plan failed, Nadia escaped towards the side of the city. Bridget was defeated by the Black Dragon. A drow elf who had fled the battlefield long ago was reporting to a few black-robed men. Damn it, this is trouble, that Black Dragon will definitely come to Charles City. The black-robed elf's face was ugly. Alas, the sleeping place chosen by the Lord this time happens to be Charles City. Inform down, let all our men take over the defense of the city. As for High Priestess Nadia, you can let her come in first. Soon after the arrangements were made, the entire Charles City was plunged into a state of intense battle readiness. Outside Charles City, some undead creatures slowly approached the place. Behind these undead creatures the figures of Salon and Alsos appeared. Their size was like a crane compared to the undead creatures next to them. Lord Salon, ahead is Charles City, Elise said as she pointed to the city ahead that was not much grander than the magic Sobol City. Most of Charles City's elites were buried in the Death Canyon this time, the rest are not enough to worry about. Salon stared at the magic formation slowly covering the sky above the city and thought, it did seem to be a bit stronger than magic Sobol City. Not only was the city much larger, but this magic array seemed even more powerful. But a spell formation that wasn't hosted by a caster needed to be observed again. Then let's attack strongly. Saron stretched his wings and looked at Elise below. Elise, you will be the vanguard. Lord Salon, I. Elise froze, letting her be the vanguard of the attack? What? Salon's scarlet eyes stared at Elise, as if the other party would directly swallow her if she dared to say a single word of no. In the face of this threat Elise's heart was cold. In front of her this is an evil dragon, how dare she? Obey Lord Salon, I don't have a problem, but this magic array. Elise straightened the leather armor she was wearing to hide her inner turmoil. She looked at the huge guardian spell formation in the distance. That one was so much more powerful than the one they had in the city of Magic Sobol. Only then did Saron look up at the massive magic formation. This thing was indeed a nuisance. There was no way to attack the city inside without the spell formation breaking. After thinking about it, Salon opened his wings and flew straight up. He landed on the ground only about 200 meters away from Charles City. From here he could clearly see the terrified expressions on the faces of those drow elf warriors defending the city. Lord Oriole, that black dragon is really here. The drow warrior beside the black-robed drow Oriole said with an ugly face. Oriole had also seen the hideous appearance of that black dragon. So many elites had been defeated, they alone could not be sure of dealing with the black dragon. Go tell High Priestess Nadia to come out and lead us to defeat that black dragon. Oriole decided to see if Nadia had any more cards first. My lord, what do you see that black dragon doing? Oriole was also a bit puzzled. Don't dragons normally attack cities by directly spitting from the sky or charging straight down? No good. Oriole sensed a powerful magical aura, but it was already too late. Salon, on the other hand, was teasingly looking at the city in the distance. This was a living target for him to test his magic. Earth's fury. The earth-colored magic elements on his body grew. It then melted directly into the ground beneath his feet along his limbs. Accompanied by the diffusion of earth elements at this moment, the earth began to shake. It was as if an ancient beast that had been sleeping under the ground for countless years was awakening, and the ground seemed to be enraged. Some places on the ground directly sunk, while others directly protruded out as if they were explosions. Rumble. An immense and incomparable crack extended down Saron's claws towards Charles City. Under the impact of the violent earth elemental, more than 100 meters long crack ran through the entire city wall. The earth was torn apart at this moment, and everywhere it passed the earth roared with rage. The magic array covering Charles City was directly torn open by the raging earth elemental in a huge gash. The city walls collapsed at this moment. Before some of the Drow warriors could react, their bodies planted themselves from the top of the broken city wall and fell into the middle of the cracks. The giant crossbows, magic crystal cannons, and other large defending instruments on top of the wall were not spared either. The cracks became more and more numerous like spider webs, and the entire Charles City was thrown into chaos. Kill. Elise originally thought that she would have to pay a great price this time, but she didn't expect this black dragon's earth magic to be so powerful. She was not good at fighting offensive battles, but she was very good at beating up the dogs. Alsos in the back also drew the huge sword in his hand and pointed it at Charles City. At once, countless black undead creatures surged towards Charles City like a black tide. Solon himself was dumbfounded. He didn't expect an Earth-type Earth Fury to be so powerful. Then he calmed down again. This magic was indeed powerful, but only powerful in sieges and large-scale wars. It belonged to group damage. Normally a battle between strong people would not use this kind of magic that was slow to activate. Then it was straightforward to let the undead creatures try their luck first. Damn it, how can this be a black dragon? Nadia, who had just changed her clothes, hadn't even made it to the city wall before she saw the scene. What kind of monster was this? Previously in the Death Canyon he had shown a superbly attained fire magic talent, and a body so powerful that the constructs had no way of tearing it apart. This time it was such a powerful earth magic. The magic cast by some Earth legendary casters was no more than that. High Priestess, what should we do? Oral ran over to look at Nadia in front of him. Nadia looked at the undead creatures that were madly pouring into the city, and those drow elves that were being eaten were pained inside. At this time Alsos had already taken the lead and rushed into the city, and for the first time he was faced with those terrified drow civilians. But for Alsos there was no distinction between civilian warriors. There were only enemies. Under the cover of the powerful black mist those weak Zor civilians and the corpses on the ground all stood up and turned into new undead creatures, tearing towards their former relatives and clansmen. Let's hurry and retreat to the other drow cities. Nadia gritted her teeth. The undead creatures had already entered the city in front of her, and it was bound to be a massacre. Charles City but would turn into a dead city. She was already unable to return. Retreat. Oral's face twisted all of a sudden. Your bottom card is retreat? How can you retreat? Chapter 90, The Destruction of Charlestown. Nadia looked at the scowling Oral in front of her and was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with a strategic retreat? The situation in front of her is already very clear. Oriol, what do you mean? Nadia looked at the surrounding Zorelf warriors and suddenly felt that something was wrong. They actually vaguely surrounded themselves. High Priestess Nadia, you are the High Priestess who has been favored by Rose. How could you possibly be this competent? You'd better think of a way to repel the Black Dragon as soon as possible. Oriol said indifferently. Oriol, you actually dare to call the goddess by her name. Nadia felt a wave of strangeness as she looked at the drow noble householder in front of her and the drow warrior beside her. What goddess? It's just a half-human, half-spider. Oral said carelessly. You're crazy. Nadia was really feeling that these guys in front of her were crazy. Because the Rose Spider Queen was a deity no matter what, the power she possessed was not something that ordinary creatures could imagine. Even creatures that didn't believe in her wouldn't be so rude. After all, the difference between a god and an ordinary creature was too great, and before her eyes, Oral was still a drow elf. And for the first time, Nadia realized that it turned out that she herself didn't have any henchmen that she could trust at all besides Bridget. It gave her a sense of frustration. Come on High Priestess Nadia, use your true skill, Oral urged. Nadia couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment. If she had any real skill she would have exploded there in the Death Canyon a long time ago. How could she just escape and come back in such a sorry state and still be forced by these guys? Rumble. Just at this time a weird hissing sound came from under the ground of Charles City. A few of Oral's drow elves' faces changed drastically. It's the Lord. Damn it, did that black dragon's earth magic just now disturb the Lord? What Lord? Nadia looked at the several drow in confusion. But the several drow elves didn't pay any attention to her, and one by one, they ran towards the center of Charles City. Nadia laughed. She felt like a fool for thinking she was the High Priestess of Charles City, and she felt a little funny when she remembered how ambitious she used to be. Thinking about what Bridget had said about her before, Nadia, you're actually really not suited for any intrigue. Just at this time the air around Nadia twisted, and a catgirl holding metal sharp claws appeared in front of her. You are? Nadia was shocked. When did she appear and how did she end up by her side? But instead of answering her words, Winnie raised her claws up to the priestess in front of her. And in the distance, Saron also felt a different kind of fluctuation. He spread his wings and flew towards the middle of Charles City. All the way he flew low, and the drow warriors and civilians could see Saron very clearly. They screamed, fearing that the black dragon above their heads would give them a spit shot. But Sarong didn't pay any attention to these mole crickets. That kind of fluctuation just now was a bit familiar, like that feeling of being watched. Could it be the Watcher's Eye demon? No, it wasn't an observer eye demon. He had already eaten one last time. There wouldn't be two observer eye demons in this area. At this moment, a hole in the ground with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared above the square in the center of Charles City. Oriole watched the change here along with a few other drow elves. It looks like the Lord has really been disturbed. Damn it, the Lord said before he fell asleep that his slumber this time was very important. Just at this time Saron's huge figure appeared. And Alsos also came here at the first opportunity. The undead creatures in the distance also rushed over to this side. And Salon also noticed these few drow elves at the first time, but he didn't care about these guys. What he cared about was the strangeness of the hole in the ground at this moment. The strange thing was that the hole in the ground seemed to be constantly changing. For example, at this moment, a black boulder was actually floating above the hole in the ground, and there was a strange stone sculpture below it. This kind of phenomenon that did not conform to common sense was strange. The surroundings seemed to be distorted as if they were distorted. Salon condensed a fireball and smashed it against that boulder. The fireball went straight through the boulder, blowing the building next to it to smithereens. Damn it, let's get down. A few drow elves watched as Saron felt that powerful dragon's might and jumped directly through the hole in the ground and disappeared. Interesting. Saron was instantly interested. With his eyesight he couldn't seem to see much down there. Elise, go down and take a look. Looking at Elise next to him, Salon said directly, isn't this a ready-made eye? As you wish. Go down and search for 3 minutes and come up. Saron added. Elise kind of regretted why she had to come along for the ride. But just now those drow elves had jumped down. She should be fine if she went down, right? Gritting her teeth, Elise summoned a fierce storm bat in the air, then mounted it and flew down. Salon, on the other hand, utilized the power of his mind chain to observe this intricate cave through Elise's vision. Just as soon as she entered, Elise was dumbfounded. There were countless cave entrances here. She didn't know which one to go through anymore, so she randomly chose one to go in. It turned out that there were even more cave entrances in front of her. Salon was all but almost confused by this guy's detour. This ground was like a maze. And it's so big, it's estimated that the entire Charles City is empty under the ground. The efficiency of this digging hole was really high. And according to Winnie's observation, as the highest commander of Charles City, High Priestess Nadia actually didn't know about this. 3 minutes later, Elise, who had been bypassed, realized that she was lost, and it seemed like she couldn't walk out of this labyrinth. Just at this time 3 drow elves dressed in black robes attacked her. Kill her. Before Elise could speak, the 3 Zor elves were about to kill her as if they were having a fit of rage. Elise had no choice but to fight them. And Salon's side also lost his patience. He didn't want to drag on any longer. After feeling that Elise seemed to be out of danger, the red light in Salon's eyes flashed. The earth-colored light of his entire body began to coalesce. Earth Fury. It was the same Earth Rage from before. He didn't care what was hiding under the ground. If he wanted to hide it, let him hide it, and he himself would shatter and collapse this labyrinth. Let's see if he will still come out. If in the depths of the ground, that would be even more fun. To know being buried too deep in the ground, that kind of horrible pressure Salon felt that he may not be able to withstand. Not to mention other creatures. Rumble. The entire Charles City was plunged into disaster. Countless buildings directly sunk in. Some of the Zorels and undead creatures sometimes couldn't dodge in time and fell straight down. This was far more horrifying than the consequences caused by the Earth's fury unleashed when Sarong attacked the city. It could also be said that Charles City had been destroyed from today. But it didn't matter. Salon had originally hit on the idea of doing a job. If the city was destroyed, so be it. When the time came, it would be fine to let the Zorels find treasures for him in the ruins. At this moment, a purple ray broke through the ground next to him. Countless pieces of earth and rocks were pulverized by the nimbus, creating a hole in the ground. Salon knew the other side was coming out. A terrifying hissing sound passed through and a huge figure floated up from the ground. Chapter 91, Giant Eye Tyrant. The terrifying purple creature in front of him was also an eye demon. Only at that time, that observer eye demon was completely incomparable to this eye demon. The diameter of this eye demon's main eyeball alone exceeded 10 meters, and the remaining 4 secondary eyeballs were also terrifying, with a lot of red tentacles floating behind them, which looked as if they were the sinews of the eyeballs. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and it was chewing on the corpses of several drow elves. Cough, cough, cough. Elise had just finally escaped up the moment the underground cave collapsed. She had almost died under the ground. What is this? Just as she looked up, she saw this horrible creature. Elise was a bit freaked out inside. Eye demon, no, this should be Giant Eye Tyrant. The huge eye demon hissed. Its 5 eyes stared greedily at Saron. Saron would be thinking about the Giant Eye Tyrant's profile. Although eye devils were xenophobic and looked down on other eye devils, but every group had special individuals, and the eye devils were no exception. Some of the more powerful eye devils would restrain their xenophobic tendencies and turn it into a dictatorial ruling ideology. They will end their solitary lives and use the name of the giant-eyed tyrant to enslave other creatures to build their own empire. Giant-eyed tyrants will set up their territories underneath major cities and take in proxy creatures to serve them. Their dissociative rays can easily build intricate mazes at the bottom of large cities. This is the alien lair of the Eye Devil. An ordinary Eye Tyrant might know 2 or 3 rays, like the Observer Eye Tyrant that Saron encountered last time, which could only use 3 Eye Wave rays. But the Giant Eye Tyrant could use 10 kinds. Charm rays, paralyzing rays, fear rays, slow rays, debilitating rays, chanting rays, hypnotizing rays, petrifying rays, as well as dissociating rays and the most powerful lethal rays. The one that just pierced through the ground should be the dissociation ray. This meant that its strength had far exceeded that of an ordinary Eye Demon and could be called a legendary Eye Demon. Salon realized that this guy was a bit similar to that character in the game in his previous life, the Eye of the Void, or what players called the Big Eye. However, the Eye of the Void, no matter if it was a bit or strength, had left this Eye Demon behind by many worlds. Big Eye can even disturb the basic structure of the world itself to achieve the purpose of destroying the world by virtue of his huge knowledge. After all, he is a scholar in the void, knowledge is power. And Salon noticed a problem: this giant Eye Tyrant's state seemed wrong. The intelligence of an Eye Demon was very high, let alone a top-level existence like the giant Eye Tyrant. At this moment, some of the flesh and blood on this giant Eye Tyrant's body was constantly falling off, as if it was rotting, revealing an aura of decay. But the strange thing was that this guy didn't seem to realize it, or maybe he didn't care? It seems that you are the real ruler of Charles City. Those Drell elves are the agents that you elected, right? After all, the giant Eye Tyrant had a charm ray. Die. The giant Eye Tyrant spat out only one word. With that, a purple ray shot out from his large eyes. A bluish-white heat ray also spewed out of Saron's mouth. Put. The 2 rays collided hard together and quickly died out. And the 4 secondary eyes of the giant Eye Tyrant also shot out rays that were close to transparent, except that the target wasn't Saron, and the boulders next to it. The boulders flew up under the effect of the Nimbus rays and smashed towards Saron. Next to him, Alsace quickly threw out a few rounds of hellfire. The boulders were directly burned to ashes by Alsace's hellfire before they could even get close to Salon. At this time, the giant Eye Tyrant seemed to become even more furious as it began to attack the surrounding creatures indiscriminately. Salon got up and flew into midair, and Alsacia on the side stopped beside Salon with the help of Nightmare's ability. Lord, its life state is not right, Alsace said after observing it for a moment. Alsace, what do you sense? It seems to be transforming into an undead creature, only the process seems to have been interrupted, causing it to undergo some changes. An undead creature. Salon looked at the giant-eyed tyrant raging ahead of him. It was constantly releasing various rays from its 5 eyeballs. The surrounding area, no matter if it was a drow elf or an undead creature, were all within its attack range. Lord, we are your most faithful agents. Oriol, who had escaped death at the side, said loudly with 2 drow elf warriors. This seemed to have really caught the attention of the giant-eyed tyrant in the distance. Its huge eyes were directed at Oriol's several people. Lord? Oriol looked at the giant-eyed tyrant excitedly. The giant-eyed tyrant glanced at the several Zor-elves. Then the purple tentacles behind his back lightning-like wrapped around the several Zols, including Oriol, then threw them into his mouth. Crunching. Fearful chewing sounds came out from the giant-eyed tyrant's mouth. Blood flowed down the corners of its mouth. Lost your mind already? Sarong looked at this guy who could actually eat even his own surrogates. According to his inherited memories, giant-eyed tyrants were tricksters. They were exceptionally intelligent, otherwise it would be impossible for them to be able to control an entire large city through a few proxies. So this shouldn't be a giant-eyed tyrant, but a dead-eyed tyrant. I should say that it's a giant-eyed tyrant evolving towards a dead-eyed tyrant. Saron said. Creatures like eye devils were strange, and when some giant-eyed tyrants were sleeping, their consciousness would occasionally head towards a corner that was even crazier than it usually was. These guys would then fantasize about the possibility of their continued existence after death. Once this dream is completely set in stone, then at that point, the giant-eyed tyrant will completely transform in reality. All of its flesh and blood would be shed, leaving it with only one eye, a creature that retained its character and most of its magic from its life. It was even more powerful, and this was the undead eye tyrant. The undead eye tyrant was much more powerful than the giant eye tyrant and could be called a source of destruction. And the undead eye tyrant has a similar ability to Alsacia, deadly dictatorship. That is, transforming ordinary creatures and such into undead creatures. The dead-eye tyrant could kill all the life in a large city in a very short time. Then its army of undead creatures accumulated out. Only this giant-eye tyrant in front of him seemed to be stuck in the middle of the transformation. Salon guessed that it should have been interrupted by the Earth's Fury magic he had just used. It had caused it to undergo some kind of change, which was why it looked like it had lost its mind. Chapter 92, It's over. Alsace, finish this guy. Salon looked at the unhinged giant eye tyrant, who had already turned his attention to himself again after slaughtering the life around him. Explosive flame dance. 7 huge fire dragons quickly molded around Saron to kill at the giant eye tyrant. A grey debilitating ray shot out from the giant eye tyrant's eyeballs. The 7 fire dragons slowly shrunk as they approached each other. In the end, they directly turned into small flames. Madness appeared in the eyes of the giant eye tyrant, and just at this time, Alsace, who was riding a nightmare, circled around behind the giant eye tyrant and dealt it a heavy blow with his huge sword entwined with hellfire. Several purple tentacles were cut down by Alsace. The giant-eyed tyrant roared as the tentacles behind it lashed out at Alsace. But Nightmare's reaction was extremely fast and directly brought Alsace to dodge the blow. After dodging it, Alsace's hands began to launch a wave of nascent light. But the giant-eyed tyrant's eyeballs slightly stagnated. The surrounding space seemed to have changed somehow. Alsace suddenly realized that he couldn't seem to activate his chi destruction wave. The magic in his body seemed to be much more sluggish. And Salon's side sensed it even more obviously. Because he had just wanted to release a few more fire magic when suddenly the magic elements in his body fell silent. Anti-magic force field. This was a technique unique to the giant-eyed tyrant that could make all magic in an area ineffective. But this force field was equally effective against itself. It couldn't release its rays either. The dead-eye tyrant turned its gaze towards Alsacia and revealed the fangs in its mouth. Just at this time Saron, whose entire body was emitting a faint golden light, flew in front of the giant-eyed tyrant. He had entered an overloaded state, and the atomic baking furnace could not be affected by the anti-magic force field. The various attributes of Saron's entire body were greatly increased. The huge dragon claw rushed to grab at the huge eye of the giant-eyed tyrant. Clack! A friction sound rang out, and Salon's dragon claw actually didn't pierce through that huge eyeball in the first place. One should know that before, Saron had directly pierced the eyeball defense of that observer-eye tyrant just like stabbing a water bubble. But the eyeball defense of this giant-eye tyrant was actually so powerful. At this moment, Saron could clearly see the black substance condensing in the eyeball of the giant-eye tyrant. He directly grabbed a secondary eye and hid behind the giant-eye tyrant. Stabla! A black ray that was even weirder than before shot downwards. Wherever the black ray passed by, all the buildings and other creatures were turned into flying ash. The giant-eyed tyrant retracted its anti-magic force field at that instant and directly released the most powerful death ray. Good lord, this death ray was really powerful. Salon felt that it was even more powerful than the previous Death Knight Alsace's nascent wave. However, the death ray seemed to consume a lot, and the giant-eye tyrant only lasted for about 3 seconds before it stopped firing. Salon felt that his chance had come, and he directly bit down and snapped off one of the giant-eye tyrant's secondary eye, then proceeded to tear off a piece of rotting flesh from the location of the secondary eye and swallowed it. A golden light was then flickering in his chest cavity. Pust! Blue golden spitting energy spat out from Saron's mouth. It slowly shot in through the back of the giant-eyed tyrant's head after melting its outer skin. The tentacles on the giant-eyed tyrant's body kept whipping Saron. But the defense of the black dragon in front of him was clearly not something that could be breached by a few tentacles. Finally the golden light completely pierced through the giant-eyed tyrant's eyeballs. From a distance it looked as if a golden ray had shot out of the giant-eyed tyrant's eye. The giant-eyed tyrant's struggling breath slowly weakened. Salon and the giant-eyed tyrant's huge body fell to the ground together. Rumble! Salon pushed away the large eyeball on his body and exhaled a breath as he looked at the huge body of the giant-eyed tyrant. This guy should be a veritable legendary strength. It was even more powerful than some other legends. If he wasn't delirious, with the giant-eyed tyrant's treacherous IQ, Salon and Alsace really wouldn't be able to mess with this guy. Looking around, the entire Charles City had basically become ruins. There weren't many intact buildings left. At a glance, there weren't even a few living things to be found. Only a few undead creatures were searching for the living. But it was all worth it, because this giant-eyed tyrant definitely had traits on it. Trait was what Saron called ingredients that allowed him to gain a special talent through the feast. For example, the green-footed dragon snake from before had the lightning spit trait in it. And the giant-eyed tyrant it had so many means, it was definitely one of the most strenuous enemies that Saron had fought. Not to mention those 10 rays, and the anti-magic force field. Let's just say that this guy's own physical strength was powerful. It wasn't the same as the brittle kind of observer-eye demon. This guy was exactly the kind of long-range meat mage. After all, the dragon claws that were enchanted with armor-breaking effects couldn't even poke through its gigantic eyeballs. Elise. Saron sensed a particular source of vibration. Lord Saron. Elise came out from behind a boulder. She looked at the corpses of Salon and the giant-eyed tyrant in front of her. Lord Salon, you seem to be injured. I am indeed injured. You can try to see if you can finish me off with a sneak attack. Salon said teasingly. He had indeed been injured a bit by the giant-eyed tyrant just now, but with the death of the other party and the effects of the carnivore talent, he had long since recovered from that little injury. Subordinate doesn't dare. Elise fell to her knees and kept kowtowing. Salon looked at her, he had just said it casually out of boredom. Go and collect all the treasures in Charles City for me and bring them here. Saron said as he looked at the crumbling city in front of him. As you wish. Elise didn't care about the injuries on her body and quickly got up and rushed towards the distant treasury of Charles City. Lord, I don't like this creature. Alsace, who was riding the nightmare, said as he stared at Elise's back. As long as I stay stronger than her, then she is the most loyal assistant. Don't worry, if she has any heart then I will definitely let her know what it means to be food. Saron said as he continued to lie on the ground. Alsace didn't say another word but began to gather all the undead creatures in the city. This battle Alsace got more undead creatures. This battle had resulted in 99% of the creatures in Charles City being dead. Those drow civilians didn't have much fighting power at all. They were too weak in front of the undead creatures. So they directly became part of the undead army. Salon planned to directly start the feast here later after having Elise send in treasures and such. Because there was only 1 day left in the cooldown of the feast. He didn't want to delay, and couldn't wait to acquire a new talent. Chapter 93 The Twisted Seed. A day later Elise arrived with a few things from Charlestown. Clatter. Countless gold coins and silver coins and pearls and other treasures tumbled out of the magic guide. Salon grabbed a handful of gold coins with his dragon's claws and watched these gold coins fall down from inside the cracks of his claws, feeling very comfortable. He looked at Alsace in front of him and ordered. Alsace, give me the wax molten demon. From now on you take all the undead creatures to guard this square. No creature is allowed to come in without my order, and if you force yourself to come closer you will be killed without mercy. Elise, you also guard the perimeter. Alsace heard this and took out a burnt and rotten steak-like thing from behind him and placed it in front of Salon. Elise glanced at Saron and slowly retreated. She felt as if the Death Knight behind her was about to cut drow. Salon grabbed the wax-melting demon in front of him and looked at the countless treasures again, feeling that it should be stable this time. With that, he opened the feast, and as his hunger increased, the aroma of the ingredients came from all around him in a steady stream. Salon looked around. The old rules, start eating from the ingredients with the strongest aroma. The strongest aroma is. Salon looked at the corpse of the giant-eye tyrant in front of him and directly peeled off the big guy with a claw. With that, he pulled out a small statue from underneath. Of course it was relatively small for him, but for those Drell elves it was over 2 meters tall. The top half was the body of a gorgeous buxom woman, and the bottom half was a spider. The one that just smelled the best was this one. Without hesitation, Saron directly threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. The eyes of that statue seemed to turn for a moment. The expression seemed to be a bit shocked, but Salon swallowed it too quickly. Then began to eat the corpse of the giant-eye tyrant, and soon the huge body of the giant-eye tyrant was devoured by Saron. Next is the sleeping wax-molten demon. That broken wooden pile, Salon bites open and actually has a kind of popping pleasure. By this time the feast progress had reached about 80%. Then by the old rules, the rest will be made up with gold coins and treasure. I'm a rich dragon with special treasures, crunching gold coins and stuffing my teeth with silver coins. Sarong thought to himself as he gorged himself on gold coins. Soon the feast progress reached 100%. Salon also closed his eyes at ease and welcomed the transformation of the feast. And Alsace quietly guarded. A few days later Salon opened his scarlet eyes. It was finally over. Salon slowly stood up. His body length had exceeded 17 meters by now. The body also looked unusually strong. He began to look at the panel. Saron, life value, 445. Feast tier, 13. Feast cooldown, 16 days. Talent 1, Flesh Eater. Talent 2, Earth Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 3, Fire Magic Elemental Affinity. Talent 4, Armor Breaking. Talent 5, Wild Scream. Talent 6, Atomic Oven. Talent 7, Vibrational Perception. Talent 8, Telepathy. Talent 9, Lightning Spit. Talent 10, Psychic Chains. Talent 11, Twisted Seed. You can form a unique twisted seed in your body, and then parasitize in the body of your chosen target. The twisted seed will initially strengthen the other party's attributes 3 times. With the parasitism time is getting longer and longer, the effect of the enhancement will become more and more obvious. And even to the end of the other party you can distort the body and the spirit of the specific effect. Please feel the effect. Note, the twisted seed is under your complete control, but in the parasitism, note, the twisted seed is completely under your control, but has a high probability of being detected when parasitizing creatures with a level of life and strength much higher than yours. It's not the various race skills imagined to come from a giant-eye tyrant, or from a wax-melting demon. It's actually some kind of twisted seed. It seems like the most fragrant thing when the feast was conducted before was a strange statue. Could it be from that contraption? Salon didn't believe that the twisted seed talent consisting of the 3 top ingredients would be ordinary. My lord! Alsace wasn't surprised by Saron's change. For him it was just a matter of making sure his master wasn't in danger. Alsace, Go grab a few live creatures over here. As you command. Alsos rode the nightmare into a black shadow and instantly disappeared. Salon looked at the direction that Alsos had left. This guy seemed to have become stronger as well. Looking at the surrounding undead creatures that had increased a lot, he pondered. Not long after Alsos returned, he threw down a middle-aged female drow elf with a broken arm and a giant lizard. The female drow was thrown to the ground and she looked around her in fear. She was just a defending warrior who had gotten away with escaping the undead creatures, and didn't even know why Charlestown had suddenly been attacked, or attacked by the legendary gargoyle. The gargoyle, on the other hand, was dumbstruck by the dragon's power and lay motionless on the ground, seemingly playing dead. Saron looked at the two creatures. He began to drive the twisted seed according to his natural instincts. Salon stretched out his dragon claw and casually spat, and a small red mass of flesh appeared in the center of his claw. It was really small, the size of an average human's pinky. If it wasn't for the superior eyesight of the dragon race, one wouldn't really be able to see it. Salon carefully observed this small fleshy mass. It seemed like a drop of blood, and like a closed bloody eyeball. Behind it there were many densely packed small tentacles that were still constantly and unconsciously dancing. At first glance it looked a bit like an eye demon that had shrunk countless times, only there was only one eyeball that was still closed. This is the twisted seed? Why does it have a kind of Cthulhu flavor? This is the magic world for myself. The picture style seems wrong. But it doesn't matter, just try it. Salon walked to the giant lizard that was playing dead. This lizard was about 3 meters long from head to tail. It was considered a big guy. Just as he wanted to put the twisted seed on it, he didn't expect that the twisted seed seemed to sense Salon's thoughts as if it was there. Countless small tentacles dancing under it actually floated up out of thin air. Looking at this scene, Salon thought of the way the giant eye tyrant floated before. The giant eye tyrant seemed to be able to fly directly. As Sarong continued to observe, the twisted seed wordlessly landed on the back of the gargoyle and directly melted into the gargoyle's body like it was melting. It seemed like the body misting of a wax-melt demon, except the seed of distortion seemed to be used more smoothly. The giant lizard seemed to have sensed something and opened its yellow eyes and looked around and started to continue playing dead. Salon felt as if he had some sort of connection with the giant lizard. To be precise, it was a connection with the twisted seed in its body. Then try to stimulate the effect of the twisted seed. Salon's mind moved, and suddenly the body of the giant lizard in front of him began to twitch. The giant lizard opened its eyes in pain, and its body began to change strangely. The yellow pupils slowly turned scarlet, and the scales on the surface of the body began to fall off, revealing bloody skin. However, new black scales were soon generated on the surface of the skin. The body swelled from 3 meters long to more than 4 meters like an inflatable, and the claws and teeth became even sharper. A thin red line appeared on the forehead in the center of the two eyes. Pust. The thin red line opened up, piercing open to reveal a bizarre red eye that dripped and surveyed everything around it. The giant lizard that had already been mutated by the twisted seed let out a pain howl. The 3 eyes were filled with madness. Chapter 94 Experimentation. With a whoosh, the giant lizard's figure appeared directly beside the female Zorelf. Sharp teeth in its huge mouth bit towards the female Zorelf, but it was directly smacked away by Alsos. After all, this was a living thing that Saron needed. The female Drell elf sat paralyzed on the ground. This giant lizard was his mount before, to be turned like this. And the giant lizard continued to attack the undead around it. After its attack was ineffective, caught off guard, a skeleton knight was bitten into rotten bones by it. Salon slowly walked to the side of the gargoyle. The gargoyle didn't attack him after seeing Salon, but continued to go and attack all the surrounding creatures. Stop! Saron relayed the thought to the twisted seed. Only then did the giant lizard stop moving, but it still looked greedily at the undead creatures around it, especially the living drow elf. Is this the full attribute that has been increased by 3 times? Strength, speed, and defense, and even reflexes have been enhanced. Saron looked at the giant lizard in amazement. The black scales seemed a bit like dragon scales. The eyes also seemed to be of Salon's style. The key was the eye in the center of the eyebrow, which seemed to be the one above the twisted seed. However, the experimental data seems to be incomplete. It can be continued under the experiment. Saron grabbed the female draconic elf. Please, let me go. Saron ignored the other party's pleading voice. In the spirit of scientific rigor, it was better to try more. Saron continued to spit out a twisted seed, and the draconic elf tried to resist. Salon directly placed the twisted seed into the other party's body. Excitation. Just like the giant lizard just now, the Strel elf changed quickly. Her broken arm quickly regenerated, black scales surged out from the surface of her body, and her size grew a circle larger. The nails on top of her hands turned into sharp claws. A red eye also opened in the center of her eyebrow. A tail with long spikes stretched out behind the body. This was a new limb that grew out of the body's rapid growth. You, kill her. You, kill it. Saron conveyed the order to the 2 mutants to attack each other. Put. Without hesitation, the two mutants began to attack each other. Punches were thrown and blood flew. The two mutants didn't have the slightest idea of defense, they both directly aimed to kill each other. Scales and blood kept falling off. The Zoro mutant even directly swallowed the blood and flesh from the gargoyle mutant. The iguana seemed to feel no pain, still attacking with deadly force. After a long time, the giant lizard mutant was bitten in the throat. The drow mutant directly ate its throat and began to enjoy its trophies in place. And Saron had a new understanding of the twisted seed. The twisted seed did indeed increase the target's attributes by 3 times when it was directly activated, strength, speed, defense and all. I don't know if magic power will be increased as well, I can try again next time. But the target will also lose their sanity and intelligence at the same time, reduced to a beast-like fellow. And it will indiscriminately attack any living creature other than Saron, especially living creatures. And generally speaking, after arousal, if there is no food, then the target may die after running out of stamina. And if there is food and blood, then it can always exist. This kind of looks a bit like zombification to Saron. Saron felt like he could create a biohazard as he realized that forming the twisted seed wouldn't have any major effect on himself. Only if more twisted seeds were coalesced he would have to feed on flesh and blood to replenish them in order to coalesce new twisted seeds. He sensed that he could probably gather more than 200 twisted seeds now. As for the issue of the target's sanity, Salon realized that he as the master of the twisted seed could slightly restrain the other party with simple commands. Of course it was commanded through the twisted seed, but the twisted seed didn't have much intelligence. So let's forget about the more complicated commands. Looking at the Drell mutant at his feet that was still devouring the corpse of the gargoyle, Saron conveyed a command. Immediately, the Zor mutant did not hesitate to reach out and stab its claws into its chest to crush its own heart, ending its own life. Saron suddenly had an idea as he looked at Alsatia in front of him. Could undead creatures parasitize? Thinking about it, he did it. He directly condensed a twisted seed. Alsace, come here. Alsace rode his nightmare over to Salon. Don't resist. The twisted seed slowly floated to Alsace's body, then drilled through his body, and Saron felt a deeper connection with Alsace. It was actually really possible. But before Saron could be happy, the twisted seed lost its sense with him. It failed. But at first it seemed to have successfully parasitized Alsace's. Alsace, you leave some undead creatures here on guard. I'll leave first. Saron said as he looked at the uncertain Alsace. Alsace didn't say anything, but made a nice salute. He then went to arrange for the stationing of undead creatures. Salon, on the other hand, spread his wings and flew up, heading in the direction of Magic Sobol City. Time to take a break after all this. A few dozen kilometers away from Charles City, Nadia was fleeing on a giant lizard in a sorry state. But as a silver claw mark flashed by, the giant lizard under her seat had 3 wounds on its neck, and then lost its signs of life. Nadia was caught off guard and fell straight to the ground and ate a mouthful of mud. She spat out the mud in her mouth, looking around angrily. Are you finished? It's been so long, you can't kill me and I can't help you, can't you just let me leave? Charles City is already yours. Nadia felt that she was too unlucky to have encountered a madman, originally thinking that it was an ordinary selfless orc girl. One could easily solve it on one's own. But she had underestimated her opponent. Although this guy's strength was no match for her own, that talent that allowed her to be invisible was too disgusting. Soundless. Blood spider technique, arachnid walking technique, and detection technique, she used them all, but she just couldn't find them. Only the arachnid detection technique could barely feel some vibrations, but soon the other party seemed to realize what was going on after a failed sneak attack, and the next thing she knew there were no vibrations at all. And the other party was disgusting, she couldn't beat herself, so she killed her own mount. This is already the 5th mount that the other party has killed. This kind of disgusting talent seems to have heard of. Winnie is also helpless, the other party magic power is very strong, she positively simply cannot be defeated, and that guy seems to be very sensitive to the killing intent. As long as one wants to get close to kill her will be detected, if not in the underground world this period of time since the talent has been enhanced a lot is likely to be the other party found. So you're from the Phantom Cat clan. This was what Nadia suddenly said. Chapter 95, Alsace's Change. So that statue is the statue of the Rose Spider Queen? Salon was also up in arms about that statue after returning to Magic Sobol City. After careful questioning he finally realized its origin. Yes, because next to the central square is the Charles City's temple, the statue of Goddess Rose was always placed there, and in the end when the aftermath of the battle destroyed the temple, the statue was buried underneath. Elise explained. Salon felt a bit strange, because the idol was just a symbolic use, just like the statue of Goddess Rose in the Magic Sobol City. It was simply stone, with some gold dust or something like that added at most. And why was Charles City so special? Forget it, you go down first. Salon said as he looked at Elise. Yes. Looking at the other parties departing back, Salon was looking forward to it in his heart. Just now, without realizing it, he had already sent the twisted seed into Elisa's body, not knowing what kind of fruit it would bear. Salon didn't care if she found out or not, because the twisted seed was only good without a drop of bad when it wasn't activated. Elise would find her body growing stronger and stronger in every way. Lord Saron, Sister Winnie is back. At that moment Misa walked in wearing a black drow dress. She was followed by Winnie, only she was very silent. What about calling you guys over this time is to improve your strength? Saron turned into his draconic form and 2 drops of what looked like blood appeared in his claws. In order to prevent it from being too weird, he retracted those tentacles above the twisted seed, making it look like a drop of solidified blood. Lord Salon, what is this? Misa slowly let go since she had that relationship with Saron. She directly looked down at the twisted seed in the claws of Saron's hand, and curiously poked it with her finger. Salon pinched her rabbit ears and placed one of the twisted seeds directly in Misa's hand. The twisted seed directly disappeared into Misa's hand. Ha! Misa touched the palm of her hand. She felt as if she was different somewhere. You can see this as my flesh and blood. It's called the twisted seed, and it will allow you to become an existence similar to a dragonborn. So it will become a dragon vein warrior. The silent Winnie suddenly said with slight excitement. After all, the legendary dragon vein warriors were very strong, and she did want to become stronger now, watching Sarong grow stronger day by day. The opponents she faced were also getting more and more powerful, and she realized that she could barely keep up. Now there was a chance to become stronger, of course she wouldn't miss it. But then seeing that Misa didn't seem to have any special reaction happening felt a bit strange. After all, the Dragon Vein Warrior's baptism process was very loud. The twisted seed can be different from the Dragon Vein Warrior. The Dragon Vein Warrior's strength will skyrocket after accepting the baptism of dragon blood, but the strength will also be forever fixed after the baptism. But the twisted seed can make you stronger and stronger as time passes. Sarong explained. Winnie also silently stretched out her palm, and Salon placed the twisted seed into Winnie's palm as well. It was different from the heartless Misa. Winnie knew that getting was destined to give, and this twisted seed must serve some purpose, like being under Sarong's control or something like that. But it didn't matter to Winnie because she had long ago tied everything she had to the black dragon in front of her. Watching the 2 of them slowly merge with the twisted seed, Sarong also secretly nodded. Now he was truly relieved. After all, he was a very insecure dragon. Winnie, do you have anything to say? Saron asked as he looked at Winnie, who was about to say something. Earlier, Winnie seemed to have gone after that priestess. Salon just checked through his mind lock and didn't pay much attention to it when he realized that Winnie wasn't in danger. After all, he had to face the giant eye tyrant at that time with all his might. Lord Salon, I let that priestess escape. Winnie whispered. It's fine, just run away. Salon thought of that priestess Nadia. That guy was really a bit brainless. His own city was infiltrated into a sieve by the giant eye tyrant, and a labyrinth was dug directly underneath the city. To not even know about such a thing was simply to have zero control over one's own city. Winnie was relieved to hear Saron's unconcerned statement. Winnie, you go down and rest first. Misa stays behind. As you wish. Winnie disappeared into thin air. While Misa was looking at Salon with a red face, although it's not the first time, it still feels so that Salon, on the other hand, looked at Misa with a smile and grabbed her small, slightly cool hand and walked towards the huge throne. After waiting for the clouds to subside and the rain to rest, Salon returned to his dragon form and walked out of the palace refreshed. The main mother, Elise, happily greeted him. Lord Salon, a few other Zwire cities have sent some representatives over to discuss some things with you. Negotiate things? What do you mean? Salon asked with interest. It's about how much of the proceeds will be shared in the future and then obtaining your shelter. Elise had just opened her mouth when Salon interrupted her. You go and tell those city representatives that they only have one way out, and that is to submit unconditionally, or else then turn them all into undead creatures, so that they don't consume food as well as listen a bit more. Salon spread his wings and flew away from here. He flew towards the Death Canyon. Elise was almost flapped by her wings as she looked at Saron's figure. This is so domineering. As expected of a black dragon. Elise giggled. Alsace, do you mean to say that as the undead creatures under your command increase your strength has been increasing? Saron said as he looked at Alsace in front of him. Yes. Alsace touched the forehead of the nightmare under his seat. He did feel that the magic power in his body was increasing over this period of time. The range of the black fog was also getting bigger and bigger. Salon looked around at the undead creatures. If Alsace went to the ground and slaughtered a few kingdoms, would that be invincible? No way, no way. That would be too blatant. After all, this world wasn't simple. Normally, dragons wouldn't go out and slaughter cities and kingdoms at will, because it would attract the attention of many powerful existences. Even the real Alsatia was sunk because the consequences of the undead plague were too severe. We have to take it slowly. Let's see how the Drow Elf cities react. If they don't cooperate, then they will become Alsace's sustenance. Alsace, you continue to guard here. Saron barked, then flew away from here. Chapter 96 Silver Dream Demon. Lord Saron, those drow elf representatives have agreed to your terms. Good, then prepare. Salon stared seriously at Elise in front of him. You mean to say that they really joined us unconditionally, without the slightest bit of resistance or dissatisfaction? Salon was surprised. After all, his conditions were so harsh. Unconditional meant that he could do whatever he wanted to them. They couldn't do any resistance. No, but they have a small request, which is that they want you, Lord Salon, to go and fly a circle over the city they are in, so that those Zorels will realize how powerful you are. Elise said with a smile. Ha! Salon was a bit speechless. This was a shock of his kingly aura. Then his enemies surrendered in droves. Alright, Salon said in a bored manner. By the way, have you summoned any new demons in this period of time? Salon said. This Elise's summoning ability was really hard to say. Summoning quasi-devils all the time, summoning 8 or 9 quasi-devils in a row. It made Salon's big plan for ingredients suffer greatly. Lord Salon, I haven't summoned some powerful or special demons since last time. Elise was also feeling a bit hard done by, wondering why the summoning ability summoned either a cowardly demon or a quasi-demon. After all, it was hard for her to keep summoning those damn imps. Don't tell me you don't have another way. Saron's gaze rose dangerously. Lord Salon, it's actually possible to increase the success rate through some other methods, only it's a bit dangerous. Elise said. What methods? Not a moment later a summoning spell not too dissimilar to the previous one appeared. Elise knelt down and began to pray. I am Elise the Drow Elf. I need the help of the Abyss now. Elise finished and waited. Saron, on the other hand, watched this from a great distance with Misa as if she were Winnie. Elise said that this kind of summoning spell could not have 2 powerful creatures present when it was cast. Otherwise the summoning probability would be very low. Salon looked at this summoning spell, this thing he seemed to understand. It was basically a randomized lottery. After more than an hour, there was still no movement in the spell formation. Salon was no longer patient. He directly walked out. What the hell could this summoning means be so low level to summon? Lord Salon, Elise said as she closed the magic formation. Listen well. After a few minutes Elise reopened the summoning spell. The difference was that this time her appearance had changed. Her clothes were torn and tattered and she had some bruises on her body. Next to her was Winnie, also in tattered clothes. I am Elise the Drow Elf. I need the help of the Great Abyss. I am willing to do anything as long as I can be avenged, whether it be my soul or my flesh or anything else I am willing to offer it to you. This is one of the sacrifices I caught, a cat girl. Before Elise could finish a voice came out of the magic array. You're a Drow Elf? And a cat girl? Yes. Elise said in a hurry. Hooray, it's finally here. Can't let it get away. I need confirmation. That voice over there got slightly more agitated. Of course. Elise looked around. In the distance, Saron turned into his draconic form and gathered his magical aura, minimizing his presence. He was going to see what this thing was. With a ripple in the magical formation, a demon cautiously poked a head out of it. It was a demon whose looks could be called handsome. The upper part of his exposed body was silver-colored skin with strong and powerful muscles. Passionate eyes looked at Elise and Winnie. I can't believe there are 2 of such extreme quality. I'd made a big profit this time. The demon confirmed and then stepped out from the magic formation revealing its full face. At over 2 meters tall it could only be considered a small demon, but its features were very similar to a human, and behind it was a pair of cloak-like wings. Let me enjoy myself first. This demon grabbed towards Elise with large hands, but a shadow enveloped him. The demon turned around slightly stiffly, only to see a huge black dragon surveying it with a pair of scarlet eyes. It felt like looking at food. Silver Dream Demon. Saron recognized this type of demon. With the appearance of a brooding handsome man, it had sharp horns and bat wings, with beast legs underneath. With a waistband. It was really handsome for some humans. But Saron doesn't like it because this guy has almost no use other than being horny and liking to date P-friends. Just a torturer or P-friend for some powerful demons. Dragon! The Silver Dream Demon exclaimed, weren't there only 2 beautiful females waiting to be pampered here? Why would there be a black dragon? Without saying a word he opened his wings intending to fly into the summoning spell. But Saron wouldn't give him that chance. With one claw, he pinned the Silver Dream Demon to the ground. Silver Dream Demon tried to attack Saron with his weapon claws and teeth, but his power was too weak. It was almost impossible to do any damage to Salon. Elise on the side looked at this demon mockingly. This strength couldn't even defeat himself and still wanted to have thoughts about her. There shouldn't be much difference between this guy eating and not eating. Saron said in the universal language without hiding anything. Don't eat me, I'm useful, I'm very useful. The Silver Dream Demon's ability to survive was strong, modesty and dignity counted for nothing to a hell demon. I can infiltrate human society for you, to find any treasure you need, beautiful females, and... But Saron remained unmoved, his eyes even more dangerous. Honorable Lord Black Dragon, I am a demon under the Demon Lord Red Flame Archon. If you kill me then. Salan didn't waste any time to directly exert a force, and suddenly blood, flesh and broken bones flowed out from between the cracks of his claws. He had the telepathic ability to slightly sense some of the emotions of creatures below his own existence. This guy was lying almost all the way through the rest of the sentence except for the one at the beginning. Reasonably, if he was a human, having such a demonic henchman who was well versed in infiltration, torture and the like was a good deal. Moreover, this guy has the same ability as a chimera, able to confuse humans, plus his own intelligence is good, can be a schemer. But he is a black dragon, itself is a foreigner, simply can't use these human intrigues and tricks and power tactics and so on. Salan put the Silver Dream Demon's meatloaf corpse on the side, intending to try his luck at the next feast. Then he looked at Elise and said, "Continue." Elise was shaken. She originally thought that Salan summoned the demon for something else. She didn't realize that it was purely for the sake of eating, and when she thought of the quasi-demon from last time, Elise's heart was a little hairy. Chapter 97 Soul Judgment Demon. Strangely enough, after Elise summoned it several times in a row, it didn't succeed in summoning it again. "Lord Salan, there doesn't seem to be anything else over here," Elise was about to say when suddenly a huge arm poked out from the magic formation. It was an arm full of long gray hairs with chilling claws. The huge arm groped around, seemingly searching for something. Elise and Winnie hurriedly dodged away to avoid the thick arm. "Huey obviously came in from here just now, right? Why is it gone?" A gruff female voice came out from the side of the magic array. Saron curiously observed the arm. Judging from this arm, the demon on the opposite side was definitely not small in size. Only to see the other party touch and feel a mass of flesh and blood. It was the corpse of that Silver Dream Demon from before. It had already been pinched by Salan so much that he couldn't see its original appearance. That arm touched it, then paused seemingly in disbelief. "Ah! Who is it? How dare you kill my plaything?" A terrifying hissing sound came out from the magic formation. Immediately afterward, a huge creature squeezed out from it. Close to 9 meters tall, with a very comical and obese form, its body seemed to be like a mix between an ape and a boar. A pair of slightly thin wings grew behind its bloated body, and gray body hair covered its entire body. "Soul Judgment Demon?" Saron's eyes were filled with joy. "Who dares to kill my favorite?" Ah! Just as the rebel soul demon was furious, she was planning to look for the enemy that killed her beloved Silver Dream Demon. Saron came eye to eye with this Judgment Soul Demon. The Judgment Soul Demon's eyes were filled with astonishment as it looked at Saron's huge figure, while Saron's eyes were filled with joy. "Dragon, did you kill my dearest Huey?" Judgment Soul Demon said as he looked at the corpse of Silver Dream Demon under Saron's claws. "You could say that," Saron admitted readily. "Damn it! Judgment Soul Demon, as a large evil demon, wasn't afraid of a black dragon. That Silver Dream Demon had brought her so much pleasure, and that wonderful body had actually turned into a mess." Roar! The Judgment Soul Demon let out a piercing roar. It then flapped its two comical feathered wings and lunged directly towards Salan. As a Judgment Soul Demon, she had experienced many wars. She had faced an adult black dragon in one of the foreign wars, and at that time, her strength and the other party were almost on par. It was just that some of the dragon language magic was rather disgusting, and she still knew quite a bit about the black dragon's methods. Although this black dragon looks a little different, but she has confidence in herself to believe that even if she can't defeat this black dragon, but definitely won't lose. Sarong became interested. He also stretched out his dragon claw to face the sharp claws of the Soul Judgment Demon. Pust! The Soul Judgment Demon's sharp claw and Sarong's dragon claw came together. Roar! The Judgment Soul Demon directly retreated several steps as she looked down at her claws. The sharp claws on it were cut off. Salan's dragon claw, on the other hand, was unharmed. Judgment Soul Demon looked at Salan with a grave expression. This black dragon was very strange. As a Soul Judgment Demon, what it was most proud of was its strength and melee attacks. But the black dragon in front of her was more powerful than her, and the destructive power of its claws was even more powerful than hers. It wasn't going to be fun this time. The rebel Soul Demon didn't expect that it was looking for its own gunnery partner that it would actually encounter a black dragon that was so strange. "You're good," Saron said as he looked at the scratches above his dragon claw. Although it didn't break defense, the dragon claw was one of the tougher parts of his body, and it actually got some scratches. "You don't look like a black dragon," Judgment Soul Demon said seriously. "You don't seem to be worried about your safety at all?" Saron felt a little strange looking at this Judgment Soul Demon's calm appearance. "Death is death, being killed and eaten by you is just like that. Anyway, I've enjoyed what I should have enjoyed, not to mention that you can't necessarily kill me," Judgment Soul Demon said indifferently. The desire to kill, the physical desire she had long ago enjoyed enough. "Then let's try to see if I can kill you." A fierce light flashed in Salan's eyes. Rupture! Countless earth thorns sprang up within 50 meters or so of the Judgment Soul Demon's feet. Judgment Soul Demon wanted to fly, but the Rupture skill rift also had a retardation spell effect. Her poor little wings fluttered a few times and she was unable to fly. She was directly topped by the earth spikes. At this time, Salon had already appeared behind her, and his strong dragon claw probed at the Soul Judgment Demon's heart. The Judgment Soul Demon was so scared that its body's veins rippled, and just in the nick of time the Judgment Soul Demon's figure suddenly disappeared. Salon's dragon claw directly missed. He carefully sensed the source of vibration around him, and just now he had memorized the vibration characteristics of the Soul Judgment Demon. Then he looked to the corner more than 50 meters away in the distance, where the Soul Condemned Demon's figure appeared. Salon looked at his opponent in surprise. This was a flash? This guy actually had flash, carelessness. You guy. Judgment Soul Demon was just about to say something when Saron directly used fire magic. Explosive flame dance. Rumble. 13 huge fire dragons flew towards the Judgment Soul Demon, and Salon took this opportunity to carefully observe the Judgment Soul Demon. And the Soul Judgment Demon flew out again with a strange cry, directly crashing through the roof of the Great Hall and flying high into the sky. But the fire dragon is still chasing after it. Compared to the fire dragon, the speed of the Soul Judgment Demon is too slow. The Soul Judgment Demon gritted its teeth, intending to resist Salon's fire magic. But then a blue electric light spit from the back of several fire dragons quickly attacked the Soul Judgment Demon. The Soul Condemned Demon had no choice but to use the short-range teleportation skill it had just used again to avoid Salon's attack. The distant Salon finally saw clearly the Soul Judgment Demon's casting action to launch this short-range teleportation. This guy would press his right paw on the center of his forehead before launching the spell, and then his body would instantly disappear. Under Salon's perception again, the Soul Judgment Demon had actually appeared in the palace, and she channeled a portion of her magic power towards the magic formation to stabilize it. It looked like she intended to return to the magic formation. A good sound bite. No wonder this guy is so emboldened. But Saron wouldn't give her the chance as he quickly flew into the Great Hall. Fear Light. The Soul Judgment Demon was about to unleash her most powerful magic to temporarily repel this black dragon in front of her when a piercing dragon roar interrupted the trajectory of the magic in her body, resulting in the magic not being unleashed. Put. Saron's dragon claw stabbed behind her into the body of the Soul Judgment Demon and pinched her heart. This time you'll instantly move again. The Judgment Soul Demon's powerful life force made it so that she didn't die immediately. You guy, how could you be a black dragon? Bright red blood flowed out of the Judgment Soul Demon's huge mouth. And Salon had an idea in his heart as he looked at the Judgment Soul Demon in front of him with a mouth full of bad breath. Chapter 98 Planting. Saron spat out a twisted seed from his mouth and followed the Judgment Demon's wound into her body. What do you want? The Soul Judgment Demon felt a bit creeped out when she saw the twisted seed. Seeing that the twisted seed had already entered the Judgment Soul Demon's body, Salon pulled his dragon claw out of the Judgment Soul Demon's body. At once, under the powerful self-healing ability of the demons, the wounds in front of the Soul Judge Demon's body began to recover. For some demons, as long as they were not killed on the spot, then the wounds sustained would always slowly recover. What did you do to me? The Soul Judgment Demon clearly saw that strange thing enter his body. Didn't do anything. It's just a small gift. Of course you can try to keep running away. Saron said. Judgment Soul Demon didn't care about that, just as she wanted to continue toward the inside of the magic formation. A sudden burst of pain covered her entire body parts from her head. Judgment Soul Demon had a premonition that some kind of very terrible thing would happen if she really continued to walk towards the inside. This is a means of control for you, isn't it? As a Soul Judgment Demon, she naturally had seen it all. After all, demons did this kind of thing quite a lot. Saron stopped prodding the twisted seed within the Judgment Soul Demon. You can think so, he said without a care in the world. What do you want? Judgment Soul Demon also calmed down when she saw that Salon didn't finish herself off the first time. Although she wasn't afraid of death, she wouldn't deliberately seek death if she could live. You'll be my henchman. Hunt other demons for me. Of course you can choose to refuse, Salon said indifferently. Let me be your henchman. Don't you know that a powerful demon like me? Then go to hell. Before Saron could even wait for the Judgment Soul Demon to finish speaking, he directly stretched out his dragon claw to cut off one of the other's arms and began to activate the twisted seed. Judgment Soul Demon instantly felt bad. She just relaxed her guard and didn't dodge this. Looking at Salon's serious look, she hurriedly said, Wait. I agree. Really don't see the coffin. Salon mocked. The Soul Judgment Demon didn't know what Saron meant by that, but also understood that the other party was mocking her. Your first task is to hunt another Judgment Soul Demon, or you can use yourself instead. Saron took the arm of the Judgment Soul Demon he had just cut off and slapped the other party's forehead. Understood. Strangely enough, the Judgment Soul Demon felt that he didn't seem to have much hate value towards the black dragon in front of him, which didn't seem normal. What's your name? Saron asked casually. Debbie, Judgment Soul Demon said. Debbie? Salon looked at the Judgment Soul demon in front of him, who looked like a pig and a monkey, and nodded, a dork indeed. There were still people called that? However, Salon thought of that misunderstanding when he once asked Sardar's name, and then he probably realized that it seemed that a dork was not a dork. Shall we make a contract? Said the Soul Judgment demon with a slight sneer. Then make a contract. Though Saron had faith in the Twisted Seed, he decided to add another insurance policy. You. Soul Judgment demon Debbie immediately had the feeling of lifting a stone and smashing her own foot. Soon the two made a contract, which roughly meant that Soul Judge demon Debbie had to capture demons for Salon that satisfied him. Then Salon could release the control cloud as appropriate. The soul condemned demon then walked into the magic formation covering her broken arm. For her this experience was bizarre. The moment the magic formation disappeared, Salon closed his eyes and began to sense the other party through the mind chain he had just placed on the Soul Judgment demon. But unfortunately it didn't sense it, as if it was a fog. Then Salon continued to sense the Twisted Seed, and the Twisted Seed could actually sense a little bit vaguely. But it seemed that it was not clear due to the fact that it was interdimensional. After all, the main material plane and the outer planes were separated by an unknown distance. But Salon realized that he could control the Twisted Seed at any time to keep it in an activated state, thus achieving the goal of killing the other party. This way there was no fear that the other party would not honor their agreement. For Salon this time, planting the Twisted Seed for the soul-condemned demon was more cost-effective than directly eating the other party. Although it was possible to obtain a new talent after eating the other party. But it wouldn't be easy to encounter this kind of more powerful demon in the future. The Soul Judgment demon was like a seed, and he hoped that this one demonic seed would produce countless demonic fruits, letting him eat enough of them. And just in case he left one of the other's arms behind. If the Soul Judgment demon died or didn't come back, he should be able to obtain the Soul Judgment demon's traits through this arm. After all, the telepathic talent he got from the horned demon Idris last time was obtained by eating part of its body. At the same time, Salon was curious about the outer realms. After all, the 7 layers of heaven as well as the 9 layers of hell as well as the bottomless abyss realm were there. It was the place where gods and powerful demons and some other creatures were located. This time the Soul Judgment demon was an opportunity. Lord Salon. Just as Sarong was thinking, Nisa and Winnie and Elise all walked over. During the battle with the Soul Judgment demon just now, Salon had requested for them not to intervene. Elise, can the summoning magic array still summon demons? Salon asked directly. Lord Salon, yes it can, but it may not be able to summon a more powerful demon like the one just now. Because that demon has already made a kind of contract with you, this summoning spell formation is for her exclusive use, and my subordinate's magic power has not yet recovered, said Elise with a lowered brow. Then go down first. Nisa stays, Saron said as he looked at the place next to where the magic formation had disappeared. It seemed that his demonic vegetable garden wasn't quite perfect yet, so take your time. One day all the 9 layers of hell will become one's own vegetable garden. For now it's better to enjoy life. After all, such an ugly Soul Judgment demon is accompanied by a silver dream demon. Saron then turned into his dragonman form and walked over to take Nisa's hand. Elise bent down and left the area. Winnie, however, did not. She bit her lip and looked at the backs of Salon and Nisa, somewhat wanting to say something, but in the end, she retreated glumly. Salon glanced at the place where Winnie left and shook his head. Cannot run away. Then look at Nisa. Today's Nisa wore a black dress, long white hair to the waist, slender waist looks to appear to be swaying in front of the chest. The contrast between her white skin and the black dress made her skin even more white. The most important thing was that today she was in a double ponytail. This made Sarong's heart even hotter, and he directly embraced Nisa into his arms. Feeling Nisa's breath and caressing the warm softness in his arms, Salon felt this moment was great. Chapter 99, The Present Situation. Lord Saron, what is our next objective? In the palace, Saron transformed into his draconic form and sat on a massive chair. Nisa was red-faced and held in his arms. Are there any other more powerful races around this territory where you drow elves are? Saron asked as he stroked the 2 floppy rabbit ears. There are a lot of races around, but ever since we drow came here they have united and are very hostile to us. Elise whispered. I need information on the surrounding area. Saron skimmed her. Yes, my master. Elise suddenly threw a wink at Saron. But having Nisa in his arms kept Salon experiencing the feeling of warmth and softness. He didn't really have any special thoughts. Go down. Salon coldly expelled the other party. Elise looked at Nisa and finally retreated. Lord Salon, Maya said before that this Elise doesn't seem to have a good heart. Nisa said as she poked her head out of Salon's arms after seeing Elise leave. I hope she doesn't have good intentions, Saron said with a smile. With the mind chain watching and the Twisted Seed controlling him, he wanted to see if this guy could surprise him. I'm going out, you stay with Winnie for a while. Salon stood up and touched Nisa's forehead. After all, it was his first mate, he still cared quite a bit. Lord Salon, I understand, you be safe. Nisa also stood up. She now had a heart all set on Saron. She didn't know what the future held, but for now she was happy. Salan didn't say any more, and after restoring his main body he flew out of the great hall towards the ground. After flying for some time, Salan flew to the cave where the original green-footed dragon snake was. At this time, Bear 2, who was guarding the cave, was still huffing and puffing. He was surrounded by hard stone walls cast in earth and stone, and Salan quickly locked onto Bear 2's position based on his mind chain and vibrational perception. Without making a sound, he broke through Bear 2's layer of stone wall with a claw. Like grabbing a kitten, he grabbed the back of Bear 2's neck collar and lifted the other out. "Silly bear, did you miss me?" Sarong asked as he looked at the startled Bear 2. Roar roar roar. Bear 2 was a bit startled when he was suddenly grabbed out like this, but after seeing Salan's appearance, he immediately quieted down. He looked a little aggravated. Salan ignored the other party's aggrieved look. A hideous face of the cracked ground bear to engage in such an expression is a bit disgusting. "Bear 2, this defensive fortress of yours is not going to work. Look, I broke it open with one claw. If there was really an intruder you wouldn't burp on the spot?" Salan said comfortingly. Bear 2 rubbed his brain after being placed on the ground by Saron. It seemed like it was like that. The black dragon broke through the stone wall defense with a single claw, so other enemies should be able to as well. There really isn't much security in that case. Saron placed a twisted seed into Komoji's body without a sound. "Alright, you keep guarding." Salan finished speaking and flew out, leaving the cave. He had a very important purpose for coming out this time. This time, after expending so much effort, he had only obtained the 2 essence gold ore fields of the underground worlds or elves. However, these 2 veins of fine gold ore had already been mined by the Zols for a period of time, so the reserves were very limited, and together they were even far less than the previous magic iron ore veins. This made Sarong unusually annoyed. It also made him realize how lucky he was to be able to get 2 large ore veins in a row back then. Plus, now that he had the strength, he decided to go back to get his own veins and look for his former enemies in the meantime. After all, he was very vindictive. The Voltan family and that what's-her-name Del Kingdom, he wanted to get back at them. Maybe these guys wouldn't have expected him to come back so soon. Saron thought with a wicked sense of humor. After all, the growth cycle of a giant dragon is quite long. 100 years old before reaching adulthood. So it's not too late for a giant dragon to take revenge for 100 years. And he himself was already an adult gargoyle at this size now. Salan continued to fly in the direction that he had come from. After flying for about half a day, Salan arrived at the Larkana Mountains. After casually killing 2 unknowing magical beasts to fill up his stomach, Salan's heart was bursting with pride. Salan knew that if he flew along the Larkana Mountains again, he would be able to enter the Sunset Forest. At the same time, under the Topaz Vein, in a wide tunnel, the one-eyed troll Sardar was sitting on top of a large stone, and the tunnel's stone walls were inlaid with some topaz stones. A faint yellow light was revealed. "Chieftain, this period of time it has become more and more difficult for us to obtain food, and we nearly got discovered by those humans, should we?" A forest troll looked at Shadar in front of him. "I know what you mean, but since Lord Salan has already taken the goblins and dogheads as his favorites, we can no longer look at them as food, especially at this time. And I don't want to hear any more of that kind of talk." A fierce light appeared in Shadar's one eye. At that time, due to the hasty evacuation, many things were not brought over, especially food. Since human soldiers had been stationed outside, finding food had become exceptionally difficult. Shadar was actually not afraid to fight with human soldiers, but their evil Tooth tribe and those goblin dogheads were hiding inside the Topaz Vein. If really for some food exposure here, then undoubtedly will happen very serious consequences. After all, in Sardar's heart, Salan will definitely come back. Some forest trolls do not quite understand Sardar's idea. After all, at that time the human power, the Black Dragon is obviously not a rival. But Shadar has personally seen the horror of Salan's ability to grow to the extreme. He believed that it wouldn't be long before Saron would return, so he had been here all this time. The Goblin Chief Vixen and the Dogman Chief Doug were both here as well. They had also been mining the vein downwards. Down there they found a dark underground river with some glowing fish and other creatures. Since there weren't many goblins and dogheads, they could barely stay alive. Chapter 100, Saron's Intentions. Chief Doug, some of the forest trolls are looking at us differently now. Deeper in the mine the goblins and dogmen were hiding. The dog-headed man Chief Doug was gnawing on a raw fish. Next to him, the goblin leader Vixen said with a sad face. He felt as if he was back in the past when he became the meat of the forest trolls. Doug was silent for a moment and continued. "Vix, you'll go with me to meet Shadar later. Take half of our food with you by the way." "Doug, what are you?" Vickers looked confused. "Vix, I ask you, do you believe that the true Dragon Lord will return?" Doug looked at the gnome in front of him. "Definitely will come back, otherwise what do we keep digging for?" Vickers said decisively. "Because that black dragon was really special. Since you even think so, then Sardar must think so too." "Ha! And the food is just an afterthought. I'm sure Sardar will make the right choice. Doug stood up after eating the fish with its spines and meat. I'm coming with you. Vex gritted his teeth and decided to trust Doug. Doug gave a look that was long overdue and ordered his men to take some of the food that had been stored up and go in search of Sardar. Along the way Doug looked around at the strong forest trolls in his heart but didn't panic at all, while behind him Vickers was scared and trembling. Sardar, on the other hand, was surprised by their arrival, but he still received them. Chief Sardar. Doug, you took great credit in recovering the mineral vein in the first place. Sardar stared at Doug in front of him with one eye. Chief Sardar, I came today with only one purpose. Doug stared without fear at Sardar, who was much taller than him, in front of him. Do you think Lord Saron will return? Then what do you think? There was a dangerous gleam in Sardar's eyes. Definitely coming back, Doug said with certainty. Doug, you know what, originally I kinda despised you guys, but now I kinda admire you. Don't worry, from now on we'll be the best of brothers. I'll restrain those clansmen so that they don't harass you. After all of us are Lord Salon's dependents, Sardar said cheerfully. While Vex on the side was a bit confused, this is a success, not even taking out the food? Over here, Salon finally reached the camp where the evil Tooth tribe was previously located after flying for some time. At the top of a high cliff, Salon tightened his wings and landed on it. Below was the camp of the evil Tooth tribe. Looking closely, this place seemed to have been transformed into a human stronghold. From time to time there were some sparse human soldiers walking in and out. Vibration perception. Salon began to carefully sense all the sources of vibration inside the camp. After all, the sound of a human's heartbeat was too obvious to Saron, who possessed vibration perception. It was simply a beacon of light in the darkness. A total of 139 vibration sources, that's 139 people. Let's recover some interest first. Saron's scarlet eyes blinked, and then he flew up. He was going to give these human soldiers a big surprise. Let them see the bombers of the previous world. Salon began to fly higher and higher into the sky, finally reaching an altitude of almost 1,000 meters. Explosive bombs. Only 24 huge explosive bombs were seen gradually molding around Salon's body. Earth and stone technique. After seeing the fireballs all take shape, Sarong began to mobilize the earth magic elements around him, and a block of earth and stone 5 or 6 meters in diameter began to take shape. Then prepare for the surprise. In the camp of the former evil Tooth tribe, a tall, white-armored man was eating the roasted meat on the table. Mard, handing over the mining task with the most fat oil to that idiot Velo, while having me stationed here to sweep out some forest trolls. General, don't worry about that. With your position you don't need those broken ores to increase your merit anymore. A junior soldier under his command said respectfully. What do you know? That's an unprecedented amount of reserves. It's not comparable to ordinary veins. And, what's that in the sky? Did the sun fall? Suddenly a soldier looked up at the dozens of large fireballs in the sky and said suspiciously. Enemy attack. The white-armored general had just finished his sentence already too late. Rumble. Dozens of boulders fell directly down with gravitational acceleration, smashing the ground out of huge and incomparable craters. There were countless deaths and injuries for a while, immediately followed by the explosive flame bombs behind them. They also exploded in the campground. Salon's magic power was very sufficient, so the power of the cohesive explosive flame bomb was even stronger. The biggest difference between explosive flame bomb and fireball is that explosive flame bomb will explode. It was just like the kind of small bombs in Sarong's previous life. But the flame produced by the magic is not comparable to the mortal fire. Salon looked at the camp below that became a sea of fire inwardly without joy or sadness. It seemed that this bomber of his was still quite qualified. He landed in the center of the camp, and in the process, a claw helped relieve the pain of a soldier who was crushed by dirt and rocks. With one step Saron just walked over to where his cave used to be and began to stop for a while. Come out, worm, Saron said as he looked at a boulder at his feet. Rumble. The boulder was lifted off the ground and a strong white-armored man fled frantically into the distance. Saron sent the white-armored man flying with a claw, and the other party used this force to disappear into the distance after paying the price of spitting out a mouthful of blood. And Salon looked at the opponent's back without chasing after him. His purpose had been achieved. Saron began to clean up the lucky ones who escaped the bombardment like catching bugs. These soldiers had nothing to hide under the gift of vibrational perception. The white-armored man who was using his magic scroll to escape had a wave of fear in his heart. Damn, how could he be attacked by a dragon? I heard that at that time the family had rounded up a black dragon but it escaped. It can't be this one. How could it be so unlucky? Didn't it say that the other party wouldn't dare to come back for at least 50 years? What a bullshit conclusion. While he was escaping, he didn't notice that a strange little red thing had entered his body. Normally with his strength the parasite of the twisted seed would have noticed it. However, he had already panicked to the extreme after experiencing the total annihilation of the camp and the appearance of the black dragon. Naturally, he wouldn't care about this. Chapter 101 Changes. Salon searched this temporary camp for a few moments. After killing all the surviving human soldiers, he directly flew towards the topaz vein. After all, the topaz vein was more important than the magic iron vein. When he flew over the topaz vein, Salon found that there was still a human army on the ground, and they seemed to be on patrol. And the original location of the topaz vein was no longer a mining site or anything like that, and it had turned into a lot of broken boulder pits that looked unremarkable. This made Salon breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Sardar and the others had done a good job and hadn't been discovered by the humans about their topaz vein. Otherwise he would have been upset at losing even a little bit. Why are there forest trolls here? A soldier looked at the surrounding stones in a bored manner. But traces of forest trolls were indeed found here before. Maybe it's a forest troll that didn't escape. Hurry up and find it and solve it to hand in the mission. There were almost 40 soldiers in this group, belonging to the army directly under the Voltan family. This place had already been probed by the family spellcasters with earth magic before, and nothing wrong was found. But the strange thing was that some traces of forest trolls were actually found a few days ago. In fact, the Voltan family wasn't interested in any forest trolls at all. The only thing they cared about was that black dragon. What is that? Suddenly a figure seemed to fly out from the sun. Watch out! But it was already too late. A blue lightning spit directly covered the entire search party. Screams rose and fell, and from time to time the smell of roasting meat came out. Salon had just approached over the squad with the cover of the sun. Without much ado, he directly used lightning spit. These soldiers had no way to resist, just the high temperature effect of the current was enough to kill them. Salon landed on the ground and looked at the charred human corpses in front of him without a fluctuation in his heart. He began to use his vibration sense to start the sound of these soldiers' heartbeats. Then ended a few playing dead soldiers, a small team, it must be neat and tidy. After resolving these, Salon searched for the original or mine. Vibration perception. Salon carefully perceived the movement of the ground. Finally, he heard a few vibration sources at a distance of more than 130 meters from the ground. Salon, who had previously spent a long time in the Evil Tooth tribe, instantly recognized that this was precisely the heartbeat of a forest troll. Salon looked at the ground in front of him. It looked like Shadar and the others had been digging down in order to prevent their enemies from finding this place. It had been digging downwards, and the earth and rocks dug out came back to fill the tunnel. Salon thought for a moment and then began to mobilize the magic power in his body to control the surrounding earth elements. The magic power was constantly sinking into the ground from Saron's body. Rumble! Only to see the ground begin to shake. Immediately after that, the ground within a 50-meter radius centered around Sarong slowly began to rise. It stopped after rising to almost 80 meters, revealing a dark tunnel. This was an outgoing tunnel left by Sardar and the others. It was an elevated platform that Saron had formed by controlling the earth element to make a portion of the ground rise for a distance. Utilizing magic in this way was rather magic intensive, but it was just like that for Saron. Roar! A deafening dragon roar immediately followed into the ground below. With the bonus of wild screams, Saron's roar traveled deep under the ground. At this moment, Sardar and Doug, who were still tense under the ground because of the violent shaking sound, also heard this long dragon roar. The kind of sound that made the breath in their bodies shake for a while would not have a second. Lord Saron has returned, Shadar said excitedly. This is definitely Lord Saron's voice, I can't hear it wrong. And Doug and the goblin chief Vex looked at each other. They knew they should have made it through. With Saron waiting, it wasn't long before the sludge-covered Shadar came out of the tunnel with his people and the goblin dog leader. Lord Saron! The first thing Shadar saw was the huge figure on top of the high platform. This 16-meter-long black dragon had changed a lot compared to before though. But the scarlet eyes and unique stance made Shadar determine at first glance that this was none other than his lord. The goblins and dogheads in the back even ran directly to the bottom of the high platform and knelt down. Great true dragon lord, you have finally returned. Saron looked at Shadar, Vex, and Dawnguard at the forefront and nodded his head to give his approval. You guys are good. After all, if they wanted to live in this situation it was simple, just run away. After all, Saron himself had run away. But the first thing they actually thought about was guarding the topaz vein. And guard it very well. Lord Salon, this is what we should do. Sardar patted his chest. Sardar, the human squad here and the group of humans that occupied the Evil Tooth tribe have all been killed by me, but the tribe is also ruined. Later on, you take a portion of the clan there to clean up the mess and retrieve some of the loot. As you wish, Lord Salon. And Salon looked at the three chiefs around him and pondered for a moment. Then stretching out his dragon claw, 3 blood-red twisted seeds appeared in the center of his claw. This is what you deserve, incorporated into your bodies. Doug, you first. Saron whispered. The seed of distortion then entered Doug's body. Doug felt that he was a little hot all over after that blood-red thing was integrated into his body. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. Click, click, click. Doug's body began to change. the original strange scales on his body surface slowly fell off and then turned into black scales. The body began to slowly become taller, the original short appearance had long since disappeared, the body height had almost caught up with Shadal. At the same time, the claws and teeth began to become longer, cold light flashing, looks incomparably sharp. Until then the changes finally stopped. Doug suddenly felt a burst of hunger. He directly began to gnaw on the dead human soldiers on the ground. Salon nodded as he took the initiative to control the twisted seed to slightly modify Doug a little without harming his own body. As early as on the way here he had discovered through experimentation on those magical beasts that he could actually catalyze part of the twisted seed's ability to have a benign influence on the host. It was just that the change in Doug seemed a bit big now. Chapter 102 Changes, 2. Many thanks to Lord Saron for his gift. After eating a full 4 human corpses, Doug finally stopped. He knelt on one knee in front of Salon and said, feeling the powerful strength in his body, Doug was unusually excited in his heart. Due to his race his strength had increased abnormally slowly. But this time was completely different. Lord Salon, Shadar looked at that originally inconspicuous dog-headed man, instantly turned into this kind of guy that made himself feel incomparably scornful. His eyes eagerly looked at Salon. After all, becoming stronger was every creature's instinct. Without hesitation, Salon directly integrated the twisted seed into Shadar's body. Sardar immediately felt as if his blood boiled for a moment. Immediately afterward, the wounds on top of his body were rapidly healing. At this time, he felt his eye socket suddenly itch, and Shadar ripped off the rag that had originally covered his one eye, only to see some tiny red tentacles sprouted from the originally empty eye socket. Then a blood-red eyeball rapidly took shape in the eye socket, and Shadar's body also began to change, with a piece of tiny black scales sprouting above his arms. The muscles on his arms grew thicker and thicker, as if they were twisted from steel. Lord Salon, I seem to be able to see, and the vision in this eye seems to be much better than the other one. Shadar had a normal troll eye in one eye at this time, while the other was a scarlet vertical pupil that looked incomparably bizarre. He was a bit uncomfortable as he continued to cover up his red eye. After all, the difference in vision between the two eyes was too great, making it a bit difficult for him. Shadar felt that his troll bloodline might be returning to his ancestor, it was just that it would take a while. It was important to realize the trolls were part of the giant race, but their forest trolls were quite a bit smaller than those other trolls. This made their combat power relatively low. But now Shadar felt that the bloodline in his body seemed to be metamorphosing. Salon looked at his two men. The twisted seed seemed to have a somewhat different boost for Shadar and Doug. For Doug's enhancement is obviously higher. Look at Doug now, this way Shadar may not be able to mess with Doug. Great true dragon lord, your magnificent figure is so. Vickers saw Salon turned his gaze to him and said hurriedly, Alright, how is the amount of mining during this period of time? Salon asked directly. Lord Salon, during the time you left we have been mining ore, and now all the mined ore is stored in the underground tunnels. Vex hurriedly said. Very good. It seemed that these guys hadn't been lazy because of their departure. Vex, this belongs to you. As usual, Saron gave Vex a twisted seed. Vex was overjoyed, although he didn't know what it was. He had seen the changes in Doug and Sardar. Just because he didn't like fighting didn't mean he didn't want to become strong. Strengthened by the twisted seed, Vex's claws also became sharper. A layer of black scales covered his claws, but nothing else had changed, just the muscles looked stronger. Although his heart fell a little, Vex was still happy. After all, being able to become strong was good. This is my reward for your loyalty. The changes now are just the beginning. You'll find more benefits later. And if you all perform great feats, then I will treat you all the same. Saron looked at the other forest trolls who were looking at him with bated breath, especially the dogheads and goblins. There seemed to be light in their eyes. A true dragon could really make them powerful. Though Saron could now let all the dependents present all obtain a twisted seed. But he didn't do so. Because what would Sardar and the few chiefs think if he did that? After all, things are precious. Moreover, Salon's goal was not the goblins and dogheads present. He needed a lot of these toolman dependents. And although the twisted seed had side effects, it had a higher boost for the organism. And this side effect was only known to himself and was still within his control. Now go ahead and gather your people. I'm going to make those guys pay in the first place. Saron spread his huge wings. Kill. Follow Lord Saron and take revenge. Sardar, who was gnawing on his meat, was the first to react and shouted, Kill! 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 What? That black dragon is back? Victor asked incredulously as he looked at his wretched men in front of him. Really, matriarch, that black dragon wiped out our camp in half a minute. If it wasn't for me having some means I would have died long ago, the white-armored man said. And he's so much more powerful now than what the clan recorded last time, that huge body, and powerful fire magic, and even earth magic. The white-armored man detailed all the information he encountered at that time. And Victor's face gradually became gloomy. You go down, Victor said coldly after listening. Yes. The white-armored man warily retreated. Victor, on the other hand, began to ponder alone. If his men weren't wrong, then that black dragon was indeed a bit weird. After all, true dragons had a very long lifespan, and that was what caused their growth rate to be very slow. And that black dragon's kind of growth process that went against the laws of growth had never occurred before. But it could also be that true dragons had some means of speeding up the growth process that they didn't know about. After all, true dragons were quite an ancient species. One still knew too little about these powerful magical creatures. But just in time, let this black dragon be the first sacrifice after his transformation. Or one could make this black dragon one's greatest sacrifice, which would definitely bring one to the highest starting point. It was so much more powerful than that stupid seducing demon and that idiot-like horned demon Idris. Ambition appeared in Victor's eyes. As a human he wanted to be the upper echelon, even as a demon he wanted to be the strongest among demons. He, Victor, no matter what life form he was in, had to be the best. Incoming! At Victor's command 2 guards in black armor walked in. Matriarch, go and ask Tears to inform those clans that are friends with us. Tell them that I invite them to come and discuss the great plan of slaying dragons. I hope that they can bring the best warriors in their clans with them. Victor faintly said. As you wish. The 2 guards slowly retreated. Come on, all of you. A never-before-seen cruel light flashed in Victor's eyes. Chapter 103, Ingredients for Soul Judgment Demons. Next to the Topaz Vein. A new camp had been set up here long ago, and Saron had directly used earth magic to create a cave for himself. Just now, he used his mind lock to observe the guy he had intentionally put back earlier. Through his perspective, he saw that old guy Victor. This guy still seemed to be the same kind of sophisticated, and Salon always felt as if this guy was up to something. But I believe that in front of his own strength, he will be just like that no matter how much he bounces. At this time, Salon suddenly felt that the space around him seemed to be fluctuating, and a familiar aura appeared in front of him. This is? Rumble. A blood-red portal took shape in front of Salon's body. A familiar figure squeezed out of the portal. Your thing. The person who came was none other than the soul judgment demon Debbie, who threw down a body covered in scars from her back. It was the corpse of another rebel soul demon. You're that efficient? Saron stood up and used his claws to pick at the corpse of this rebellious soul demon, which seemed to be much smaller than Debbie. I hunted this guy down for a full month before I got him, Debbie said with a big grin. In fact, she didn't say that this soul-condemned demon was her ally, and she had only seriously injured the other party under a sudden sneak attack. Otherwise, with the demon's survivability and the soul judgment demon's short-range teleportation, it wouldn't have been easy to kill him. Debbie did not feel guilty at all. For the so-called allies of the demons, there is nothing that cannot be betrayed. Demons are inherently chaotic and disorganized. Salon looked at Debbie. Always feel something is not right. He looked at the panel on the cooldown of the feast. There are still 2 days. You said you hunted down this soul judgment demon for a month? Oh, the flow of time in the material world and the 9 hells is a little different, Debbie explained impatiently. I see. Salon didn't lose face for his ignorance. Actually, I still have a question. You should be an abyssal demon, right? So why have you been staying in the 9 levels of hell? Sarong took this opportunity to plan to get a good understanding. The bottomless abyss is not something that ordinary demons can enter. Those like me who are not strong enough to go there wouldn't be able to mix well, and might become snacks for some demon lord. Instead, the 9th layer hell would be more comfortable. Debbie felt that this black dragon had said too much today. She wanted to leave. How come you can come to me directly through the magic formation? Because we have signed a contract, so I can directly locate your spatial coordinates using otherworldly teleportation, Debbie said quickly. Before Salon could ask another question, she headed directly towards the magic array. Next time you'll have to bring another demon, Saron said directly. Debbie didn't say anything but walked straight into the magic formation and left the area. She still had to go and enjoy the few handsome silver dream demons she had just captured, so how could she have the heart to talk nonsense here with this black dragon who was not in his right mind? And Salon was still thinking about the 9 layers of hell and the bottomless abyss. Vex, bring me all my topaz stones. Salon directly gave Vex an order through the mind lock. Vex, who had just been fortified, was in the middle of adding to the goblin clan when he was suddenly disturbed like this and instantly became weak. Lord Salon, not caring about the gazes of the female goblins underneath him, Vex lifted his pants and ran out, beginning to tightly arrange for his men to transport the yellow ore towards Salon's cave. Salon naturally did not know about this, he only needed his own ore. Soon after the transportation of the gnomes, Salon's cave was filled with ores. The magic iron vein side of Salon temporarily do not intend to go. He wanted to improve his strength again after going directly to the Voltan city to destroy that so-called family. After all, he was an evil dragon. The Voltan family intended to kill him, and there shouldn't be anything wrong with him killing them. Looking at the corpse of the soul judgment demon next to him, Sarong sighed. This strength was still rising too slowly. The Voltan city was exceptionally lively these days. It was because the patriarch of the Voltan family had called on the surrounding mercenary groups and adventurers to converge together in Voltan City to kill an evil black dragon. It was rumored that the black dragon had not only attacked the Voltan family's slave-catching group, it also killed Lord Talim of the Voltan family and countless soldiers. It's all about snatching the treasure. I heard that the evil dragon's lair has mountains of treasures, all kinds of powerful weapons and staffs and countless other things. There were hundreds of thousands of gold coins that were looted from the Voltan family alone. At once, all the adventurers and mercenary groups were abuzz. A tavern in Voltan City had burst into flames. Geraint, are you guys here for the Dragon Slayer as well? A big man in animal skin shouted towards a handsome man with long blonde hair. I definitely want to meet such a lively crowd. The blonde man, Geraint, looked around at the scene with interest. Geraint, we can work together when the time comes. To be honest, I don't have much interest in slaying dragons. My biggest interest is still that black dragon's treasure. Not to mention the hundreds of thousands of gold coins. If we go to his cave and pick up a random staff or something like that, we'll make a fortune. The beast-skinned big man said excitedly. Daniel, dragons aren't that simple, especially when it comes to guarding their treasures even more scrupulously. Geraint said seriously. When the time comes, so many mercenary groups and adventurers, as well as the Voltan family's army and spellcasters and the like, the black dragons will have their own to deal with. We don't have to deal with it head on. The big man in animal skin waved his hand without caring. Geraint. Delia, what happened to you? Geraint asked gently as he looked at the petite figure shrouded in black robes behind him. Why don't we just get out of here? Delia said uneasily. Delia, I know that all your former teammates died in the claws of a black dragon, but this black dragon is an adult black dragon, and the one that attacked your mercenary group at that time was only a young dragon. Geraint sighed. But since Delia you don't like it here, let's replenish some equipment here and leave. The highest location in the city of Voltan. Housemaster Victor was on top of a high tower looking at the increasing number of mercenaries underneath with a cold expression on his face. Family Master, these mercenaries are all old farts. When the time comes we can't count on them to contribute. We also have to share their loot for nothing, said one of the elders of the Voltan family. Don't worry, I have my own plan, Victor faintly said. Chapter 104 Walking in the Void? Lord Salon, those humans have bullied us too much. They actually went around publicizing that they were going to discuss dragon slaying in Voltan City, and they even sent us a letter. Sardar said angrily. It was because they had captured more than one wave of adventurers or mercenaries in the past 2 days by themselves. From these people, they learned that the Voltan family was actually calling on the mercenary groups and adventurers around them to deal with the great true dragon, and to rob the true dragon's treasures. This made Shadar furious and thought of going to Voltan City to kill those guys. Shadar seemed a bit grumpy now that his strength had increased. The human adventurers before were all killed by him. Saron felt that Shadar should be partially affected by the twisted seed. Salon, on the other hand, was calm as he felt that this time it didn't seem to be that simple. And to be honest, he was just a poor dragon with all the treasure and stuff going into his stomach. This was probably going to disappoint those adventurers. Shadar, go down first, don't act rashly, wait for my order. Obey. Although he felt very uncomfortable, Shadar curbed his restless bloodthirsty heart under Saron's order, slowly retreating. And Salon's attention at this moment was focused on the top of the panel. The cooldown of Feast had already arrived. He believed that as long as he was strong enough, then no matter what tricks the Voltan family had, he could crush them head-on. Looking at the corpses of the soul-condemned demons in the cave and the countless veins of topaz, Salon felt that it should be enough. Moreover, he had hunted and killed some large magical beasts around him during this period of time. He used them as spare rations. So let the feast begin. What followed was the familiar hunger. This feeling of wanting to devour everything was getting stronger and stronger. Salon began to dismember the ugly corpse of the Soul Judge demon. After being a dragon for so many months, he had long since stopped caring about this. Soul Judge meat was originally what flavor Salon do not know, but in the feast under the auspices of its meat for Salon is the most fragrant. One Soul Judgment demon provided Salon with about 30% of the feast's progress after consuming it. It wasn't much, but it was quite a lot. After all, Saron was mainly in it for the traits. Next up were the magical beast corpses in topaz ores. One by one, they were crunchy, but unfortunately there was no flavoring gold or silver coins or anything like that. It was always so much less interesting. But as he ate, Salon felt something was wrong. Because the percentage of the feast that the ore could provide was much less. For example, originally more than 4 tons of topaz could provide him with almost 1% of the feast progress. But now it actually required 7 tons to barely provide 1%. This meant that he had to devour even more topaz stones to be able to do so. It seemed like the resources were still not enough. Saron opened his scarlet eyes and thought, let's get through this feast first. Salon stopped thinking about this. The heavens were big, and the feast was the biggest. Soon after a few pieces of topaz were left, the feast progress finally reached 100%. After a day, Salon woke up. At this time his body length had reached 18 meters. And the body is even more thick. The body surface of the spikes are also more and more. These spikes from the back, and even the cheeks above, began to break out of the body, making Saron's appearance more and more hideous at this time. Saron, life value, 470. Feast layer, 14. Feast cooldown, 13 days. Talent 1, carnivore. Talent 2, earth magic elemental affinity. Talent 3, fire magic elemental affinity. Talent 4, armor breaking. Talent 5, wild scream. Talent 6, atomic oven. Talent 7, vibrational perception. Talent 8, telepathy. Talent 9, lightning spit. Talent 10, psychic chains. Talent 11, twisted seed. Talent 12, void walking. You can spend a certain amount of magic power to teleport to a nearby area. The teleportation distance is determined by how much magic power you spend. You can use void walking multiple times, but it will consume more magic power and requires a high level of physical strength. Void walking? It seems a bit like a certain hero's skill now, but it's not the same. This one by itself is like a flash. Let's try to see how it works first. The talent given by Feast was like Saron's instincts, which could be used with a single movement of the consciousness, only to see Saron's huge figure instantly disappear, followed by directly appearing 50 meters away. Fortunately, the cave was big enough. Salon surprised himself. He had just used only a very small portion of his magic power to actually instantly move so far. Looking around, the space here was too narrow, not very suitable for casting void walk. Thinking of this, he directly flew out of the cave. The huge body size whistled and instantly set off a gust of wind. Shadar looked at Saron's distant back with his mouth wide open. This is worthy of being Lord Saron. Shadar began to recall how big Salon was when he first met him. It's twice as big now, isn't it? But that's normal for Lord Saron, right? And Saron came to a forest to keep experimenting with the ability to walk in the void, only to see a huge black dragon appearing here and there in the forest. It looked quite weird. After experimenting for a while, Salon finally understood the gift of void walking. The maximum range could be 300 meters of void walking at once, but it required a huge amount of magic power. Moreover, after each time you finish walking in the void, you can walk in the void again. But this time not only did it require more magic power, the body would also have a tearing sensation. Salon tried. According to his own physical strength, he could continuously void walk 8 times. After that it might be more dangerous. One had to acclimatize for about 5 minutes after finishing, and then one could continue void walking. Sarong was already quite satisfied with this. After all, void walking could be directly activated with a single thought. You have to know that in this world, although there is also spatial magic, for example, the kind of space scroll before can also carry out instantaneous transfer. But the spatial structure is exceptionally complex, so these spatial magic can't be instantly moved immediately after launching. There had to be a gap in the casting of the spell, and at this time it would be easy to be interrupted by a sneak attack. But void walking didn't have the pressure in this regard, and it was directly instantaneous. Oh, now I can make a little wave. Chapter 105, Changes. After the experiment was completed, Saron left the area to return to the cave. And Sardar had long been waiting here. Lord Salon, that Voltan family had sent a messenger to deliver a letter. Shadar's fangs were still dripping blood. Where is the messenger? Saron didn't see any messengers around. That guy disrespected the true dragon and was eaten by me. Sardar said. Don't you know that when two armies fight? Originally thought of saying that two armies don't cut off messengers. But looking at this guy, Salon knew he probably couldn't understand. Forget it, just kill it. No big deal. Where is the letter? What does it say? Lord Salon, the letter sent by the head of the Voltan family is all about provocation. It looks as if he wants to provoke you, Lord Salon, to go to Voltan City. At this time, the goblin chief Vixen said as he held an animal skin epistle. Show me. Saron's superb eyesight directly saw the content on it. The top of the parchment was in the common language of the continent. It could be seen that the guy who wrote this letter had good talent, first praising Salon's power with a mess of words. Then there was a kind of irony between the lines, meaning that as a powerful true dragon, he would only bully the soft and fear the hard and so on. Afterwards, he even asked Salon to come to Voltan City to be judged. To be reasonable, Salon feels that normal people cannot write this kind of thing. The black dragon does not bully soft and afraid of hard that is still a black dragon? Do you know that you are better than me, and then I have to perform a challenge to cross the level? And let an adult black dragon to go to Voltan City to receive some kind of trial. This brain was caught in the door. Lord Salon, these humans are really too arrogant. Vex's personality had also changed slightly after receiving the twisted seed. It was no longer as obsequious as before, which was why he dared to speak at this moment. There's something odd about that Voltan family, Salon said seriously. He always felt that the Voltan family was in too much of a hurry. Because normally even if one occupied this place one would be taking back something that should belong to them, even if they had already feuded with the Voltan family before, but after all, they were true dragons. There wouldn't be anyone stupid enough to think that a black dragon known for its deviousness and cunning would fall for such a trick, right? Lord Salon, there have been many of our kinsmen around for some time now who want to join your banner, and our ranks are growing. Vickers saluted. Chief Dawnguard's side seems to have taken in a lot of dogheads as well. Carry on. For Salon these dependents were better than nothing I guess, barely enough to hold up the scene and keep him from being so shabby. Because goblins and dogheads would always be that strong unless they spent effort to strengthen themselves. But would Saron spend effort to help them be strong? Of course he wouldn't. With that kind of mind he might as well go find more ingredients. After all, the gap between him with the feast and these dependents would grow wider and wider. Salon snapped the scales on his cheek area with his dragon claws, but he really wanted to see what those guys in Voltan City wanted. A murderous aura radiated from his eyes as he looked in the direction of Voltan City. Want to slay a dragon? Then you can try. In Voltan City, the Voltan clan, Patriarch, the dead soldiers have already sent the letter to that black dragon's territory. A black-robed man respectfully said to Victor. What is the other party's reaction? Victor was reading an ancient magic book and asked with a sniff. The dependents under the other party ate our messenger, but that black dragon didn't seem to react much. The black-robed man said suspiciously, he didn't quite understand what the family head's reason for doing so was. Black dragons are all unprofitable guys, no matter how special he is. With this letter that black dragon great probability will not come, after all, tend to avoid harm is the instinct of every living thing. Victor said, Patriarch, why don't we use a ploy to make that black dragon come here to Voltan City? Our family's strength is so strong, plus so many mercenaries and adventurers, among which there is no lack of high-level spellcasters. It should be enough to deal with that black dragon, right? The black-robed man raised his question. I have my own decision, don't worry, just execute the order, Victor said indifferently. Although the black-robed man felt that something seemed wrong, he chose to obey out of the trust he had placed in the family head for so many years. By the way, clan chief, the latest mind magic iron ore has all been transported to the city. Keep sending it to the magic formation, plus the defense of Voltan City, Victor said without lifting his head. As you command. The Voltan City a few days later was a bit strange because today was the day the Voltan family announced that they were going to announce a mobilization meeting for dragon slaying. But what was strange was that when the mercenary corps and adventurers arrived at the top of the most central plaza in the Voltan City there was no sign of the Voltan family's head of house. Geraint, something doesn't seem right here. Delia, as a forest elf, was very sensitive to the elemental auras around her, and this place gave her a very uncomfortable aura. There is indeed something wrong here, but I feel safe. The blonde man, Geraint, revealed a bright smile. He had originally hit on the idea of just having some fun, but there did seem to be something fun here. A golden glint flashed in Geraint's eyes, he was looking forward to this. Meanwhile in the Voltan family Victor was standing in a small purple magic formation. His eyes were filled with fervor. Family master, those mercenary groups and adventurers have arrived. At this time the black-robed man walked behind Victor and said, Very well. Victor suddenly stretched out his right hand and stabbed into the black-robed man's chest, grabbing a blood-soaked heart. Patriarch. The black-robed man looked incredulously at the bloody hole in his chest. As a demon descendant, his vitality was indeed tenacious, but he was an ordinary human when he had not transformed. He did not have the slightest resistance to Victor's sudden attack. But now that was no longer important, he looked at Victor dead in the face. You want to ask why? Victor grinned. He surveyed the blood on his hands. The lifespan of ordinary people in this world is as short as a shooting star, and even if we are demonic descendants we only have so many decades more than ordinary people. But dragons, demons, and elves, they are born with such a long lifespan. The only way out for low-level demon descendants like us is to transform into demons in the 9 layers of hell, or the lowest level demons. Victor's eyes got a little agitated. And there's no way I'm going to become a low-level demon. I, Victor, have built up the Voltan family from a small family so successfully. Even if I have to be a demon, I have to be a powerful demon. The black mist in Victor's eyes began to fill. Chapter 106, Kanaro's Demon and the Golden Dragon. At the same time 8 thick black and purple pillars of light rose one after another beside the entire Voltan city. The purple curtain of light instantly enveloped the entire city. Both the city natives and the merchants and mercenaries who came here were extremely puzzled. But there was no panic on their faces because this was Voltan City, the territory of the powerful Voltan family. Any enemy would have to weigh their strength. All the mercenaries and adventurers above the square looked at this sight with curiosity. On the other hand, Geraint and his party looked at the spell formation with some gravity. This magic formation is not right. It doesn't look like that kind of defense formation, Geraint said as he looked at the magic formation in front of him. Brother, this magic formation seems to be a kind of trap formation, and there are other things mixed in it. A young silver-haired girl wearing red mage robes at the side said. She was none other than Geraint's younger sister, Algeta. Both of them were outstanding rangers who met the elf Delia on the road and saved the poor elf by coincidence. The three then traveled together in company. At this time, some black and strange smoke began to emerge from various parts of the city. Some ordinary people in the city felt uncomfortable all over. A man in a gorgeous dress touched his cheeks, and suddenly his eyes fell out along with his cheeks. But the weird thing was that he didn't seem to notice while his body slowly began to change. The skin all over his body started to become pale, his hair started to fall out, the nails on his fingers started to grow longer, and his teeth started to become hideous and gruesome. And this scene began to play out everywhere in Voltan City. Damn it, it's the aura of the bottomless abyss. At this moment, golden flames seemed to be coming out of Geraint's eyes. Bottomless abyss? Is it the bottomless abyss as we understand it? Delia also looked around in shock. Some of the less powerful adventurers next to them had already turned into the kind of monsters with pale skin and began to show their ferocious fangs to the living people around them. This is someone using some kind of evil summoning ritual to summon some of the breaths of the bottomless abyss, and these breaths have already begun to pollute the city. Algeta looked around warily. And these monsters are? Delia was relieved to hear that it was just some breath from the bottomless abyss. Luckily it wasn't the real. Is this the body and soul of a mortal not fully assimilated by the bottomless abyss, so they can only turn into this kind of spirits? At this time, a mercenary beside him couldn't stand it anymore. He directly took out his weapon and started to attack the spirits on the side. Don't! First, before Geraint could finish his words, the mercenary had already chopped off the spirit's head. These monsters are nothing more than as. Before the mercenary could finish his sentence, the soul's body suddenly exploded. A green poisonous mist filled the surrounding area of more than 20 meters. The surrounding adventurers who were completely unprepared were directly drenched by the poisonous mist. All of a sudden, miserable screams rose up. Geraint held up a red flame shield with one hand. Spirits have a characteristic that their bodies disintegrate and release clouds of poisonous mist when they die, Geraint said indifferently. But the others didn't know this. Although they easily killed the spirits, the poisonous mist cloud also easily killed them. And it turned into new soul spirits under the influence of the bottomless abyss aura. Something's definitely not right with the Voltan family. None of them have stepped forward until now. Algeta watched as more and more people died. This was because the largest number of people in Voltan City were actually mortals, and mortals did not have the slightest resistance to the aura of the bottomless abyss. Those warriors and spellcasters had also learned their lesson and didn't dare to attack these spirits at will anymore. Rumble! A huge stone pillar above the square fell, and a pitch-black portal unfolded in place. An evil hissing sound came out from inside. Several human warriors nervously looked at the portal. Pust! A barbed strip of red flesh instantly curled around the two warriors, followed by a creepy chewing sound. A huge creature came out of the teleportation array. It was a canine-like creature clad in thick armor with no eyes. Flesh and broken bones were faintly visible and its mouth made up of two pairs of jaws. A barbed tongue with saliva stuck to it like a long snake greedily looked at the humans around it. With a breath, the body continuously stretched out, and the four stepping feet with claws gripped the ground. With that, they lunged towards the mercenaries, while a dozen of these monsters appeared behind the portal. The armor on such monsters was almost invulnerable to swords and spears, and neither weapons nor fireball spells could harm them, and their long tongues reaped the rewards of everyone present. Moreover, they also had spell-like abilities, and the warriors who got close to them all felt paralyzed, losing their lives without realizing it. Some of the spellcasters had long ago fled to the edge of the city, but the magical array blocked them to death, allowing them to attack to no avail. Brother, it's the Carnaros demon, do we leave or? Asked Algeta as she looked at Geraint in front of her. The Carnaros demon is a hound in the Yogros demon army. Since it appeared here, then there must be a trickier existence. Since there is an evil creature, then it absolutely cannot be spared, Geraint said firmly. Sister, protect Delia and yourself. I'll deal with these hounds and see if I can solve these guys. Geraint unclipped the cloak on his body. Geraint. Delia was stunned just as she called out. Only an endless golden light erupted from Geraint's body. Roar! A dragon roar came from Geraint's position, only to see a huge dragon with golden scales all over its body appear in midair. It's a dragon. It's still a golden dragon. We're saved. It really is a golden dragon. Saron observed the chaos in Voltan City through his mind lock. He had not only placed the twisted seed on that captain of the Voltan family when he deliberately released him back earlier, but he also had the mind chain. So he could clearly see the chaos around him. And there was one more thing that Salon had discovered. That was that this guy that he had parasitized with the seed of distortion seemed to be unaffected by the aura of the bottomless abyss. Those bottomless abyss auras were all swallowed up by the twisted seed in his body in some sort of then when they were close to this guy. Golden dragon. That dazzling golden light instantly attracted his attention, but this fellow actually only thought of running outside. Go to the central square or die. Salon's voice suddenly sounded in the white-armored man's mind, startling him. Who are you? He looked around vigilantly, but found nothing. Salon didn't bother with him much and directly prodded the twisted seed. Immediately the white-armored man felt a sharp pain. This pain made him, a veteran warrior who had fought countless battles, fall to his knees in pain. That feeling as if his body was crawling with worms inside was too painful. I am willing. Chapter 107 Necro's Demon. What is your name? Saron's voice asked in the man's mind. Great being, my name is Jast. The white-armored man said with a pale face from the devastation he had just suffered. Just behave yourself and I'll make sure you don't die. Salon said. Thank you, master. Just said excitedly, the despair in Voltan City at this time he deeply experienced. If you can get out alive, even being enslaved seems to be good. At this time, Salon's body had already reached 5,000 meters above the Voltan City, and the Voltan City at this time was like a big purple eggshell when viewed from high in the air. There was no way to see any movement inside. It seemed as if the entire city was separated from this world. Is this the abyssal invasion? No, this is far from an abyssal invasion. Salon shook his head as he stared at the city in front of him. A true bottomless abyssal invasion of the world that was very terrifying, and many powerful demons were just advanced troops. The endless abyssal demons would make any world feel desperate. Not to mention the gaze of the final abyssal will, that would be the most deadly for a world. The bottomless abyss didn't know how many realms it had devoured, and it had long had a very well-established process. First is infiltration, then contamination, the next is control, and after this world is really made into what the bottomless abyss wants, it will completely sink. A hound-type demon like a Carnaros demon is cannon fodder when the abyss invades a large world. But it wasn't weak, after all, it was considered a personal guard for some powerful demons in normal times. It was rather a big kill here. Salon continued to observe the golden dragon. This guy looked to be only about 15 meters in size, still in the category of adolescent dragons. But as a more powerful golden dragon among metal dragons, this guy's battle power was really not weak. At least in Saron's opinion, this golden dragon could fight two black dragonesses. Strong flesh, powerful magic power, and that hot flame spit. Facing the siege of 7 or 8 Carnaros demons, he didn't lose the slightest bit. It even killed 3 of them back. It looked very powerful. However, the Carnaros devils still had something unique about being the hounds of the bottomless abyss. Their physical defense was strong and their resistance to flames and toxins wasn't weak at all, which resulted in the golden dragon's flame spit not being able to do much damage. Together with their flexible bodies and synergy, they still caused some trouble for the golden dragon. But in Geraint's opinion, it was only a matter of time before he solved these guys. Algeta, your brother Delia, I'm sorry, our siblings have a special identity, so we've been hiding it from you. Algeta smiled in embarrassment. Delia didn't say much. After all, the metal dragons were from the order-keeping camp, plus they had once helped her. But whenever she thought of her former captain having his heart ripped out by a black dragon, and her teammate having half of his head bitten off, she felt like she couldn't calm down inside for a long time. For the dragon was filled with fear. Just at this time, the golden dragon in the sky was having problems. Just as Geraint found an opportunity to prepare to tear the head of a Carnarothian demon with his strong dragon claws, a huge green claw grabbed at his neck. Geraint reacted quickly and used his dragon claw to parry the attack. Bang! The golden dragon claw and the green claw collided hard. The golden dragon swung its wings to stabilize itself. And the creature that had sneak attacked also appeared out of the air. It was a creature with huge bat wings possessing thick green skin. From its appearance, it looked like a giant stone goblin. On its limbs were razor-like claws, above its ears were some webbing, and on top of its head were 2 black demonic horns. The Necro's demon from the bottomless abyss. A creature like you has actually come out, and a more powerful existence among the Necro's demons. Golden Dragon recognized this creature. Golden Dragon, you are very good. The Necro's demon revealed a mouth full of sharp teeth. He praised in abyssal. Golden Dragon, you shouldn't be here. Victor's figure appeared on the ground. At this moment, this Voltan clan's patriarch was filled with a black abyssal aura. Patriarch, why are you doing this? A young man wearing the gorgeous clothing of the Voltan family shouted excitedly. He didn't understand why the patriarch would do this. I don't want to be a lowly demon, so I can only communicate with the great bottomless abyss, hoping to please it and transform me into a more powerful demon. Victor said. But, the young man was about to say something when a Carnarothian demon behind him wrapped his tongue around it and put it in his mouth. Oh, don't blame me, human nature is what it is. I'm just a little stronger than you guys, so I just have a lot of options left. Victor was able to come this far. His will was naturally not something that ordinary people could shake. Human, I appreciate your will. The Necro's demon that had just looked at Victor and praised him. The bottomless abyss was originally chaotic and disordered. What kind of affection and friendship and so on were not worth mentioning. Victor's kind of natural evil rational soul coupled with strong willpower. If he was really transformed by the abyss to become a demon, then the achievement would definitely not be low. Right now there is only some of the aura of the abyss. Want to please it, let its eyes gaze here. These are not enough. Victor looked at the surrounding city he had single-handedly built without a single fluctuation. It was a pity that so many human souls and flesh still hadn't managed to draw the gaze of the abyss. So you are the source of everything. The golden dragon in the sky looked at Victor below and said coldly, "If we kill this golden dragon then it should be enough." Victor ignored the golden dragon's dragon power killing intent. Earlier he had wanted to design for that black dragon to come here, but time was too tight to go and plan properly. It would have been a bit of a shame, but he didn't realize that there were actually other true dragons. At any other time he might have been extremely scornful, but this time was different. "Colster, are you sure you can solve this golden dragon?" Victor asked directly. I'm not sure," Nikaro's demon Colster said directly. Looking at Victor's appearance he laughed maliciously and then said, "But other demons can." Nikaro's demon Colst dropped to the ground and stuck the bloodstained giant axe he was holding into the ground. Casually grabbing a few human corpses he drew blood and began to cast magic. The blood formed a powerful magic formation under his control. Otherworldly teleportation. With that a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 108 Barlow Inferno, Up. A huge humanoid figure that was 5 meters tall with wings on its back covered in flames walked out from the magic formation. His crimson skin was like flowing magma, and his huge black curved horns shot up into the sky. Flames were still burning on the huge wings on his back. The shoulder area was shoulder armor filled with spikes, and at his waist was a metal belt with the head of an unknown creature embedded in it. A long flaming whip in his right hand and a huge decapitating greatsword in his left hand highlighted his identity. This was none other than the Barlow Inferno's signature weapon. Barlow Inferno. Algerda's face suddenly changed drastically as she looked at the newly appeared demon in the sky. "Algerda, is this demon powerful?" Elf Delia's body was trembling. As a forest elf, she instinctively felt that this demon was terrifying. The Below Inferno is the most powerful Tanali demon clan in the known bottomless abyss, because as long as it's a Below Inferno, even the firstborn Below Inferno must be a powerful legendary demon. Algeta was worried inwardly. How could such a powerful demon appear here? It's actually a Barlow Inferno demon. Salon observed the battlefield through his mind lock. The Barlow Inferno demon was an extremely special existence in the bottomless abyss. This kind of demon was very rare, and in the bottomless abyss Barlow Inferno demons generally served powerful demon lords. They serve as officers or generals of the demon army, and some of them even directly become powerful demon lords. Some of the Balrogs will even become powerful demon lords, leading countless demon armies to invade various realms. In the bottomless abyss, the fact that the Barlow Inferno can stand out represents how powerful they are. The strength was legendary at the very least. This golden dragon is probably going to die. Salon looked down at the golden dragon in the field. This Barrow Inferno shouldn't be on the path of a slayer yet. But even so it wasn't something that this adolescent golden dragon could fight against, and even adult golden dragons might not be able to fuck each other. Only a strong aged dragon or even an old dragon could steadily suppress the other party. Kolst, without the gate of darkness I've traveled by entropy ship to get here, you must fulfill your promise. The Barlow Inferno demon that had just arrived didn't care about the situation in the field, and it directly said to the Nekaros demon, "Don't worry Lord Ibu, all your requests will be fulfilled. Before that this golden dragon that is in the way can serve as your appetizer first." Nekaros demon said with a humble bow of his head. The Barlow Inferno demon turned his gaze to the golden dragon in the sky. "It's been a long time since I drank dragon's blood. Is there really only one golden dragon?" Barlow Inferno licked his lips. "Barlow Inferno, well, come on then." Fire flared up in Geraint's eyes. He opened his huge mouth and sprayed spit directly at the Barlow Inferno. The Barlow Inferno didn't have the slightest reaction in the face of the scorching golden dragon's spit. Golden red flames swept through the demon's body. But after the Barlow Inferno just stretched out its flame whip and casually waved it a few times to split the dragon flames, the rest of the flame spit didn't have any effect on the Barlow Inferno's body. After all, as a Barlow Inferno, its fire attribute resistance was extraordinary. In a sense it actually restrained Geraint. Any more? The temperature of the ground within dozens of meters around the Barlow Inferno began to slowly rise, and the ground and buildings directly burst apart under the heat. A magma-like liquid was formed. Some of those who couldn't escape in time, whether they were spirits or human warriors, were instantly melted. This was an innate evil aura. "Golden Dragon, after I defeat you, I will make your head into my armor and take your soul to the bottomless abyss so that you know the price of offending me." The voice of the Balrog Inferno carried the powerful effect of its unique ruling shock. All the creatures present felt a sense of fear from the depths of their souls. Some human warriors directly fell to their knees under this strange spiritual attack, not daring to move a bit even when the spirits around them attacked them. As for Geraint, being a dragon with a strong physique, although he was affected a bit at first, the pride of the dragon prevented him from accepting his fear. I'm going to go help my brother, Delia, find a place to hide. Seeing that the situation was not good, Algernon was a bit anxious. She barked at Delia before leaving the area and running towards the battlefield. Golden dragons are best at flame attacks, so try this too. Barlow Inferno said without a care in the world. Flame storm. More than 100 meters around Barlow Inferno, the surrounding air seemed to start burning. The temperature rose dramatically and countless flames appeared out of nowhere, and the human warriors that still survived in the surroundings were almost dead or wounded all of a sudden. The flames then formed a firestorm that swept towards the golden dragon Geraint. Geraint felt this horrible temperature and felt not too good. As a golden dragon, his fire attribute resistance was also very high, but facing this kind of temperature didn't feel good. A layer of golden red flame also appeared on the surface of his body, isolating the flame storms outside. The Barlow Inferno was not disappointed. With a wave of its right hand, the long flame whip in its hand directly skyrocketed to over 100 meters. Snap! The flame whip swept towards the golden dragon in the sky like an ordinary fire snake carrying infinite flames. The speed was as fast as lightning. Facing the flaming whip's stranglehold, Geraint started to dodge with his superior flying skills. But the flame whip was very spiritual and continued to wind around Geraint. And the Barlow Inferno body on the ground suddenly appeared behind Geraint. Its huge decapitating greatsword slashed at the golden dragon's head. An extreme danger filled Geraint's heart, and he subconsciously dodged. But a thick flame shot out from the top of the decapitating sword and blasted at Geraint's body. Immediately, the golden dragon's scales turned scorched black and shattered, and Geraint's figure was forced to fall towards the strangling net formed by the flaming whip. If it was trapped, then the battle would be over. Brother! Roar! Pust! A cold air exhalation instantly swept through the entire flame-long whip, containing it for a moment. Geraint took the opportunity and hurriedly flew to the side. And as Barlow Inferno turned his head to look, an incredibly beautiful silver dragon appeared next to Geraint. Interesting, I thought you wouldn't make a move. The Barlow Inferno licked its lips. It possessed the constant true knowledge technique, which could see through all disguises and falsehoods. Algerda's silver dragon identity it had just discovered when it arrived. Algeta, you shouldn't have come, Geraint said. Algerda knew some sort of spatial teleportation spell that would allow him to leave this place after casting the spell for a period of time, and he had intended for Algerda to teleport away with Delia. He himself was alone to stall his opponent. Brother, it's strange here, the spatial teleportation spell is not working, Algerda said with a clear voice. What? Geraint looked at the black and purple magic formation around him. This magic array could actually block space, but how did the Barlow Inferno instantly move to his side just now? Chapter 109 Barlow Inferno, below. You won't be able to escape, we can have plenty of time to play this game, the Barlow Inferno said in a nonchalant manner. It was only then that Geraint began to notice the situation around him. There were already almost no living people in the entire Voltan city. Without Geraint's hold, those Carnaros demons killed human warriors and spellcasters like chopping up vegetables. Adding to that, even more humans had died from the effects of the Barlow Inferno's flamestorm and evil aura. The entire city had already been destroyed. And on the ground at this time plus the elf Delia only 5 or 6 people survived. The others were all transformed into abyssal spirits. Hee human, you actually have 2 metal dragons in your city, this is really a great gift. Necros demon looked at the 2 giant dragons excitedly. Can 2 metal dragons be resolved? Victor looked at the 3 in the sky. Victor, you're not our companion yet, I can forgive your ignorance this time, but when you reach the bottomless abyss, you'll know what the concept of a Barrow Inferno is. Necros demon said disdainfully. Victor didn't speak again, but pondered something. Great being, I'm about to be killed by a demon. Just looked at the scene around him with a bit of despair. Hold on a little longer. Sarone looked at the scene in the field with interest. A golden dragon, a silver dragon, and a Balrog Inferno. It's all good stuff. The silver dragon was true to its name, it was really beautiful. Those silver white smooth scales, elegant and slender body. And the Barlow Inferno demon is also very powerful, so let's continue to see, and pick up the pieces ourselves when they are both defeated. Brother, let's deal with it together. Algeta looked at the Barlow Inferno in front of her with a grave expression. Well, the Barlow Inferno demon doesn't seem to be as powerful as it was in the memory of the inheritance. I might not be able to defeat it alone, but together with you, sister, I'm sure I can. Geraint said. It seems necessary to let you guys really see what is truly powerful. It just so happens that I don't want to fight with weak guys like you. Barlow Inferno said impatiently. Soul regeneration. At once, Geraint and Algeta felt a wave of dizziness in their bodies. By the time their physiques were immune to spiritual attacks, it was already a bit too late. Barlow Inferno had already reached them, only to see his long flame whip instantly coiling around Geraint, followed by the decapitating greatsword plunging directly into Geraint's body. It nailed his body to the ground in death. No! Algernon didn't expect Barlow Inferno to actually defeat her brother in an instant. She wanted to go up and help, but Barlow Inferno wouldn't give her that chance, only to see it grabbed one side of Algeta's dragon wing like a chicken. Algernon's long neck ferociously tore at the Balrog's arm. Barlow Inferno grabbed Algeta's wing and clawed at her back with its right claw. Instantly the dragon scales shattered and bright red blood flowed out from the top of the silver-white skin. With another kick, Algeta slammed into the ground like a kite with broken strings by Geraint's side. Algeta! Geraint looked at his sister next to him with abnormal pain inside. He should never have agreed to his sister's request to come here to see some black dragon. Even more so, he shouldn't have taken the initiative to get involved in this kind of thing, and at this moment he regretted it. But his body was bound by the long flame whip and his body was nailed to the ground by the decapitating greatsword in death, completely losing his ability to fight. "Brother, I'm fine," said Algernon in a daze. Bright red dragon's blood was flowing out of her back, and the Barlow Inferno's attack seemed to have some sort of serious injury effect. As a dragon race, that powerful self-healing ability seemed to have lost its effect. What a powerful Barlow Inferno! When he got serious, he actually took care of 2 dragons in one go. Victor inwardly looked yearningly at the Barlow Inferno's huge body. The weak should have the realization of being weak. Barlow Inferno landed on the ground looking at the 2 giant dragons. "Lord Ibu is really powerful," Nekaro's demon exclaimed. "I'm bringing these 2 gargoyles back to the abyss. I'm going to treat them well. You guys continue with what's going on here." The Barlow Inferno demon waved his hand and walked towards the 2 giant dragons. At this time, the 2 dragons' eyes were filled with despair. What kind of place is the bottomless abyss? After going there, not to mention their lives, their souls can't even be liberated. At this time, the Barlow Inferno looked toward the air. A dozen huge boulders with flames smashed toward it. The flame light in Barlow Inferno's eyes flashed, a gray light flashed, only to see the boulders in the air disappearing one after another. Higher magic disarm. Before it could react, it felt a sudden sharp pain coming from behind it. The Barlow Inferno subconsciously used a short-range teleportation spell to the other side. It looked down, only to see a huge, thick black dragon appear where it had just been. Geraint and Algeta, who had been prepared to meet their deaths, were looking at the black dragon with a confused expression. "Brother, it's a black dragon." It seemed a bit different from the black dragon inside the inherited memories. "How could it be, Victor? Didn't you say that this space blockade array of yours had completely isolated this city? What's going on with this black dragon?" Nekaro's demon looked at Salon with an ugly face. After all, the Barlow Inferno demon had actually been sneak attacked, still in this kind of space-blocking spell formation. The spell formation is still there. As for this black dragon, it seems to have appeared out of nowhere. The more Victor looked at this black dragon, the more familiar it felt. The unique dragon horns, the scarlet eyes that were different from other black dragons. There was also that strong and incomparable body that overlapped with the black dragon in his memories, but the change in size was too big. Interesting, a golden dragon, a silver dragon, and a black dragon. The wounds behind the Barlow Inferno directly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and with a move of its hands, the flame whip and the beheading greatsword appeared in its hands. It looked at the black dragon with fire in its eyes. "Be careful, this Barlow Inferno is very powerful." Algernon weakly voiced out a warning. "Ha!" Salon stared at the golden and silver dragons. 2 losers, still thinking of letting them lose both with the Barlow Inferno. As a result, they were directly crushed, forcing themselves to come out personally. If you don't come out and wait for them to finish their work, they will all go back to their own homes and find their own mothers, so you really won't have anything to eat. There are more interesting? You have Flash too? Then I'll follow Flash. Once again, Saron appeared behind the Balrog Inferno without a sound. Crunch! Saron's dragon claw and Barlow Inferno's decapitating greatsword collided. There was a toothsome metallic friction sound. What a hard dragon claw! What a powerful force! Barlow Inferno was inwardly grave. This black dragon was very wrong. Ruling shock. Barlow Inferno used a mental attack directly at Sarong, but Sarong continued to attack his opponent with absolutely no effect. He directly relied on his powerful physique to be immune to this spiritual attack. Looks like we've met a good opponent. Barlow Inferno looked at Salon's back. Chapter 110, Fighting the Balrog Inferno. Bump? Sarong also came to be interested. The Barlow Inferno devil threw out the long flame whip in his hand that extended over 100 meters and swept towards Sarong. And Sarong directly stretched out his claws and grabbed the end of the long flame whip. The blazing flames on the whip did not cause him any harm. After all, he was originally a fire element affinity and had the genetic fire resistance of a plutonium dragon. He was already almost completely immune to fire magic, let alone this tiny bit of flame on top of the whip. The Barlow Inferno yanked its flaming whip as hard as it could to fight with Saron, but Saron's strength seemed to be a bit greater. He yanked with one hand, and immediately the Barlow Inferno was involuntarily pulled forward. What a great strength! Barlow Inferno marveled. Then come again! Out of desperation it gave up its flaming whip. With its decapitating greatsword in hand it slashed at Saron's neck. But Sarong did not defy it in the slightest, and the dragon claw met it, only to see the black dragon claws and the long decapitating sword clashed with sparks. Thereafter, Sarong ferociously bit towards the Barlow Inferno's neck. Barlow Inferno subconsciously blocked it with its left arm. But Sarong didn't spoil it, and with a mouthful of bites clicked Barlow Inferno's small left arm was directly bitten off. Barlow Inferno didn't have the fury of being injured, instead it directly used its decapitating greatsword to continue chopping at Sarong's head with the intention of directly decapitating it. But Sarong's dragon horn and the blade of the beheading greatsword made a violent impact. Crack! The dragon horn was attached to the skull, and Sarong felt his brain buzzing all of a sudden. The Barlow Inferno's face was even more ugly as it quickly separated from Sarong. Then it looked down at the decapitating greatsword in its hand. A huge gap appeared on the sword. It showed spiderweb-like cracks. It looks like it can be scrapped after one more chop. And the opponent's dragon horn actually had just a shallow mark on it. Damn it! The beheading greatsword that was the signature weapon of the Barlow Inferno, and its quality could be raised as the owner's strength increased. The quality was so high that it was considered a legendary level weapon, and in the hands of that golden dragon just now, it could have directly beheaded it. And now that it was damaged, Barlow Inferno didn't know how much it would cost him to repair it. As the red flames wrapped around it, the arm that was bitten off by Sarong grew out. It put away its decapitating greatsword and looked at the black dragon in front of it. Warm-up is over, the real battle begins. One could only see the Barlow Inferno begin to emanate powerful long snakes of flame all over its body. Immediately afterward, its body began to change. The original 5-meter-tall body began to grow larger in flames until it was over 9 meters before it stopped. The crimson skin was filled with flames burning above it, and there were many mysterious black symbols on it. The sense of oppression of this huge humanoid demon suddenly increased drastically, and the air around him under the evil aura kept drying up. Transformed? Salon curiously looked at the other party's change. Black Dragon. Barlow Inferno flapped its huge wings burning with flames and flew towards Sarong. Labor can transform too. Sarong drove the atomic oven inside his body, causing his entire body to go into overload. He could also sort of see that the Barlow Inferno was worthy of being the most perfect demon. Its powerful physical body gave it amazing strength and quick speed, an uncommonly powerful spell-like ability, and that fire attribute resistance as well as combat skills. This left it with almost no shortcomings. One should not presume to use magic to get the other party killed. One could only fight hard. At that moment, a burst of golden light flooded Sarong's body, and golden blood seemed to be flowing on the surface of his body. Along with that, his body seemed to have grown by a circle. The ferocious and incomparable dragons might fought against the evil aura of the Barlow Inferno, and the air was filled with gravity. Brother, is this the black dragon of the 5-colored dragons? He's so powerful. Silver Dragon Algeta looked at Sarong in the sky in shock. Black dragon? No, that guy doesn't look like a black dragon from anywhere. Geraint had already climbed up. Only the wounds on his body were still bleeding, and the decapitation greatsword possessed a serious injury effect, causing his powerful self-healing ability to never be able to take effect. Then brother, who do you think will win between them? Algeta waved her wings. I don't know, but whoever wins one won't do us much good, Geraint said bitterly, thinking about him as the golden dragon among the metal dragons, although he had not yet reached full adulthood, but always considered himself to have good strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Algeta to the human world. But now seeing this kind of scene he felt that it was still the older generation of dragon seniors who were right. In the Dragon Island sleep to adult and then come out as good, early ought to engage in those fancy useless. In the sky Sarong had already started fighting with the Barlow Inferno. They were like two real beasts, you bite me and I hit you with a claw. The Barlow Inferno had also realized that this black dragon's fire resistance was ridiculously high, so it didn't waste its magic power to cast fire magic. Instead, it went all out for the battle. There was a lot of blood on Sarong's body at this point, but none of it was his own. All of it was from that Barlow Inferno on the opposite side. The opponent's sharp claws were also powerful, but they were still inferior to the decapitation greatsword. His own scale armor wouldn't be able to take too many wounds even if it was broken by it. The Barlow Inferno also felt that it didn't seem good for him to go on like this kind of state consumed a lot, and it was impossible for him to hold on for a long time. But the black dragon on the other side was getting more and more spirited the more it fought, and the other side's defense was too much stronger than his own. The absence of the decapitating greatsword made its attack seem somewhat feeble. Damned guys! How could such a dragon exist? The Baylor Inferno appeared behind Saron in a flash. Before his sharp claws could probe down, Saron also disappeared. The Barlow Inferno felt a coldness in its back as Saron stabbed through its batwing again with a direct claw. There was no choice but to use teleportation again. So the two behemoths suddenly disappeared one moment, and suddenly appeared the next. Is there no limit to his spatial teleportation? The Barlow Inferno couldn't use short-range teleportation anymore. There was a limit to this kind of magic. There seems to be something bad. The Necros demon at the bottom looked at the battle in the sky, and then at Geraint and Arjeta on the ground. With a wave of his hand, kill those two metal dragons first. At once, several Carnaros demons on the side rushed up at Geraint and Arjeta. And Arjeta and Geraint could only deal with them in a sorry state. And the Barlow Inferno demon was already getting weaker and weaker. This can't go on like this. Barlow Inferno intended to use summoning magic to summon some more demons over. But Saron was attacking it moment by moment, leaving it no way to cast the spell. You guys stall him for me first, Barlow Inferno said as it looked at the several demonic henchmen who were attacking the golden and silver dragons. And Salon's scarlet eyes widened as he looked at his opponent's increasingly weakened body. The opportunity came. At that moment, Salon made a void walk and appeared directly in front of Barlow Inferno's body and grabbed its upper and lower jaws with one claw. A blue-white light emanated from Saron's mouth. Chapter 111, Erase. When the Barrow Inferno was still planning to break free at the cost of injuries like before, Salon directly let out a feral scream. There was a surge of magic power within its body, and the spatial teleportation failed. How? In the Barlow Inferno's gaze that was filled with doubt, the blue-white pillar of light directly penetrated its mouth. Salon allowed its sharp claws to attack himself without doing anything. Finally, the Barlow Inferno's huge body slowly stopped moving. Because half of its head had been burned away by Salon, Salon grabbed the demon's two horns and pulled hard. Half of Barlow Inferno's head was directly ripped off. Dead. Dead. A wave of fear ran through the hearts of the Necros demon and Canaros demon on the ground. The so powerful Barlow Inferno demon had actually died just like that. Run! The Nicaros demon seemed to have thought of something and wanted to run away, but he was too late. Only to see a dazzling light emanating from the Barlow Inferno's corpse in mid-air. It was followed by an earth-shattering roar. Rumble. Endless light and heat swept over the surrounding space with the Barlow Inferno's corpse as the center. The entire Voltan city was enveloped in it, and that purple magic formation blocking the city instantly shattered like an eggshell under this powerful attack. Hurry up! Geraint only managed to protect the humanoid Arjeta and the elf Delia with his body. And Salon, still carrying half of the Barlow Inferno's head, couldn't help but be a little stunned. This is Barlow Inferno's burning body explosion, Geraint said in shock and anger. Barlow Infernos after death, their corpses would explode directly and drive their weapons along with them. Crackling. Saron was also directly overwhelmed by this endless light and heat. After a few minutes everything calmed down. A long time later, in a field of burnt black earth, a large dirt bag rose up. Cough cough. Geraint crawled out of the ground in a sorry state, with Arjeta and the elf Delia protected underneath him. Arjeta, Delia, are you guys alright? At this moment, there was barely a piece of complete dragon scale left on this golden dragon's body. Its two dragon wings were tattered like two pieces of rags, and there wasn't much good flesh left on its body. Brother, we're fine. Algernon shook his head, and Delia was taken out of her arms. Brother Geraint, are you alright? Delia looked at Geraint worriedly. I'm fine. I didn't expect the Barlow Inferno's burning body explosion to be so powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that at the last moment we were farther away from the center of the explosion, coupled with Algernon's ice magic and my fire resistance as a golden dragon, then I would have died a long time ago. Geraint looked around and could no longer see any living creatures. The original location of Voltan City was only a huge deep pit. This city has been completely erased from the map. Geraint sighed. That's almost millions of people. Algernon was also a bit sad. What about that black dragon? Arjeta suddenly thought. It should be dead. He was at the exact center of the explosion, with that intensity of magical flames and heat, and the abyssal aura. He must be. Before Geraint could finish speaking, the ground suddenly exploded. A huge figure with a golden red glow flew out and landed on the ground. Black dragon. The two dragons and one elf were shocked. Damn it. Saron's face was ugly as he looked at the half of the head in his hand's claw, which was half of the Barlow Inferno's head. The rest of the body had all just exploded.